is trying to rebound this morning after a very rough session, to put it pretty mildly, on Friday, with large drops in the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq. Now, this rebound does come as we get some indications that the end of this conflict between U.S., Iran, and Israel could be nigh. Now, of course, this is always very tentative, and there's lots of moving pieces at play. We did get this post from U.S. President Trump earlier today saying that both Iran and Israel are looking to do an immediate all-caps ceasefire. If we get more details here, we'll let you know. We know Iran has reportedly announced that they're willing to cease operations, but they're willing to retaliate as well if Israel continues in Lebanon. So lots to digest from a geopolitical standpoint. We also have a lot to digest from a big tech standpoint. Big event from one of the Mag 7 companies coming through today at 1 p.m. Eastern. We have NVIDIA making some announcements out of South Korea, and Marvell, one of the latest companies to join the S&P 500. It's a massive Monday morning here. Good morning, Sharif.
Good morning, Adara. Thank you. I'm doing well. Yes, Marvell to join the S&P 500, and that's pushed it up high single digits, closing in on 9% on the morning. Also, AMD investing some money in England, up 3% as well. And as Adara mentioned, NVIDIA with a lot of different announcements, whether you're talking about LG, SK Group, Samsung, a lot of deals with South Korean companies to keep an eye on. And we also need to keep an eye on crypto. Michael Saylor taking to X over the weekend, basically saying maybe it's a good time to add some dots. Those dots refer to areas where he had added to his previous positions in Bitcoin. You have MSTR here up about 4%, and Cerebras after their IPO up 5.5% as they start getting analyst coverage. Yeah, there's certainly a lot to cover today, but in the meantime, right before we send you over to say good morning to Sean and Joe, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at FEED. Here's a medical technology company to keep an eye on, Enview Medical, ticker FEED. Enview has developed what it describes as a GPS-style guidance system for feeding tube placement in hospitals, helping clinicians improve accuracy and patient safety. This week, the company highlighted an independent peer-reviewed study that found significant safety improvements, reduced complications, and meaningful cost savings across a 5-hospital health system. With this technology now being used in 40 hospitals, FEED is certainly a company worth keeping on your radar. Before we send you over to the guys, I'm going to do some quick housekeeping as well in terms of economic data. It's going to be a pretty busy week later down the line for some of these numbers, with inflation data coming in Wednesday and Thursday. But as far as today goes, you've got at 11 a.m. one-year inflation expectations. That is quite literally about it. And we're going to say hi to a friend of ours here, Michael Noss, on this desk in about 30 minutes at 8:30 a.m. So some quick housekeeping there, a rundown of what to expect from the day. But in the meantime, we're expecting to hear from Sean and Joe. What are you guys looking at this morning?
Stats hedge.
Who said, oh, what I did? Yeah. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, we have Michael Noss from Stats Edge coming out.
With the news
about the Maple Leafs. But yeah, it's going to be good when we have Joe here today. Yeah. I have Joe in my ear, Andre, if that can get turned off. I don't know if I can do that myself or you can do that there. But yeah, Joe filling in for Neil. It's going to be a good one. Yeah, what's going on, my guy? He's working on his upgrades and downgrades over there, so we're going to get that going pretty soon. But yeah, Marvell gets upgraded into the S&P 500, so there it goes. This is one of the ones where Neil and I were sitting around here wondering, would Marvell ever get added in, and when and if and how, and there it is. So on Friday, we'll get that. We got that news, and there goes Marvell up today, another 8 and 9%, but it was up. A lot of it is the relief rally. You and I just talked about what sort of happened there on Friday. NVIDIA, you pointed out, was down 6%, now trying to go back up the upside. There's Marvell there. Nice move on Friday. I think it was down 14% or so. 303 down to 250, all the way back up to 280. That's trying to catch a little bit of wind today. And then we've got NVIDIA as well, back to 210, so we'll see if that one can hold some bids here. I just put out a tweet like, I'm not sure what we're doing today in this market, right? Like, I trying to figure it out. Today we have some nice upside plays. We tweeted out what was going on earlier. Consumer inflation expectations coming through here today as well. Not much going on in the pre-market, but we have, this is today's Intel showing a little bit of strength. Google under pressure early here as well today. We'll wait to see what winds up happening today on June the 8th. And then, I was like, well, what are we looking at today? Is there anything going on? I'm going heavy today. Nah, this is not me. Right here, we got to block this person. ABAT, yeah, we talked about that. American Battery was looking at that a little bit. It's on our watch list today, ABAT. So thanks for bringing that one up, whoever tweeted out. Mo, what's up, Mo? Yeah, this name is on the watch list today, and I was actually just reading through it. It's the last note here today, and it says, gapping up after winning an appeal and having a $115 million U.S. Department of Energy grant right there. So nice move there for ABAT, American Battery, starting to go back up to the upside and breaking through a nice little level that we've been hovering around here, this $3.80 to $4 mark. So we'll see if we can wind up holding that bid at $4 right now. But yeah, bank stocks weren't that bad on Friday. That was
Banks, it's good to see JPM kind of get the ball rolling here, you know what I mean, Sean? We were holding that $300 marker for quite some time, and then we got a nice little bounce up into 312. But if we're talking about other names like the Morgan Stanleys and the Goldman Sachs, who are around all-time highs, this name's a little bit of a laggard in my opinion, and that's why I'm going to continuously keep buying JPM up here, especially if we break this consolidation zone, which I do believe we have a good chance to. Also, Sean, I mean, like on Friday, this is a pretty aggressive sell candle, if you ask me. I wouldn't be surprised if we have some form of an inside day. Today, Sean was talking about NVDA was hit pretty heavy. 6%. Now you're starting to get a little bit of a bounce there, and then USO, I believe, to the downside, or just still within this range here. So it's pretty choppy, if you ask me. You're just in no man's land if you're just gonna look for that breakout trade. I don't know if you're necessarily gonna get it. Obviously, you have the headline sensitivity that can step into the market. Netflix still hovering around that $81 marker. So this isn't like. To me, it's not overly attractive, but if you're going to be looking at something in some value, I'm pretty sure the PE is on the lower end of things as well. So $82, $81 there for Netflix, and then Tesla. Tesla hit pretty heavy on Friday as well, too.
pretty heavy. Oh my God.
Yeah, it got destroyed. $420 down to $390, even a little bit less than that.
I was longing that one earlier.
Yeah,
that one was
a pain. And well, I mean, if you tried to do that here on NVDA,
kick in the face.
It's just absolute disastrous. 214 all the way down to 204, and just a session where it was just one of those days where you weren't going to catch any form of a bottom because there was no real rebound. Now maybe we get somewhat of a bounce, but down 6% up to this morning. I'm looking at an inside day potentially here in a couple of these names. So be prepared for a little bit of choppy price action unless we get some positive headlines step in that can help us go in a definitive direction.
I mean, you brought up Google, down against the market today, so maybe this is something that we can watch out for, relative weakness in Google today. So we'll have to figure out what's going on there. Multi-year cloud service agreement with SpaceX on Friday. Obviously, it didn't help too much their stock there on Friday, but it was trying to stabilize a little bit. Not as dramatic as the rest, but then you saw the whole market lose it at the end, and then there's Google with a nice little rebound at the end of the day, so they're just coming back a little bit. And then, of course, today we have WDC, so we have to wait, WWDC, we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening with Apple. I mean, a stock that I absolutely love for the long term, Israeli source to channel 14. Okay, our operations again as well. Continue. Okay, I thought there was some sort of a report earlier today that there was not going to be more back and forth. So Darryl will go over that. We'll talk about that in a minute. Maybe it's USO. I have a blank slate right now on the sticky note. So I'm not, I don't have really anything thinking about right now. I wanted to come in and see some of the reactions to the oil market. It was up 4% earlier today. Now it's fallen back down in here. So with that kind of a headline, maybe we do spike back to the upside a little bit. Oil seems to be somewhat contained down here at 149. Oh, I sent everybody well, first of all, yeah, I just sent it to Randy and Sharif. We went to the Rivian store there on, it was nothing too fancy. Here, let me open this image in a new tab. It was just at the mall. They have a Rivian store. They only have in there, yeah, they don't have any R2s in there. They just got this bad boy right here. Then the truck in the back, and then the R1. Pretty small, just a store in Yorkdale there. And it was nice. There was some people in there asking some questions and everything like this. But this is $152 out the door. That's, no, I think plus tax, actually. So it's a little expensive there for the Rivian. We talked to the guy, and then, we were just, we were up there at Scotia Pond. It was hockey all weekend.
Yeah,
so
nice.
That was close enough to Yorkdale. And yeah, we had a good one there. Ty, I'm exhausted, man. We didn't get much sleep last night. I don't know, it was one of those crazy things where we had the air conditioning on, but it still didn't seem like it was that cold. It wasn't going on. We'll have to,
AC Slater.
Well, we didn't have it on. We had the windows open pretty much for the most of it, and then it just got way too hot.
It was do Westfest here in the city.
Yes, did you end up going?
Yeah, I went. Yeah,
I saw that was very packed.
Very packed, man. People want to get outside.
Yeah, of course they do.
People want to get outside. Seeing the mayor
Olivia Chow.
Yeah.
She's doing everything.
Well, I mean, other than working, because she was at Do West Fest.
Yeah, what day was she there? Saturday? Sunday?
Friday.
That is working.
That's working?
Yeah,
All
going out to meet the people, see the people.
All right.
You know what? I would not. Mayor is one of those jobs that I do not want. These people are out at every single event all the time, cutting ribbons, shaking hands, kissing babies. Like, and you still got to do stuff.
It was nonstop.
And you got to have these random speeches all set up, ready to go.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not. And they get paid, what, $150 or something like that?
I don't know.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. That's, I mean,
Plus,
look, that's a decent amount of money. But
they're probably getting a lot of incentives here.
Like
man.
what?
You know what I mean? Who knows? We don't know. We're not married.
I don't know.
Right?
I don't know. I don't
There's something
think so.
going on under the table.
I don't know. Being in the public eye like that and having everybody shoot so many stares at you, and I don't know. I don't. For me, man, it's like one of those self-thankless jobs. I feel like I don't know. Mayor, because everyone, no matter what policy you give out, someone always hates you.
Someone's gonna be mad.
Yeah,
you know what
so
I mean?
I don't know. It's like, oh, well, what a, such a good mayor, such a bad mayor.
Yeah.
It goes back and forth. Mayor Mamdani is very popular there in New York with some, and others don't.
Yeah.
And it's about the policies. So SMCI, Randy. Yeah, I would want Randy for mayor, Joe, anybody here for mayor. Just not me.
Sharif for mayor.
Sharif for mayor?
Yeah.
Sharif would be a good mayor.
I think so.
He's very in tune with a lot of the events in the city, that's for sure. Sharif lives in Midtown, of course, everybody.
Oh, you know
Okay, so here's a nice move. We're recommending you for mayor, man. We're recommending you for mayor. Sharif's into a lot of political things.
But that's the thing, right?
There's no doubt about that.
Man
but
of the people.
There's that man of the people for sure. There's SMCI up 6% today, so that's another one that might have some love back into it. I actually like SMCI. Sometimes it's so bad it's good. It was really beat up for a while, and you've had such a huge move back higher. Still holding well above everything, man. You're gonna look at AMD and some of those names that have really fallen from graces over the last little while. SMCI today with up 6%, trying to get back into the limelight here. SMCI. You know what name I didn't look at was Palantir. We can see. 136, it's not doing that good. But that would be another name maybe today. I don't know. We want to go long or short today. Do you have a bias?
Honestly, I'm the same thing. I have a blank slate right now. I think patience is going to be key with today's session, but I just believe it's going to be an inside. Like yesterday, I keep saying
you mentioned that inside.
Friday, right? Yeah, like Friday was I think it's going to be hard to get outside of this range right now. That's such a strong engulfing print. And you come down pretty hefty. Right, like even though this is nothing to write home about, Nasdaq's down 6% off of its highs. Google, we were lucky. See, Sean's like, this might be the bottom here in Google, right? Considering we had such an aggressive selling day and this thing did pretty much nothing. But at the lows, you get 12.5%.
It's not even down that much.
Right, so it's not even down that much. I don't know how much more you're going to get here in Alphabet.
You don't think there's too much more down? I don't even think the market really moved. I mean, that was a big move, but if you back up 1.3% today, then you were down, what, 4 and a bit? So now you're back down about 2.5. I think that's reasonable over 2 days. Thing is, they got to raise a lot of money for SpaceX. I mean, that's the whole thing. This thing's coming on Friday. There's going to be a lot of money raised heading into that. We talked about it a couple weeks ago. We can actually rewind the tape. Early last week, I said, there's going to be a day where we have this massive flush. Now let's just see if it continues today. I actually think it's going to continue. I think there's going to be some downside push today. I was very surprised when I logged in last night at 6 o'clock in the evening when the futures start going and they were actually up a little bit. And then to come in today and see Nasdaq up 1.29%, the ES up 0.8 or so. Yeah, just it's surprising to me. But look at the shift of what's been happening, right? You go from tech stocks over to the big ones. You go back into JP Morgan. You're going back into some stocks that can hold weight in a market where we're not chasing so much growth anymore. We can go back into a little bit of value, right? Last week we were talking about and we started pounding the pavement, which is pretty good. We're up $10 already on J&J, so that's been a pretty good call right there for J&J. We looked at one of your darlings over there. We looked at Walmart last week, and I was trying to talk about it at 112 a little bit, so I hope you guys caught some interest. I didn't get into it, but we talked about the levels where 112 was coming into play, and that was a good one for Walmart there last week as well. And Procter & Gamble, I like. Siren Sound in Townsboro, yeah. So I don't know, man. I mean, this stuff doesn't seem to be stopping. And then last week, right here live on the show, man. I think you were here. Maybe you were laughing when I was doing it, but I bought some IREN at 52 bucks. I mean, I was waiting for that one to come through. So IREN down there at 52 at the end of the day there on Friday seemed to have been a good move back up to.
You said it was your one. You said it was your one positive stock.
Yeah, I was just like, yeah, IREN. Finally starting to go. Yeah, I finally made money on one stock on Fridays because I bought it at 3:30 and it went up at 4. So that was the only one there. But Marvell, Marvell introduction into the S&P is a nice one. We didn't expect that. And then Flex also catching a bid to grab that back in. But you know what I was thinking though for Marvell is that now that that's actually happened, I don't know, man, it's probably a false bump again. So unfortunately, you know, getting bumped up there, obviously the market's rebounding a little bit. You see up, you see Marvell up, but just be careful trying to buy some of these today. You know, that's nice. It's in the S&P 500. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the AI story. It doesn't really change the supply and demand of, you know, the chip space. So let's wait to see what happens there with major CapEx. And hey, what about Meta? We could throw this back to the desk back there, but why don't we do that actually? Was that ever confirmed there, Adair or Sharif, about that Meta? Because I know there was a Financial Times report, I believe it was, that reported that Meta would have to go in there and start raising as well. And this was a huge move from 610 down to 582, and it actually rebounded quite nicely. Now you're up to almost $600. So we'll see if Meta has to continue to raise, and then Google off a big raise last week as well. That's part of that move down lower. So it's no Neil, no problem. We've got Joe. It's myself, Joe, Sharif, Adara. We're all here. We're right now. Let's go back over the desk and find out more from Adara. Was that Medic story ever confirmed? Did you see that or?
I had not seen it confirmed. I just checked. It still does not look like it's confirmed. We're going to talk about that story actually in a minute here, along with another Make 7 NVIDIA. But I really quickly want to mention it as well, Sean. Just a quick rundown as to what's happening with this potential ceasefire. So basically, President Trump on social media this morning, a couple different posts here, both of which indicated that he wanted some kind of ceasefire agreement with the U.S. and Israel. Then you get Iran coming out and saying, at least according to state media reports, that they're willing to cease operations, though if Israel strikes in Lebanon, things are going to change. Then you start hearing, again, as of within the last 10, 15 minutes, that Israel is indeed reportedly continuing to strike Lebanon. So unfortunately, it does not look like this conflict is coming to an end, at least quite this second. If I get more details, I'll keep you posted, but just be aware, as of the last headline I put up there, as you guys might have seen, looks like there are now sirens sounding in Lebanon. Let's start here, though, with META, because as the guys mentioned there, Sharif, we did have Meta reportedly considering some financing, which the market did not take too kindly to yesterday. After
let's talk about the details about this. So behind the scenes here, CFO Susan Lee, she's actually engaging in some financial engineering to help prevent dilution concerns, which is front and center here for shareholders, much like the Google raising. What she's doing is she's looking at creating these mandatory convertible preferred securities, and that prevents dilution for about 2 to 3 years. And the effect of that is to preserve, I should say, EPS in the near term, as obviously that is an important metric for them. But this is being spearheaded, if you believe the reports, by Dina Powell-McCormick. She's engineering this whole thing, and her mandate, according to some analysts here, is to completely overhaul Meta's legacy balance sheet philosophy, and it's kind of trying to move away from the commercial ad tech. We're talking about, of course, raising revenue through ad sales, and they're looking more to kind of structure themselves as a sovereign infrastructure kind of funding vehicle. But we know that Hyperon cost them a lot of money. They actually had to raise about $55 billion, and they've already burned through that. They had to raise $55 billion for other things, and they had to borrow about $27 billion in a structured joint venture with Blue Owl Capital for Hyperon, which is that huge data center that they're building out. So they're running out of traditional means by which to raise money. And then they're on the clock here. A lot of liquidity is likely going to go into the SpaceX IPO, the OpenAI IPO, and the Anthropic IPO. And there's a finite amount of money to go around. So the thinking internally, if you believe the reports here with Meta, is they got to get this offering out now. Otherwise, the liquidity may not be there once these IPOs hit. And then we've also seen them, reduce the headcount. Sadly, 8,000 jobs were let go, and they basically canceled 6,000 more that they were looking at hiring, specifically for the reason of preserving cash for AI CapEx.
Yeah, we'll talk here as well while we're here about NVDA. A couple different deals here in South Korea with some different companies, including SK Hynix and even Samsung. SK
Hynix, multi-year co-development pact. Crucially, it's moving the relationship beyond GPUs. It's going to be about RAM, surprise, surprise, right? SK Hynix. But the deal here is It's power that's front and center with this deal. So they're looking at getting this new type of RAM. It's a DRAM, it's plug and play, but it's gonna operate under 30 watts. And that's compared to the 100+ watts that's usually required by the standard DDR5. And where power is becoming an increasingly critical bottleneck, this deal couldn't come any sooner. Also, SK Telecom, a little different than SK Hynix here. They're looking at building a gigawatt scale AI cloud infrastructure all across South Korea, with the first data center expected to come live in 27. And then Doosan, which manufactures a lot of materials using the Blackwell chips, well, they're going to do a bit of a different deal. Who remembers the Jetson? What's it called? What are they calling it? The robotics platform. So they're actually going to take this sort of onboard GPU that NVIDIA had created for robotics, and they're going to, put it on their robots in factories. So we'll see how that works out. And then last but not least, Naver's sovereign AI infrastructure deal here. So the internet and cloud giant Naver, or Navar, I don't know how it's said, they signed a multi-year agreement to deploy NVIDIA clusters across their regional network. So a lot of big deals here, Dara. Good, successful South Korea trip.
Yeah, both NVIDIA and Meta on watch here, guys. Are you looking at both or either of these?
No, I'm not looking at any. Okay, back to you guys.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I think we got to look at, you can go up to the board.
I'll head over.
Yeah,
I want to actually say something about Meta real quick. I'm going to get the punch.
It's floor's on you.
Remember what happened with the metaverse, and it didn't really gain any ground, how much CapEx Zuck was the street took that. I'm kind of worried about what Zuck has going on here with his massive CapEx expenditure, and then obviously with the lack of monetization through his LLM tools, because no one is really using MuseSpark, no one's using Avocado or Llama, so I'm a little bit worried about what they got going on, and they don't even have a cloud infrastructure provider, so I think that could be a big-time issue for this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly a good point there, Joe. I think that's what Sharif was talking about there, is just the fact that it just isn't that sort of spark behind where Meta's going to be placing their next bet, right? I mean,
thank you, my boy.
Yo, what's up, Randy? There's Randy's here. Joe's got his coffee. Okay. Hey, Randy, how's it going? But yeah, so I just think that Meta, I mean, you know what? This is the other thing about AI. I was actually thinking about it. Where's the moat? Right? Like a lot of AI plays now, you know, we're dropping all this money into CapEx. Normally you're like to want to build something. Like we could see, you know, like an example like Take-Two, right? Like when if we go away from AI for a minute, they're dropping all this money into a game that they're gonna own, and, you know, with Grand Theft Auto. So they're dropping billions into this, developing it. They're gonna have the IP, they have everything. It takes a while to build these games, right? I mean, it's obviously, this has been, I don't know, 10 years, something like that, but those in the chat would know that much better than I do. So they're building something. You know, when you talk about a name like Google, you know, with a Waymo, or with what they've been doing with Azure, with YouTube, like there's certain moats around a YouTube where it's not easy just to come back in and take down YouTube. You can't just come back in and build the cloud infrastructure that these guys have built. You know, a name like Amazon, the retail side of it that they have, and the cloud that they have along with their business as well. But when you're talking about, you know, ChatGPT, when we don't even have OpenAI is not here yet, Anthropic's not here yet, all these stocks aren't quite public yet. But really, like I was using Grok earlier today, or last night actually as well. I was looking up some different hockey sticks and comparing them for my daughter and things like that, and just questioning, just playing around with it. I actually thought Grok was pretty good. I was getting the exact same responses from Grok that I was from Gemini, that I would be from ChatGPT, that I would be from Claude, that I would be from, you know, all of these DeepSeek and whatever these other places are. I just wonder, is the spend that we've been seeing here in AI to build these large language models, are they differentiating themselves enough to validate all of this spend? And these are coming from, I have questions about this with major companies, let alone I can't figure out, which is to Joe's point, where exactly Meta is spending all their money. Like, if they're gonna release a large language model, am I gonna move over from Gemini over to Avocado or whatever they're doing? Is there some sort of a reason to do that? And so when I'm looking back and forth at these different names, yeah, I think Meta is the one that's about ready to go down. If we're questioning some of the spend that's been happening here in the space, it has to be to build something, right? Tesla put all that spend in their factories to spit out a car every 20 seconds. You know, that's the moat that they have. They're the only ones that are able to make, I mean, we'll talk about Chinese EVs in a minute, but they're the only ones able to make an EV for the last 20 years that's actually profitable for the company. And we've seen what Tesla has been doing since those times. Is all the money that's been spent right now on, you know, product, you know, that's boosted up Marvell, that's boosted up Micron, is there enough reason to continue this spend? And are you building something that is somewhat protected underneath, you know, whatever it is? Now you're talking about $700 billion in CapEx this year alone. Where is the significance from all of this, and will it be able to be monetized? I think that's the question. All right, here we go. Israel halts now, so that's good. Strikes on Iran as per Trump's request. Okay, here we go. Israel's 12 news site. Okay, so we can go back to USO again. I mean, Adair, we sort of looked at that, but you know, not much going on with USO right now. As this is just, I feel like Trump is just, you know, truth bombing again, probably. And, you know, this is to try to get this market a little bit stabilized here early on a Monday. We'll see if oil can sort of battle with all this back. But let me know in the chat if you guys, you know, where all of this CapEx spend is actually going. And I think that honestly, Meta, just for some of the reasons that Sharif said, hopefully I was able to describe my thoughts there a little bit. But I don't really see, and to what Joe was saying as well there, I don't really see what Meta's stronghold is going to be. I mean, you know, congratulations in the glasses and some of the things that they've been doing. I think there's, you know, WhatsApp is a huge property, so is Instagram. I mean, there's no denying any of that stuff. It's just, where are we going with it all? And is that spend eventually going to be justified? And then you have a stock like ORCL that, you know, has really sort of been the brunt of that news about the data centers, and they've really been on a nice little upswing in the last month and a half. So, you know, maybe these data centers do have some life left to those trades. And, you know, I bought some IREN on Friday as well. So maybe there's something there. All right, what's going on with Joe over there at the big screen? Maybe we get some trade ideas with the upgrades and downgrades. Oh.
All right. Yeah, we're going to take a look at some of the options activity first here, Katina Man, and then we'll hop into some of the analyst actions. We're going to kick things off with NVDA. We were talking about this earlier this morning, down to the tune of 6% on Friday session. Now we get this bounce, $210 is where we're going to find that next supply zone, guys. You can see 68,000 contracts at that specific level. All right, so that's quite a bit of size. I mean, we've seen more before, but we're going to look for that next supply zone where there might be some form of resistance, and how we're going to close and how the turn out for the rest of the week. Now, volume 16,800 contracts open and closed on Friday session. Once again, that's going to be expiring in a couple of weeks, guys, the 18th. Now, as for your bid and the ask, sitting on a $20 spread, relatively wide for this name. Let's see if that's going to close up or tighten as we open up after the market open. Now, as for our delta, sitting around that $40 metric, and our gamma exposure, $2, nothing substantial, but an at-the-money IV sitting around 43.1%. Now, as for this contract in itself, we did peak on the 14th of May, and then now we're trading around $4.50, as you can see from our bid and ask, but that is an 85% decline in that specific contract, all right? So let's keep an eye out for $210. Moving forward, IBIT here, guys. 31,000 at this $32 marker. I think this is where we're going to want to look for a floor. We're below some key support levels. Now, if we don't get this bounce, there might be some more potential downside here in Bitcoin. Volume 7,700 contracts open and closed on Friday session. And then you can see we're sitting on a $5 spread, nothing substantial. Considering this is slightly out of the money, we're sitting at that $27 metric with about an $8 gamma, 57.3%. in your at-the-money IV. As we slide, you can see a slight uptick. And here's the put value in itself. You get about a little bit over 115% on this specific contract, from around $35 all the way to a high of around $94, guys. So let's keep an eye out on that $32 level. Moving forward, Broadcom, $300. What are we even talking about here? That's a ways away. Well, guys, I just wanted to display some of the open interest and where the highest amount of concentration is, and that's going to be at this level. right? $300, okay? That's quite a ways away. But I mean, we're just gonna take a look and see where the larger participants are laying. 13,900 contracts at that level. And then only 347 contracts open and closed on Friday session at that $300 strike price. And the spread is relatively wide as well too, guys, all right? So just keep that in mind. We're sitting at $98 on the ask and $64 on the bid. Your delta, considering it's so far out of the money, you have $3, and you almost have no gamma exposure as well to a penny. And at the money, IV sitting at 54.8%. Now, before we send it off to Michael Noss, let's take a look at some of our analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. Lululemon at the top of the downgrade list, guys. UBS lowering its price target to $124 from $153. Now, Walmart also getting the downgrade, guys, going from a buy to a hold, and you're down about 0.3% this morning. Broadcom also getting the downgrade, going from an outperform to a neutral weight, $137 price target. You're down 0.6% this morning. And then Allstate Group here, guys, going from outperform to market perform. You're down about 0.8% at Keefe there. All right, moving forward, we are going to be taking a look at some of the upgrades. At the top of the list, we have Biogen going from a hold to a buy with a $225 price target. At Needham, you can see we're positive 2% here today. And then Cummins also getting the nod, guys. Neutral to a buy, but a $850 price target coming up from $565. That's a substantial move there. And then we also have Crocs. Crocs getting the nod, going from a neutral way to an outperform, and you're up 2.64% here this morning with a $150 price target. That's up from $115. Now, Avis Budget Group, car, yes, the once meme stock going on an insane rally. We're talking $160 price target, coming up from $150 at Barclays. Underweight to an equal weight here, and you're up about 1.8% here this morning, guys. Let's send it over to Adara. We have our special guest, Michael Noss.
Always great to invite Michael Noss, CMT, on with us on these Monday and Friday mornings. Good morning, Michael. How are you doing? How was your weekend?
It's much better now that I see what the market's doing in the pre-market. It was a little bit worrisome there on Friday, but all good. How about yourself?
It was great, thank you. And I like that you brought up Friday here, because we're going to talk a little bit about that tech drop on Friday. You were already speaking on Friday morning about kind of ways to get into other sectors. I understand you have a lot more to say about that today.
Yeah, and this is, a big not to brag moment, I guess. But I got a couple questions from viewers, and I love when you guys reach out to me about, okay, I was on Friday morning saying, hey, I'm taking a little bit off tech and I'm putting a little bit into some of these other sectors. And they just wanted me to go in a little deeper about what I saw and what potentially to look out for next time this thing happens. So the first couple slides are going to be the same ones that I brought on Friday, and then we're going to go deeper. So we'll go through these ones pretty quick. So this was the main one that I talked about. The top of this chart here was actually the RSP, so the average large cap stock, and what that had done on Thursday. And then the bottom chart is the Qs, and you can see the Qs was down quite a bit, and the RSP was up. So the Qs had already given us 1% down, and the average stock did just fine, and it held up pretty well. And then the next chart was DRAM, and showing that DRAM actually had gapped down. It barely was able to hold positive at all. But like I just showed you guys, the average large cap stock closed up 1%, and it did well. And when you see divergences like that, that is, I think, the first thing that should kind of perk your ears up, because if the star player, I guess, of your team is not doing well, but then everything else is doing fine, it might mean that there's some other kind of star players that are kind of coming up, right? People are taking the ball or the puck or whatever analogy you want to use, and they're moving on with it. And the easiest thing to do when you're looking for relative strength, or you're looking for rotation in this case, is you can just grab your ETF list and you can just sort it by what's up and what's down on the day. When you have these kind of, and this was all Thursday, this was before the big sell-off on Friday, you have not just one was doing a little bit better than the other, or one was doing a little bit worse than the other, but right, everything is up and DRAM is down pretty significant, or an AVGO and all of these names were down pretty significant, that split is kind of what perks your ears up. So then I'll go in and show you guys what these charts looked for the ones that were doing well. And the first one I brought was XLF. Look at that big candle. And again, just want to remind everyone, this was Thursday's candle because I was here on Friday morning, and how well that held up when DRAM and the Qs went lower. That is kind of a telltale sign of rotation. People are taking their money from one area of the market and they're shuttling it into the other area of the market. And the benefit of these kind of trades is that they can happen fairly quickly. And it's because funds don't have a choice. I think that's one of the big things to talk about for a second here, is that a lot of these mutual funds and hedge funds and large institutions, they are not allowed to go to cash. They are not allowed to do a lot of derivative type positions. They have to be invested. So when they sell one, they immediately have to buy something else. And that's what creates these kind of patterns in charts where one thing is tanking, the other one is ripping. And part of I think we're wired to try to go after the one that's on sale. But in this case, right, generally speaking, you want to go to where the money is flowing into, because it's not retail that does this, it's institutions. Next one here is XLF, same kind of chart, nice break of resistance, nice gap up, nice held. Both of those were actually up the day before. So we had financials and then we had healthcare, and both of those held up. Now, why those sectors when I could kind of pick on everything else that was up? Well, the next chart I think helps, this table kind of helps explain this just a little bit here, in which this shows us, just the next table there, and just shows, this is a ratio chart. So a ratio chart just tells us one versus the other. So instead of a chart, if you type in Apple and you hit go, you're really looking at what's Apple versus the US dollar. And that's what we're looking at in most of these cases. In this one, it's XLV versus SMH. So this is just our healthcare versus semiconductors. So if this line is going down, it means semiconductors are doing amazing and healthcare is falling behind. And you can see very quickly, there was that gap up on Thursday. This chart includes Friday. And that gap up on Thursday showed us that there was a big switch where healthcare was finally starting to and dramatically outperform semiconductors. And then that big green candle is what happened on Friday, where again, semiconductors kind of got killed and healthcare held up. So you can start to see how using these ratio charts help kind of show you where that money is flowing into. Because, you know, if both of them sold off, the chart would be flat. If both of them rallied, the chart would be flat. But to have this quick reversal just shows a quick flip from kind of one to the other. Next chart here is just a table of, you know, the other question I had is, okay, why, you know, there's tons of things that are up. Why focus on financials and healthcare and all of that? Well, this is just a breakdown of what is in the S&P 500. Like what is the stocks and the sectors and the components under, and why do I always kind of harp on about financials and healthcare? Well, if you look at the top one, 34% IT or tech, but actually if you go down to communication services, which is 10%, and consumer discretionary, which is 10%, those are also kind of tech. Tesla is a consumer discretionary, and so is Amazon. And then communication services, it's Google and I think Meta. So a lot of, if you look at it, it's essentially 50% of the entire market is tech. So if I'm worried that tech is going to have a little bit come down, then what I want to do is I want to start looking at these other ones. So financials being 13% of the S&P 500, and then healthcare being 10%. Those are the next kind of sections down if you get completely away from tech. Then you can start to look at industrials and all of this, and energy still only 3% of the S&P 500. But just knowing what makes up the market just helps me go, okay, if I think this sector is going to sell off, where do you think they're going to flow into? Are they going to go all the way down into real estate? Or maybe they're just going to go down to the next largest sectors, the ones that should do fine. And then last but not least is if you want to go into some other charts and use the same premise that are kind of more speculative, because I get it, you know, healthcare and financials are good for old boomers like me, but people want things that move a little fast. You can do the same analysis and you can do it with more speculative plays. I've been talking about the psychedelics industry and I've been talking about the cannabis or marijuana industry for a long time. And we saw that exact scenario on Friday. So this is, again, including Friday's data here, how much the market kind of got kicked yesterday or on Friday, and then look at MOS's chart. It gapped up and it held that support and it closed relatively green on the day. So just wanted to go a little bit deeper into the analysis behind it. This is why I always mention that I kind of love sell-off days, because it kind of really helps you highlight and to see what sectors are doing well, and you don't need that. You just go to your ETF watch list and you sort by what's up on the day, and you just start going through those names, and you know that at least some money rotated into there.
Thank you for going over all of that for us, Michael. I do have a question, and I actually think this question was solidified by that ratio chart you showed for, I believe, XLF versus SMH. So I guess my question, and maybe a question other people might have as well, is what happens if you have a rebound, say, in tech? I mean, today we're already seeing some of these names gap up or recover. Does that, especially given the ratio chart, does that impact potentially the performance, the relative strength of these other names, say, you know, your XLFs, your XLVs, et cetera, or are they just likely to continue on their upward trajectories even if tech goes up?
Well, I think in this case, probably both are going to go up, because it feels like a little bit recovery of the market. But you're 100% right. Something to note about these ratio charts is SMH is always going to be a higher beta, a bigger move than something like XLV. So this chart will react very quickly to those type of things. I will say that in the past, these rotations, there was a lot of studies done showing that they could take up to 3 to 6 months. It feels like nowadays, now that everything is faster, it's more like a couple days to a couple weeks. So we could be getting that rotation back. But to be honest, there was, even though we're gapping or we're up quite a bit in the pre-market, there was a lot of damage done Friday. So I wouldn't be shocked if this ratio continues kind of the way it's going for another week or so.
Just another question here off of that answer. You mentioned these rotation cycles. I guess what are some technical indicators or elements for people to look for to see if and when that rotation slows down or comes to an end? Like, you have the breakout here, of course, to show that you've got, you know, your XLVs, your XLFs, even MSOS. What signs could people potentially be looking for to say, okay, maybe this move up is stalling a bit?
Yeah, and it's the beauty of this. It's just the exact opposite. So say today we get a huge rip in SMH, and then they just completely dump XLV and XLF, and those just fall right back into the range. Well, then, you know, at least for now, the rotation has flipped back. You don't want to be too sensitive about these things, because just like anything, there's a lot of random market noise out there. But just like any breakout, like that MSOS chart, I think is a perfect example. That's the first day of a breakout. Wouldn't surprise me if that fails. Most breakouts fail. It doesn't mean that you don't go after them. It just means you have kind of a tight risk reward on them. So I bought a little bit of MSOS on Friday, and if we get into that kind of 480-ish area, I'm going to be out. Or if I see a day where maybe MSOS doesn't move at all, but we have a huge rip in semis, that just makes me think that, okay, Friday was just a little blip in the pan. Everyone's kind of rotating right back into those semiconductor plays.
Great information, as always, from Michael Noss, CMT. Where can the people find you if they want to know more?
Yeah, Stats Edge Trading is my website, and then Michael Noss, CMT on all socials. And thanks for having me.
Always great to have you, Michael Noss. Thanks again for being here with us. Really quickly, before we go back to the guys, I do have a headline I want to share with the audience here. And thanks again to Michael Noss. Guys, just be aware here, GLW is going to be on watch. I'll pull it up for you guys. Pushing higher here as Amazon announces a multi-billion-dollar deal with Corning to supply optical fiber, cable, and connectivity solutions for its U.S. data center build-out. This deal is going to be expanding Amazon's domestic fiber supply chain as we see continued scaling for that AI data center demand. So once again here, GLW, Amazon deal on watch. Back to you.
Thanks, Dara. It's actually funny because Corning was one of the names that we were talking about, and it actually got that opportunity. It's, you know, I dip bought into IREN, fine, but this would have been the better one. I mean, well, I can't predict this news flow, but good deal with NVIDIA, had it popping. You guys remember when this had happened, I was like, oh man, you know, if it comes back in, we want to get it. It came back in, we didn't get it. And then on Friday, it came back in right to that same level again of 175, 180. And there's the pop today up to 195. So Corning now with Amazon, Corning now with NVIDIA, and Corning cornholing the market to the upside right there as You ever play that game, cornhole? There, where you
Yeah, big cornhole guy. Man.
Cornhole championships now. I don't know if that's the official name. I actually saw it on ESPN one time. No word of a lie.
Yeah,
ESPN2 had it on.
They have it.
That championship there. But no, I think this is another part of the stack that continues to win. You know, the glass. You know, there needs to be some build outs, and you can see that that's been happening there for Corning. So a nice little move up 9%. Yeah, as per what Michael said, man, we've been talking about some of the rotations. And look, if you rotated out of tech and into something else, I mean, sure, you were right Friday, but are you going to be right today? If that money's sitting on the sidelines right now, you know, obviously you saved yourself quite a bit of percentage points there, depending on what instrument you're trading with the Nasdaq. But now you're right back up 1.6%. So, you know, maybe that dump is not, you know, long-lived, but you get a nice move up there back for the XLF. And I know you and I have been talking about banks for a minute. It's you know, they've been well sort of depreciated back into the downside, and now it looks like we're trying to break out again there on the XLF. And you know, big names like Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs keeps on trucking higher as they get the deals with SpaceX. They're going to bring these names to market, OpenAI and Anthropic. So there's Morgan Stanley at the highs, and there's Goldman Sachs at the highs as well. Tale of different stories, because JP Morgan is, although battling back nicely, you have names like Wells Fargo that still continue to be to the downside a little bit. Although, you know, the rebound's been real in some of these names. There we go. I mean, 73 back up to 82 bucks. You're still well off of its highs, right, as you are with JP Morgan. I think JP Morgan's high is around 340. It's at 313 or so right now, but yeah, thanks, Michael. I do like some of the bank names. I'm starting to fill this up again right now. I actually have an NVIDIA long, short Q, short Marvell, which doesn't really make too much sense, but it's all key levels that I'm gonna be looking at here today. If it 8, then I like sort of that as a long. We'll have to wait to see if that comes into play again here. The 200 period now starting to slope up. You know, market's starting to go this way. If it can hold 208, I like NVIDIA. But I'm a little worried here about Marvell breaking lower underneath this 280 mark. This is just found this level right here. I mean, it's going to be where the 200 period moving average is. Marvell on the way down, you know, on Friday was pretty bad, pretty beat up there. And especially early on Marvell as we just went from 300 down to 285, nice rebound back to 300, then basically sells off all day. That move from 130 down into 270, that's not nice. That's about $15 right there. Then even a huge move into the close down to 250, now battling itself back. Let's see if Marvell can hold 280. So a couple ideas that we have on the move right now. So anyway.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think this week is going to be a massive teller in where we're going to go in the near term. Anyways, considering Friday's session was really aggressive, what are we thinking? Like, is this going to be another buy the dip scenario, and then you climb to new all-time highs in some of these hyperscaler names? So what happens this week, I think, is going to be a big time indicator of what is actually to come here in the near future. I like everything Google. I mean, if you can get that at 13% to the downside, which we pretty much had, then by all means, I'm going to be looking to grab some more if we do have the opportunity to get that. NVDA is still off the all-time high, and AMD and some of the other names have started to get hit a little bit, right? So, hey, cash on hand, especially after 15% off the highs, when you just go on this big time run of $550, now you're down to $462 roughly, or $485, I should say. The low and the open was it? So, I mean, are we going to start talking about value? I don't know if that's value. I don't think that's necessarily the case, but what is coming is really important, right? Is to come, just considering, like, look at this massive day. This engulfs so much. And we talk about overextension at some points. Like, I understand it. And to me, this is my honest opinion. Do I love these rips? It's great when you're involved in them, yeah. But then don't forget, you kind of get that elastic band effect. It's like you move so fast, so high, so fast. You come in aggressively, and everybody's like, what do I do? You're kind of caught offside, and you're like, oh, I'm holding a boatload of shares, and I haven't really been taking them off as we slowly climb higher and higher. So what I'm worried about is that we come back in a little too aggressive, but for those who are sitting on cash, it's like, okay, this is a great buying opportunity. I would rather see a little bit more of a clean ebb and flow and not just steady up into the right. Like a break of this all-time high here, you come back in, you retest that level, and then you make that additional leg higher. We didn't get that. It was just boom, off to the races. And then when you have a session like Friday, everybody's like, what is even going on here? Like you said before, to the stock market if you never knew that you'd have a red day and an aggressive one at that. So that's where I stand, right? I believe Google is going to be a good potential buy here. You're still down about 11% off of the high, 10 1/3 there, and then Amazon signing that deal. I know Bell Canada involved with Corning as well, but Amazon off the highs here, Sean, to the tune of 10%. So if we're looking at some of these
You like Google better than Amazon, eh?
I do.
Okay.
I do like Google more than Amazon. I just think Google is the ultimate tech ETF, right? I mean, you get exposure to almost everything with this name, whether it be these LLMs and AI tools. Then you have digital advertisement revenue coming in via YouTube and obviously search. And then you have Waymo. Need I go on with Willow, the quantum space that we don't really talk about within this name. And then you have cloud services. So that's why I like it. I think it's just an absolute cash tool, especially with 900 million monthly active users across the ecosystem. It's just insane numbers, really, and I think it's going to continue to grow as Google slowly starts to eat some of these other players' lunch, these AI startups, and I'm more or less referring to ChatGPT, even though that still has an insane amount of monthly active users, the fastest growing app of all time. So any form of a pullback in these bad boys, and I still think, as Sean was talking about the banks, I still think we have some value here. In JPM, we're about, 8% or so, 7 1/5 off of the highs. I like it, and that's why I'm going to continue to buy them.
All right, yeah, a couple good looks right there. Like I said, IBIT, we didn't even really get over Bitcoin yet here today with a nice little move back up to the high side, 63.5. I'm still watching Marvell. I mean, man, we just talked about Marvell maybe losing some of the bid. There it is, down a couple bucks right now as the Nasdaq still trying to hold out. But yeah, Bitcoin and IBIT doing a little dance over the weekend, which is kind of nice, holding in and around that $63,000 mark. We'll see if IBIT wants to hold for it. I have a bid down here at 35 if we do come in for IBIT. It's going to be a really super, like we see where Cerebras is, CBRS. I think it's just going to be a really interesting week heading into SpaceX. You know, will there actually be that much excitement towards many other names as we approach Friday? I mean, we already got the pricing of 135. We'll see what winds up happening. This has been an absolute disaster of an IPO, but it still came out at 185. I mean, the stock printed out at 350 has not really seen the light of day since that first print. And, you know, we did halt up. I mean, I wasn't here, but we did halt up to 380, and that was it, man. 380 halt, back opens up 370, and then whooshes all the way back down to the downside. So we'll see if this name can battle back a little bit. What a couple horrendous days to end the week for Cerebras last. If that happens the same way kind of for SpaceX. And I just think it's an interesting, very interesting week to have SpaceX come through, because I feel like even us, we're unsure of like what the momentum's going to be today. I mean, the Nasdaq back up 1.5%. Almost seems like it's just, I don't know, man, like a little bit of like coating on top. Like I just don't know if this rebound is going to be real today. It's the word I'm looking for. I can't think of it, but kind of like where you're just, you know, glossing over something there. Like the Nasdaq had such a bad day on Friday that I just think this part of this is just kind of like a relief rally that's making a move higher, and that we are very, very susceptible to once again another drop. This is Continuum. So that was, I think that's right, Continuum. Okay, good, yeah, I was saying it wrong every single time last week, but there's another move here today, up 2%. Will they be able to hold some of their lows? Another way to look at this would be through, you're looking at SDK and DRAM last week, and some of the pullbacks that had happened over there as well, up 5%, SNDK. There today, and then Micron on the come up back to the upside there. As I was talking with a couple people on the weekend that just to put money to work on Micron, and you know, around that $1,000 mark, and got a little bit of a kick in the face there on Friday, down to 860 for Micron. So we'll have to, you know, wait to see if any of these names can hold bids here today. I just think it's getting a little frothy. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for here, as traders jump back in. But let's see what happens when the boat starts to get a little overflowed with too many gains here this morning. Will traders sell some of that rebound play? Like if you bought some of the lows there on Friday, you know, Micron up 8%, Marvell up 8%, some of these names are starting to go this morning. Maybe it is time to get off of those and put some money back in your pocket and wait for Friday, right? I think that's what's going to happen. happen.
Yeah, I agree, right? Like maybe you get a little bit of a relief rally, and they're like, okay, for some people, this is my chance to get out. Speaking of IPOs, before we send it back over to the desk there, CoreWeave is really the only one that's held up from the 2025 IPOs, right? We're above that opening price. You look at Circle, you look at Fig, and whatever other names that IPO'd have not been performing well in 2025. This is, I believe, the only exception. So,
I want to make sure that we continue to support the chat, right? I mean, we want to say shout out to everybody that's in the chat right now here today. Here, I want to call this up here, Lyndon Meyer.
What up?
I don't have any idea. I'm not even the day, I'm not worried at all about where SpaceX opens up. I mean, for me, the trade is one thing only, and that is to try to play the momentum right there off the open. I mean, hopefully, I was saying to Joe, you know, you take 500 shares, something like that. If it pops up $3, you know, is $3, if it opens up at 300, $3 is going to be nothing.
No.
You know, that's going to be the spread.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so I just think it's about trying to figure out where that tap is. So have I decided where I'll SpaceX? I mean, unfortunately, I bank here in Canada, and you know, I don't have any access. Canadian banks don't generally get any early looks at IPOs, so unfortunately, well, Simple, that's not a bank, but yeah, so I got it. That's what I'm saying. So I got to get involved in a different place. So I don't have any access to 135. But if this thing opens up at, like, let's just say it opens at 150, I think there's a lot of room to run. I think 150 is a very reasonable price that a lot of, and it's not, because the valuation is already huge. I'm not going to sit here and say to you 100 times sales, 100 times revenue. Like, all these things are not numbers that I think SpaceX will be able to hold early, but we're trying to play the momentum in the space. So Lyndon Meyer and everybody else there, if it opens up at, like, Cerebras was 185, it opened at 350. That's a double. So this is going 135. I believe there's more retail interest, a hell of a lot more, in SpaceX than there was in anything else we've ever seen. So if some of these IPOs are going out at double what the indicated price is, can we see a 270? Can we see a 250? Can we see a 300 on SpaceX? If it opens up at 300, am I really gonna put in, honestly, 5,000 shares to buy at $300? Because the thing is, Joe, I know it's gonna be a low float, but like you and I said, if you got allocation at 135, which lots of people are gonna get, lots of funds are gonna get that, it opens up at $3. Are you hitting the market buy key or the market sell key on a trade that you've already made triple your money on?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, when there's gonna be questions about valuation, and where we've seen a lot of these recent IPOs, Cerebras, one of them, QNT, another one, are you really gonna hold this for 3 or 4 days? This thing could open up at $300, trade at 200 the very next day.
I mean, it's like, think about it. We're talking about a $1.7 trillion valuation. If it doubles, then it's already in the top 4 of the most valuable countries.
Making zero money.
Exactly, on the planet. So, I mean,
Galactic bag holders.
Yeah, well, hey, man, that's what we're going to do. We're going to be patient. We're not going to buy anything right out of the gate except for the momentum trade here. But as from a long-term perspective, we're going to be relaxed, and we're not going to be too quick to pull the trigger. We have some cash. We're prepared for that. But as for the IPOs, guys, we already went through a couple of them, right? Like, there's Circle. Circle hasn't been as bad, but you're going right back to where you opened up at $70. And then we also had Fig, I believe, IPO'd. This one has been absolutely disastrous, just steady down and to the right, eastbound and down on this one here. Yeah, exactly. Kenny Powers.
I would love for them to bring that back.
83.9% off those highs when you were at a high of $143. I think this is a completely different play, the momentum. We should get a poll up there before we send it back to the desk. We should get a poll for this SpaceX IPO. Just like, what are we thinking, right?
Lyndon Meyer, $100.
Be a nice.
Lyndon Meyer, I think we're not. I'm not on the same. I'm not on the same wavelength as all of this. You're not going to see $100 in SpaceX, in my opinion, for a very long time. Like, 135, in my opinion,
yeah, it's cheap,
is going to be the base. Like, I could be completely wrong, but if you're talking about $100, I really think there's a good chance this thing opens up at 300, honestly.
Yeah.
So I don't think you're gonna see $100. Will that, I mean, if we're talking about month, 2 months, 3 months down the road, fine. I have no idea what this market's gonna do to SpaceX, but I'm telling you one thing, man, Elon is gonna become the first trillionaire off of this kind of a deal. I don't know if he's gonna be in there supporting the stock, but what I do know is he's gonna buy Tesla. He's going to buy Tesla. The whole company is going to go into one symbol. The symbol is going to be called
X.
and that's it, man. They're going to have XAI. They're going to have Tesla. They're going to have SpaceX. The stock, the symbol that you're all going to be talking about for the next 100 years is simply one letter, and it's going to be X.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, I had a point that I was going to say. If we were this, like, think about how long we've been forward-looking in Tesla. So why wouldn't we think the exact same thing with SpaceX? We talk about Tesla all the time, autonomy and robotics. That's what's down the pipeline. So I think that's going to have the same vision here when it comes to SpaceX. So, all right, man.
We don't have, and the problem is we don't have any math to justify. We don't know where SpaceX is going to go. You're going to have to put a multiple. Look, part of their S filing is they're mining asteroids. Like that's not something that's happening anytime soon.
Like, you know what I mean? This isn't Interstellar or anything at this point.
Well, apparently it is.
Or Armageddon. But it's the forward look, essentially, what we're getting at, right? Like, if this guy wants to put data centers in space, well, how far away are we actually from that?
I mean, as per there, what's up, trust fund baby there? He's talking about the TAM is huge. Yeah, of course it is. The total addressable market for space. I mean, you know, until our alien friends kick us out of there, I don't really know what exactly, you know, the space is, that last sort of, as I said, the final frontier there. If they can sort of master that, it's such a capital intensive business, obviously, getting these things up into space, building up there, figuring out the data center. They got to figure it all out, man. There's heating issues, there's cooling issues. I mean, Sharif's great at all this. He knows a lot about this as well. There's much more than I do. There's so many different aspects that needs to be worked out still, that this is definitely a play, as you had said, Joe, something that we're looking forward to in the upcoming decades, let alone, you know, the next coming years. This is, I would love to bring you in, Sharif. What are your thoughts on all of this?
So this is actually really interesting, Katina, man, because I was actually reading an article about this on the weekend. It's about $1,000 per kilogram right now to get something into space. They're saying it's likely going to be a lot more likely. You'll see data centers in space once you get to about $100 a kilogram. And they're saying probably 2 generations until we see that. Just wanted to point that out. It's really a cost thing, guys.
Around $100 now from SpaceX.
$1,000 a kilogram.
1,000 right now, yeah. So they need to do a little bit of work there in order to make this thing somewhat profitable, because you can't just keep firing everything up there if it's going to cost that much.
No.
You know, per every launch, right? So they got to get that all figured out. But I think we're all on the same page. If anyone's going to figure it out, this is the company, and this is the opportunity right now with SpaceX that's right in front of us. And hey, man, we're just going to be able to wait and see and close our eyes and plug our nose and take that opening print. It's just a matter of how many. For me, I'm going to be in that opening print. It's a matter of how many shares and what that eventually looks like, and if I'm trading the next day or not. So that would be
Well,
that would be the night. It's like Sean coming into the principal's office. There's been a mistake on your account. Now that's not a mistake. That's either a nice green number or quite a significant red number.
Well, that's what I said. I said it's either we're going to be rocking and rolling, or we might be in the unemployment line.
One or the other. Well, we won't be in that line, but our accounts will be looking to be unemployed at one point. There, we could still host, man. We just got to. We go back in sim mode. We figure it out. But no, I think all in all, I think we'll be fine on that day. It's just a matter of I'll be anxious. I mean, I didn't get much sleep last night. We won't be getting
no sleep for you all
no sleep.
week.
No, and I'm at the Baseball Diamond until 10:30 tonight. Anyways, doesn't matter. There's more news here about Intel. I just heard in my ear something about being considered by Google as a backup. Maybe I'll have to hear some more information on it. But there goes Intel right now, up 8, 9, 10%. Intel's going. So Google placed an order with Intel. Here, listen to this, Sharif. Google placed an order with Intel for over 3 million TPUs right now. So there we go, man. Backup chip manufacturer, up and away. There goes Intel. This is probably a buy immediately right now. So thank you, big nephew. Yeah, I'm happy to be here with Joe. Neil on the day off. He'll be back in there tomorrow. But yeah, this is the pair today. It's 9:03. Let's go back over to Sharif and Adara, and we're gonna go through the rundown. We're a little late on this here today. Joe, this is what happens when you're having a good time. Back to the desk.
Well, let's get started here with this start this rundown with a look at the futures. Again, just go over this headline though quickly. The information reporting that Google and NVIDIA are considering Intel as a backup chip manufacturer. This is coming from the information, a source that lately has not had necessarily the best reputation, so keep that in mind. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But once again, the TPU is reportedly on watch here. Google, again, reportedly placing an order with Intel for more than 3 million TPUs.
737 and 2/3, guys, is where we closed out on Friday. We're above that markedly right now, but 744 and change, up more than 0.4%. So we're going to look right away to 745. That's going to be our key area of resistance. We're looking to clear that $5 area. If we catch a bid, start recovering a little bit from Friday, 750, a glaring area of resistance. But we're going to look to 735, despite the fact that it was a couple of bucks below the Friday closing print, as we did recover a little bit towards the end. We're going to look to 735 Adara as support.
Take a look here at our rundown, which of course is always drawn from our Trader TV Live watch list. Now, if you want to see what we're going to be looking at today, or even names that we don't get to in the rundown, definitely grab this. It is available for free. You can subscribe via a link in the description of this YouTube video. Again, FREE free, and it gives you economic data, earnings, everything you need to know. Now, the top, or near the top here of the watch list this morning, was AAPL. Apple set to have its WWDC 2026 keynote at 1 p.m. Eastern. Lots on tap for today.
Not expected is any new products, physical products, not expected to make any sort of announcement at this WWDC. It will be focused more on the upcoming iOS 27 and specifically Siri 2.0, which is going to have a new face. It's going to be an in-phone app chatbot where you'll be able to engage with Siri much like you do with Gemini or ChatGPT. But it's going to look a little bit differently from some of the reviews that I'm seeing online. It's going to be structured in a bit of a different way. Also, Siri will be native, so it's going to be able to understand context. So if you've got a screen open, it knows what you're looking at. It will be able to make intelligent suggestions. The Siri that we have been waiting for about 2 years or so. Also, there is this sort of unfactored $100 Siri premium that Wedbush has been pounding the table on. They think that, you know, the inclusions of other assistants like OpenAI, Claude, and some other LLMs that might be offered are going to provide Apple with a monetization strategy that Wedbush is gauging anyway. It's going to add about $75 to $100 on top of Apple's share price, which is completely unfactored according to the report today. So don't expect any product announcements, guys. Today likely will be more about software and Siri.
Fun fact here for you guys. I mentioned this back on Friday, but as you can see, of the last 16 WWDC keynote dates, the market dropped on 13 of them. So we've only been green 3 of the last 16 WWDC keynotes. Not saying that we will drop today, but just interesting pattern to be aware of. How do you guys feel about AAPL today?
Hold on a second. There it is, man. We're already 80 cents in the money here as Intel trying to break through right now, 111. I kind of was watching that 110 area. We didn't get in exactly at the right spot. There's a nice little drop in there now for Intel. We're not gonna, you know, we don't have the greatest sort of track record with, there's the reload and there's the out. I was gonna say, we don't have the greatest track record with sort of buying these things early days, but here we go. We just got a reload there on Intel, so it's a pretty good trade as it's trying to get back up to the upside. Now up 12%. Google News. So yeah, giving us a little bit. I just put out the sticky note that's now out, but we are now into Intel. Let's see what winds up happening here with INTC. I'm offering all 111.50s, stacking up just a bit. They're up now 12%. Hey, deal with Google, deal with the US government. We really like, okay. Joe, now this little baby trade's starting to get me a little uncomfortable right now as there it goes. We just got a 111.45s right there as bids and offers hitting the space right now. That is, of course, Intel. And we're in that name. So there it goes, man. Now we're $1. There's an early little dollar club look there for Intel, but playing the momentum long. All right, man. Apple, it's 1 p.m., right? So, all right. I think you just wait for it. Everything that, you know, Adara was sort of spitting out there, and I know, Sharif, we've all sort of talked about this, and what the capital-intensive requirements are for Apple, not the same as any of the other Mag 7s right now. They're just going to worry about producing a better phone, getting their products out there. You know, their MacBook sales alone are better sales than what is it, 95% of the S&P 500 just in one product alone. I think it was their iPad maybe. But you know, they've got it. They're going to announce something special today, I would think. People have been dogging them for their Siri performance and you know how that's been going. But I think if you can just push a button to connect to any of these LLMs, I think that would be really cool. Apple lets them do all the work and they'll just put everything together. We all are on our phones literally all day, you know, and they can now produce incredible results with many different apps. I mean, like we had said here, Gemini, everything works pretty much flawlessly on your iPhone. I'm using, and I said this about the Moat, thank you, Randy. And bananas, yeah, you go bananas over there. You know, talked about, and I'm only using these LLMs for basic stuff. Researching little fun, cute little things like that, stuff for the show or blah, blah, blah. But I'm not using it for the coding or anything that's that serious. So I don't know if Apple has that game. I mean, we talked about the Mac Minis, right? I think those are pretty much been sold out for a minute. And so that's been helping the Apple story. But you know, I like Apple here. I think it's a wait and see until 1 p.m. and we see what winds up happening. And there it is, man. Oh boy. We're starting to really get going now. Now we're $2 plus in the money on Intel. And yeah, man, just join the party. I mean, it's not, this was a pretty easy trade, Joe. It's how far it goes up, I don't know, but there's the momentum back in the space. There it goes, man. Intel, now we just took another piece out at the top side there for INTC. Let's just keep it going. We've almost got our daily goal here on this trade, and it's only because of where it's moving. We didn't take a huge amount of shares, but there it goes, 112, 113 for Intel. What do you think about Apple today? I'm gonna wait till 1 p.m. maybe, see what the deal is, but yeah, more impressed with what's going on here with Intel.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be like crazy price action. You might see a volatility spike here and there with a little excitement, but the upgrade is really important. I think it can drive that next cycle within the iPhone. We've seen it with the 17. We were expecting with the 16. We never got it, but then you got double-digit growth within the 17, which is good, and China sales were up. I mean, everything that these guys got going on, and for quite some time, I think with the front end, with that front office change, we'll see a little bit more capital expenditure coming from this company. But don't forget, these guys weren't really spending that much cash and still collecting from everyone who's putting an app on their phone. Right, so these guys are a cash machine as well too. We talk about that MacBook, just getting people and students involved with the ecosystem, and then once you're in the ecosystem, you're essentially trapped, and you just stick with everything along those lines. Sean's got the AirPods with them, and you just use. I have Beats for my AirPods as well too. So I mean, I like everything that this company does. Especially with what they got going on. I really hope they hit the nail on the head with this Siri upgrade, because right now it's just absolutely hot garbage. But anyways, let's send it back to the desk. Let's talk a little NVIDIA.
NVIDIA now implicated in another reported deal here with INTC. But as we discussed earlier, NVIDIA making some pretty key deals and collaborations here with South Korea companies during Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA's trip to the country.
Yeah, their focus was to lock down core components and expand its AI factory footprint. The first deal was with SK Hynix, essentially making a deal for more energy efficient RAM. It drops it from about 100 plus watts required by the standard DDR5 system down to 30, and that's a lot, given that energy is a key bottleneck now in the AI build-out. SK Telecom also agreeing to build out gigawatt-scale AI cloud compute infrastructure across South Korea using, of course, NVIDIA's latest and greatest. We'll have to see the details on that. And the Doosan also throwing their hat into the ring, this time not for Vera Rubin or any other new sort of GPU, but for the Jetson. That is specifically made for robotics. It's smaller frame, smaller form, and a lot more inference-based as opposed to training-based. So good look there as we see the intersection between robotics and AI continue to take shape. And Naver's sovereign AI infrastructure, they're looking at building many different data centers across South Asia. They're saying here, specifically the East Asia region, and they're going to deploy NVIDIA clusters across their network. So we'll have to see the details on that, but good look here for NVIDIA.
Good look indeed. I just really quickly want to go over this Intel story again for anybody in case they missed it, because NVIDIA is implicated here as well. The information reporting that both Google and NVIDIA do consider Intel to be a backup chip maker as they face constrained capacity with TSM, Taiwan Semi. Google reportedly has already placed orders for more than 3 million TPU chips. NVIDIA yet to place orders, but they've reportedly been testing Intel's technology, potentially for a processor that could I believe, go into production in 2028. To send you back over to the guys, how do you feel about NVIDIA or any of these chips today?
I like their thanks casual says Sean with the insider info. First of all, like if I had insider info, man, I mean, I would be long down here at 102, man. I wouldn't even be here anymore. So there it is. No, as I said to Joe, I just wanted to play the 110 break. I mean, there was really nothing too hard about that one. And then Joe was like looking over. I was like, oh my God. He's like, what, you wish you had more shares? I was like, yeah, but we got double filled down there. And then there's the pop to the upside. I'm actually starting to exit out a little bit here. And it's just my style. You know, I'm up on this name. I'm feeling like I'm not sure which direction today, although the Nasdaq's trying to give it to us pretty good. And then I also wanted to send this right here too. How is Sean able to trade right now? We're actually on, I'll clear that. We're on prop floor, right? Our actually execution opens up quite early. I think even 7 a.m. maybe we can start executing on trades. We do have Blue Ocean available to us as well. That's an overnight market. We can trade futures. We can trade over 60 plus markets here at Real Trading. So yeah, the order books are open for us and we can trade pre-market. So that's how, and you know, I've built up enough, hopefully anyways, credibility around here after 20 plus years of trading that really no restrictions to any of the trading that I have. Some people here, if you are with Real Trading, you know, sometimes some of the managers or the accounts, you know, they might not want you to trade until a certain time, but yeah. I'm not using big amounts of shares here. And a lot of this is just, you know, playing some momentum to the upside. So I just want to clarify that right now. And it's not a huge, like I'm in half a unit. I was telling Joe, like half a unit was all that I took there as opposed to an intraday trade. And I sort of said to him, I'll take 5 units or whatever rate on Google and lose $2 or something right away. I'm just gonna edit this. I'm just joking about that, losing $2. Hopefully that doesn't happen. I gotta get rid of this opening print right here, but I like Google, or sorry, I like NVIDIA today. Oh, this is really gonna take me a second to do this. Let's go 210 here again. Our software sometimes, as you guys have seen, can be finicky with some of these dark pools. But all right, so here we go. Let me just call up the sticky note just real quickly here just to show you guys. I do have NVIDIA on here, and it's the only buy that I have today. Well, I have IBIT if it really dips down, but I thought NVIDIA did have a decent chance to get long into that 208. There was obviously a huge drawdown there on Friday. The SK Hynix and Samsung deals here fueling a little bit of a rebound in NVIDIA, right? And I don't think it's impossible for us to see that 208 area, and I was just kind of basing it off of the 200 period moving average. Then if we zoomed back out a little bit, here was 208. We had a little bit of cluster here, even down to 207. That low was 207. So that could be a place, but I wanted to look at 208. I want to be patient with it. I'm still not really feeling a crazy long today, despite what this market's doing. So kind of just gonna hold on for NVIDIA. It's a name that I most recently bought. I think it's I mean, I bought IREN obviously on Friday. We talked about that. We got some IREN long at 52 bucks. Wow, that's really working out now. But other than that, NVIDIA would be a dip by name for me, Joe. We talked about Google maybe in that area as well. But I want to get a little bit more of NVIDIA. I think the game story still works for NVDA.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we had the conversation, we know with Google and Amazon, they're looking to do their own in-house chips. But I brought this up during the earnings report the evening of, is that where's that next massive inflow going to come? And it's the sovereign nations. You got this deal with South Korea. They have deals, obviously, within the Gulf countries, which seems like a lifetime ago when Donald Trump was doing his rounds over there and getting them to invest in the United States. And then we also have some of the European countries as well, too. Norway being that, looking to build out their data centers. And then we also have Hive Digital building something out in, I believe, the Kitchener-Waterloo region here, Sean, which is interesting stuff. So I think that's going to be that next massive inflow here for NVDA, is that the sovereign nations looking to start to play catch up with their AI build out and their data center build out. So I like this name. I don't need to talk about it too much. We talked about the increase in the dividend as well too, Katina Man. So you get a whopping, right now, a staggering 25 cents a share, which we're not going to complain about whatsoever. See, the thing is, when Meta issued their dividend, I remember this, the stock went absolutely insane. Not necessarily the case right here. And Sharif brought up a fact that, hey, what about this might have a little bit of an impact on margins, especially when the competition is slowly starting to grow. So, I mean, at the end of the day, we like it. 25-cent divvy. Got hit pretty heavy on Friday. I believe it's going to be an inside day. What is sentiment going to say? If we think this is value right now and we could just rip this thing and we break this $214, $15 marker, I think that we can start to see 220 and a little bit more in the near future. But yeah, we got not too much time left here, guys. Let's send it back to the desk and see what we got going on.
Take a look here at MRVL, a name that I know Sean is quite interested in. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang last week announcing that this company could be the next trillion-dollar company. It had quite the rally during that entire week, and also set to be added to the S&P 500 later this month.
June 22nd, 2026, driven by an aggressive, a very high 286% trailing 12-month rally, and of course, being called a possible trillion-dollar company by the one Jensen himself certainly doesn't hurt. This is going to trigger automated buying power of the passive index funds that will have to add this to their balance sheet. Coming out of the S&P 500 is going to be Pool Corp, that's ticker POOL, as well as Campbell Soup, no, CPB. That's going to come out of the index simultaneously. So it's going to be the morning of June 22nd. Well, we got to talk about their margins. So their margins are fantastic. Their non-GAAP margins, almost 60%, which is pretty good for a physical product, 58.9. But because of some acquisitions that they've been making lately, there's a lot of CapEx being spent, rightfully so, by this company. GAAP margins just above 50%, about 52.1. Also trading, at an astronomical 91 times PE. That's their forward PE, I believe. Actually, that's a trailing PE, pardon me, multiple of 91.2. That's in the algorithmic sense, it's called extreme overvalued. So let's see if this one can keep going. It's been a fantastic look for Marvell.
What are you guys having watched for MRVL today?
But yeah, no, I think we like Marvell. I do have it written on the list, but I have a 280 break. I mean, I was thinking, honestly, I'm surprised the Nasdaq's up 2% here today. We got oil on the move a little bit. Back to the upside potentially. I mean, it was up 4%. Now it's only up 2% USO. But yeah, I like the inclusion in the S&P 500. I think it gets a little bit of love, and I think that's what's happening now, right? So I just, look at that pullback from Friday. Look, I mean, they're part of the story. We already know what's going on with Marvell. We know what Jensen said about them. He's calling 1,000 handle on this. Not that he's calling that, but he was just saying this could be a trillion-dollar company that would need to have a 9 or a 1 with 4 digits beside it if that was going to happen. So I still think that they do have some love back to the upside. But I was just sort of looking at what we've seen on Friday, and 280 is like just right into here, and it's just like if we lose that, this is sort of what happened last time. That was 285 all the way down to 260, and we got into 260, so that moved and actually stopped until 270, so I was down about $15 from those levels. So it's just, as I look at Marvell and just look at what's been happening, this is 80 right here, so I really like to see a hold in and around that area. So we topped out there at 3 o'clock, we topped out again, then we dropped, so it's just this little area of 280. Let's wait to see. It's with the 200 period moving average. I actually like the short there a little bit more in this name than I do the long today. But 280 is definitely an area for concern for me, so that's where I'm going to be looking. And then just back to Intel, we've been really emptying. I'll take another piece right here at 10s. We were just getting out on the way back in. So watch out here for a break back below 1. I mean, I'm going to get out if this breaks 110. We might as well just put that order in right now. We have about less than a third, about 20% left of this trade right here. So Intel, which was a darling early, has faded out, and we got a couple good outs here around 113. So watch out here for Intel. And remember, we do have the imbalances coming out. They're not out yet for the Nasdaq, so they'll be coming out shortly, and when they do, probably Intel will be joining somewhere on this board. So right now, there's not much going on. We'll wait to see what happens with Intel as it's coming right back into 110.
Yeah, I mean, this stock has been on a big-time run. We all know that. From early April to where we're currently trading at, you get 200+%. But I mean, are we going to be talking about too fast, too quick? Maybe a little bit. You're gonna experience a pullback. Same thing here with Intel. I like Marvell, but I want to see it come in a little bit here. I saying $120. I think that's a little bit of a push. But if you had bought this stock when Jensen first said, "Hey, this is the next trillion-dollar company," well, you're slightly OTM right now because we are off of those all-time highs. And I think at this pace, we're going to start to fill this gap. It's the exact same thing with Google. You could be the best in breed. At some point, you're going to pull back. And I'll stand by that, right? Doesn't mean you're going to sell off forever. But what do these pullbacks have? Give you a good opportunity to get involved with some stocks that may be short-term overbought, right? Like Intel had a high of $132. This thing broke out with force. bigger there. Now you're down 16% off of the highs. And if you go to Friday's close, you had 25% off of the highs there. So there's going to be a couple of things that I believe is going to be going on. You have the dip buyers starting to step back in, and then people who have bought, as Sean mentioned on Friday, who bought the Friday lows looking to offload their shares, or some even other individuals, swing traders in the shorter term durations looking to just offload, like, hey, this is my uptick day. Let's get off. Let's sit on some cash. Get prepared for what's going to happen on Friday, which is SpaceX IPO. Oh, Sunday, also the big UFC event.
Oh, that's the Sunday, right? We were talking about that.
Sunday. Looking forward to that.
Sunday, middle of the day, I guess.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, so we let the mass people be able to
like,
watch
I think,
it.
well, I mean, it's not like, I don't think the Americans really care because they have the Super Bowl on a Sunday, which I think is.
Oh, no, I think that's right. No, just opposed to what most UFC fights are in midnights.
Yeah, Saturday.
You know, and most people don't get to see it.
So.
Wow, that's this week, eh?
Yeah.
There was an injunction or something about that, eh? They're trying to stop that from happening.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of people, probably a lot of people not happy about it. Like, you're having a fight on a fight card. It's probably the best fight card I've ever seen constructed.
Is it?
Yeah, it's up there.
Wow, I thought John Jones was, he's not on it.
No, he's not on it.
I thought that was the big miss for them, though. But
No,
I guess they made up for it.
It's not, man. He's past his prime. It's like Jordan from the Wizards. No one really cared about that.
Jordan on the Wizards? Yeah, he still was pretty good, but I get what you're saying.
All
All right, let's go back over the desk. You excited for the fights this weekend, Sharif?
I'm pumped, man. But Joey, they've held many fights on White House ground. It just hasn't been for the last bit. And it was never MMA. It was always boxing. So
Okay, I didn't know
completely
that.
normal to do this. But everyone, obviously, because Trump's doing it, they're throwing their little hissy fit. Let's see how good it is on Saturday.
Yeah, let's take a look here at MSTR because, you know, just a week after we had Michael Saylor announce, or Michael Saylor's company, Strategy, announced that they sold 32 Bitcoin. That was in the last week of May. First week of June, they buy 1,550 Bitcoin. So upping that purchase here again, just weeks after selling Bitcoin on watch here, trying to hold on to that 60,000 level.
Average cost basis of 65,332, buying 1,550 Bitcoin. Give or take $101 million spent there. And his supporters didn't have to wait long because his tweet or whatever, X, over the weekend, quote, a good time to add more dots, referencing, of course, a chart that he had put below that comment where the dots represented MicroStrategy adding to their position. So in an SEC filing, as Adira mentioned, June 1st, 2026, company quietly disclosed first ever net sale of 32 BC, raising about $2.5 million. Obviously, the size is negligible, but it did put the kibosh on the never ever sell sort of stance that he had. But listen to this, guys. So they're holding a high stakes shareholder meeting June 8th. So that's today. So we're obviously in proxy season right now. If you know, you know. And this change here is going to change this vote that's coming up today is going to change the STRC preferred equity dividend cadence to a semi-monthly schedule because they have legally committed to use Bitcoin cash flows to service these dividends that they're paying out. The company is kind of trapped in a loop where it must aggressively expand its stash to kind of outrun the rising investor payout obligations. So it's going to be interesting to see how this vote comes in. My understanding is that they've hired a proxy firm, obviously, to sort of move that in the direction that they want, but no guarantee there. We'll have to see how voter turnout, historically high for this company, by the way. And now, before this $101 million purchase, their average cost, their adjusted cost basis for Bitcoin was $75,540 per coin a day.
You guys looking at MSTR or any other crypto plays today?
Sell right off the jump. Marvell with a little bit of a buy. I mean, these imbalances are now out at 925. So we're going to go over this real quickly, then we can get over to, well, SpaceX we'll be talking about all day. So if we miss that story, we miss that story. But yeah, not much going on there. Look, I wrote it down here as IBIT for possible long support at that $35 area. So I am looking to see if IBIT can hold. And again, that was just going back to Friday's levels. We can have a quick little look here. I like to try to think that something can hold in around the close. Like, we like closing prices, that's 34.50. So, you know, when we were writing this thing, we were down to 35.50. Just thinking right there, that's 35. That's 34.80, this top. So let's give it a little bit of patience. I just turned over to Joe and I was like, there's nothing really in here that I'm super excited about right off the open. I mean, I'm thinking short honestly, but like the market's kind of telling me not to do that. So I don't know exactly what I'm feeling here today. I know that's not what everybody wants to hear, but it's honest. I mean, part of being a trader is being able to sit on your hands a little bit and see where the wind blows. So I think that's what we're gonna do. Like I just got out of some more Intel right here at what I thought was a decent price, up near 111.20s. So we got 23s. So that was decent. We're trying to battle back here. I think a lot of my attention is gonna be over in this space. But yeah, look, Michael Saylor told us to all sell last week, apparently, by him selling. That created a big woof to the downside. And now here, a little bit of buy action coming back into the space. Will we all of a sudden go from believing to not believing in just a matter of a couple of days? I'm not sure that's true. What's going to happen either. So look, 60,000 probably has a magnet to it. So let's just give this a little bit of room and see what winds up happening. And we'll get this all figured out at some point with Bitcoin today. Maybe BMNR on watch as well, with only a minute and a half left.
Yeah, I know. Again, I've been offloading IBIT over the past little while since the highs. I wouldn't even buy IBIT if I were to get involved. I'd go MSTR. A leverage play here. You're at $126. I mean, he sold 35 Bitcoin. I don't think that's too much to write home about, to be honest with you, considering the guy has almost 1 million of them, around 800,000. That's chump change, in my opinion. Again, it does have a little bit of a sentiment shift, but I just don't think it's enough to really, really change his narrative. Could be wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if he looks to buy a little bit more. All right, one story left, not much time left. SpaceX.
Ahead of SPCE with its IPO on Friday, we actually have that Google deal to discuss here with the company.
Yeah, really interesting. They're basically going to pay him a little bit less than $1 billion a month to rent compute. This is something Elon Musk has been doing. It's a good cash flow generator in the near term for SpaceX Adair.
Yeah, good luck at the open to alls. We have now, I guess, probably 30 seconds or less until that opening bell.
Yeah, look, SpaceX is going to be fun. I think it's going to be interesting to watch Tesla. We're talking about the tie-up with Tesla. Elon Musk going to become the richest man, hands down, if that IPO goes according to plan. So we'll be talking all about that. Here comes Intel back in. I'm getting out if it breaks 110. We just got a couple more pieces out in the last 5 minutes, so we're all good on this one. Let's watch to see when moon, Intel, when moon. All right, a little bit of a spread. We already got stopped out. No, we did not. There it is, breaking through 110. We actually get 110 flat right there, so no loss, but we're going to wait to see what winds up happening right now for Intel. Possible pullback in. I think Intel is a short, but with that news, it's going to be an interesting little look there for INTC. Well, here come the hot stepper, man. We talked about where this market might want to go today, and it looks like for now, downside as we sort of thought, but bouncing off the 50-period moving average, still some room to go. Intel, we'll see. We'll let that little bounce back just a bit here. Cerebras, that was another look for us early this morning as that was making a move back into 210. NVIDIA, another look today. S&P up. Dow up 200 points, S&P up 1%, Nasdaq up 1.8%. NVIDIA just hit VWAP. Let's see if that wants to wind up holding. Patience for now, but not for long. We're going to be finding some information out, what this market wants to do. I'm not in anything. Joe's not in anything yet, but we have washed out of Intel, which is a good move, all the way back to the downside. We give back a little bit there from 213, but no outs, lower than what we bought. So far, so good here for INTC as it's pulling right back into 109.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm looking here at DRAM, Katina Man, and see if we can get any form of a pullback. We obviously have NVDL on our mind as it tanked back down to 209.50 using this leverage play here, down to 99.80 as we get an additional flush lower. I mean, I think the negative sentiment is still in this name whatsoever. And watch out for this inside day, right? So what do I mean by this? I believe we can stay within the range of $95 all the way up to 107, relatively wide. But if it breaks down, I think that's going to be a big teller of where we're laying. Yeah, exactly. Now we're south of the volume-weighted average price, back down to 209.04. So just a little bit of a relief here in the pre-market. And I say this time and time again, I don't like strong rallies in the pre-market. I like it hovering around the volume-weighted average price or slightly below. That could give us a good opportunity to climb a little bit higher. But there's DRAM. This is a name that we're going to look to get involved with. It's just the memory play has been hot fire, and I may as well just stick with what is hot, right? Katina Man considering. No point in me trying to mess around with some of the other chip plays right now. We're going to stick with the memory storage at $67 or $60.79. we're holding this trend relatively steady. We're up 8% here today. And same narrative, watch out for the inside day. For us to break, that means you're going to have a lot of buyers step right in, and you can see the demand just continuously lifting and lifting. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the narrative here on today's session.
All right, man. Well, first position of the open markets. Got a little bit of NVIDIA here at 20s. Okay, well, hey, man, we got to take a little bit more out, as there it is, a nice move downside into 208. That's what we wrote down. We wrote down 208, Big Joe, so we'll take a fill there at 208.20. We had more shares waiting at 208.15, so if that comes in there, we'll take a little bit more. I took a little stab at it there at 20s. Thought we would get the full load there, didn't. So now it goes, okay, well, let's take a little bit more out here in the 80s if we can do that. And we'll go 2 for 2 to start the day, but this is real early right now on the market. So there goes Intel back up to the upside. And look, we talked about it last week, the largest holding, non-tech-wise, we really like some Eli Lilly. And there it is again, brand new all-time highs for LLY today, breaking through 1170. I have on my plays, I have Eli Lilly and I have Marvell. So both of them near all-time highs. There goes Eli Lilly right now, 1180 high there. We'll see if that winds up hitting. I don't think that was, it's a pre-market little bit of a dump there. So 1170 is what we're trading right now with Eli Lilly. And yeah, man, we're in the game right now. So wake up, America. We're long right now at 208.20s with a couple outs right there at the 200 period moving average. So not bad, but we're going to wait. Here goes. We're going to get some more right now as it comes right back into these levels. Let's buy a little bit more here in the 30s. We're still waiting for 208 flat. And then if 208 breaks, man, I'm thinking honestly here, 207.50 will be our out. So let's just put that stop in right now, just in case we do kind of come right in real hard now off of 208. And if we're able to get a little bit of fill action here, then that will be what we'll do. We'll give it about that 7 cents or so to the downside, and we'll see what winds up happening here with NVDA. It doesn't even look like it wants to get going too much, but we'll dip by a little bit down there. I heard Apple, I mean, obviously, Joe, with their positioning here today, Apple going to come in with the 1 p.m., their WDC event, and look at this happening right now. Boom. Yeah, right there to the upside goes AAPL. I want to check out what the all-time high is for this one. 316. Oh, you don't have your key over here.
Oh, man.
316.94. So coming into play now for Apple. We'll have to wait to see what happens here. But look at the market. As we predicted, man, honestly, Joe, we talked about we were not unsure of what was going to happen. We talked about a little bit of a dump situation there, and we wanted to go short, but the market wasn't really giving us those vibes. You're still up 1.4%. But yeah, here goes the market. Nice little downside. I'm going to take advantage of that little pop up there in NVIDIA, and then we'll wait to see what happens next. But there's a little bit of an out there. We've been reloading this one. With the Nasdaq doing this, though, man, this is a dangerous slope. Keep on buying this dip.
I agree, man, especially if you have some of the bigger names that met to the downside here. I haven't looked at Google, but I just want to switch this up and we'll get the Nasdaq pulled up so you guys can see what we have going on this 5-minute time frame right after the open. Steady trend in the pre-market, but now things are starting to come in a little bit. We have our eyes on DRAM, looking for any form of indecision print. Even though we do have a trend line break, if we just do our most basic technical analysis, there is as many points as we can touch to this line, you can see right out of the gate, it snaps, but now we're starting to hold. So we got our eyes on DRAM. Might take a couple attempts to get this ball rolling. And then Meta, Facebook, there you go, a nice strong uptick in that bad boy. Maybe you get the pull back into the volume weighted average price, but these are the names that we have on our radar here today. We got the SPY, the Q, always in the corner of our eye, and then NVDA down to 208.89, but we're getting that break up here in FBL. This could be our green light to go here, Katina, man. Ooh, this thing's really starting to move off of those lows. The 50s is where we'd have to give it 40 cents, a little bit more than what I would like. But now we're getting this big time bounce here. Any form of a pullback, we're going to get rocking and rolling. We're going to avoid DRAM right now because the push through VWAP doesn't seem strong enough. But I am starting to like what FBL, this is going to be a 1.5 leverage play. It's really a 2x leverage. I don't know why it says 1.5 play here on Meta as it is coming off the lows. Liquidity being a slight of an issue, but nothing crazy. Let's see if we can get in a continued bounce here in some of these big time players, Sean.
Okay, I like all of that. I mean, for me, though, still waiting for this NVIDIA to start to pop. We did get another reload down there, so we have a little key for this. We've been reloaded. I'm reloaded! A couple times right now. And again, remember, 207.75. Like the most we're getting off these, we're long here in the 30s, and the most we've gotten is 10, so 80 cents the other. go. We'll take another out now at 70 and see if this name wants to continue to go higher, man. I still have like 75% of this trade. Just wait to see if it wants to work out. So that's Eli Lilly. Let's go back over and take a look at some of the banks. We talked about some strength potentially happening in the bank stocks. And yeah, there it goes, man. A nice little move higher. For JP Morgan. We'll see if that name wants to.
What are we at there?
Yeah, we're at almost at 316. Almost, Joe. We got there, we fell off of that, so no key for you right now on that one. I'm gonna get out some more NVIDIA as it's starting to pop through now, 50 cents in the money. We're in the club with 50 cent there on that one. A good look for Palantir today. Let's have a quick look ourselves. Pretty choppy, so actually not much going on. Let's go right now. Let's see if we can spin it again. NVIDIA trying to make us that money back here that we lost on Google, or no, on Tesla, sorry, on Friday, but there it is. We'll take another piece, might as well. We are now off to the races. And again, this is, I want to say thank you to everybody in the chat again and welcome to everybody. So someone said to me, I said, I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. They said, just trade your sticky note today. And that's exactly what we did. There's a #1 trade idea, is NVIDIA 208 area long. So like, that's exactly what we have. And right now it's in the money $1. And it came in, Joe.
Yeah.
That's 208. That's our area long. So we trade that. Well worth it. Thank you for the advice there, everybody in the chat, because so many times, man, I find for myself anyways, it's like something pops up, and it's like, oh my God, like I can't believe that just happened.
Sure.
You know, like on Tesla, that's what it was the other day. And it just kept on tanking there on Friday. And it was like, by the time you looked over, it was down like $20 or more. And it's like, was that even something that you had thought was gonna happen? So we got in and out real quick on Tesla on Friday, but look at that bleed there. And we're gonna see what happens now with Tesla trying to break through 400. But yeah, man, we've got it. Almost $1 now on NVIDIA. So.
Yeah, all right, man, my guy. I wish I had some Stream Deck keys to hit for you there, but I don't. There goes Meta. That train shoulda, coulda, woulda on that one, Katina, man, as we are heading slowly back towards the volume weighted average price. You heard him talk about Austin 316 here on JPM. We like that one. And then what is our good friend Walmart been up to here today? Back up to 119, Katina, man. I mean, if we're taking a look at the bigger picture, we have an all-time high of $135. We're now down 10%, 11% off of that marker, so not too bad. When we thought the sky was falling in this bad boy, we get a couple of strong sessions and a nice rebound here in Walmart. You know we like this name from a staple standpoint, and then we also have Costco. So those are the names that we've been buying up. I've been grabbing more NVDA. We grabbed some NASA, which has been a horrible purchase so far, but hey, it is what it is. But we got more JPM via the CDR, the Canadian Depository Receipt, and then we also got some more Wally's World. So we're really liking what we pick up, with the exception of that one name. NASA has not been very here, but we'll look to grab a little bit more, man. Oh yeah, we're right in at the highs. I knew it was a bad buy. I'm glad I didn't grab too much of it. You're down 22%. I think this is going to be a good opportunity for us to get involved in a little bit more. But now for DRAM, we're holding up. We do have an engulfing print. I'll pull it up here for you guys. I don't love this candle. This would be the volume weighted average price somewhere in this neck of the wood, but it looks like we're gonna slowly curl over here, ladies and gentlemen. So a bit tougher of a look in the overall market. Here's the hourly on the SPY as we're starting to come back in, but the financials and healthcare, the second and third heaviest weighted sectors in the S&P, let's see if they can hold up, just in case we do see a rotation out of some of these tech names. Oh, before we send it back to Katina, man, I want to see what Goggles has been up to. We haven't really been talking about 363.
Rush back to me, my guy.
You don't know. We're not rushing over here, Katina, man. We are Canadian. That's right, for sure. That's for sure. 11.4%. My Las Vegas. Well, I shouldn't say my Las Vegas Golden Knights is a pretty crazy take.
That was crazy game.
Crazy game.
I'm surprised
man.
they wound up winning that one, to be honest with you. But yeah, 5-4, double overtime. Off of a
overtime.
shot off the boards, and it hits the goalie's back leg and goes in.
That's a play, man.
That's what happens.
That's a design play.
Yeah. But I mean, that guy missed the net. Yeah, pretty. So hitting the backboards and then
You do that all the time, just so you get a little bit of a.
You can try to. Yeah, no, it's one of those things.
Yeah.
It happened to the Leafs last year when they lost to Florida. They had a nice little dump in there, and the guy caught it off the boards. Okay, so the only trade that's been on so far here today has been NVIDIA, so and Intel. And it was actually, we did really well for. Let's go back in Intel. So again, good little out there in the pre-market for sure. I mean, we don't have any losses here on INTC. It's trying to base out, but it's underneath VWAP. So we say watch out now for this one. I'm a little nervous now. I'm going to start to empty out the clip. As you you can see, we've gone out a bunch of times here on NVIDIA. I'm actually gonna wait now a little lower than, into 208. I'm not gonna reload anymore at 13, at 208.30s. We're gonna wait for lower at 15, see if that has a little bit of a minute to go. ABAT, American Battery, that was something that was talked about early on our show as well. It's on our watch list, and look at this dump off there for ABAT. Now down 14%, it was up 30%, so you cut in half right now on the move up today, but it's still up that 14 points, but still cut in half from where we were. Was up 30% at one point, up to 425, now fading back in. But look what it did, man. It kind of has been bouncing off the 50 period, so we do know there is some kind of support here for ABAT. And the story for American Battery, I'm just gonna get that for you guys one more time here. It won an appeal there for a $115 million US Department of Energy grant. So that oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Now NVIDIA is starting to go, my guy. There it is, man. We get the VWAP trade. Let's go. The #1 trade that I was focused on today is NVIDIA. And there it is, man, bringing us right to where we need to be P&L-wise on a day like today. The market bounced. I mean, we wrote down, believe it or not, man, TQQ $75 for the long. It didn't get there. It got to $76 and bounced quite cleanly off of VWAP right there for your Nasdaq, and it's a nice bounce, and we're pretty happy to be playing the long here today. Tesla waits for SpaceX on Friday. We'll have to see if that winds up doing anything. A nice move down, now a nice move back in, and watch out for $300 break right there. The other idea that I had was Bitcoin today, Joe, but that's not really catching a bid right now.
I don't like Bitcoin right
now. No, I mean,
but
I like it, but it's not doing anything.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing too, Sean. It's like we're kicking this thing kind of when it's down right now. Who knows what the next year and a half or so is going to bring. We're posted up at 09s there on FBL. Let's see if we can catch that Phil Bank. We're involved with this bad boy right now. Break of the volume weighted average price. We wanted it at 22.50. We waited for it at VWAP here. Now let's see if we can continue on this trajectory up, considering this name still relatively cheap from a PE standpoint, but hasn't been performing that well. One of the Mag 7 names that has yet to put in an all-time high this year, I believe, Sean. So that's not the best look.
Which one?
Meta?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
well, this year, maybe,
Yeah, this year it has not, I don't believe, and I could be totally wrong with that. Okay, yeah, January.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, no, man.
No, it's high. It's high as August of 25.
25, so there it is.
It's $800 that name was at.
Yeah, $800, man. Now you're at, I bought some more. Oh, are you a Meta shareholder?
Oh, I'm a way too many shares.
Wait, okay, that's good, man. I remember
Nothing
I owned
up here, but
I remember I owned it when it was Facebook, and I owned it at like 75 or like $100 or something along those lines. And then something happened, antitrust or something along those lines here with social media, and then I offloaded those shares. I owned a lot of good names back in the day, and I just didn't have the knowledge that I had, and I just would buy. For some reason, I was owner of Google, Apple, Facebook, and then I had TD. Those were my earlier investments, and then obviously with the marijuana space, which were my first purchases. So a lot of fun there. Let's get this ball rolling. A VWAP pullback, I wouldn't be surprised. NVDA heading towards an intraday low there, Katina, man. That's not going to be good for some of my tech plays here, and that's going to be the continuation to the long side. If we get a curl over, we're at a dodge at 2290s and looking for some new opportunities to get involved with. But slight uptick there, we're not going to complain. My position board's not up.
Yeah, we can try to maybe when Fabian gets in here, we can try to
right.
look at that. Okay, man. I said we wouldn't get reloaded, but guess what we did?
What did we do?
There it is right there. So that's a nice move there as we get some more outs on NVIDIA. We're starting to rip a little bit higher right now. We did reload a little bit. We didn't actually get our 15 fill. It was just bouncing around, so I do take advantage of that. Get some 208.20s or so right now for NVIDIA, and we're going to wait to see what's going on right there. Bang! Yeah, let's go, man. Oh, my God. That was a good idea to get some more shares down there, but another play.
No.
You guys were wondering about where to get the sticky note. I'll put it right now in the chat. You can go up right here again. It is at Trader TV Sean there. I'll put it in. You guys can go grab it. It's the only trade that I have on board today. We also had Intel earlier, but there's NVIDIA. And this is on the note today. We have TQ short at 75. It needs to get there. That's like the dramatic move down. We'll wait to see if that winds up kicking. Marvell short 280. Let's have a quick look at that. I don't think that popped through yet. Remember, we were very nervous about this long here today, and I still think I am a little bit nervous. You can see I'm getting out. Like, look at Marvell. It's not doing a whole heck of a lot. And I mean, that reload there, take advantage of multiple outs again at your 200 period moving average again for NVDA. We're looking for more, man, though. You mentioned that Netflix had a really low PE, down to $81. We're nervous about this one as well. Ever since it broke 87, right there, not a great stock, not a great look right there. As we saw last week, though, Paramount and Warner Brothers were having a discussion. I guess the was it the FTC or who was getting involved in there? DOJ or something?
Yeah.
I believe it was a couple different states as well that were leading it. I was seeing some reports that California was interested in getting involved. Unclear if they were part of it, but yeah, either way, a couple different parties.
Yeah, so not a great little look there for Netflix, trying to get right back into those levels, I guess, pre that decision that, you know, they weren't going to wind up capturing Warner Brothers. Then we pop right back up to the upside as they caught a breakup fee of a couple $1 billion, I guess.
And for every, so I think in the start of September, I believe every day that the deal doesn't get done, shareholders get, I think it's like at the max, at the highest point of it, get a 25 cents a day per share. So, I mean, it could get pretty expensive if you don't get things done. Considering, I believe they overpaid for what they did, because Netflix was like, hey, we don't want that. You've seen the... But Sharif sent me this morning, Katina, man. Strategy, here it is. Strategy has acquired another 1,500 Bitcoin for $101 million to increase our reserve to 845,000 Bitcoin. Now, if we're going to be talking about the sky is falling when he sells 32 Bitcoin, like, come on. Let's pretend for every Bitcoin, it's equal to $1. So, Katina, man, I have $845,000 in my bank account, and I go spend 32 of them. Apparently, I'm on a shopping spree, and my sentiment has shifted.
Slow down.
So, exactly.
Joe.
Like, I
you
mean,
have Milo to think about.
Exactly. Like, so it's like, hey, Joe, man, breathe a little bit, stop spending so much. But he just bought some more for $101 million, and I believe he only collected a couple million off of what he had on his. A couple is a complete exaggeration, but 32 of them, and that's, as soon as I heard the story, I'm like, I don't know, man, this is definitely something that he has to pay for, something within the company. I have no idea. We can obviously dig more into it, but I think that's more or less purchase. I wouldn't be surprised if a yacht was purchased, or some form of boat or summer activity vehicle.
Okay, Joe, we did it right there, man. We'll ride that bull again. We got the fill we wanted, man. We got that. And again, this is the only thing I wrote down that I've been trading so far here today. Thank you to everybody in the chat. I was a little bit, wondering what we were going to do, but we believe in our trade. And look at this, man. 4 or 5 reloads right there, down there. And this is going to look silly, but this is the way that I want to trade this. I mean, even if this falls out, man, we are starting to capture some more and more profit up here, right at this level, some more outs in the mid 60s. This NVIDIA doesn't look like it wants to go, right? So I'm going to be holding out hope that this eventually goes. But for right now, it's I'm going to start to take some more and more out here so that we don't have a complete disaster if it does fall through. I'm actually going to change my stop right now and maybe just put it at 208. I'm not really getting a great feel here. We'll go a little lower than 208, but this is... I don't necessarily want to be like stuck in this name, just reloading over and over again in case it doesn't necessarily work out. Let's go to 207. Let's keep it at where we are, 207.50, but this is not very strong, man. I mean, the market is not doing the best for itself right now. Intel, one more look at this name, trying to fall back in. Maybe it's time to go short, guys. I'm honestly debating just scrapping this whole idea right now on this market, but I don't want to give up on NVIDIA because we did have Steve Teilman back on here the other day, and he said something that I've been saying for a minute, and I'm glad that he did as well, and that is to trust the work that you've done, and be able to understand that, hey, sometimes the lines that you draw are there for reasons. You've back tested, you've looked at them, so don't let your opinion sometimes reflect your trading. If I think the market's going to go down, I might want to lighten up. I might want to, look at the trade a little bit more carefully. But at the end of the day, you'll often look back and say, why didn't I do something? Why didn't I take that, right? So, and I think that that's important. And we talked about that with SpaceX. How many times are we going to say, oh, let's just say the thing pops $100. We'll be like, man, why didn't we take that long? But we know why we didn't take the long, because we had questions about the retail flow. We had questions about the pricing. We had questions about everything. So that's why we didn't take it. As long as you can justify, why you're doing something, I think that's the most important, especially in trading, because then you can look back and see what tomorrow brings.
Exactly.
I could lose $100 today, but then make 300 tomorrow, so it's like, that's part of trading, and we just got to be comfortable to do that.
I like Steve. I like Stevie's level-headed individual.
Yeah, Steve's one of the best ones we have.
Yeah, Steve's level-headed individual. And he'll tell you, he's like, hey, man, I know about this or I don't know about it. So, yeah, we like that type of stuff there.
Sure.
Seeing him around here. DRAM not doing too much as we trade below the volume-weighted average price. And then sure enough, here it is, Meta still hovering around. The longer it takes for us to break up, the less I like it. I mean, well, I can make a transaction and get some more in. What's our average price on this bad boy? We got in at 09s. We're trading at 23.17 right now. And I mean, I put on baby shares on this one just to get a little bit of a feeler above VWAP. So
You know why you're not working over there yet?
Oh, well, yeah. I messaged Andre, so I have to just do a transaction right now, and then we'll be rocking and rolling on that one. As Facebook,
Buy and sell one share like in something small.
we could do,
Yeah,
we
then
could
it'll
do
show up.
something, and then
It doesn't matter. You
there.
can figure it out.
No, we'll figure it
that's
out,
just
man.
sometimes a trick that I'll do to show people.
Yeah, that's all I need to do is just
go
a
over like
little
symbol S or something that doesn't have much of a spread or
What
series.
we do like right now, though, Katina, man, is maybe a little bit of downside momentum here on DRAM. So we'll try that. Let's see if this pops up. Nothing crazy on this bad boy. Ooh, okay.
Okay,
we don't like that. Let's send things over to Adara.
Perfect.
Look here, guys. Alibaba on watch 8. BABA. Moving a little bit higher here as South China Morning Post or SCMP reports that the company is forming a unit to consolidate its model development team. So BABA, some restructuring specifically with regards to its model development. Quen Moon, we'll have to wait and see, but BABA on watch here. No economic data at 10 a.m. and obviously we didn't have any at 9:45 either. So just some quick housekeeping. I'll see you guys at 10 for happening now. Back to you.
30 minutes. Okay, thanks, Joe. All right, yeah, S&P futures now moving a little bit higher right now. Let's have a quick look at the broader index. As I'm still long NVIDIA, I have an offer at 209. Hopefully that comes in. I mean, it's been a big trade here today. Well, let's look at the dollar quickly. As we just said, this is Bitcoin. Obviously, we've looked at that just a little bit. You know, a nice move down for crypto, especially on Friday. You know, well rinsed all the way back in through 60,000. But what a good dip buy opportunity. That looks like it's been 59 and change as we wait to see Bitcoin. I did want to look at Dixie though. This is the US dollar, so we can have a quick little look here. Back in now, I don't want to necessarily look at a daily chart. Let's look at a 30-minute. We've had some good success looking at that. So yeah, a strong move higher there over the weekend and on Friday, obviously, as the market really came back in. As now the Nasdaq's trying to find some footing, Nasdaq now up 1.4%. You can see this dollar starting to pull back just a bit. We'll wait to see what happens here. 99.50, a key level. Maybe that would be what sparks the Nasdaq to take that next level higher if we do wind up breaking back down below 99.50. There's still ways to go, man. Today's high is $100.20. You're back down to 99.90 here. So a little bit more of a pull possibly solidifies this move higher in the Nasdaq. We'll wait to see what that means for all of us right now. We do have the interest rates talk about. It's in 9 days right now. We'll refresh this and just have a quick little look to see what's going on here with the Nasdaq, with the interest rates. You now still have a little bit chance of a cut, it looks like there, 1.7% of one chance, but it looks like it's gonna be good to go there. And into December, we're looking at here moving forward, we still have a 43% chance of nothing happening at all in December. So yeah, we're watching out for that kind of a move now in the market, and we'll see where that goes. But it's a broader, here goes NVIDIA, by the way, and you know, we reloaded it, but we didn't reload a lot of it, as now we're starting to lose that bid. And this is kind of what we thought would eventually happen in this market, would be a lost bid. And that is what happened. So we actually get out of the way, and we still put that money in our pocket. But I don't know if you're short, Joe, but the market is now starting to get back in. NVIDIA breaks that 208. So we get out of there. We say scram to that 208 trade, as now it is gone. And it's a loss. Our last little bit there was a loss. And we did reload some of it, but we didn't reload a whole bunch. We talked about that. There's our reload at 90s, our out at 50. So do take an L there, and we have to talk about it. So that's what's happening right there for me on that play. But I feel like it was well spotted, and we didn't wind up. We didn't even give back half of what we made. Thankfully, half would seem like way too much when I say that out loud, but we didn't do that. There's Eli Lilly. Where's the strength today? Video. Well, that's changed. Maybe we need to reload this. Still up though, but nicely tanking into 207 right now. Broadcom, Intel up 10. That might be a place to look to fade if this market does give some back. Google, your boy, not strong today at all. So we have to wait to have a look at Google, see if there's any sort of love in that one. Maybe we go back over in short there. But the strength, look at this, Caterpillar, AMAT, GE Vernova. We talked about picking up some IREN. That's starting to work out for us as well. Some of the producer manufacturing names upside. Here's financials. starting to go as well. Morgan Stanley upside. Berkshire buys that debt from, takes those shares over from Google. They're $10 billion last week. So that's something. And then here in the healthcare technology space, man, I mean, we've been really pumping the tires of both J&J and Eli Lilly recently. So it's nice to see those working. But there goes, wow, man, this is the thing. Get the heck out of Dodge, man. When something breaks, it's like that dam. You know, when that dam gets overwhelmed, man, it starts to break, flooding starts to happen, and there goes the market right now to the downside. It does suck, but it's not like it's something that we didn't call. There goes NVIDIA breaking that level. We're out of it and trying to look some shorts. Maybe it's Marvell at 280.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know what's going on. Anyways, we got a DRAM. We just punched in a little bit there. We got up to 23.30 roughly here on FBL. Now starting to come back in pretty aggressive here, guys. But I mean, it's not selling like the overall market. I don't know what's going on with this stock, and I'm referring to NVDA. It just hasn't been on that big time run that we were expecting it to do. And now we're down back to 206, so where we were roughly on Friday, which is a little bit tougher of a look, but a relief rally, we'll call it that, in the pre-market and some selling. So there is some heavy hitters, I believe, that are putting some downward pressure on this bad boy as the Nasdaq is heading lower. But we do have Facebook holding up relatively well. Hopefully we don't break down. Yeah. Hopefully we don't break down too aggressive. Good thing you got out of that one there, though, Katina, man, because, yeah, that's hectic down to 206.
NVIDIA's hectic.
Yeah, man. And then Tesla holding up relatively well at $400. Yeah, so that's holding up. There is some signs of strength. Memory name not really in play right now. DRAM, that was our vehicle. We just punched just because. But we want to see how our good friend CrowdStrike has been performing here. Back up to 670, not too bad. Got hit pretty heavy. But then the banks, we're down to 312. JP Morgan lagging. We talked about this, but Walmart, Wally's World, back up to 120 bucks. So if we're going to be, you heard Michael Noss talk about it this morning, is that some of these larger funds aren't allowed to sit on any forms of cash. So where are they going to roll into? And I think that's going to start with the staples and some healthcare names as we climb up to $120 roughly here on Walmart after that disastrous fall off a cliff here for the earnings report. Now you're only down 11%. I like Walmart, continuously will do so. I talk about the dividend all the time, even though it's not very much, only a quarter. But hey, an American staple, that's why we stick with some of these names. And same thing with JPM, is that when we have these rotations out of tech, you put yourself in some solid foundations.
We'll check back in with the chat when we get back from Adara.
Nasdaq 100 here, poised for its third straight red candle now. Big drop in that second 15-minute candle of the session. S&P 500 looking nearly identical. Now, of course, we know one thing to keep an eye on really throughout this entire session is going to be, once again, USO. Well, Nasdaq and the SPY gapped up. USO did as well, obviously giving up a lot of this early strength, but some confusion here as to the state of the ceasefire, with strikes happening in Israel and Iran being reported early in the day, then later in the morning, some suggestions that there could be a potential ceasefire. Again, we'll keep you all posted as always. AAPL also on watch here. They're going to have their WWDC keynote, the final keynote under CEO Tim Cook ahead of his retirement and handing the reins over to new CEO John Turnus. That event is going to be on watch again at 1 p.m. Eastern. I'll be covering that for you guys right here from this desk. INTC tumbling a little bit here, but nice gap up for this name after the information reported that both Google and NVIDIA view this company as a backup AI chip supplier, for lack of a better term. CBRS, massive move to the upside here today. Lows of 204, currently breaking new intraday highs near 226 after getting a positive analyst note from UBS initiating coverage with a buy rating. Some of the first, I think this is the first analyst note I've seen on CBRS since its IPO, I guess mid-May. So good look there for CBRS as we send you back over to Sean and to Joe for more trading opportunities.
Market, what's up, everybody? Thanks, Adara. Yeah, the market bouncing off nicely off view up a little bit here. We'll wait to see if there is some kickback. But guys, if volatility is something you're looking for, Trade the Pool's got you. Traders, here's an offer that your broker isn't giving you. From June the 8th, today, through June the 25th, trade first-time users an exclusive second chance opportunity. If this is your first time joining Trade the Pool and you don't pass the evaluation, Trade the Pool will give you another evaluation account completely free. That's right, a real second chance to come back stronger and, of course, prove yourself. This is a one-time exclusive promotion available only during the Trading World Championship event. And once it's gone, it's gone. So scan the QR code on your screen now to join Trade the Pool today and take advantage of this exclusive second chance offer. So thank you to Trade the Pool for all of that. And we want to say, hey man, sometimes you need that second chance, and you never know. Like, you make one mistake. We never want to see guys getting blown out of their accounts, of course, but I know it's a little bit different when you're trying to hit certain goals there. So Trade the Pool, giving you guys another chance. We want to thank them for including us in their advertising and whatnot as we continue to, support TT Trade the Pool over here at Real Trading and Trader TV Live. So, yeah, Joe.
Yeah, there it is, man.
Yeah, there it is, man. Nice trade there on FPL. Yeah, great trade there on FPL. We
don't have the screen.
My guy over there, yeah, I'll support you guys, no problem over there. So why don't you talk about FPL? Are you out of it all, or
No. It's a little 20%, a little soft 20% all the way up here. We probably should take a little bit more up, but what else? I mean, guys, this is nothing from a size standpoint, just a little bit of a feeler, and I had like 10% of that on DRAM. We take a little bit of a loss on that bad boy as it's continuing to slide, but it was holding up relatively well. Market selling, Facebook not selling. Right, so you can see some signs of strength right there, and there we go. We get another uptick there, Katina man, in FBL. But once again, baby shares. Obviously, we'd like to have some more, man. But hey, you start relatively slow. We got plenty of time left. We find that high quality opportunity, and then we just load the boat. So let's see what we got going on here. We got Friday coming up, and another strong uptick, 23.42 in FBL. We don't have METU here, Katina man, so we have to use this bad boy. Try getting it unlocked too, but I don't think that's necessarily how it works. But the volume weighted average price break on this, we were looking at it significantly lower, like 22.85 is where I really wanted to get involved. Even lower than that, sorry, 22.65s. But then I'm like, oh no, get that strong pullback into VWAP. Holds this level, which was good. We didn't breach it, and then we have a couple of strong upticks once the market finds its footing. I don't know what's going on with this bad boy, Katina. I mean, we could beat this horse. I don't even.
Katina man, anyways.
Who's Katina man?
No, sure.
Oh. Yeah, but
I don't ever hear it on this show.
But that's Marissa. That's what she's calling you that.
No. Oh, she was, because of Sharif. Yeah.
So now that's official. You are the Katina man.
It's official.
We got 590 here, and then I don't know 206. Listen, we talked about the short float here on NVDA from a notional standpoint. It was the largest in the S&P, apparently, Sean. So. Yeah, but now I call you Katina man, Sean, whatever it is.
Yeah, I like
so I don't know. I wonder if this is what's really weighing this stock down, because we had an absolute blowout earnings report, but yet you don't have that crazy appreciation. Do you think that market cap comes into play at some point? Like we're sitting at like for NVDA, like you have like $4.5 trillion is like too big. Do you think it's going to take some more time for it to grow? Or,
NVIDIA is $5 trillion right now.
Is it $5 trillion?
Yeah, it's 5.2. But the thing about NVIDIA is that, I don't think it's necessarily a market cap situation, other than the fact that it's too heavy. The valuation is fine. It's such a big company, tons of shares out there. And I just think that if traders want to try to get a stock to move, they are more likely to go over to an AMD, something like that, just because, again, it's the indexing. There's a lot of traders that need to acquire shares, and a lot of them are already full. Like, it's almost like a full boat in NVIDIA. A lot of traders may not have a huge position in AMD, but they probably have a decent sized one in NVIDIA. So I always think that if there's any problems, NVIDIA gets hit first, but AMD gets hit more dramatically. And you can see today, just a change. Is it a change of guard? I don't know. NVIDIA now down on the day. I mean, it's up on the day, but down. It's at its lowest spot. And you can see here what AMD is. Same story, but still up 3%. So AMD really got going early, and we'll have to wait to see where it goes from here. But I could have been, look, I mean, I said 208, I like the long, and I can't support this move down, although it has been a nice move. And honestly, the TQs, I was waiting for 75, didn't come in. We could have definitely bought it off VWAP here on a 1 minute chart. VWAP's a little bit different here on the TQs, but on the actual Nasdaq, you're down here. We just bounced a little bit off of that, so that could have been a play. Now we're actually getting quite a nice bounce back here in the broader markets, back upside now as the Nasdaq was down, broke through 1%, now right back upside. So that's gonna be a good one. Yeah, someone asking about Tesla there in the chat. Yeah, shout out to everybody that's been in the chat right here. We do want to give a big shout out to everybody that's here with us, especially everybody joining us live on TikTok as well. We actually have another chat program up here that does show absolutely everybody that's with us. I just got to pop it out. Actually, mine's not actually loading right now, that chat. But we'll get that in a minute and we'll show you. But everybody, thank you for joining us on TikTok, on YouTube, everywhere where you're watching us, man. Thank you so much. Please hit the like and the subscribe. We used to have that board in the back, but I guess it's not up today, showing absolutely everything. So we'll get that going for you guys in a minute. LCFY, there's Tesla, by the way. Yeah, I mean, Tesla's a good one. But we will wait because I want to see what's going on with USO. Today, they did have a nice move up. Now it's been faded back just a little bit. We started the day up 4%. Now you're back into 135 as Trump, Netanyahu, Israel, Hezbollah, everything. It's all like a big pot of mess right now. I don't know how to properly say it, but we get stories back and forth, and we don't really get to see the true direction of anything right now. So we'll have to wait on USO and give a good little look at what that's been doing. Your Facebook's still running. I'm not in a position. I am looking to get into one.
Okay.
If anything, maybe shorting NVIDIA now that we've broken back down below some levels. SMCI had a nice little move. And I was going to go over to some small caps. There's this LCFY, which just halted locust fly. I don't know what that is. ABAT as well was a name to look at there today. It did flush right into the 50-period moving average of 320, then was bought right back up again. So might be some sort of a trade there happening on ABAT off of those levels. FRTT just halted. And I apologize, man. Some of these names might not be doing anything. Fort Technology, but wanted to bring it to your attention. Now down 6% as this name was halted as well. So yeah, just a few things doing a few things. And yeah, that's about it from my side. Looking for some more opportunities, of course.
Of course, man. Yeah, that's what we got going on here. My boy, still sitting in this Facebook. We're looking to get involved in some DRAM, as there is some bottoming signals here. I missed this, but I was trying to post up, but didn't have the Amex key set up correctly. Anyways, yeah, it is what it is. 59.22 would have been ideal. You're not trading up to 59.62. Slight pullback here in this bad boy. Let's get the volume weighted average price on here so we get something. Yeah, you're feeling it. You're getting the itch.
I want to put something on because I don't know. I feel like there's a move about to happen somewhere.
What do you think? What are you thinking? What do you believe is your next?
The short. I'm looking.
Oh, the short in the NAS in the trips.
It's always where I'm trying to look is in the trips,
but
triple Qs or TQQs. But I don't know what you're long, so I don't want to spoil that.
Well, it doesn't. It doesn't matter about like
the
me being in this. Yeah, market's bouncing, DRAM's climbing higher. I mean, if you think there's the short play, then by all means take it, man. Traders can make money. One can be long, one can be short at the exact same time.
I know about that one, my guy.
You know all about that, my guy. So Google. Hey, I'm liking Google. What are these guys raising? $80 billion in debt? Boo-hoo. I mean, this is chump change for these guys. They got a capex of north of $100 billion.
I think that's the problem about it. If it was chump change, then why are they diluting the shares by doing that? Yeah. For me, they had it no problem last year. They had a lot of cash. They do still have a lot of cash, and they're trying to spend that. But I don't know. They went into the market, and I think that's what spooked this trade a little bit.
Good. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, because it gives you a better opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. Be spooked. It's spooky season. By all means, dilute a little bit more. Same thing with Meta as well, too, right?
Do we buy? I mean, to your point, though, do we buy this dip, or is it just you and I? Because, right there, you're down 2%. The market's up 2%. Well, market's up 1.5% and feeling good about itself.
Yeah.
But Google is throwing up all over it. This is like Milo barking at night and you can't get to sleep.
Yeah, hey, man, that's why we got to put the little bar collar on it.
So maybe Google needs a shock right now.
Exactly. He needs a little bit of a shock, but that's okay. On the way down, we're going to be purchasing it, and then sure enough, whenever it does get that shock, we're going to be well positioned. Listen, 900 million monthly active users. That's that many people paying within their ecosystem. You have the Gemini apps, everything to do with YouTube.
Yeah, you like it, I know.
Yeah, the free cash flow of what these guys have. Listen, they have $135 billion in free cash flow. They're just going to raise debt because they don't want to deplete it like what Amazon did. Amazon performing not too bad, but at the end of the day, sell off, come back a little bit because cloud services, Google Cloud still growing at double-digit growth. And then sure enough, we also have YouTube that they missed on, I believe it was ad sales, but at the end of the day, I think they can clean up in that neck of the woods. So I like everything to do with Google. It's all noise, in my opinion, regardless of what happens, because when you have that many people paying you in your ecosystem, obviously they got the deal with Siri and Google as well too. So a lot positive going on in this name for me to like discard it like I did before, which is an absolute mistake.
I'm just lucky. I was very lucky to get into Eli Lilly when I did that. So like I know it hasn't been the same, but it's been good, and that got me into Eli Lilly. Man, I said I was gonna go get a coffee, and I haven't gone yet, so I gotta go at some point.
Oh, Randy.
I don't want to employ Randy again. I mean, Randy's over there busy on the phone over there, you know. There he is. He's busy doing work on the phone, is what I'm trying to say. You know, he's contacting his, different people, getting this all figured out. Oh, by the way, Randy, doesn't all this noise start next week? Yeah, so they're going to be jackhammering
in the back office.
Yeah, on that side, they're getting a whole new floor, a whole new everything. So we're ready to go. We're insulated. Well, we're not. Nothing's happening here. But we're insulated here. Yeah. So hopefully some of that sound doesn't force its way over here. I think, Randy, we are going to be hearing some sound in this.
There's
okay, he's
very
doing a little.
minimal.
He's showing a little bit.
Insulated
coming
is crazy
on there.
because it's freezing in here.
What's up, Dragos?
This
can't happen though because we have Neil around still.
Yeah.
He's like, we need the Sean and Joe morning show daily. Yeah, maybe there's something there. If anything, I might not be working here after the SpaceX IPO, so you might get the Neil and Joe.
That's me. I told you that
you might get the Neil and Joe show after Friday. So as Joe is in the building, we always have a lot of fun doing the show with Joe, with Neil, with everybody. I've never done one, I don't think, one-on-one with Sharif. That would be wild there, the professor. I've done a show, I believe, with Adara before, and we did 30 minutes. That was probably too much for people to handle.
What is that old show called? This Hour Has
22 minutes? Oh, yeah, the one from CBC.
Yeah, man, those were classics.
Those were good ones. Yeah, I like those. Yeah. Oh, so her and I, we did a quick 30 minutes, like a TV show.
Like the waves.
Oh, this guy?
Rolling. So stay in the game. Like, subscribe, and let's go.
Any guesses where he is right now?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's
at the gym.
If I had to put any money on anything.
No, he is definitely at the gym. I got to go after this. I brought my bathing suit. We'll do a couple laps today.
Brought the suit,
in the pool. I brought the suit today. I'm gonna go in there and hit a couple of laps going on there. I swim I do about 50 laps, and it's 25 meters. So it's about 1.2 kilometers.
You touch the bottom?
No, it's like a real pool. It's like an Olympic pool.
Oh, you can't touch the bottom?
No, well, half of it is shallow. No, I never touch. No. It's all laps, man. What do you mean? Touching the bottom.
I'm just asking.
Touching the bottom. What am I, a diver over here? We're trying to go.
Well, I mean, like, just in case you got to bounce off the bottom, you know what I mean?
Bouncing off the bottom.
You get a little tired? That's what I used to do.
I get a little tired.
Never cheated in the swimming lessons before?
I never had swimming lessons. I was lucky enough to grow up. I had a pool.
Oh, okay.
So I just learned, I'm from the streets, remember? Yeah, so.
Yeah, what street
is that?
Yeah.
It's not Wall Street, I'll tell you that. But the streets of Brampton, shout out to everybody that's from Brampton.
Yeah, that's right.
You would know exactly what I'm all about there. Brampton, Ontario here. Oh yeah, by the way, we're in Canada, so what's up to everybody? So Micron, meanwhile, I meant to keep talking about Micron over here. Micron, nice move higher, up 7%, but look at this, man, looking to break lower. Right now, Micron underneath VWAP, trying to battle off of a key area. I love the 200 period moving average. We've talked about that many times here live on the show, but I still think we break lower. And I said I was getting that sort of, someone in the chat said, Sean has gambler's itch or whatever, and yeah, I do. Like, I wanted to go short right there at VWAP, and I was thinking about doing that off the Nasdaq. I still think we'd go a little lower right now on the TQs. I don't really know why the TQs is a different VWAP than the Nasdaq right now, but there it is. So it's a nice move lower here. NVIDIA also trying to pull back. I might just short the market. Intel might be prime because it's right here at 08s, which is right where VWAP is. This is a potential break lower here. I think we could. We made money going long on Intel. Why would I short something that has a positive story to it? Maybe Intel's not the right play there, Joe. You're still in Facebook long.
Yeah.
Someone said, Sean, please look at Palo Alto. Let's do that. Shout out to you there, Alpha Pack in the chat. Want to say a big shout out to everybody that's here with us today, man. We really love this environment. And this is up and working again. This is our chat from every single person out there, whether or not it's YouTube or TikTok. We get to see you all right here, right now. So we want to give a big shout out to everybody that's with us here today live on Trader TV Live. It's very important that we keep on shouting out all of our viewers. Yeah, Palo Alto flat right here on the day. You like CrowdStrike, I like CrowdStrike. We all like cybersecurity right now. But I mean, this did have an $850 handle on it not too long ago, I believe. Was it? Yeah, there it is right there, off of earnings. Didn't get that high. Let's call it 800 top. That was on Palo Alto earnings. Post-market came back in, then they had their own earnings. Downside there for CrowdStrike, about flat right now. Look, I'm thinking about going short now. We just got to find the right name. Is it Google going to break 60s? Is that the short that eventually we wind up taking here or not? What do you guys have on the short? What do you guys want us to look at? Is there any sort of name that we're missing? There has to be a couple.
Yeah, I think so. I like the short potentially as well too here, Sean, as we have DRAM heading towards the low of the day. We have the SPY and the triple Qs doing the exact same thing. So it's looking pretty weak here if you ask me. Curl overs, look at the steady downtrend. You do your basic TA, consistent lower highs there, guys. Same thing over here on the SPY. So until these trend lines are broken, you may as well try to catch the top end of it and then look for that move a little bit lower. We're still holding on to this meta position. I wouldn't mind taking some off. I did want to hop right back into DRAM. Doesn't seem like we're going to get the setup that we're looking for right now, but SanDisk up 4%, Micron up 7% here, and then we have DRAM up 6.5% roughly. So what are the quantum names up to? They were hot for like a couple of days, and then that started to fizzle out. I didn't think that was necessarily going to be the case. But what do I know at the end of the day? Boom, this was the breakout. Now you're having a key retest, so watch out for the coming sessions this week for Rigetti and some of the other quantum names to get rolling. BMNR, do you think, I don't know, I know how, actually I kind of have an idea how you feel about Ethereum and Bitmine immersion. Now, if you had to, one or the other, Sean, would you buy BMNR or would you buy ETHA?
Oh, I'd buy the coin itself.
You would buy ETHA?
I still have some Ethereum in the account. I don't know about all those treasuries, and because BMNR, they also have other investments. Remember, they took one into Beast Games or something like that.
Yeah. I don't know.
Mr. Beast portfolio there. I think they took a little bit of a dive there. And then plus too, like, I don't want to be. The thing about buying Ethereum, if you get a choice, we're going to take the super chat in a minute, is you're the one in control of the buys and sells. Like, if you're in BMNR and all of a sudden Tom Lee is dumping, like, you may not want to dump with him. Next thing you know, there goes the stock. But it's a treasury, so they do move together. I do understand that there is some get up to both of those ideas. What about yourself?
Me, I don't know. I think right now I would have to go
more leverage in BMN.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. That's what I was about to get at. I wouldn't buy IBIT again. If I was gonna buy some more Bitcoin at some point, I believe I will. I would take the MSTR route.
Here we go. Before we go here, Joe, what do you think about this? It's an options question.
All right.
So I got into Tesla and Nvidia options Friday. I guess we don't know which way, do we? How do we feel about pre-market, market continuation with current global situation heating up again? I guess it's kind of an options or a basic question about everything. Exactly. And I guess whenever we're talking about options, we worry about the strike price. We worry about how much expiration there is on that name. So it's hard to answer those questions, but no, I mean, if we consider that we had an extension today over the weekend where Iran actually attacked Israel, so I'm surprised. Oil's only up 1.5%. So to answer that question, for me, I think you just sort of play what you see in front of you here today, which would be, you said Nvidia and Tesla. So both names are higher today. So, I mean, if that's telling you anything, I would say, hey, for right now, the market wants to rebound. I'm surprised it's holding 1.4%. I like Tesla. The only problem with Tesla is, of course, what's going to be happening with SpaceX. Will Elon wrap everything up into one little bow and take Tesla over at some point? I know it has nothing to do with your options, potentially where this guy's got them expiring. But I'd say the market's not lying today. Hopefully you're long and you caught a little bit of this back to the upside. But for now, let's go back over to Adara and see what she's talking about at the big desk.
Keep an eye here on our first small cap of this small cap recap, TDIC. This is Dreamland. Obviously, this one giving back some of its gap up, not one that I could find any news on immediately, but I do want to mention here, you've got a pretty notable short float and market cap situation. So for this one, you've got a market cap here of $4.3 million, float here of just under 3 million shares, and short float of nearly 40%. So massive short float here for TDIC. ABAT is up next here, American Battery. Sean mentioned this story a couple times here. It was also on our watch list. They won an appeal and had a grant reinstated to the tune of, I believe, $115 million from the Department of Energy. $500 million market cap here, 131 million share float, short float of 17%. Next up and last up here, also on our watch list this morning, was Fuel Cell Energy, FCEL. They had earnings today. I believe there's a year-over-year revenue decline. These numbers were so-so. In terms of the actual market cap and background tier, market cap of just under $1 billion here, 903 million. Market cap float here of just under 53 million shares and a short float of 10.3%. Lots of small caps on watch today, so we send you back over to the guys.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that, Adara. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest, as I always am. I don't think, unless you're going to construct a spread, trading options or even leaps in NVDA is a really bad play. Let me explain a little bit more. All right, I just got to take some more off here on this Netflix, or this, whatever this stock is called, this meta play. Still tired from the weekend here, guys. It was a good one here. We had Do West Fest this weekend. Now I'm sitting on 40% as we come back in. I mean, I can hold on to it. So let me build my case and listen. All right, so we know, and those who are options traders, when you are purchasing contracts, regardless, the time is always going to be against you. And especially with a stock like NVDA that has, like, you had that breakout and you had that big time move, but it's everything that happens in between. And as I'm doing a little work over the weekend, I have to always think in my head, what happens after you've gone up in this big time move that you go in another almost year consolidation? I mean, a year is a little bit of a stretch, but you have from the beginning of August till the end of March, April, okay? Where you do essentially nothing, you just trade within this range. And if you have been a leap purchaser anywhere at the beginning of this or even halfway through, your contracts will never gain any value. All right, it's just that simple. You've lost too much time. Yes, you get a 43% move, but then look what happens after. So you climb up to 238, but then you come back close to $200. All right, so this isn't a trade where you just buy flat out the contract. This is actually a trade where you spread. You construct your debit spread. Why? Because you will have that theta aspect in the short contract working in your favor, which will allow you to gain some premium. So when you're buying leaps and just flat out naked contracts, you want it to work relatively quick, regardless of the duration. Okay, but when you have the leaps, when you have the debit spread, a steady grind can actually work in your favor. Why? Because you're allowing the short contract to just slowly lose its value day after day, but then also there's a slight appreciation with the other contracts. So I actually learned that I was watching an individual and he was just giving us the examples of how creating spreads for longer durations and slower grinds is significantly more profitable than what just purchasing a flat contract would be. Not necessarily always the case, but this is what we want it to do. We want it to work relatively quick, and if it doesn't, then it's just your SOL at that point. Let's see, INHD. Let's see what the chat's up to, Katina. I know you've been giving a shout out for the chat, but bro, you add into leaps every low. Yes, sir, but bro, you add into leaps every low. If you want to, right? Like if you feel that's the necessary case and how you're going to be trading, then by all means, you can add into them. But it's still the exact same thing. It's not going to change your loss of theta day by day, right? That's something that we really have to take into consideration. And then that's why, like with the larger, we'll get all out of FBL here as a break even coming back in towards the volume weighted average price. At the end of the day, for the larger participants and those who have the cash on hand, writing further dated options is just, I remember I was talking with this quant guy, he's like, I don't even do anything but write. Writing is difficult, but when you have a good quality system and you figure it out, like they say, 80% of the contracts actually end up expiring worthless. So if you can find a way to take advantage of it, then you found yourself a nice steady income stream.
Yeah, good talk there, obviously, and thanks guys for all those questions. I'm going to short NVIDIA now. I just think it's trying to battle a little bit back upside. I saw the market just bounce there off VWAP. I still think we have some negativity here coming for this market. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but there's 208.50. I want to give it a little bit of a look there as we instantly grab that short there at 65. We'll put a bid down like at 40s. Maybe we can capture out just really quick if it does have a little bit of a drop down in there, but we're going to short that. That's kind of what we're looking for right here, 208. So we'll take an initial position here. It's almost 1 unit. It's okay. You know, we're looking for a little bit more. We had more than that up here. So before we eventually dropped out, obviously it's the only trade today we've had. Good luck on NVIDIA, and so far so good there on Intel. We hit that early. Now we're going to go back into that short. My stop is at 208.30s. So if we break above some of these levels right there, that's 208.30. We're going to get a little bit more here at 208. And if it does fall through, then fine on that one. We nailed the Marvell look down there at 280. But I was looking to see if it broke. No, there's Marvell now upside on inclusion into the S&P 500 there. Marvell just really kicking it up now, breaking through 300. Looks inevitable today. That's going to be a key level, obviously, to come through. We like even dollar levels, so Marvell trying to do that right here. You know what? I'll take a little bit more short on NVIDIA as it's just gone 20 cents against me. I was actually waiting for O's. Didn't quite get there. We'll take a high 80 fill. Then we'll see if we get O's. Then we're going to give it 30 cents after that, up to 208.30. That might be, I mean, that might be a short. Like, so if we get stopped out, we get stopped out. We're going to follow our rules, but we are going to make sure that we are able to watch out for that. We are now short at 207.70, so I don't think it's the end of the world at all. Yo, what's up, Vizbot? Thanks for another great show, Joe and Sean. Well, hey. Sean's feet don't touch the bottom, no. Only his sticky note does, right. Stocks do, right before he goes long. Yeah, I mean, that's the idea. Thank you so much for that one, Vizbot. I mean, you know, we're all trying to do our best here, picking levels, picking out some good stuff there. But, you know, I think swimming's pretty good. I have, just like, you know, similar to Joe, I had, you know, reconstructive knee surgery about 7 or 8 years ago. I have it's called a high tibial osteotomy. It was a very, very, you know, major. I don't have an ACL, an MCL, or any of those things.
Crazy,
so,
man.
yeah, cartilage. I already have arthritis.
Same. I already have arthritis.
Yeah, so it's very difficult sometimes to do those, you know, pressure workouts on the treadmill, anything like that where the knee is banging in it. So you got to be careful with all of that. But yeah, thank you for that. And look, the sticky note's out every single morning. There it is again. Good morning, guys. Great show as always. Can we tell you our insights? Yeah, I mean, you know, I can always pass it over to Joe. I mean, I think that
you the guy, man.
Yeah, I'm here, but it doesn't mean I'm the guy. Yeah, so Microsoft this morning, not bad actually. Look, tried to find a bottom there at 411. I think it might have done that. I mean, this is kind of the trade that I look for every single day, and that is make a low here in the first 5 or 10 minutes, right? Actually got we indicated some problems potentially there in our good friend NVIDIA, is that it kept on pushing, and then eventually when the dam breaks, there's a nice move down, and we'll show you that on NVIDIA if you guys know. But I like this trade there for 211. I think Microsoft is going to be one of those names that you're going to look back on and say, hey, there was that great opportunity to get long. I mean, we all had a little bit of FOMO, both in Meta and in Microsoft over the last week. And I was sitting here with Neil, and I was like, bro, like all this talk, oh, we missed Microsoft, we missed it. You didn't miss, like, it came right back in again. So like, have a little bit of patience with some of these names, you know? And I think Microsoft, again, I like the moat they have around them with Windows. I mean, I know a lot of us are worried about software, but at the end of the day, we're still logging into our PCs. Windows still a big part of it. If this PC story is something, I like Microsoft. We still have OpenAI to debut soon on the Nasdaq, I believe, later on this year. Not confirmed yet, but OpenAI has filed, so we'll wait to see if that, they have filed, right, Adara, OpenAI?
Reportedly, and we're expecting them around September is what I've read.
Okay, so there you go. So AI and Anthropic both trying to come in later on this year. So yeah, for me, I think that's a good one. I still like Microsoft. I think if you're gonna look 5, and I hate this, and I talked about this with Neil, I really think it's a lazy man's answer. Like, and I said this with Neil, but it kind of go back and forth with him. It's like, we can't always say, like, all of our picks, and it's not all of them, but they all can't be like, oh, well, in 5 years, they'll be fine. A lot of you guys are looking for answers like now. You know, it's easy for me or for Neil or to Joe to say, well, you know, if you buy Google now and then close your eyes in 5 years, it'll probably be up. Well, that's fine. I mean, that's what the market generally does. But at the end of the day, we're looking for some instant gratification or maybe some swing trade ideas, or what do we think of the action that's happened so far? When Micron was down here, man, we were talking about this 200 period. Looks like it wants to hold. And I actually think the Micron story is potentially this is going to sound crazy, but maybe it's just getting started. As long as this data build-out continues to happen, they're going to need more RAM, and they're going to need more memory. So when DRAM starts kicking around again, and people are like, hey, man, there's shortages, I think that hits, and I think stories help, and Micron will eventually get back up to the upside. So what do I think about it today? I like it, man. I like all these stocks have been holding bids so far. I came in with like a little negative Nancy attitude today, thinking that we were going to be downside. And the only trades I've been making are longs. So
that's all right. So you flipped that script, man. That's good stuff over there. I mean, hey, we have a nice little rebound. I want to check out this INHD, Adam, but there's no way I'm buying it all the way up here at $4.27. Need to see some form of a pullback. I've seen SUNE starting to form somewhat of a flag here too, brother. So, I mean, that could be Sunation energy, or whatever you would like to call it. So, I mean, we're going to be patient. We can hop right back in. Oh, that bad boy's been working for us. The train that we missed was DRAM off of those lows. So a nice little move off of this specific print. Holds that level, 59.18. You then catch $1 off of it, so not too bad of a look there, ladies and gentlemen. Now, SUNE, small cap name, just for a little bit of momentum to scratch the itch if we're looking to do that here, Katina, man. This name might get going here relatively soon, and I know this is one that a lot of people in the chat were talking about. So let's be patient, wait for some higher quality opportunities. Katina Man's in NVDA. He's been rocking that one here throughout the intraday session, and I may as well go back to what's been working for us, and that's going to be META. No need to sway too far
I have
away.
a special announcement to make.
What is it?
This Thursday.
This Thursday.
We'll have the return of Kevin O'Leary. We'll be back on the show. So we're going to talk to him. He wants to talk a little bit about crypto, of course. That'd be a good time to ask him what's going on. He's called Bitcoin the only one, so we'll have to find out what he still thinks about that, if there is room for some of these other coins in your portfolio.
Are you going to ask him about his new venture in Hollywood?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, last time he was on here, we talked about his debut there with Timmy C.
Yeah, with Timmy C.
Yeah, man, he dropped it to us. We didn't actually know he was involved in anything.
No, he mentioned it, but I don't know if it was out at the time.
Yeah. No, it was not out.
It was ahead of its release.
Yeah, it was ahead of its release. So let's see, man. I think he did it's funny, I was thinking about that the other day. I think it was
SpaceX.
It was the perfect role for him.
You can just open up Steam Deck and that thing will open up if you open up Stream Deck.
No, man, it won't give me my thing.
Oh, it won't give it to you? Okay.
No.
All right, we'll pass on
Trust
that
me,
idea.
man. Did you
Yeah, Kevin O'Leary here, 10:30 on Thursday.
Okay.
Okay, we'll find out more.
And then we got SpaceX Friday. What
part of why
banger lineup could you ask?
Yeah, that's part of why we wanted to have him in a little bit, see his opinion over there. And, I know some people love him or hate him. He's got an opinion. Right, and so that's what we're going to try to find out what he thinks.
I think that's with everybody.
Yeah, that's about everybody, right? We're looking for some opinions over here on the market, and he's going to give us one. So, Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan, I just heard in my ear. Yeah, no, they're looking to put up maybe a futures product about DRAM prices and memory prices as well. So looking at that DRAM ETF, maybe something similar. They're seeing the success that's happened from that. And Adair just said, yeah, nothing really going on with that story. Okay, it looks like all right, here we go. That might rally NVIDIA a little bit, because if all of a sudden, they start taming AI lending risks, which is what they're trying to do with this. If you can sort of start to hedge against futures, or with a futures product against your potential spend, maybe that makes spend a little more reasonable, because maybe you can go the other way on that trade. So we'll see what that means for NVIDIA. Remember, our stop is coming out really soon, man. We're short 180. We've only been long today. Tried to get the short in NVIDIA, but the market's trying to rally backside a little bit. So we're just going to give this one 50 cents. So 208.30, and we're going to stop out of that. It looks like that's coming in real quick right now. That's not a great story for the short, I don't think, as JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs looking to, maybe Derek can emphasize that story or bring it to us a little bit more.
Yeah, all I'm seeing is this headline: Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan are exploring ways to trade on the cost of computing power. That's quite literally all I'm seeing. And there's, again, I'm not really seeing much of a move here. Apparently they're mulling, as Sean mentioned here, mulling futures linked to GPU rental prices. So unclear how you'd actually kind of go about that. But it's worth noting this is being reported by The Information, a source that is not necessarily the best from a reputational standpoint.
Axios.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's doing something to this market as we've just rallied right back there. Now NVIDIA is back up to VWAP. So if anything, this might be a spot where you want to short, but I don't. We just got stopped out there. I could have waited for VWAP. Maybe we should have. It wasn't a big one, but, you know, still a hit there on NVIDIA. We'll have to give some back, so we got to slap a fail. I mean, we can't celebrate our wins without talking about sometimes these losses. So there it is right there on NVIDIA as it does spike higher. And Joe, it brings, I mean, oh, you got out of FBL, I'm sure it was fine. But there it is right now, the market right back at highs. So yeah, about that. What a bounce there off the 50 period moving average, basically on the daily. And there it goes again. I think benefits for some of this, CoreWeave maybe, a good benefit of that kind of a story. Let's see what's going on. There it goes there as well. Nebius, NBIS, possible beneficiary of some of this. And again, if you can start to hedge out of some of the risk, maybe it does make a little more of a risk-on situation, you know, for DRAM makers. Let's go over to Micron quickly and see what they're doing. Upside a little bit there as well. So yeah, the short and the gambler's mentality not paying off right there on NVDA. Was debating as well as short back in Intel, but the two longs have worked so far today and the one short has not. What else are you guys looking at here on the day? Oh, MSTR, IonQ. I think you looked a little bit at some of the quantum names, right?
Yeah, we looked at Rigetti and a couple of the other names. We have the Qs almost at the high of the day here, though, Katina, man. Which of the big boys is leading the way? I'm gonna guess it's probably Apple, to be honest with you, up to 312 here. Okay, I mean, it's half decently strong. How has AMD been doing up here today? Up 4% on the session. Amazon up 0.25%. Okay, so so maybe some breadth here leading the market higher. We talked about the banks multiple times. I think we're gonna get involved one more.
Shorting the Qs here?
Short the Qs here?
What do you think?
I don't know, man. I'm not going to go against
it. Had a top wick.
Yeah, it has a top wick here, but if these guys want to get rolling, like if people think like, hey, oh, I like Google at these prices, they start buying that bad boy up. Who else do we got? Meta hasn't broken the volume-weighted average price yet. And Tesla is just coming off of the high of the day as well, too. I could be wrong, man. Don't let me influence.
I just went short.
You went short. You went short. All right, good, man.
You didn't influence me, but that's why I asked you, though, because I'm just going to use, I think it's an easy out. Right here.
Yeah. Good risk to reward there.
Yeah, so I just think that this is a very, very easy out to the high side. We just wicked 40s again. So I'm going to go short right now. Look, man, I mean, it was just in the money, 10 cents or so. I still think that there's an opportunity here. We'll short it. We'll short a little bit more if it comes up. And then if we break 77.50, we can get out. So that's sort of my plan of action right now. That was a nice little bit of a run up on, if it is up on that story, I don't really believe in that. So, you know, we'll wait to see if that's the story or not, but so far so good here to the downside on the TQs off of that high. I mean, so far so good, it's not moving, so we have to wait to see if there's anything going on there. The funny thing is, man, part of my scanner right now is just, it's all the same names. You know, it's like a firm. I mean, it's not even a firm. It's JP Morgan, Silver. We can look at Silver when we get back. SMCR, we've talked about it. There's NVIDIA, maybe Disney, JP Morgan again, Disney, Futures, SMCI, SMR, DraftKings. Like, there's not a whole bunch here for me right now to overly be concerned with. So let's go over to Adara. Let's find out what she's talking about. Then when we get back, we'll have a couple more looks.
What I'll talk about here is pretty wide market strength. Health tech, Eli Lilly continuing to hang out here near all-time highs. Strongest name in the sector here by far. AbbVie pulling back a little bit, but you've got MRK also relatively strong. Energy minerals strong across the board. We know that this conflict in the U.S., between the U.S., Iran, and Israel does continue to be on watch. Unclear to what extent there has been any resolution here, despite conflicting reports. Consumer durables to the upside. Producer manufacturing strong across the board. AMET up a nice 8.5% here. Electronic tech looking great. Now the story here for that tech space, as was mentioned about 10 minutes ago, and very minor, but the information reporting that apparently Goldman Sachs and I believe JP Morgan are both considering potential futures products tied to GPU prices. Not a lot of details there. AMD, Broadcom, Micron, Cisco, Intel, all trading sharply higher. Intel also benefiting from an earlier report from the information suggesting that both Google and NVIDIA view this company as a backup AI chip supplier when TSM is having potential supply issues. NVIDIA and Apple also strong. AAPL keynote for WWDC at 11 at 1 p.m. Eastern. There we go. Finance a little bit mixed here though. Robinhood looking quite strong here, up 3%, and tech services, a mixed look. You've got Meta, Google, and Microsoft, the three makes are all downside to the tune of at least 1% each. But some of these SaaS plays looking relatively strong. Palantir up 1%, ServiceNow up 1.5%, AppLovin up 2.5%. We're going to send you back over to Sean and to Joe.
It's watching us on TikTok, watching us absolutely everywhere. What's up, Taylor? Taylor in the chat said, I'm not quite sure what Sean is doing here, so I'll put that up right now. As long as I'm sure, it's fine, but I put in the chat, I'm not that sure either. So, you know, I already explained it, what I'm doing, so I hope it was somewhat clear. We just took a 13 fill there on the futures, right? And so all I'm doing is I'm trying to think about a short to come back in here. The Nasdaq's up 2%. I cannot believe that from the day that we had there on Friday, well, the whole world was falling down in. We come back in here today. I feel like the war is less settled today than it was on Friday. Trump doesn't seem very happy to me. I'm not sure what he's going to wind up saying here again today. Iran, more stories on this. So I'm short. I'm short the market. We've almost made back that whole NVIDIA loss right now by going short on the futures. And there it is, Joe. Wow. You came back with a fucking banger on right there, Joe. And there it goes right here as we say cheers up. We just got a little bit.
Yeah, I see your cheers.
There we go. So what's up, Taylor?
You
And
doesn't know what I put in it.
I don't, oh yeah. Coffee beans. But okay, hold on. Let's take it low. And we don't need to chug this thing.
All right. You throw that back. It's kind of hot to do that. No.
It's all right. No, I didn't chug it. I just had a little sip, man. Come on, I'm refined. All right, so there we go. There's a futures play. So those who doubted me, and I'm just playing around with you, Taylor, I have no idea. I'm a scalper, right? So I'm just going to get in and get out. We talked about that. What was the amount of risk on this, Joe? And even when you left, I told you we're going up to 50 here. That's 25 cents of work of risk. It's 35 cents in the money. Man. And remember I asked you, I said, I'm not sure about this. And what did you, I said, the risk to reward looks good.
Yeah.
So that's what we put on board right there. And it's a banger. So it's a nice move so far there as we make a little bit of money back here on the day. So there it goes, man. It's sheep and wolves' clothing. I guess I am right here.
All right. I feel you. Good job. Whoa, says Johnny. You look at it and read that. What's up, Mike Peter Ryder?
On the cheap, Joe the goat. I like that.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
I just follow people and you are the goat. There, Joe.
You're the goat, apparently.
No.
I think this is the goat.
No.
That's right. There could be two goats, though. That's for sure. That doesn't mean there only has to be one. I was going to
mention that to Kendrick and all that. They get offended when you know.
They get offended.
Big three, don't include me.
Don't include
I'm not
those
included
guys.
in the big three, so I'm going to write this crazy song.
Too many people in the kitchen.
Yeah, too many people in the
kitchen. But see, the thing is, though, Katina.
That's okay. You'll never hear from Kendrick again.
Oh.
No. All right. But anyways,
what are we
Drake,
doing
back to back, the only hip hop and R&B song ever to be #1.
Yeah, man.
Back-to-back weeks.
But see, the thing is, though, you know what, Katina, man? Everybody's like, it's so
song. It's not the greatest.
Everyone's like, it's so lonely at the top. It's so lonely at the top.
Hey, man.
And then when they're at the top and it's lonely and everybody really starts to dislike them, and everybody panics. I think Drake was a little sad there when.
Drake's not sad. Drake's not sad about anything, my guy. Trust me on that one.
He's got a lot of cash.
Yeah, he has. There's a lot of flows on that album. That's for sure. We go to Post Malone. There was a Luke. Oh, I was up at Scotia Pond all weekend, and with hockey, it was hard to get out of there because there was Luke Combs' concert.
Okay.
And boy, oh boy, man, what a great weekend around here to be on some concert tips. Like that was like
something going on at the. Is it still called the Budweiser Stadium?
No. That was. I'm talking about the one up at Downsview Park.
Yeah, I know you're talking, but I'm saying
now it's called Royal Bank. It's Royal Bank. Amphitheater or something like that.
There,
I don't like it, man. They should have kept the same.
Just kept the Budweiser. But yeah, I think we're going. Are we going up to Adair there?
Shall.
All right.
Forth here in the Middle East. I got a comment a couple minutes ago here. The defense minister of Israel saying that any attack on the northern settlements will lead to an attack from Israel on Dayahi. Then we also get comments from the apparently secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council. So this individual saying that if the U.S. and Israeli alliance makes another, quote, misstep, the region will turn into hell for it. So threats being made, unfortunately, from both Iran and Israel. Again, Israel here basically rejecting Iran's warning not to hit Lebanon. Back to you.
Right, thanks for that. And this is where we don't want to celebrate too much when we talk about these kind of things because, it comes right into the 25-period moving average. And you and I have talked about this a lot, even today, Joe, and that was the fact that, hey, man, there's room for everybody on every single trade. Whether or not I'm looking short, you're looking short, we're all looking long, we're looking one way or the other. As long as it comes into your levels and you're able to take some fills and make some profit, that's all that matters. And there it goes right back up to the upside. So, hey, man, there's room for everybody here.
For everybody.
You know, but there's a nice little back to the move, back to the upside. So shout out to you, Taylor, and everybody that was talking about the longs. You know, at any time, you know, something like this could happen. That was a great retrace, and it looks like the long is going to be right, as we're going to give back now some of those unrealized trades, right? And here it goes right back up to the upside. Our stop is in a matter of 3 seconds. 3, 2,
get it
1.
down.
No, a little bit of a down tick, a little bit of a down tick. But we're, you know, actually we only got out of half. So right now as this moves back up, it looks like it'll be a flat trade at the end of the day here on the Nasdaq. So unfortunately, we don't take advantage of it all. But you know what we do take advantage of? We talked about it in our long-term trade. I put on Friday, I bought some IREN at $52. So there it goes, and there goes the futures, by the way, just broke through. There's IREN right now, nicely cooking, back up, 58. We'll see what winds up happening here for IREN. So buying some names that I was not involved in before. I told you we still like that power situation. IREN down there into the 50 period on Friday. We're able to buy a little bit there into the swing account, so we'll be able to take some out at some point coming up soon. And yeah, nice little move there for IREN.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Yeah, good stuff there, Manny. Yeah, who was it? Ryan O'Day or iGrow Fighting? Who's like, yeah, Bilal Mohammed. I'm like, get that garbage out of here. No one's going to remember the name. Bilal sucks. And sure enough, he got pieced. Coming into the market here, Katina Manez, we're at the high of the day on the Nasdaq, SPY heading there. And then now we're getting this rebound here. On FBL, we did climb up to $23.35. Boom, we get that one rolling on the reload right at VWAP. A better price would have been more ideal. $23.10 would have been my perfect. But hey, you can't always get it how it is. That's why we're going to sit in this just in case we decide that we want to grind. How is
Tesla's
NVDA
cooking.
been performing? Is Tesla cooking? I like that. Tesla all the way up to 404. Bang, we'll take that one. And NVDA back up to 208.61. That's most definitely going to help this market. And we're up 5% in AMD. So, hey, buying the dip scenario looks like sold aggressively on Friday. Now we're coming back in. Some people are saying, ooh, I like some of these names at the prices that we're currently trading at. And sure enough, now we're starting to see the market somewhat rally here today, guys.
I mean, I'll tell you a name that I like at these prices. I mean, we talked about this. You're more on the Robinhood side of things. Yeah. I've recently bought some SoFi at $16, and you could have got that exact trade again today as it comes into 16 right off the open. So this is a level that, hey, I mean, give or take a couple bucks here and there. I mean, you know, I don't want it to break 15, but that's looked like, excuse me, maybe I chugged that espresso too hard there, but down to $15. No, not really. Still have a little bit left. That was just a one shot, right?
Yeah, that was a one. Did you want to double in that?
Nah. I mean, you know, sometimes I have double, you know what I mean? But right into there for SoFi, looking like a decent long attempt in and around 15. Bitcoin 63, I don't think it's been doing anything today, right? I mean, this was on our radar early. So, I mean, I don't want to say it's not doing anything, but we could do something like this. It's doing something as opposed to where we closed. Where's my do something thing? Do something, there it is right there. So we got to get going. For IBIT, it is going to say up 6%, but that's from the print on Friday, where we were horrible Friday after close. We had a nice little bounce back. It's definitely not moving 6% worth of a move there today, but if anything, maybe we are getting a little toppy here on IBIT as the market has aggressive candles long right here, as you can see right there on the Nasdaq. IBIT kind of holding out at 36 and change. Not a horrible spot. And again, we could put the same thing up again, where it didn't work out for me on the Nasdaq with that, well, again, it was flat, but maybe IBIT right here, risk to reward, not horrid at these levels right here. So, all right, man, it's 10:50.
Oh, it's already?
Yeah, man, it's time for Money Talks. Hey, when you have your fun time, it goes by pretty quickly there, Joe. So it'll be Joe and Sharif. This guy's doing double duty again. Maybe you need some more espresso. Double duty with the professor.
I can't get too geared up, man, because I got to go work out after.
I know, I heard that. That's why I didn't want to. That's why I'm trying to chug this water, get a little going there. Oh, as I get to go swimming, you know,
I'm
Joe.
pretty hungry, man.
I might just go right to the bottom of that just for you today. I'll touch the bottom there. The bottom. Get that going.
Wow.
It's pretty deep,
right?
Even when I go down that deep, I'm actually getting some, so I wear earplugs, so when I'm doing the swimming,
do you wear the nose plug?
No, man, I wear the nose thing. Or do I?
You got goggles?
No, I don't.
You have goggles?
Of course I have goggles.
Yeah.
I'll go
Do
get
your
them.
boy a favor. Take a selfie for me with your swimming
Okay,
gear
yeah,
on.
sure, man. I'll take the selfie for you.
We got fire him is crazy.
There. Yeah, man. You know what? Wouldn't you wear goggles if you're swimming, man? I'm not talking about casual swimming. This is like every single person is wearing goggles.
Just speed swimming.
Every person.
We're talking about speed.
It's not really speed
Oh
swimming.
no, time out. But do you butterfly or?
No. Just straight freestyle. And some backstrokes as well, Joe.
All right.
Would there be something you'd like me to do, Joe? You want the butterfly today?
Yeah. What is it? What are some of the other ones?
You have the breaststroke, or whatever, the butterfly. You got the freestyle. You got the backstroke.
Yeah.
For your style, doggy paddle.
Yeah.
You know, some stuff like
I'm a big doggy.
I'm just saying.
If you have the doggy paddle
It
here,
is what it is, my
man.
guy. All right, over to Derek.
Yeah, from swimming to taking a dive into the price action on this DXY. Really strong move to the upside here on Friday to end the week for the US dollar. We did, actually, yeah, it looks like we briefly did break above that 100 level yesterday. Today, also briefly cracking below 100, making a high above Friday's high. Right now, they're trading a little bit red here, just below that 100 level, 99.96. As I mentioned a couple times today, we don't have a ton of economic data today or earlier in the week, but later in the week, things get interesting. On Wednesday, you have CPI and core CPI month over month and year over year at 8:30 a.m. On Thursday here, so that's Wednesday with CPI. Thursday, you get PPI, core and non-core month over month and year over year. And Friday, you're going to get University of Michigan consumer sentiment data. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, interesting inflation-related prints on all three of those days. So that's certainly going to be on watch, especially as we continue to get closer and closer to the first Fed meeting under new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh. That'll be in just under 2 weeks from now on June 17th. That's a Wednesday here of 2026. 98% chance of a rate held situations. We're expecting rates to be held. 1.8% chance of a cut. Now, the first hike probability here looks like it's going to be happening in December of 2026. We've seen these odds bounce around a little bit here between September and March in terms of when this hike is going to start. Looks like, again, December 2026 likely to be, for now, and this is likely to change, the first hike that we get in this cycle. Now, it is worth noting that economic data I mentioned on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is going to be on watch specifically because all of those numbers are inflation related. Let's see if we get any change in the chances of a rate hike or other rate moves with that in mind. Back to you.
I was thinking the same thing. We're talking about this Nasdaq and where we're at right now at the highs of the day here. And I've been doing oppo, so I'm actually, not that it's doing opposite, but it's just it's not hitting those highs. It's getting close enough to doing that. I was just looking at it. There's probably not enough juice for me in this trade right now to really do anything about this. So I'm gonna probably puff pass on this one, but it is not a horrid idea, I don't think at all, to think about a short there in crypto. But without any further ado, Joe.
Yeah, I'm
Now part of this, my
man.
guy.
I'm hungry.
You're now part of this. All right, let me go find it. Well, maybe I should have found it first before I hit it. There's June 1st, I actually don't have, oh no. I don't have the menu.
Oh, you got it.
Right there. What is going on right now? So, sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. Derek could just chime in and tell us. You may as well just hit it again, Katina, man, the what's for lunch, because...
we'll get that in a couple seconds. What do you hope is for lunch? What are you feeling today? I hope sandwiches.
Salmon. I wouldn't mind salmon.
Salmon.
I wouldn't mind
Okay.
salmon. We haven't had salmon in quite some time.
Okay.
The probability of us getting salmon
Why don't I have
is probably relatively low, but hey.
Dara has sent it to me, but I have not received it yet.
FBL just took a pretty, I mean, it's obviously a leverage play, but it just dropped 10 cents just like that, which is pretty quick. So Bilal just can't damage point. Yeah, he's just always.
The futures are thinking about going one way or the other.
Yeah, I think I think it might be an all-day grinder here to the top side. I could be totally wrong at some point, maybe later on in the
That's
day.
for something going on with our email because Adara sent it and I have not received it.
Yeah, I mean,
Do you have the menu?
I don't have it. Derek could just chime in though if she doesn't mind and say what's for lunch. We just hit the what's.
We may have to do an Adara version of what's for lunch.
Hit it again there.
All right, let's go one more time. And then over to Adara. Oh, I don't have it over there.
All right.
Hi, guys.
What's up?
You want to know what's for lunch?
I want to know the flag first.
Well, the flag is the good old flag of the U.S. of A. It's the American flag.
Okay, we might maybe fried chicken.
Chicken,
Might get
man.
fried
Okay,
chicken.
All right.
have we
Fried
placed our
chicken?
bets? Fried chicken?
Fried chicken, yeah, we got
Okay.
fried chicken.
I'm gonna go with sandwiches, but I'm still thinking fried chicken.
Maine, classic beef burger.
Oh, we haven't had burgers in a minute. We haven't had burgers in a minute.
Let's go.
We haven't had burgers in a minute.
Let's go.
Okay, here we go.
Classic beef burger.
crazy.
Shockingly, the starch is going to be a burger bun. Surprising no one. It'd be really weird if there wasn't a burger bun as a starch with your burger, but here we go. You get a bun for your burger. For a side, you get the classic of French fries, and for a salad, you get the garden green salad. That is our Monday meal. Again, guys,
Boo,
classic
yeah, let's
burger,
go.
burger bun.
Shreve, man, just eat the
French
patty,
fries.
guy.
Eat the patty, man.
Shreve, I had enough of this guy over here.
Crazy, man.
Please, Shreve, what is wrong with just burger? Like, we could just have a burger.
Like, in all reality,
Shreve, can't we
like,
all just win?
Yeah. Man,
Shreve
you get
sees
the-
we're excited over here. Try to be a
that was
team
the
player.
that was the biggest last lunch of 2020.
Shreve is like, what are you guys even
but
doing over there?
But bro would eat fish and chips. He's like, yeah, fish and chips.
On a one-off
Oh,
basis,
so
my
you can't have a
boy.
one-off
On
burger,
a
my boy?
one-off basis.
Come on. Get out of here. But isn't hamburger German?
Oh, because it's from Hamburg?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a story about that. I think it did originate from Hamburg.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, but I mean, the flag, like,
All right.
is teriyaki tilapia? Is that supposed to be a Japanese flag? That one time we had it, it was?
Teriyaki.
Because it was teriyaki.
Yeah.
And it's just
Yeah,
like, I don't know
teriyaki.
any sane Japanese person that would eat that. But anyways, here we go. Thank you so much, Adara, man. Joe and I got pumped up right there for the burger. It's not going to be, this is not going to be like a high
Canadian fries.
type of burger, but we'll be happy with it, man.
As long as, see, this is really important. The fixings that come with the burger.
Always is.
If we don't get any pickles, tomatoes.
I'm down with pickle.
Yeah, I'm big down with pickle.
Pickle is a favorite of mine. You know what we had last night? Actually, you and I both had the same
thing.
I like the banana. The wife cuts up the banana peppers.
Those
And
are
it's called the
good.
pepperoncinos. Like,
yeah.
They're really
Those are
tasty.
good fire.
Cut those up, put them on a little bit of that, and put them in the salad as well.
sir.
The thing is, I got to get my kids. They pick out the olives in the salad.
Ooh.
They pick out those things. It's not going to happen
Another
moving forward.
Italian, right?
That's what I'm trying to say. That's not. I've been down with it, but now they got to start to get a palate underneath them and start to have some olives.
It took me a while.
I'm a fan. Olive is a tough one for a child. Like for
Yeah, I didn't like them.
Yeah, they're not really kids anymore.
I
but
honestly didn't like olives until I was in my 30s.
I'm not a huge fan of
black olives.
raw onions.
Whoa.
You like the raw?
I love it.
In a burger is fine, but like in a salad, I'm not.
Onion's probably my favorite vegetable.
Okay.
Yeah.
You been to Outback Steakhouse?
No.
Bloomin' onion? No. You've never had a bloomin' onion?
No, what's that?
You
that when they slice
may
it
just have to
and
go and sit on the other side.
I will have
Maybe
to
even-
anyways now.
Maybe even immediately.
I have to now.
Yeah, bloomin' onion's one of those appetizers. It's like a fried onion and, and it peels apart.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah. Onion gang.
You like French onion soup?
Oh yeah, Marissa, actually, when we were in Paris, she was like trying French onion soup all over the place. She was
yeah?
absolutely loving the French onion soup. And the problem with my wife is, don't tell her this.
Oh.
Every time. Oh wait a minute, this is on air forever.
Yeah.
Okay, is that now every time she has French onion soup here, it's always like, it's good, but it's not as good as Paris.
Yeah, well, I would.
No, but I'm just saying, like, that's the problem. When you have,
I get that.
but that's like every time we have pasta now, no matter how good it is, it's never as good as the XYZ place we had in Rome. So now the problem is, it's like you're comparing things to like an elite level.
Okay.
You know, it's, anyways, but.
Hey, man, you gotta compare.
That's why today's burger, I'm gonna preemptively give it like a 6.5. I've never even seen it before, but we're gonna wait to see what.
You're already giving it a grade?
Well, because you know why? I really prefer the burgers, which a lot of people probably do here as well, the homemade ones. Get the ground beef yourself, put it together. Like, I'm a little bit worried about the processed nature of a catered burger.
Yeah.
But we'll wait. I'm gonna hold my opinion till that.
Better be a little.
Look, man, it's been one hell of a show, man.
I gotta get
I would
ready
do it
over
every
there.
day with you, but we love having Neil. He's back tomorrow as well. So, all right, Joe, I was gonna say bye, but you're already out of here. So see you later,
man.
my guy. With less than 1 second left, as now it's 11 o'clock.
Better bring my orange.
I'm gonna hit the gym. Apparently I gotta take a picture of myself, so we're gonna do that. I might just go get my goggles right here. They're in the locker. We have lockers around here now, so we wanna say thanks, Brendo and everybody. for getting those lockers. Yeah, maybe do some little stretches in the background there. Get ready to rock and roll. But thank you. We had a lot of fun here today. It's been a good one. Thanks, Joe, for everything. Joe and I are back at 2 p.m. It's going to be Adara. I haven't seen Sia yet, but if she's around, she'll be coming through. You're just cutting right behind? Okay, that's fine. Just go right behind. You can go right behind.
Stop, you're pressuring me.
I'm not trying to pressure you at all. You just go right behind. There it is. Joe, thank you, Randy, today. Thank you to Adara. And most importantly, man, thank you to everybody watching. It's been a hell of a ride. Oh, yeah, and tonight, it's a good thing Neil didn't take that bet, man, because I was about to take Knicks. He took Wemby. We'll see what winds up happening tonight. It's Spurs. It's Knicks. It's Game 3. It is one of the most expensive sporting events of all time, according to SeatGeek. More expensive than Super Bowl tickets are all of these tickets going in the Madison Square Garden. So that's one place I've never been to. I love to go to this garden and see a game there. Yeah, Randy's been there for sure. We got to hit up O'Keefe for that, man. That guy sits courtside, this guy. What's going on over there? Thank you, everybody. It's Sharif. It's Joe. It's Adara. It's Midday Madness. I'm back at 2. Hope you had a good time. I know I did. See you then.
I like that bottom picture. We're always laughing.
Yeah,
there's always
laughing.
something
That's
to joke around about.
That's the beauty about life, man. You know you're at your happiest when you're laughing.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. In case you haven't been watching for the last few hours, this is your boy Joey Options, and I am Sharif. And what behind you right there, this is the new layout. This is you guys right there. Look at that, yelling, boom! Dangerous elbow, boom! What's up from North Carolina?
Elbow.
That's what I want to hear. Shout out to my man Varun Canwin, Adam, James, frickin' abroad. Shout out to my man. I believe he's in Uruguay at the moment. I think I pronounced that right too. Jesse Martin. I got your boy Jesse Hernandez on the gram now.
Yeah.
Now we've got multiple different pictures that we can put into AI, you know, to kind of mix things around. Maybe gonna put something on his head. Who knows what we're gonna do? Jesse, it's a brave new world, baby. Shout out to Kenneth. SMG, we got the OG Gorev, Trust Fund Baby, Hangry Wife, the Professor, he says. Shout out to my man T Money. Yo, bro, please stop doing this. I like you too much, man. That's the thing. When you're funny, then you're earmarked as being funny, and then, you know, people don't stop making jokes with you. Never at you, always with you, my man. Shout out to Soul. Shout out to B-Town, 918, Wrath Knight. How about Dan McIsaac? Yeah, it's been a minute since I've seen you in the chat. Andrew Chow, SMG Brothers, Juan Padilla, Taylor, something or another, man. My bad. PC Hoon. Who else? I'm going to be super serious for him on. Don't do that, please. Big Four nephew, you're too funny for, you know, to...
What do you do?
No, he wants to be serious from now on. Green Saber, 005, and Wyatt. We got Beware, the Monkey Hammer. What? SMG again, Frico Suave. Get it, Frico. We got the OG, Jay Lee, Vizbot, Better Sin, Captain Bananas, and T Moon 2334. Shout out to Guggin. We got, who else? Ahmed, Mike P. D. Ryder, HP Motorcars in the house, as well as D. Villagas. Sorry, probably butchered that. Chunky. Get it, Chunky. Chunky forearmed the trap. Jaguar, no, I don't know, Randy. I'm just reading, brother. Guildman, Billy Hardy, and one more, the Auspicious Turtle. Sup, small cappers. Ooh. They're good. Let's get right down to them, Joe, if you don't mind, because they're breaking out.
You hear that?
What? No, I didn't. I'm not plugged in.
Yeah, that's right.
Just,
Tiff is giving me a hard time right now.
Okay, just before we go to the ad, I know we got an ad. INHD's breaking out. It's taking out $5. Be on the lookout.
Ooh, all right, here we go, guys. Huge shout out to VinFast for sponsoring today's video. They just announced a massive partnership with AutoBrains and NVIDIA to bring Level 4 agentic AI autonomous driving to life. We are talking next-gen intelligent tech that is completely redefining how we hit the road. If you want to see what the actual future of driving looks like, click the link in my description and check out VinFast today. Check that stuff out.
Check it out.
You got more stuff going on?
Yeah, bro, we got a lot, man. So let's get right down to work. INHD is absolutely in a rip fest right now. It just blew through 4, blew through 5, and now with a 537 high, it is really going up 400%. Guys, I swear I put this on the chart when it was like 350 or something like that, 360. It just jettisoned to the high side, and now we've seen 5. So now, you know, especially if we stay above 5, my spidey sense starts thinking 10. But we're going to have to set up in the right way. This is a bull flag breakout. So I'm anticipating a period of consolidation of sideways. What that range ends up being, we'll find out shortly. INHD, the #1 gapper in the market. It's insane. It's breaking out pretty aggressively. It's not the only one. S-dot, a holdover from Friday. The dot's been running for a number of days, as you can see there in the multi-day time frame. SDOT used to be a penny stock. Used to be, underline that word, used to be. 1943 high, 1840 at the current moment. ENHA, also a rocket ship at the moment here, 34% and change, a little bit more spready, a little bit less volume on ENHA, but one that requires our focus nonetheless. CBRG, is this a Cerebrus ETF? I figured it would just be too early. Yeah, it is, man. It is Cerebrus ETF. I knew it. It was just too close to the ticker. So CBRG, here's an ETF, guys. This one is it leveraged? Yeah, 200%. So this is a 2 times leveraged ETF, CBRG. We'll have to see if it's blocked or available in our system, but in any event, it's up 35.25%, meaning that CBRS is up half that. GLXY also pretty rip. City absolutely gone here through 25, through 30 with a 30.46 high. This one closed out a little above 25 bucks on Friday. Very clean. Hasn't touched the 10 EMA quite yet, so be on the lookout for a rejection of 30 and a move back down. LACE, LASE, we've been talking about this one for a period of days as well. Look at that breakout on the second, a couple of consolidative days, but look, it holds the area lows. It makes a bit of a base here at around 270, 283, in and around that level, and here we are again, testing for, alas, we are still below the Friday high and around 4.25, so be aware that there could be sellers from Friday who are bag holding this. And then last but not least, before we see what your boy Joey Apsh is up to, look how bad this sold off, Joey, on Friday, like everything else and their mother's cousin. And we're getting a bit of a bounce here on BTGO, up a healthy, but not too explosive, 16 1/3.
Good stuff, man.
Oh, there's a chat. There's a super. Let me get to it.
Pull it up then.
Okay, pull up. All right, shout out to my man Vizbot, Sharif. What about using lettuce leaves instead of the bun to hold the burger patty? Keto friendly, no? Anyways, good luck, and Joe, much respect. Vizbot, you are brilliant. Because I went out yesterday to Cactus Club with my buddy who I hadn't seen in a hot minute, actually before COVID, caught up with my boy, and you know, because now we're getting ripped for the summer, Joey.
Oh, is it?
So
is
we
your
had
boy big into fitness like you?
Absolutely. Most of my friends are.
Okay.
In any event, so I did the Szechuan chicken lettuce wraps.
Yeah,
Cactus Club. Fire.
Those are not fire. Yeah.
So yes, keto friendly, and it's just not really about just keto, man. It's just about, you know, wanting to be healthy.
Yeah, it's fine. That's totally reasonable.
About the hangry?
Man. Yeah, Adam James. I don't know if he told me $5 on that one. Yeah, I wasn't going to chase it all the way up there, though, brother. And obviously, we had a lot going on. There was a consolidation on the 1 minute time frame that I did like in that bad boy. We're still holding on to this FBL. It's been a slow grind without any question. But that 334, and then now you're up to $5. So way to point that out, Adam. Some good stuff. We're definitely going to get this ball rocking and rolling. SUNE. Have we broken out? No. Steady lower highs here. So that's a little bit of an issue, but if volume kicks in, then hey, bang, we got ourselves a potential trade. INHD, Adam James is talking about that. I'm in FBL. You guys can see from approximately 23.20.
Looks like I'm long FBL here, Joey.
You're long FBL?
Look at the position board.
Oh, yeah. Apparently you are. I'm like, hey, isn't it on the wrong side there? But other than that, man, let's rock and roll. Sharif is long FBL with the boy obviously being sarcastic. Has Joe traded meta yet? Like he said earlier? Come on, Taylor. I've literally just said that, man. We're still sitting in this. Here, I'll do a transaction, then hopefully it'll clean it up here on our position board. But other than that, we want to hold this for as much as we can. We'll take 10% off of this bad boy, bang, off of that highs. So we go 2 for 2 on meta, and then we take a little bit of a loss on DRAM, but that was just a tester. All right, that was just a little bit of a tester. Aside from that, let's head over to our watch list, go through a couple of the names, open interest. Listen, I told you guys and I went on my spiel about what's going on with NVDA. Avoid the contracting unless you're going to create a spread. It's not going to work. Why? Because the underlying asset is just moving too slow. You're just going to lose money. I could be totally wrong, but until you get that exponential move within the actual asset itself, then it's just an absolute disaster and a writer's dream. Now, how do I feel about it long term? Obviously love it. One of my largest holdings. But just the way that it's been consolidating, you get that breakout, and then you're having an additional pullback not too long after that breakout. I'm worried that it's going to fall into this realm. And who am I going to be referring to? Look what Microsoft did for quite some time, hovering around these highs. Like, it really took a long time to break out, and there's other places where you could put your cash. So you go from February of 24 to February of 25, where you were just trading in this range. Is it the exact same thing as NVDA? No, but it's relatively close, right? August to March, that's hot garbage. That's not good. Even though it's steady and up and to the right, you have this lengthy consolidation where you could have deployed your cash elsewhere. I don't know. It's not as it's definitely easier said than done. But this is something that's on the back of my mind. I'll always grab this name at specific levels, but I always have to be cautious just in case there is some form of a lengthy consolidation and other things are around us ripping higher and lower. S dot, I'm assuming you meant S dot. S dot is moving. Check it out again today. In that bad boy, 5 minute. Yeah, S dot starting to come back in off of that $17 high. All right. So let's see what else we got. Robinhood down back up to $84. And before I send it back to Sharif, I want to take a look at JPM.
Joey, INHD is breaking out really aggressively here.
Go ahead, I got it.
So yeah, do your thing. I know you got to set up, guys. INHD ripping through. What do we got on here? Crap. Sorry. Just give me a sec. I've got 535. Here's 585. It's a rip city right now on this one. Here comes 6, 590. I told y'all this was the one. I mean, you can tell when these ones start going. Watch out for a rejection at 6. And, you know, I'm inclined to say that we've cleared $5 by enough distance that we can start using it for support. But when you're up 450, 500%, the retracements are going to be bigger. It's just that's the way it is. So here it comes in, 595 high right now. Let's see, does it come back in to test 5 1/3? I know the position board isn't working right now. They'll get that done in a second, but 595 high, looking for 6 on this one. There was aggressive selling, by the way, the last time around into the 80s. So here comes INHD again into 3/4. There's high 80s. I'm going to post 98 as a liquidity tester, and then I'm going to sit at 605 as another liquidity tester, and another rejection of the high 90s. Into 97 it goes, but it doesn't cross. There's 94 again. Look at the aggressive selling in front of the whole dollar multiple times now. It rejects, and the spread opens up, not by much. 3 pennies is how wide I saw it in the 90s. But that 3 pennies is enough of a margin, especially when it's moving this quickly and the liquidity is pretty crunched, for you to get not the print. There is a 94 again. An aggressive seller again comes into 94. They killed him. Into 6 we go. That is now a new high a day, $6 on the dot. Now we're looking for more. Liquidity tester at 605 just to test it out. We're going to go ahead and sit at 625, next level above 605. Here comes the move into 6 again. Expect resistance here. That's just part and parcel of trading these animals, right? But I do like my entry. It gives me enough of a distance, and there it goes into 620. Here comes 625. There goes 625. I don't see what limit up is quite yet. Looking for a move now into 650. You start thinking half dollar, whole dollar now, especially if it gets parabolic. 641 area high. That is the intraday high right now on it, INHD. So let's go ahead. We're going to sit at, sorry, crap, I made a mistake there. Dang it. Oh, I only have one out left. Crap. That was a That was a fat-fingered mistake. My mistake there. Let's watch 6 over here. Let's see if the buyers step in. So now I'm focusing more on the bid than I am the ask. I want to see if 6 gets defended. Moreover, I want to see where the buyers are stepping in locally. Is there a repeat offender area where the buyers keep throwing in bids in the same way as if there's a repeat offender area where the sellers keep throwing out asks and we can't ascend above it? Case in point, that 590s we just had moments ago. So right now, I'm not seeing anything big step in the bid. In fact, we're losing 6 here. Well, there's a buyer at 6 to be expected. Let's see how long this buyer lasts. I'm basically exhausted my shares because I got in a small position initially, so I didn't want to take it out all, and I never got the chance to add on me. In any event, 623, looking for a little bit more now. There's a $0.25 seller here that we can't shake, but here comes 333 again, and there it goes, Joseph, into another high of day. 645, INHD's ripping. What the hell is the name of this company? Inno Holdings. Inno. Oh, I've got so many jokes, but we'll leave those for after the show. But anyway, Joey, INHD is absolutely him, her, and everything else right now. What do you got?
Same thing, man. We're sitting in this trade here in FBL, double top at 23.40. What's that going to correlate with the actual underlying? So I have to be prepared just in case it wants to dump as the market continues to slowly grind higher and higher. I don't have my other chart because I hit exit. So you have a new high of the day on the Qs, but we don't have that here on META just yet, as we're struggling at some key levels right here. So double top, we don't love that, especially just before the open. Bang, look at this selling, bang, bang.
Get it, Joey.
591, so damn. Let's break that level and head towards this pre-market high. Otherwise, we're gonna head over to small cap Landia and see what we got going on with those bad boys. Adam James been telling me all morning, get in INHD. What are you even doing? It's up to $6.50.
He told you that, eh?
Dude, it was at like $3 when he told me to get involved.
That's what he's going to do, Joey. There it goes again.
I took my eyes off of it. And there it goes again, as Sharif just mentioned. So where's that next one? SUNE? Oh, no, Sharif.
SUNE, Joey? I didn't even have eyes on. Here comes 7, bro.
It broke. SUNE broke down, so I don't think that you're going to get that same move on it.
All right.
And here goes Meta to the downside, so we have to be prepared to get out of this. But we have double the amount of size on this position than we had on the original one.
All right, guys, I know the position board is not showing, but I've got 535 on now for INHD, 694. It's turning into a bit of a bamboozler here, topping tail candle into 94, and here we are into the third of a dollar, continuing to watch here, INHD. I didn't get a chance to add, so my shares, I've only got one out left. I don't want to add here, but I want to see a bit of a retracement, possibly into about 5.5. Now, I may not get that. So long as the current candle holds the prior bar low, I'm still of the opinion that we're trending to the high side. You know, whether or not we see 10, quick as you like, but that's what I'm looking. Get it, Tisha. I see you, Tisha. She says it's too extended. I agree. But you know how I feel about these, Tish, right? Especially when you get that decisive 5 clearing, in the same way that if you got a decisive 10 clearing, I start thinking, add city. But you know exactly where to add has always been my problem. I struggle with adding into winning positions. Just that's something I'm not good at. So continuing to watch here, bit of a drop. Here comes that 5.5. Now, having gotten in at 35, if it comes into the half, that's a perfect area for me to add because I'll just stop out below my entry at 535. That's exactly what I'm going to do. And we're going to go ahead and sit here. We're going to sit at 555s, right? Just a kind of a random area. Let's see if we can pick up 555s. And then below 535 ends the trade. Probably I'll put it at a $0.25, like 524, something like that. Just so that, you know, it makes sense to have an out there, not a random area that you like that the market doesn't care about. Continuing to watch this drop. It looks like there's buyers in the high 60s, low 70s because I'm not seeing an aggressive drop into my 555. So current bar low, 564. Here we are again above 6. Yeah, so I don't know how to square this circle, Joey. I don't want to chase after it, man. What's up?
Fake. I was just thinking, I don't agree with much probably 90% of the things that Kanye West says, but I remember he was doing this spiel where he's like, we use artificial light and air conditioning when essentially it's all provided, because I'm not even gonna lie, I'm sitting over here and I'm shivering. It's cold. Like, we got the AC on.
Don't set me up, bro. Don't set me up with material,
I'm legit
bro.
cold, man.
He's cold. You know what I brought in my bag today? I got it on Saturday.
What?
An a portable handheld air conditioning fan from Amazon. It has cool mode and fan mode. You're not gonna catch your boy sweating ever in this humidity outside.
Bro, you're tripping, man.
Yeah, man. I won humidity. I beat humidity.
Yeah, you beat. Yeah, it's officially. Look, we got our stream deck back here.
Get it, Joey.
Katina, man. I'm with Sharif here now. SUNE, Sharif, that trend line we did break down there. So we're gonna look for some momentum. Smack Talk right here, SMTK.
Okay.
That one's not really doing anything. Smart Chem on that one. INHD. What are we up here? I know we don't want to talk about this. I'm not chasing it. Taylor Badley's just telling me to keep buying this thing. Dude, I can't chase it all the way up here. We got to wait for that next. But what's Riot up to?
What is it up to, Joey?
Not doing too much. $1 or something. Maybe we get
dollar?
a breakout. Yeah, we got to stick with everything that has $1 million. ENHA continuing to climb higher. I'm going to avoid some of the tech names right now. We're going to get out of Facebook, though, just because it's starting to come back in. So, bang, we're all out of that one. It did work for us, but we didn't capture all of what we wanted to. But CYPH, just rolling through the scan here, and then MPT. What's that? MPC is what I was looking for there. And Galaxy. So, ooh, Galaxy. After Galaxy Digital there, Sharif. Did you see this bad boy?
Yes, I did. I've got it up here, Joey.
Yeah, $30.44. So we're going to be patient and wait for some momentum style play. What I was going to look for in Sun Nation Energy, we're not getting it because you can see that we had that aggressive breakdown. And at that point, I don't think you'll have that strong of a rebound on that one. You can see that we come back to the break even here on FBL. It worked out for us, but we do get stopped out on both times, the majority of our shares there.
Okay. So above 6, but there's resistance at around the bar high of 1110, which is 640. Current bar high, 638. So that topping tail candle into 694, currently not acting as the local area support. It's actually gauging, or it's basing its area resistance on the 1110 candle. As I mentioned, 641, 1110 candle high. Current bar high, which is the 1120 candle, 638. I'm waiting at around 55. I get into 55, I stop out below $0.25 for less shares. Here it comes again into 88. Watching the descent on this one. This is a couple of low bars. I don't know if I want this anymore. This is not the one. I'm out. I canceled the order. I canceled the order, and here it comes. Just watching here. So lower low, lower high. I'm not a fan of this candle setup here, but it did defend 50 pennies. Into 80s it goes. I'm continuing to watch here. Let's see what it does. Yeah, this is a 2-candle red setup at the moment, so I don't need to be quick with this. By the way, shout out to my man, Adam James Abroad. He's dropping 2 in the chat, and I love he's got the right idea here. If we break 750, he says, we're going to 10, then maybe $20 gaps. More in agreement, I could not be with you, Adam. Like, you know, and I always say this just so that, you know, people don't pick and choose the words that they want to focus on. When I say $10, I mean the $10 area. That could mean 988, that could mean 982, that could mean 1055. Okay, I'm talking about an area. Look at the volatility on this thing. I'm not going to be able to call it to the penny. That's crazy. But generally, when we do clear the $5 level, we clear the $10 level, we're typically looking at the next level, and this is an immediate retracement. So continuing to watch this INHD dilly-dally here at $6, a little above, a little bit below. This is the consolidation component, pardon me, of a bull flag. What's up?
It's Juan Soto back there.
Oh, yeah, 11:30. I didn't know. Nobody told me. Wouldn't be surprised about that. Nobody tells me anything around here. In any event, 605, 606. We're looking for this one to hold, and then we're going to look to take some more over here. D1 Who Live 231, $2 super chat. Thank you very much. It's a me, Mario, Nintendo on the up. All right, cool, man. Does Nintendo even have a North American ticker? What is it, Joey?
I don't even know, but it should be N64. But numbers. Yeah, I do believe, I believe they take the lead here, once again anyways, go up 3-1 in this series, but it's been an absolute fantastic one. Let's head over to our watch list. Guys, we were long DRAM, and I'm literally kicking myself right now just due to the fact that I didn't buy it at 59.27 when we should have, because look what's going on with this trend. It's just every dip gets bought up, all right? Like, it's just like, oh my God, and off to the races we go with DRAM. It's crazy because I decided to buy a little NASA. Don't worry, we're gonna be grabbing some more stuff, I mean, throughout the month, right? It's just like boom, 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 boom. We just add a little bit more, we buy the
Did you request BP?
No, I would. Did you?
No, did you request BP?
Did you?
I'm going to today.
But I'm going to, yeah. We
I'm
can get that.
asking,
We can get. I'm going to, yeah. We can get that set up for.
Nice. We're talking about the SpaceX IPO.
Yeah,
Both
exactly.
Joey and I are gonna get little BP.
But there's a lot of mixed. Even Katina is having a little bit of mixed feelings on this. That they think it might just be a liquidity grab for some of the larger boys to get out.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's not the first time I've been hearing that. You know what I mean? But
yeah. But I'm gonna. Hey, listen, man. It is what it is. If you're gonna swing at anything, it's like having a 3-0 count.
Exactly.
You may as well. You have that free swing. Listen, 5% of the float, I believe, is what's being released, Sharif. 3 or 5% or something along those lines. That is such a small amount.
We talked about it. Remember?
Yeah. So imagine, like, you have just a bunch of people who are looking to get involved that aren't getting that.
Don't forget though
marker.
that Elon and crew are prohibited from selling for 366 days, right?
Exactly. So they have that lockout period where they can't sell anything. So what is it? It's going to be a lot of retail individuals looking to get involved with SpaceX right out of the gate.
Yep. Watching here, INHD looking for a possible breakout now. So now we're towards the higher end of the range. We're about to take out the $0.50 here. So I'm watching intently for a squeeze into 7. Here are the buyers at 7.45. Let's go. Let's see if we can kind of let this one rip up. We got a way higher cost basis now that we've taken out the prior area high. So let's see if we can kind of mosey on up and take out the $0.50 decisively. The answer to that currently is no. So let me just throw out some orders there for this one. Let's see if we can trigger some orders. My attempt at the breakout trade is not going as planned, and I cannot give this to below 6. I just can't. So let's go ahead and go just like that, and we will stop out if it does lose 6. Again, selling here, aggressive defending by the shorts of the $6.50 area. So we will give back if this loses 6. Looking for that continuation back into 7, 694 high, current 667. So 2/3 on the dollar. We're at a third right now. So I'm out of the money here. And here comes 6. Oh, poop. Let's see if it holds up at 6. Because below 6, I'm out. It's really that simple. I'm not going to DCA into an oblivion and then get caught hard. Multiple topping tail candles, though, in and around that 6.25 to 6.5. So we know the shorts are earmarking this area here with an aggressive seller now. Could be profit takers, right? As Adam was telling Joey at $2 and $3, this is probably one you should be looking at. So we're zigging and zagging here at the $0.25. We hold up 6. I ride it into the highs. If we don't, I stop out, and then we'll set up again. But guys, guess what? You know what happens at 11:30, Joey, in the market?
What happens, my boy?
I don't know. We used to have a trade on the floor called the what? At 11:30.
Yeah.
What was it called,
the
Joey?
The Euro close, man.
What was it called?
Euro close.
The Euro. So we're about to
close.
do some Euro right now with Juan and Adara.
Indeed, we're excited to have Juan here on the show to take us through the Euro close because we are about 2 minutes away from said Euro close. So just to start off, what tickers should people be looking for as we head into this close?
Thank you so much, Adara. Hi there, guys. So here's a little bit of a recap of what happened today in the European markets. First ticker up top is Stocks Europe 600. It was up by 0.2%, staged a massive recovery, erasing a 0.9% drop to finish completely flat, which is a good sign. Up next, over in Germany, they were down by about 0.16%. They clawed back from a very steep 1.3% hole. So the automotive and also the domestic industrials, they did stabilize over the day. In France, the CAC 40 down by 0.29%. It lifted off its worst daily marks, though luxury and tech weights kept it mildly in the red today. Over in the UK, the FTSE 100 fought right back to the flat line, and they were only down by 0.05%. while the Zero Stocks 50 futures was only they were up by 0.07%, and they flipped marginally green into the late session, stabilizing into the close. So some of the talking points out of the region today, quite cautious across Europe. The main driver, of course, still the same, geopolitical stress throughout the entire day as it keeps risk appetite in check. Oil also pushing higher, of course, from that geopolitical stress, and energy stocks getting a tailwind, while tech is still acting like a weak spot, of course, copycat of the US markets today. And traders will be watching out for the ECB prints later on this week, and they're leaning toward another 25 basis points.
It's interesting. You've got ECB this week, and then, of course, next week you're going to be getting that U.S. rate decision. Thank you so much for being here with us to cover that European close. Juan, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Adira.
A natural means?
Yeah, I was honestly thinking that. You know what that deserves?
The dude's a natural. The dude's a natural. Unbelievable, bro. That's the first time you're on camera, man. Like, that was ridiculous.
I don't know,
just very calm and composed, speaking very clearly. Fantastic, Juan, man. That's of a man. I didn't expect that.
The demeanor and everything, the presentation was of a man who's done it before.
Yeah, he's done it before.
Have you done it before, or?
Yeah, I mean, I was a journalist back home in Malaysia, so...
another piece of the puzzle falls into place. I was like, yo, this guy, who is this guy? Where do we find this guy?
Yeah,
it's fantastic one, man.
That was
very, very clear, very eloquent, very pointed in your comments, man. Shout out to you. We're going to have that every day, guys. If you're a European viewer, you got to be hanging around with us at 11:30 if you want to find out how the European markets are acting. Thank you very much to Juan, who, by the way, in case anybody wants to know, is an Arsenal fan, so he's aces in my book, baby. Shout out to Juan. What do you got, Joey? NPT just ripped.
Juan there. I was going to ask him if he knew who Austin 316 was. But anyways, aside from that, yeah, NPT, Sharif, I don't know. I got to switch everything up. I hit the wrong X, so now I have no side charts, really. I just got to go off of what we have here. MMA.
MMA.
So, yeah. This is Mixed Martial Arts Group here, guys. It's looking not very good whatsoever. I don't know why I got all excited. But anyways, aside from that, it still has 1.9 million shares traded here on the day. But MPT was the play at that high of the day break. 241 now up to 293. That's a really good move there. And then RYET, not doing too much, guys. So it's been a quiet one. I'm not in love with anything tech at this given moment. I believe that NVDA has just been not a good performer, especially coming off of that high. This is the weekly. And then AAPL has been one of the stronger ones. And Meta couldn't get the ball rolling, losing $600 on Friday. So a little bit tougher of a look. Head over to Walmart and see what we got going over there, 119.75. We've just been stalled at this level, but strong on today is starting to form that bull flag. And then we also have JPM at down to 312. We did have a high of 316 earlier today, Sharif. So,
all right, man.
Yeah, man, that's all we got. Are you still looking at MPT?
I'm in it. MPT, no, sorry. I'm in INHD. It's coming back towards that 640 area. It's got a lot of higher lows and a consolidative look. This is not the move for me to get out. Moreover, I didn't stop out through my level, and there it goes. Patience, baby. Into the high. Here we go. Here's 69. Give me my money, man. We're looking for 7 now, Joey. Into 80s. Give me my money, and it is Rip City. Rip City right now. On INHD through 7 it goes. We're taking more prints. We're looking for a bigger move. 728 high. Hasn't cleared 7 decisively enough yet for my liking. There's 7 again. And there's another print. Now we're going to go 755er. Let's see what we get. And then we're going to go 755er. That, of course, is if it holds up above $6, which it's not. That's going to be the end of the trade for me. Right back down. Look at this. Wow, what an out. What an out, man. What an out. You smell that coming, bro. That rejection of 7, I got the hell out of there. So that all ends up being profitable. Loses $6 into 550 it goes. Wow, that was bamboozling.
You smelt that one a mile away there, my guy.
I did. I felt it. I'm not even like
I'm not joking either. I know.
Big my head up, but I did see that one coming.
I was looking at him, Taylor Batty all morning. He's been asking me if I've been buying this thing. Like, come on, bro. You see the position board. We're not doing that just yet. Aside from that, Sharif, we're going to be looking at this. I would love for MMA to have some volume kick into this bad boy. S-Dot has definitely been on the radar, but little bit low on the volume. Johnny T?
No Miro, Sharif's mustache real?
Yeah, man.
happening over there, man?
Johnny T, man, I could see the resemblance a little bit.
Ooh. I didn't read that one. Let me read
the emoji?
it. Johnny T.
No, the emoji that they're putting
keeping
up there.
his shirt. Yeah.
Yeah, with that. Yeah, talk smack now. How about that?
Bro. Again, we got a good session in this morning, Joey.
Ooh, okay, bye.
Sharif is AI generated. Shut up, bro. That's part of the glasses. Yeah, they come together, guys. These are actually really like prescription glasses too. I just don't wear them.
They're not just for show.
No.
No, you wear those all the time.
Yeah,
not like all the time, but more often.
I brucked up my black ones. I slept on them. So yeah, I have black ones that I seldomly wear, and well, I'll be wearing them even more seldomly now because they only have one arm.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I have to ditch those ones out. But they're SoFi, guys, 1649, and we're talking about some of the quantum plays here earlier today. After just drinking straight coffee, this espresso is so disgusting. But we're getting not too bad of a look, guys, 2260, and remember we were talking about the government funding. I mean, it was hot for a couple of days, and then you give back the majority of that move, and now 2207 is where we're currently trading at, but an inside session right here. So, I mean, it's quiet. If I'm going to find anything, it's more or less going to be in the momentum-style trade. So INHD is going to be on my radar, and then that other name that Sharif was mentioning, we'll pull that up here, NPT. Is something that we're going to have to do. Is just strictly momentum, to be honest with you. And I'm not loving what we have in the NVDAs and the Googles and everything along those lines. It's too much of a grind. I want something that works fast and it works furious, and that's definitely small cap plays.
I gotta tell you, this is like music to my ears.
Fast and Furious?
No, the fact that you're liking small caps.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I like you a little bit more.
I think it would be ignorant of me not to. Would classify themselves as a momentum style trader.
Yeah, and the momentum could come in many different forms, as you know.
Exactly.
Jay, what is this, Scott? Please pull up Jay Chandra Sakar. You could cast for that position in Super Troopers. What is going on over here, bro? Who is this guy? I don't even know who this guy is, man. Don't even involve me with this guy over here. He's an actor and screenwriter and director. Yeah, and he's also like 15 years older than me. Give me a break, man. Let's go, man. Like, yeah, he's born in the 60s, Joey.
Man.
All right, here we go again. INHD didn't fail. It went down to 550, but it's still holding trend. So aside from that, lower low that we did with that candle that closed with equidistant upper and lower wicks, we're still holding trend. If you're looking at the closing prints, I mean, this is kind of what I'm looking at here. So INHD, I don't think it's done yet. And so I may work my way back into this one. And I want to make this point also. For those who are deliberating, getting the move from 7, 8 to 10 could be insanely swift and insanely fast. You may not get the time to kind of go through that regular decision making. It can rip through these levels. Really, and I do mean that. It could be like 1 5-minute candle, perhaps even 2. So do think about that. INHD, I have a bias that this one is going to 10. And here we go again, working our way back into $7 area resistance, obviously, with a 728 intraday high. Current bar low, just to give you an idea, 629. Prior bar low is the one that failed, so it's all the way at 556. If you get in, you could give it to 629, 630, in and around that area. I'm going to get in here for small share size with a view to adding on the dips. Now, that poses a problem for me. If it goes directly without me, then I have a small position like the same problem that I had initially, because I did get into a small position. Here comes 7 again. While we watch that one, let me send you to Adira because she's got news.
Keep an eye here on TKO. This is, of course, TKO Group. Not a lot of volume on this. We're talking under 300,000 shares, but just be aware here, seeing reports from a reporter by the name of Scott McFarlane saying that apparently there is a court hearing that could be happening on Thursday in Washington, D.C. as part of the last-minute lawsuit that seeks to halt the UFC event this weekend. Now, apparently nothing's been scheduled yet, but the White House is very likely to respond to this tomorrow. If I get any more details, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Yep. All right, there it goes. Joey, we got it. In the 740, there it goes again. It's Rip City. We got 683 on with the ad. Here's 775 high, 750 showing up. Here we go again. This could be an aggressive move. Watch out, guys. Now, if we get through 8 pretty aggressively, we could see 10 quite quickly. Look for the 7. There's a $0.50 seller here that we can't shake. Into the 60s we go. We shake them. Let's go ahead and wait at 788. And then we're going to wait at 795 for the next one. There goes 82, 89. There's the print into 89. Here comes $8 again. It's a 790 high, so we're not going to get the print because we're waiting at 79. And then I'm going to put an order above 8 as a liquidity tester. Okay. This guy, bro. He's like, yeah. Don't worry, bro. I got it. All right. 792. I know, right? 792 area high. We put an order north side of 8, 808 and 795. Those are the next prints. There's a seller here of note in the high 80s, low 90s that we can't shake locally. So be on the lookout here for a possible reversion. 93, and there it goes. Joseph options through all the levels. It is an 817 high. We got 674 on this one, and here we go again. Here comes $10 in my submission.
All right, man. Good stuff. Calling Cena pound for pound is crazy work. Anyways, we got the TKO holdings. We're looking at that.
My money,
It's going to $8.32. Adam James abroad calling that one out bright and early this morning, saying, Joe, get involved with this bad boy. Hey, man. I'm still trying to navigate these things because I would like to see some more consolidations, but it doesn't matter what I'm looking for. These things just continue to rip. With that being said, let's head over to NFP or NFT, whatever it is, whatever that one's called there.
Limit up 879. Limit up 879.
It's going to go there. 879. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay. So
yes,
there
sir.
it is. Bang. It's going to halt here momentarily, probably, unless it's going to be a false halt. So another move. Hopefully, everyone in the chat had the ability to take advantage of this one. We did not, but that's why we go back over to our scan and see what we got going on here on NPT. Where are you? Where are you doing? What are you doing right now? 22 million shares. I do like this for an additional attempt here. That high of the day break was the play, and now we're halted at 879 on this bad boy. Man, oh man, what a big time run. These things, like
Joey, can I say one thing? When one halts, you have to keep an eye on NPT because NPT could rip.
So they just rotate. So it's like, oh hey, we got to get our fix.
Yeah,
this
exactly.
is halted. I got 5 minutes to do absolutely nothing, and then you head
ripping,
over
Joey.
into NPT. There it goes. Oh, we're gonna play the high of the day break on this bad boy here, NPT. Get that garbage out of here. What's up, Tiffany? I hope you had a good weekend.
Poor girl, she's like walking, like what's going on? You shocked her there.
That's all right, man. She get used to it. That's for sure. That's how we rock and roll, Sharif. We're gonna wait for this momentum style play. There it goes on NPT. We're involved in this bad boy for the HOD break. Can we crack $3?
Oh,
there it goes. We're in that.
Oh,
let's go.
Get it, Joey.
Yes, sir. Let's go NPT. Let me pull it up on our charts. We got to get prepared to get out of it as well, too. Hope Assassino had a good weekend as well. This morning, I know Ramin's in the building, so shout out to everyone. It's right as we're starting to fail. There's 10 cents just like that. There it is, Sharif, a little bit more, man. Oh, I love these things. This is insane.
You listening to your friend over here? Who's watching it? This transformation in real time before your eyes, right here.
Look what you did to me. You got me addicted to caffeine and these freaking small cap things. So yeah, what good friend you are, getting me on all of this stuff.
Bro, I never offered you a coffee once.
Yeah, but you just steady
I just bring them.
I just
bring them. But you know what? I only have 2 a day, right? That there's that 6:30 coffee when I'm here bright and early, and then there's the let's call it the 10:45 coffee when I sit down for the midday.
Yeah,
right?
well, I mean,
that's it.
Joe's a changed man. There it goes. Listen,
I'm happy for you, brother. That is the move,
man.
I tried to tell y'all, man.
You tried telling me. Yeah. You guys tried telling me it's NPT, the high of the day break. Man, I love this thing, man. I love these small cap names. We're in at 295. We should have kept some more shares. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Because we took our first out on like pennies on the dollar. Joey Turbo. I know, man. I'm 2 espressos deep.
Turbo's good.
I'm 2 espressos deep. And about 3 coffees. So you know me, but watch it. The complete inverse comes. I crash like a dog who's just been running around for quite some time.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'm not gonna call you a dog, but we got on some new supplements yesterday, Joey.
What did you get on?
All like herbal stuff from Shoppers Drug Mart. So let's go through that. 400 milligrams of magnesium.
Yeah.
So
isn't that supposed to put you to sleep?
Yes, but it's also good for if you do excessive training because a lot of the sweat, you lose a lot of magnesium. So I'm doing magnesium glycinate 400 milligrams.
Yeah.
I'm also doing 5,000 IUs of vitamin D3 early in the morning at around 6:30 a.m. with K2. I'm also taking a B complex. I'm taking zincs, and now I'm going to have a serving of electrolytes after every session.
Man.
Yeah. So we're going to do it live. What's the? Give me 1 sec.
Yeah,
so,
give us the electrolytes
guys, I want to.
You got to hop on MPT, my boy.
That's exactly what I was going to do. So I've got it on the next screen over here. It's a 358 high. Yeah, creatine. I'm already doing creatine, Rath Night, in addition to branched chain amino acids. Those were just, regular. But I'm losing weight now, and lethargy is starting to, rear its ugly head. Lethargy or whatever, however you want to pronounce it. So this was what Claude told me, like after inputting all my details about what I work, what I do, my day, my caloric expenditure, my caloric intake, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's what Claude suggested. So we're going to do it live on that. So I've heard the same thing, Roulette. People say are useless. I've heard the same argument. I feel like I recover a lot quicker when I take branched chain amino acids, especially with like muscular pain from strength training. I find that I don't get post workout, pain. Good pain, like muscular pain. So I just take it. But I've heard the same argument as you, brother. I mean, I heard some people do that. They say it's absolute trash. So I'm continuing to watch here, NPT, because we're at that critical level, right? 3.5. We always talk about the $0.50 and whole dollar here, and we definitely need to keep a close eye on this. Sorry, I didn't answer the earlier super chats. I do apologize here. Let me just go to fan funding. Let's bring it in, see what we're going on. These ones came in first, Assassino. I don't even see them. Hold on, INHD's open, and we're dropping here. So we've got 674 on. Here comes 8. Sorry, I'll just get to those supers in 1 second here. We need current bar low 750. Current bar low 750. We're losing 750. Here comes 7. I've got 74s on. I've literally got 1 out left. So I don't want to take it out unless I'm absolutely stopped out. Into my entry. Here we are about $1 above my entry again. So the decision is, do I add into this position? Because I have a bias. We're going to 10. It's just about where you get in, right? So that you're not forced to DCA and you have your back on the ropes over here. Here comes Joey. 822 high. It's an 875 high on the day, but the current bar high is why does it tell me 879? That's inaccurate. Here comes again, looking for 850. Above 850 we go. And the move now from, say, 850 or 9 into 10 could be super swift. So continue to watch here. Look to the bid. See who's stepping in to support you. And there goes 9. 920. This is going to rip into 10, man. Here comes 925. 935 now. Probably 950 moments later. I'm ending the trade here. There it goes. We're going to take it there. We're going to see exactly what we can get, perhaps a drop down. Now, the candle range here is insane. It's a 729 low and a 934 high. You have a $2 range on this current 5-minute candle. Prior bar low, just so you're aware, is 792. So if you want to base it on prior bar low, despite the fact that the current candle did breach it, you can think about that as well, as buyers may be stepping in there. So continuing to watch INHD and watching NPT. While we tell you about that, Adair is going to tell you about this.
Tonight here on USO in the Market, N12 News reporting that President Donald Trump of the U.S. told Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, that he believes that the U.S. and Iran are nearing a final agreement on a framework that could enable the parties to end the conflict or come to a negotiating table here towards an agreement. So again, more signs that we could potentially be nearing an end to the U.S.-Iran-Israel conflict. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Back to you.
I think interesting. Some of the information leaked about the framework that they're setting up on the weekend, Joey. And it's like they want to set up sort of a framework that they have checks on the nuclear material specifically, and then there would be like different stages of this process. So then there would be also a neutral observer, however neutral one can get in a conflict like this, to be, practically speaking.
And who would that be?
And the framework seems a little long-winded, though. And I think it's done on purpose, so it keeps you like in a permanent state of ambivalence, right? Where you don't really know, like you're trying to basically you're trying to, your enemy, obviously, you don't want to show your hand. And that's what they're trying to say. They're saying it's going to be like this prolonged ceasefire, this long process to kind of get all the nitty gritty. I don't know, man. It seems to me like it might be a bit of a tough one.
Team America World Police, man.
Hey?
I said Team America World Police.
Yeah, I don't think they want to be the world police anymore. Well, according to President Trump, but he's obviously doing some stuff here that perhaps may make you think differently.
You hear what? So I think what I do know is that Sunwing and a couple other Canadian airlines have canceled all flights indefinitely to Cuba.
Oh, that was from like January, brother.
But now it's indefinite. No,
indefinite.
They suspended.
Yeah.
So these guys are having a major energy crisis. Right?
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Shrimp in it, Pat. Sorry, I qualified my statement there, right? I said President Trump didn't want to have, the United States as a world police, but his actions dictate otherwise.
Yeah,
and that's kind of exactly what I was trying to say there. So
there goes.
I do realize he did start a war.
Big time. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he's already tempted, like going into Cuba and everything along those lines. There it is, Sharif. Another big time high of the day break on MPT. Would love to be holding a little bit more shares on this, but I'm not. So you have to accept it for what it is. Another move, 185% on MPT, as it didn't break down that $3.20 marker and then just rips another 40 cents relatively quick. You have to be cautious. I don't even know what I'm telling you guys about this stuff. I'm just here to trade the momentum. But what I've learned and what Sharif has taught me over the time here within these small caps, you can get a rug pull and this thing can drop $1 quicker than you can. Then you can even get the words out of your mouth. So a nice little uptick. We're going to probably hit 200% here momentarily on NPT.
Isn't that beautiful though, man? And can I say something? 386, I start thinking 5 immediately. I start thinking 5.
You think
how it gets to 5?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not in a straight line. Or start thinking 5 right away. Topping till into 387. I want to join Joey here in NPT. How I maneuver in is really going to be the question here. I'm thinking somewhere around. Now it already gave you 3. Right? Look at that move back down into 3. 3 was obvious area resistance. You can clear that. You can clearly see it on the 1. Maximizing this for you guys so you can see it. $3 area resistance rips up into 360, comes back in, low of the candle, 305, 306. That's as good as 3 to me. And then rips right back up into the high of the day. I'm talking 387. As Joey mentioned, knocking the door at 200%, 195 and change. We all get it. We have 4 in our purview. We're looking for 5, and there it goes, Joseph, into 394, 98. This one's on its horse. It's likely to see 5 pretty soon here. We're going to have to figure out a way to get into this. Current bar low is what it opened up at, Joey. 343 bar low, 398 bar high. Prior bar low, 306. So we're obviously getting a little extended here, but that's what these ones do. Do not look at them from the lens of large caps. These are small caps. You need to view them from that lens. And when viewed from that lens, it's not as extended as one has seen in the past. So gonna keep my eye out on this one, looking for an entry, Joey.
All right, man, good stuff. Yeah, we hit the $1 on this bad boy, which is pretty good, man. It's a lot of fun on this stuff. So we tapped into 200% there momentarily and then came off of that $4 marker. I mean, I have nothing left, man, like 5% of what I had in my original position. So I'll just remove that. If we do happen to head into $4.20, 420, we'll take that off.
420,
yeah,
Joey?
man, 420, man.
That's okay.
Yeah, boy, do I got a story for you.
Oh.
Getting addicted to on these small caps. I mean, listen, I think it's ignorant from someone who, like myself, likes momentum and likes it when things happen relatively quick. This is exactly that. Sharif said it last week. It's either breakout or bailout, and that's my style. Like, let's rock and roll, let's rumble.
I wonder who says
and if
that.
we're gonna go CR. CR said that. I mean, like, if we're going to do something, like, let's do it quick, and then, boom, there it is, $4.20 roughly, 215%. There it is, Sharif.
It's going to 5, Joey.
There it is. We're going to, okay, you're telling me it's going to 5, then we're going to diamond hands this to $5.
No.
423, your boy is still in this. Adam James, are you in this? Oh, 4.
I told you, 439.
Okay, no, that was
Get it, Joey.
That was it. We'll get all out of that one there. I would have loved to have a little bit more shares, but it is what it is. We'll take it for what it is, and bang, nice move in MPT. Sharif, I'm learning something new every day. You're talking about, hey, watch out when one halts, you see a rotation into another one that's hot. I love that because that's exactly what happened here. That's almost textbook. And it's good from people who are doing them significantly longer. You learn these little things. That's really key because I never would have decided to look at MPT for a high of the day break if Sharif hadn't mentioned that.
It's just like something you notice, right?
Yeah,
shout out to who was that in the chat?
that?
I was trying to tell him, grateful for Bitcoin. Sharif, learned a lot watching you trade small cap gap. We're still too wimpy to day trade. And I responded to him. First of all, you're not wimpy. Don't call yourself that. Number two, start small. It's the same mechanics. Whether you're trading, well, you know, the liquidity becomes an issue, right? Later, if you're trading thousands and thousands of shares, but until you get to that level, the mechanics are going to be the same. Whether you're trading 15 or you're trading 150, you're likely not going to have an issue at all with liquidity on these. This thing's done 44 million shares, man, and the volume just started coming in. Like, just to give you an example, grateful for Bitcoin, the prior bar, the one we just closed at 1150, did 3.7 million shares. You're going to have ample liquidity to get in and get out. And the stops, right? That's kind of the only thing here that I really need to caveat. Trading between some of the large caps or even mid caps and some of these small caps. The stops, okay, I might have to get in here.
MP?
Let me think about this one. The stops are going to be a little bit different, and the reason is because it can turn on you in a heartbeat, right? And it can blow through your level. That's the thing. So I'm in here on MPT. I'm giving this a current bar low 343. Let's go 338. 330 at the worst, so we've got 77s. Let's go ahead and set up something at 95, and then I'm going to wait at 415 as well, and then 433. And this is all predicated upon it holding prior bar low. If it doesn't, I'm out. It's simple as that. So the spreads on this one, while they can be very good, they can be 1 penny, 2 pennies for the entirety of the day. When a big order comes in and takes out all those levels, it will blow through your stop, right? And that's what you need to concern yourselves with. Here we go again. Into 4, Joey. 377. We're looking for the quarter dollar here, Assassino. We're looking for that bigger move up, and there it goes into the quarter dollar. We got a couple of beak wetters here, and nothing changes. We stop out below 350, 77's on, looking for a bigger move to take out the high of the day into 439. So by definition, I'm gonna go ahead and put 455, see if we can get that. Adam James abroad.
My guy.
$4 is huge resistance on MPT weekly. Yes, in it. He's doing. Have you ever seen like how the British say
in it?
Yeah, in it. You were wise to it immediately. Yeah.
Because I'm all about that British slang, man. I love how everything just ends in a question.
I love it.
Like, didn't I?
Yeah. And like when they say hello, it's like, you all right?
You all right?
Right. It's like when I was there, it's like it throws you as a Canadian. It's like, yeah, in the beginning, obviously, like the first week or so, it's like, yeah, I'm fine. What's going on? You know?
Yeah, we're good.
Why are you asking?
Yeah, no, that's a very valid point here. Isaac, I don't know,
Dan McIsaac.
Yeah, Dan McIsaac. Yeah, very valid point, right? Like if you don't have a platform that allows you to trade this momentum and like direct access, you're going to get into a world of trouble because a second delay can just change everything, regardless if you're trading small caps or even large cap. If you have everything, like if you have a platform that's like a couple of seconds behind, then it's just disastrous. You're working at a disadvantage. So market latency is huge and extremely important. Direct access platforms are what you need. Now, I mean, we've just been too busy here rocking and rolling with these small cap names. INHD coming off the highs there, guys. SUNE, what has that been up to? Nothing. Now we got to look for that next big time roller here, Sharif. And I'm not seeing anything that's really setting up. I'll let you call a couple of things.
ENHA, check it out. ENHA, it's Rip City. I just can't, I have to finish this MPT trade. But I'm watching it. ENHA, it's going, Joey.
It's going on. I trust you, man. Oh, there it is. ENHA.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going. All right. Okay, so we got some halt. It's been halting like a madman, it looks like, too, though, Sharif. So we got to wait for a pullback, and then maybe we can play an additional high of the day break on that bad boy. But listen, this is the style of momentum that we're looking to get involved with. Would I have liked more shares? Absolutely. But boom, off to the races from 295 all the way up to 430. We take that trade. MPT starting to come back in a little bit here, Sharif. but we're going to hold on to this and see what we got going on. We're all out of it, and we're going to be patient and allow that next opportunity to fall onto our lap. Maybe ENHA halts all the way up here at 373, and then we rotate back into INHD, and we can get that party started without any question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Did you see clips of the enhanced games online? It's like the dudes who were juiced up versus dudes who were natural. Have you, Fabian? The roid, okay, Fabian in my ear said, like, he always said the roid Olympics would be hilarious. But Fabian, I wasn't expecting the natural people to outperform the enhanced. Like, that was completely counterintuitive.
Really, eh?
Yeah, it's hilarious.
In like what? In like what kind of events were they doing?
It was like all the different types of events, kind of. It's just, I can show you.
T-ball.
Yeah.
T-ball.
It was hilarious.
Yo, dude, let me tell you something about this FIFA World Cup going on here in the city.
What's wrong,
so
Joey?
Across
Tread
the street,
carefully here,
yeah, that's all right, man. Hey, man, I'll tread wherever in the shark. I'll gladly go in the shark waters, my friend. No, in all seriousness, so across the street from my house, under the Gardner, they have that park. I seen them like building like some form of a store.
That's the FIFA thing.
Yeah, but it's not going to be ready until July 11th.
Hold down NPT.
It's not going to be ready till July. Isn't the World Cup going to be?
Bro, the first game and the first Toronto game is Friday.
Yeah, and this isn't going to be ready until July. So you spent all this money. It's not going to be ready.
How the hell is that even possible?
I don't know, man.
Are you serious?
Yeah. It's just like halfway through July. There's like signs about it everywhere. So they spent $1 billion, but yet they're building this stuff too late. And then they shut down the park that I bring my dog to and get to run around with. So now I can't even go down there. I have to go farther.
What is happening?
And that's why I had some choice words.
Well, I don't blame you, obviously. Your boy Joey Options also lives in the area that's going to be most affected by the World Cup.
Yeah.
And they're going to make Joey Options' neighborhood there local access only. So I was asking him this morning, like, how are they going to enforce that? And they're getting passes and stuff. Yeah. So any residents can actually get in and get out and verify that they live there, which is interesting because not going through Liberty Village is going to create a bottleneck in and of itself.
That's what That's right? Immediately what I said. Even if you go in through Liberty Village, Brendo's not going to be able to hit Altia for quite some time. And Ron is going to be really messed up for
5 a.m. Yeah, he's fine.
It doesn't matter. Listen, you're going to have all the hooligans ready to go bright and early partying over there.
Can't blame them, man. I mean, you got to get your sessions in quick. All right, guys, halt down NPT, halt down, halt 303, time 12 minutes and 15 seconds. So we're going to keep an eye out on INHD, but I really want to draw your attention to the one that's actually making the current move, ENHA. 375 high, showing 368. And look at the volume, bottom right of your screen. See how it's an ascending volume profile, meaning that the volume bars are getting bigger and bigger. That means that you have price action volume convergence. Typically, we're pointing out price action volume divergence. You're not getting that here. Watch out for divergence, though, because divergence could sometimes be the key to when the price is a little toppy. But you needn't and you shouldn't forget about INHD because it's making another move here. However, I need to bring your attention to these lower highs. So don't, look at everything with, don't be myopic in your vision over here. We've got a lot more going on, but it is now past 12 o'clock. So we're going to send you up to Adara for the Happening Now segment.
Take a look here at S&P 500. This one just kind of continuing to stair step to the upside, shall we say, from that low that we had on Friday and also even from our intraday low earlier today. Let's take a look at the Nasdaq, looking pretty similar, if maybe a bit stronger compared to the S&P 500. USO also above its Friday's lows, but well above its gap up highs as we continue to see a lot of confusion as to whether or not we have some kind of ceasefire agreement with the US, Israel, and Iran. Let's talk here about Apple, AAPL, and its WDC event going to be on watch that starts in about 57 minutes. It'll be at 12:03. Currently it's 12:03 p.m., so at around 1 p.m. Eastern, we're going to get the start of that WWDC event. iOS updates are expected. We're also expecting hopefully some announcements with regards to its Siri integration. This is going to be the last WWDC keynote under the leadership of Tim Cook. And as you can see, of the last 16 WWDC days, we were red on 13 of them. So very rarely is this a green day for AAPL. We'll have to wait and see. Apple currently up by 2% of the day for whatever that's worth. Also, SpaceX, I'm just seeing apparently this IPO is well oversubscribed. We have a couple more days until this hits. But again, guys, largest IPO ever we're expecting here with going to value the company at $1.75, $1.8 trillion. It's going to be on Friday, June 12th. Definitely an event to keep an eye out here for all week. In the meantime, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and we'll send you back over to the guys.
So if you're an Apple, follower, fan, investor, whatever, and you happen to, know a little bit about the company, you already know exactly kind of what to expect from Siri. So Siri is no longer going to go like this, where it flashes and does the little rainbow ring. It's not going to be like that anymore, Joey. It's going to live in the dynamic island, and Siri will trigger from up here. And so it's going to be conversational much in the same way that you're conversational with chat. And it's also going to have its own standalone app where every conversation you've had with it, much like chat, much like all the other LLMs, is going to be saved that you can go in and, have follow-up dialogue with. It's going to look a little different. So my understanding from the leaked, videos or UI of the new Siri, NPT is open, is it's going to be rectangular, so not or kind of boxy, like little rectangles instead of just being horizontal line items. That's it. And then also, it's going to be, it's actually pretty good from what people are saying because it's based on Gemini. So the default is going to be based on Gemini. It's also situationally aware. And this is all stuff that they're probably going to talk about, but this is all stuff that leaked already. It's situationally aware. So if you're in a text message screen and Joey sent me, for example, a suggestion about something, it will understand that context. It will understand that Joseph just recommended something and will give me suggestions to further whatever the situation calls for, whether to make a reservation at that restaurant if he sent me a restaurant, whether to, to look at the reviews of it or whatever the situation is. So it's going to be pretty good if you believe some of the reports, but obviously, get on the beta. And that I'm part of the beta program, so I will get that early. I will have iOS 27 before it's released in September with the new iPhone list. That's a look there. All right, we got VinFast, right? So let's go ahead here. Huge shout out to VinFast for sponsoring today's video. They just announced a massive partnership with AutoBrains as well as NVIDIA to bring level 4 agentic AI autonomous driving to life. We're talking next-gen intelligent tech that's completely redefining how we hit the road. If you want to see what the actual future of driving looks like, click the link in my description and check out VinFast today. So that's what I'm going to look at for there. So yeah, that's the situation. So I'm part of the beta program. So we're going to find out. I think it's going to be the second week of June, if you believe some of the reports that they'll make the beta available to people who are part of the beta program. And so I'm going to obviously install that quick as you like, and I'll give you an honest analysis of how Siri is, not relative to how Siri was, but relative to the frontier models that we have, because I think that that's the standard upon which it should be tested. It should be compared. I don't care what it was doing before. It was like 2010, 2011 technology. That's not the standard that we should be, looking for. So I'm pumped for this. I think it's possibly the right move. A lot of the analysts who are super critical online about this are now kind of, some of them are believers. So let's see if this works out.
Believers? Yeah, that would, I think it's really important. Man, oh man, I hate having to redo this all the time. Aside from that, guys, like we got our eyes on some of the small cap names, as we mentioned, INHD, SUNE. I would like that to come up, but I mean, it is what it is.
Like the blue chew crate.
Excuse me. And then ABAT, what's ABAT up to? No, nothing really. I'm not in love with anything, guys. We're going to head over to the large cap. That's the cool thing now. We just go back and forth. We'll head over to our watch list as well, too, and see what we have going on in the top names. NVDA up to 208. It hasn't done anything really today here. You're up 2%. I mean, considering you fell 6% on Friday. Goggles, how have you been doing? You're at the low. I'm going to be buying this name without any question on the weekly. You get some form of a pullback. I think 340 would be a reasonable price to slowly start grabbing some. And then AMD is still hovering, up 5% on the day. Not bad whatsoever. And then Broadcom, one of the mags that, I don't know if it's a mag 7, but one of the $1 trillion names that got hit pretty heavy from $500, Sharif, all the way down to 396. So it's lost a couple it's in bear market territory, down 21%. Right? So, I mean, where's that next level that you're going to look for some form of support? 355 maybe? That's still a hefty move from where we're currently trading. Totally fine. And the Nebius group here, you've been doing 278 down to 225. So we're starting to head into some territory in which we've seen before. Look what happened, right? Like we're talking, oh no, the sky was partially falling, down 21% was Goggles in the month of February into March, and then it just goes absolutely insane and almost doubles a little bit, not almost, but relatively close, 70%, right, or 50%. Now you're starting to fall back into that neck of the woods. It's the exact same thing here with the Nasdaq. So you head into the Nasdaq. What was our previous pullback? 12%, right? 13%. Now we're down about where we're currently trading at 4. Still a ways to go, but look where that brings us to.
Where?
That's going to bring us roughly 15%. You get this previous high. And I think that's such a justifiable area to get involved with and trade off of or even invest. Not going to be buying up here because need I go back into the history book, Sharif, and just go, look at this. Is this a coincidence? I don't think so. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Every big time pop, like you can see that they almost come to previous pivots and then they bounce. And this is the Nasdaq. Now we're going all the way back into 2020. That's not bad whatsoever. And it's the exact same narrative across the board. You go on these runs and then eventually you pull back to where the previous high was and then you just continue to climb once again. All of this is noise. So if you get in at good levels, you're investing at the right spot, I think you're setting yourself up for success. And that's exactly what we try to do from a day-to-day and a month-to-month basis.
Yeah, well, I try to fail, Joey.
I don't know.
Let's see. All right, guys, we're in EHNA. What do we get? We got 56. Here's 67. I'm looking for 69 next, and then I'm looking for 73. Reason I got into HA, is because it had a 70, let's just call it a $0.75 rejection, despite the fact that it was 78. Came back in, held the $0.50, and now is putting in higher lows. Here's 69. It is spready, though. So this one can open up 4, 5, 6 pennies, currently showing 3. So, you know, easier to manage at the moment, but looking for a bigger move up, man. I want to see if we can take out area highs. That was a really good area defend into 350. Did it hold 350 on a strict basis? No, 47, 48, and 47. So there were certainly buyers there. And there it is into 71. We get the print. We're looking for more. So 71's just flashed. They're flashing right now. Looking for 75. And then I should be posted at 77 as well, 377. And then I also want to post at 382 and then 388 as well, okay? So that's what we're doing. But we got to get decisively through that area top. There's a general area resistance. It's a 3/4 of a, especially on the 5. This is now the 4th candle in a row that can't decisively take out, let's just say, that 370 area. In fact, no closing print. Look at it come back down into 63. No closing print above 370 on ENHA, right? Despite multiple topping tail candles. Now, I stop out below the $0.50. I don't want that eventuality, obviously. I'm looking for a bigger move up. ENHA is what I'm talking about. Also, INHD looking real interesting here. Very consolidative sideways. Makes me feel like this is setting up as a bull pennant with these higher lows, yet lower highs. I don't know how this circle gets squared, but I don't think it's the right setup for me at the moment. It's just too close to 10, and it's getting a lot of resistance here in the high to mid 8s, let alone 9s, right? So something to think about there. So I'm going to continue to watch ENHA as it works right back in to 68, 67. but there's no follow through the 70s, man. Let me wet the beak here a little bit. Yeah, it's giving me shades of some of these ones that rejected these key levels. I just want to see a nice price spike up through the mid to low 70s, take out some orders there just to see that if we can squeeze some shorts out. Because a lot of the times, here we go, 72 now showing up. Let's see if we get a price spike up, but the spread opening up, man. Again, 4 pennies, give or take, on ENHA. I'm going to pack the patience here on this one. I think that that's probably what is required. Fluffy, she's back in the house. CLIK, she says. Let me pull that up, Fluff. Pull it up on the side chart so I can keep my eye here on ENHA. CLIK. I guarantee you this has done like 3 shares of volume. I love you, Fluffy, but you and these volume. Oh, Fluffy! This is a fantastic one. Oh, wow. Yeah. I shouldn't have made that remark. I was wrong. Mike got that as well. Well, usually you're sending me these tickers that have done like 3 shares of volume, bro. But this is a fantastic one, Fluffsters. Yes, great one here. CLIK absolutely jettisoned to the high side with a current high of 285. 86 now. It's on the move. CLIK, the ticker. Don't know much about it other than the fact that it's a $9 million market cap with a volume on the day of 5.62 million. That's not rude, Fluffy. You gotta hear some of the stuff, man. That is certainly not rude there. But watching ENHA, yeah, I know, right? Don't be rude. Get him, Donald. Watching ENHA here, we got to put up, though, CLIK on a trading screen because we got to be ready to go on this one. Let's see what the volume profile looks like. All right, we're closing in on around 6 million shares as we get into that $3 area. There's a 302 high. I see TT Mass CEO. I didn't even look. A substantial insider purchase. I see that on my blotter, but I can't look at the news article at the moment. Can't be reading this while we're trying to trade it, especially in a position already. So look, guys, a $3 rejection currently on CLIK with the high being 302. We're trying to work right back up into those area highs. It looks like there is selling here in the mid to low 80s. Let's see if we can take out some of these sellers locally. Not immediately apparent if that's going to be easy to do. Continuing to watch. Just want to see where the sellers are stepping in repeatedly, as well as where the buyers are stepping in to backstop us. But I also have to manage my position here on ENHA because it does feel like it is failing. So we'll put our stop through that $3.5 area. If it stops out below 3.5, that's cost of doing business. Right back to CLIK because this one is right at that critical area where we could break through the 302 area. And if that's going to be the case, I want to get involved with this one. So continue to watch that on CLIK. Let's see what we can get here. Any bigger drop showing a 69 buyer. So there is generally a low 70s buyer here, but yeah, not quite yet. We are at the current bar low right now, so it's not exactly, prime time entry area. So let's see let's let the candle bottom out, right? See where the buyers are stepping in. Back into the 80s we go. So we've established a bit of a base. I want to say it's a low 70s. Right up into the 80s we go. Joseph Options. And this one could be seen $3 pretty quickly here. 87, 88 seller. Continuing to watch. Let's see if we can kind of get in. So we know we had a 70 buyer, right? Let's go ahead and punch. And we're going to go 269. Well, we'll give it a little bit below that. 265. Here we go. What do we got on 87s? Okay, good. 95. There it is. 98s. Good. Even better. Shout out to Fluffy. All right, let's put something at 3. And then we're going to put 303 because that'll technically be a high. Let me throw in my stop now. So we're going to go on this one, 65, 260. How many shares do we have left? All right, good. On this one, there we go, into 93, 95, Joe. Looking for CLIK to take out $3. Not immediately apparent, though, if that's going to be the case. 96. Nope, no continuation again through 3. So 3 is a staunchy area of resistance. Look, it's up a nice 70%, 69% on the day, man. Let's keep an eye out on this one. And there it goes into 3. Aggressive seller at 3. Can't shake the seller at 3, Joe. There's a ton of shares that are changing hands here at 3. And this could this could be a rejection here, man, because there's a lot of shares selling here at 3, and we can't shake that seller. Oh, they killed him, Joey. They killed him. They keep killing all these short sellers. I'm more pleased I could not be. Get out of our way, man. We're trying to make money here. So continuing to watch this one, Joe. What do you got?
Ooh, I was looking at click 2, man. Came in a little. For the high of the day break, MPT looks like all the steam is out of that boat.
Yeah.
Let's get out of there. And ENHA never got the high of the day break. Sharif, noisy garbage. The Nasdaq names are the ones that you want to play. So there it is. You couldn't get that 370 break and hold. So we're going to head over to the large cap Landia and see what we have. 209 there on NVDA, as this name is starting to find its way on today's intraday session. INTC. How have you been doing after that news here? They're going to be a backup for, I believe it's Google TPUs, and then now off to the races. Bang. Here it is, holding up that trend line. You have that initial selling. Now let's see if that can hold up. I don't like trading this thing, full disclosure, intraday. I don't like it I don't know, it's just pure bamboozlement. It's not noisy. I mean, I don't think it's noisy anymore. Anyways, I don't care about that stock, to be honest with you. If I can own it, that'd be ideal, but from an intraday trader, not a fan of it. Never was a good trader, nor will I. Anything can change. Anyways, never say never. Like I said to Neil the other day when he had to eat pineapple pizza. But Marvell holding up, not too bad of a look. And then Redwire, a name that was in play for quite some time, but doing absolutely nothing. That's what happens. You see some of these stocks that are in play, and then sure enough, like the next couple of days, they just become MAI. They're has-beens at that point. And then here's SoFi. SoFi not looking too bad, but it's nothing like these small cap momentum style trades. I wouldn't be looking to play a high of the day break on this bad boy. I would look for it on the small cap names. Just why? Because when they do, they break with vigor, and then they go into kind of that
vigor.
Yeah, with price discovery. DRAM. Big time recovery. I wish that we held on to this here earlier. I mean, we were in at the lows, and then now off to the races it goes. 61.20. Head back to our watch list and see how CrowdStrike has been performing, because I am curious to see 665 or 655. Sorry, on CrowdStrike. Ouch. As that has been coming off of those all-time highs.
Dub got clipped as well.
Yeah, 788. You're down 17%. You're going to hit bear market territory. But I mean, hey, this thing was down 40% at one time, and then just doubles pretty much. So hey, we like CrowdStrike.
That 305 sale is looking pretty good right now, huh?
On Pound W? Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure,
Take profits on the way up, man.
Yeah, it's the smartest
Especially with these, man. I've been in Pan W for way too long to get fooled into thinking that this one's going to continue to go up. They are high beta names, and they're high beta both ways. So I'm expecting a substantial correction, which is fine, because I had a lot of orders go out in the 160s, and if you know, you know about that one. So we'll continue to watch here. CLIK, multiple topping tail candles through 3, no continuation above 3. This feels like it could help currently, because the current bar high is lower than the prior bar high, and if we lose prior bar low, which is 269 on the dot, I think we're going to head probably a little bit more south here, likely to about 240 to 250. That's predicated upon losing prior bar low, which, as I mentioned, 269 low. Fluffster's saying GRAN. Take a look here, Fluffy. Granular. Not bad. Fluffy's killing it lately, man. What's going on over here? I saw her talking to Casey in the chat the other day.
That's maybe why.
Yeah, that's probably going to be a problem there, Joey. They're going to be taking all our liquidity here between the two of them. 144 area high. Shout out to Gran. Good call out here, Fluffsters. This is not bad at all, and this is a multi-day rounded bottom. So this could be a good look here. GRAN. Good call out, man. Fluffy. I know you're not a man. My bad. But great call out on the day. You've been calling out some bangers. So GRAN is already going to find its way onto the side chart over here. Who are we going to take off? That's the problem. We're going to have to take off the dot. That's S dot. We'll put S dot back on if it's warranted, but right now we're not really looking at the dot, so let that one go for now. Joey, what do you got, my man?
Stuff, man. All right, I'm just looking for something. We don't want to race into anything. We'll go over our trades, actually, that we had here on the day. Right. There goes MPT starting to head back there. I got to hold on to this coffee cup because... No, I was more or less referring to the temperature in here because it's like borderline going back to winter here. You keep that fan over here. Keep that fan over there, my guy. Other than that, guys, $3 break over here on MPT. I mean, like we've gone through things that we'd be trading. on the day now. Like, let's see what else we can find. I'm not in love with anything at this given moment. A nice momentum play. And then we had this little, this was just a feeler here on DRAM. But yeah, it's unfortunate that it continued to move without us. Like sell off, I'm glad that we got out of it as it cracked through that support. But this is where I wanted to get back in, and we didn't. So 59.20, boom, off to the races it goes. After that point, you're up 10% here on the intraday session, so not too bad. WNW, okay, guys, don't tempt me with a good time. So listen, I'll just tell you guys straight up. Sharif and everybody else has their style, but if you see a small cap name that is going to break a previous pivot or the previous high of the day, tag your boy, because that's something that I would look to get involved with. Joy Options doing it more. Time on SPY put. First time 172nd. Let's go for the third. Nice trap, man. Happy for you, brother. I know you've been crushing those OTMs and those 0 DTE. So congratulations to you on that one. Speaking of, man, we may as well head over. We haven't done this today. It's to our options chain and see what we got cooking up there, guys. We're going to go check out our new trusty tool over here, and then we'll figure something out. We're at the options terminal right now. We'll go through a couple of the names. We're going to go over to Adara first, but then let's see what we got in goggles and NVDA.
Keep an eye here on USO and the market. Seeing these headlines circulate quite a bit, so I wanted to mention this. U.S. Central Command announcing that U.S. forces have disabled a non-compliant Palau-flagged oil tanker in the Gulf of Oman. This was an unladen oil tanker, so again, oil tanker reportedly disabled here in the Gulf of Oman by the U.S. military. More action here in the Middle East. Back to you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, that's not best news, but anyways, aside from that, let's get back into this, into the financial markets and see what we have going on from open interest standpoints here on this beast. June 8th, 0 DTEs. That's everything that's going to be expiring today. Now, what do we have? A lot of volume at that $210 marker. We were talking about that bright and early this morning during our options segment. Now, as for the open interest, really cooled down there, guys. So we'll have to actually have to double check that and see if that's going to be correct. So we're going to pull something up here for us and see what we have at that specific level. 210, I thought was going to be giving us a little bit of trouble here with, oh, why did I type in 210? This specific name, so. All right, 0 DTE, 210. All right, yeah, okay, open interest, 278,000 there. So yeah, I mean, guys, like if we're talking about this name, we talked about it from a notional standpoint, how it's the heaviest shorted name in, I believe it was like the S&P or whatever it was, just from a notional notional value standpoint. So, wow, bro, don't do that. I'm mad cold right now. And where'd you get that thing? That's crazy. Amazon? All right. You're on. I feel like you're on a little bit of a shopping spree right now, man. Bro,
my expenses have been reduced exponentially for the last year.
Because you're not paying $500 a month in car insurance.
Bro, that's not the only thing that we cut, man. We cut a lot. So, you know, every now and again, I'm going to spend a little bit, bro.
Though,
yeah. Here it is, man. There's an air conditioning thing, too. So this is like... No, it doesn't have a heater. That's the opposite of what I want. So the fan speed is pretty good. Like there's like this is the lowest second. This is the lowest setting. So and then you throw that bad boy on, then it goes green, then that metal plate gets cold, so it starts blowing cold air. So it's literally air conditioned air. Isn't that cool?
That's good.
And look, you can kind of set it on the table.
You're not going to be you're not going to be sweating all summer.
No, man. Like I complained about leaving my house like after you have a shower and then it's like 500% humidity. And so it's like, who needs that crap, man?
There's a couple more things before we send it back to you, Sharif, that I wanted to go over on the options chain. We're going to take a look at Robinhood and see what we got going on from an open interest standpoint and some potential levels. And let's see if we're going to get this continuation, right? Like, I think it'll be more or less reflected within the earnings report. And what I'm referring to here is the PDT rule, why more transactions, right? So if we're going to be talking about more transactions, and you no longer having the limit or 3 trades per week, whatever it was, that it has now been lifted, then you're going to see that reflected here in some of these brokerage names. And I'm going to be looking directly at Robinhood. Okay, so $85 strike price, roughly where we're trading at the money right now. And then you can see the open interest isn't really substantial until we head up into $90. I thought that we would hit $100 last week, so maybe we'll get some form of a rollover. So these are expiring at the end of the week, June 12th. So let's see if we can break through this key pivot, which is around 94.63. That's going to be a massive inflection point here, just in case that doesn't happen, then more downside. But I don't think that's necessarily going to be the situation that we're going to fall into. I think we can crack $100 considering I think we need to put up a poll.
What's up? What do you want to do?
Did you? I don't know how we're going to word it, but
okay.
Did you fall under the PDT rule? Yes or no? I think that's pretty simple. And if a lot of people say yeah, right? Smart. Because now it's like, hey, and then maybe a two-part question. And if so,
I'll do it.
And then if so, are you starting to perform more transactions, right? So. Did you fall under the PDT rule? Yes or no? I think that's a pretty good question.
It's super simple, Joey. Let's do it.
Yeah.
We're going to do it right now. We're going to go custom poll. Did you fall under the PDT rule? We're going to do 3, right? We're going to go yes, no, what's that?
That's crazy.
Yo, let's just leave it there. Some people don't know what it is, man. All right, guys, let's get down to work. Here it is. If you fell, I should say, previously, because there's no. If you fell under the PDT rule, it is number 1. If you never did or didn't prior to the enactment of the rule, you're going to hit 2. And if you don't know what it is, you're going to hit 3. Get your votes in now. Thank you for making this, man. This is like honestly the easiest thing ever. Oh, fantastic. I love that. Assassino, are we able to show that a part of the screen there a little bit better or no? That's there it is. Right there. Right. Hold on, I can do this. Right, there you go.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
All right, guys, get your votes in right now. 1 is winning. About 50% of you guys did fall under the pattern day trader rule. About 38.5%, almost 39% here did not. And about, a little bit more than 10% have no idea what it is. Get your votes in. Let's see how many we can get. And we want to have a better understanding of our audience. So I think that this is a very apropos. Good idea, brother, by the way, on that. So good look here. 1 for yes, I did fall under PDT. 2 for no, I didn't. 3, what is that? Get the votes in, and we'll look at those in a little bit. Dan McIsaac, astute trader he is, pointed out to me, GRAN, all bamboozlement, no continuity. Let's take a quick look at what this hot garbage just did. Lured everybody in, well, I don't lure everybody, but it lured probably people, and it is now halted to the downside like the piece of 186 high. Look at this. It's moseying along, putting in higher lows, higher highs, ramps up to 186. As quickly as it ripped up, it ripped down even quicker, halted. $1.29 now. That's a monster retracement and quite ugly. I'm thinking about removing this one from the side chart over here. INHD continues to be a downtrend. I'm starting to feel like this one likely headed back to VWAP. It's looking like a descending wedge pattern. With an area high, we keep putting in lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. All the while, that 7 to 7.25 is an area flat, right? So this could be, Joey, what we call a flat bottom break. Look out for a loss of 7. If we lose 7 here, my bias is right away between 6 to 5. 6, a prolonged area of consolidation from 11.10 to the breakout 11.35, and then 5, obviously 5 is a whole dollar area support, but it also is almost exactly overlapping with the volume weighted average price. That makes 5 a very interesting target because the shorts who are likely piling in to no end into INHD often use VWAP as their target. So that has a way of just making it back to VWAP. Now, whether it's going to have buyers at VWAP to make this one bounce up, maybe we can take out 9.5. That's a different story. So watching INHD, yes. And then Cerebras, the 2 times leverage ETF that I said very little about other than from the beginning of the show. CBRG, this is a 2-time leveraged Cerebras ETF, 803 high. It's got a great looking pattern. Obviously, CBRS is having a great day today to the tune of 21% on CBRS post IPO, still below the IPO open price, trading at around 243, give or take. So those are the ones I'm looking at, Joey. Of course, if there are any other small cap gappers that I don't have an eye on, I'd love to hear about them. And Gavin Ross is already saying OCC. Take a quick look at that one, Joey. Very consolidative, Gavin. What's going on? It is a bull flag pattern. It's just the flag component on this monster is taking a long time here. So I'd be more inclined to trade this as a range off the extremities. So $19 seems to be the area of support at the extremity. 19.5 is more the repeat offender, with 21 to about 21.5. The wicks go into 21.5. The closing prints reject at 21. So OCC, Gavin Ross special. I don't know how to read your name because they're in Hebrew characters, but Sharif, CYPH, please. Say less, my man. Let's take a look at CYPH. And let me know what your name is, by the way, so that I can call you by your real name. Great call out there, man. 78.99, absolutely ripping up through 70. This is an ascending wedge pattern with a higher low structure and ripping through that obvious area of resistance into 70. This one's on its horse and could see the dollar pretty soon. So here we go. Mike, what? Well, I just want to know his name, Mike PD Ryder, man. I love that guy, bro. Never change, Mike. 79.49 high. Here we go again. CYPH. Great call out there by the individual whom I do not know his name, Joey.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to have to do that here relatively soon.
What are you going to do?
I might have to get my sweater. A really bad
Joey
time.
Shivers is back.
I'm over here having a really bad time. I drank too much caffeine and I'm cold, so it's a
Shouldn't
horrible...
you be warmer if you drank caffeine because it increases the heart rate and it's hot?
Dude, literally, you gotta understand, I'm always cold, dude. I'm just always cold.
I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's head over to our watch list. That's why in the summertime...
That's crazy, Trader Forever. Did that actually happen?
What happened?
The songwriter for Dua Lipa and Britney Spears got stabbed to death?
No way.
Crazy. What is that?
Did you look into... Yeah, thanks, Ramin. I appreciate you.
Keep it down, right, Ram?
No, Ramin's real, though, because you always back me up on the temperature of this place, man.
They put... Okay, guys.
Yeah, because it's all your fault. It's literally 100%. All this guy. It's all this guy's
it's my fault, right?
Literally.
All right, guys, we got to mosey on up to the big desk. There is breaking news with the dare.
Alibaba did just get a little bit of spike lower, trying to bounce here. It was reportedly named, according to a Federal Register notice, on the Pentagon's list of military firms operating in the U.S. from China. So again, Pentagon posting a list of entities in the Federal Register to be designated as Chinese military companies. Alibaba Group apparently named to this list. Back to you.
Okay.
People are saying that caffeine is a vasoconstrictor. Shout out to Arcane Laval. And it actually make you cooler. So somebody on your side, it has a different effect on me. I warm up.
You start sweating? All right. Let me go on a little bit of a spiel here on some names, guys. We talked about Dell, Micron, and some of the other ones, but on a name where the majority of the shares are held by Masayoshi Son and company over there at SoftBank, did go on a pretty big run.
INHD's failing.
$425. We could take a look at INHD.
It's failing,
here.
Joey. The flat bottom breaks
same with
right now.
MPT looks like it wants to break down. So Luis, I wonder if Luis is still...
He's on vacation, bro. He's
still
all over America. Yeah. He's taking pictures.
Good.
He was at a baseball game yesterday. Shout out to our man, Luis.
Cool.
But we know how this works. In the summertime, we're not going to see him.
Because they got this
European.
They got siesta over there. Applied Digital.
They have European culture.
Yeah, they just get a lot of breaks, man. Shout out to Juneteenth coming up soon. Here it is, right? $50 now down to 48 in Applied Digital. They signed a big deal, a big lease deal. I think it was worth like $300 million or something along those lines. So this name really got the ball rolling. And then ServiceNow finally starting to come off the bottom. I remember when Jensen and the CEO of ServiceNow were on CNBC together, one stock going one way, the other going the other, and NVDA being somewhat of a disruptive service. Sharif talked about trimming his Pan W off of the highs here. Pretty good look so far. And I think it will be for the foreseeable future. Katina Man, yes, is back in the building.
Oh.
But with something that has not been performing well,
See
Katina
all that
Man.
bread, though? Oh, my days.
Katina, man, guess what?
Burger
SMR,
looks good, Katina Man says.
SMR down to 1081. They look like little sliders. You get a couple of them. Yeah, they're little smash burgers. Not too bad. I already got in trouble in the kitchen. That's okay.
What happened? What happened? I need to know immediately.
I'll tell you later, but I got in trouble, and we're gonna leave it at that.
What did you do to Raquel, bro?
I didn't do anything.
Oh man,
I didn't do anything.
You put her in a bad mood for everybody.
Yeah, I know, but listen.
Oh my.
Hey man, it happens.
You see that,
man.
Katina, man? You know, we all have to deal with
I used to
this
be the
now.
favorite child, but no longer that's the case.
You
there in
should
the
see
kitchen.
how this guy talks to her. Hi,
Yeah. No, Sharif, don't even start, man. Oh, if I could only tell a story, I'll tell it in the chat for everyone.
days.
Sharif,
You
remember
should
what you
see
said
this
to me?
guy
No, you
talk to her, bro.
remember what you said to me that one day in the washroom? And you're like, oh, you think you're the only one who can win someone over?
I tried to offer her some
And
of my
she's like,
treats.
yeah,
I
yeah.
got shafted
Yeah, exactly.
hard.
I knew from
Never
the
tried
minute. I'm
again.
like, yeah, all right, whatever.
Never
bro.
tried again.
You don't go to, oh, you think you're the only one who can win someone? All right.
I tried to win her over. I
Yeah.
caught her clearly on the wrong day there.
Bad day.
I was just like, I was offering everybody some of my protein treats. People love them, right? Like I give them out all the time.
I'm like, yeah, okay, buddy. That's not
Oh,
gonna
my
work.
days.
But what is working right now,
What
Katina
working,
Man,
though?
you know it, and you guessed it, is TKO Holdings 203.16 as we, that's not Austin 316 there, but 203.16 we're currently trading at. Now 227, it was the previous high. We're only 11% off of that all-time high. I like TKO Holdings.
There goes CLIK, enter the quarter dollar. It's 28 penny high. We're at 23. We've got nines on. We're looking for the $0.50 now. It tested $3 a lot, okay? So that's what made me feel confident getting into it. 24 accumulation, no continuation though. Let's post at 33. Anything below 288 ends the trade for me. So that is my stop. I'm looking ideally, of course, for a hold of 3. Now we're putting in lower highs. So there's an aggressive short seller here in 20s, in the low 20s. We are putting very obvious lower highs here. We're not even able to get up into the mid 20s. Look at that seller there at 20. This could turn. Watch out for the turn here. I'm going to stop out likely below 3 here, okay? Unless we can take out the 20 seller, and now they're posting lower and lower. 18s, 19s, and that's what these algorithms do, right? They move down their stop, or sorry, their aggressive. Yeah, we're gonna get out here. Can kind of reload a little bit below 3 if this one holds. Here's the $3 area. Watching. Let's see for a 3 hold. At least the buyers are stepping in locally here on CLIK. I'm flipping to the 5-second chart. Get out of my way, bro. I'm trying to look at the 5-second. So buyers here at around $3. Current par low is right at 3 on the dot. So let's see if we can kind of get that hold. Here's 3 again. No, fail city. Right back down into 290. So it doesn't hold, but there is support at 90 because those are topping tail candles. Let's see if 90 holds. Continuing to watch, 90, 80. Wow, yeah, this is not holding at all. This is going back down to VWAP here into 70s. So yeah, failure there. Got out break even for the last, well, no, actually we lost a little bit on the last remaining amount, full disclosure. So yeah, there's 270. This is the volume weighted average price here. This could be a buy. If it fails VWAP, I'm just gonna remove it from the side chart. It's failing. Wow, Joe, 328 to 260, just like that. Like there's no bid at all on this. Like my goodness. So yeah, we're at VWAP right now. If this recovers, moves back above 3, I mean, we can get back involved with that, but that's an ugly retracement there and a lack of continuity, brother. So not a good look.
Not too good look. What an absolute disaster if you're talking about some of these ADRs. Pretty damn disappointing.
They're
right
getting
here.
clipped?
Yeah, I mean,
oh, they're all red.
It was down 41% off of its highs. Did you say Caterpillar? No, Caterpillar didn't hit a new all-time high today. At some point, it did last week though, so not too
above
bad.
900, which was good, but
Caterpillar 906. Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, at least it didn't drop 6%. Like some of the other names over.
You know what? Cat doesn't move that aggressively. It'll have big outsized dollar days, but percentage days, you know, you're not going to get big.
I don't think it has like just strictly business right now. It's like, hey, we're going to build some your power grid. And then sure enough, we're going to use a lot of the equipment to have this data center build out 122% from September of last year. That's a big time return. Plus you're collecting $1.51 on that dividend. So that's a beautiful look. We talked about NuScale Power down to 1081. one. But then we have Oklo. Some of these names not performing too well, guys. I mean, here it is, 195 bucks. All the way down to 60. That's a 70% haircut right there. And CoreWeave, I said this has been the best performing IPO, right? Like out of the other names, even though it hasn't really done anything crazy, you go on this run, it's been chop fest pretty much after that point, but it only broke the opening price low for about a couple of days. So, or not even a day. Like a couple of days here and then boom, off to the races. So yeah, not too bad. The trade desk TTD. Some people were talking about like this being that next big short. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case. I know, I was just reading.
Yo, a lot of people are saying these space stocks are going to be monster shorts. Not the SpaceX specifically, but all the space stocks that have been running up in
like
anticipation.
ASDS.
I'm not earmarking, I don't want to crap on any of them, but a lot of people are saying,
RKLB.
you know, the ones that have been moving, you know, in sympathy with SpaceX, that have no fundamental reasons in and of themselves because they're not doing.
They're not really doing anything right now. I
Right,
think this is
so
a forward-looking
interesting,
sector.
though, you know?
I think it's a forward-looking thing, right? Like something that you have to be prepared to hold on for the next extended period of time.
Yeah, but some of these stocks, Joey, like they may not be it. Like they may not even be around. They're just running because of space stock. It's like, you know, the energy stocks when they all started running. Some of these companies suck, you know what, right?
Yeah,
but they were moving because energy was moving. Justin, go ahead, Joey, sorry.
No. I mean, yeah, I totally agree. I mean, and it's still such early in this. What happened?
That's great. Stever in there, 74.40. Space stocks are going to crash back down to flat Earth.
Ooh.
All right, man. Oh, God,
so
this
there you go.
again.
Flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
There. Now, how's someone I think you've been helping on some of the fundamentals here, Sharif, Nike?
You know what, Joey? It's a tough look there, man.
It's a tough look.
Tough look.
46%. I mean, it's tough. How is so like Uber is still getting hit? A lot of disruptive services.
Can I say something though?
What?
You know why they're getting hit?
Why?
Because I'm buying Nike Shocked TL for $79. They're $225 brand new.
Yeah.
I'm buying them brand new, marked down, $79.
We're at Holt.
Holtz, there's BD brands. There is a Foot Locker didn't have $79 ones, but they had like 60% off one of the models.
Yeah, well, because look at what happened. If you're having no churn in your inventory and you have to give these crazy markdowns, what's that going to happen? Like these guys' margins are just going to get absolutely destroyed. So, yeah, I mean, that's what Lululemon, you said, what are you talking about? I'm not seeing any discounts. I don't think it's in the Canadian stores, dude.
Well, I don't see them if there are.
No,
I don't.
It'd be in the American, probably in the American brick and mortar, maybe on the websites there. But yeah, that's why I just don't love the retail space.
You're gonna go check it out, Katina Man. If there are discounts, let me know for real though.
But Katina Man's got the discounts.
Katina Man's going on Lulu right now. He's gonna find out if they have discounts.
Like, look at Urban Outfitters. We went through the retail name, Sharif.
I see it, Bovin.
Like we're talking to Urban Outfitters here, being the best performing, like out of the clothing brands.
It's a hell of a consolidation there.
Like it's not doing anything. But the fact that it's not even all the way up here, Urban Outfitters the best performer. Like what do we got? Lululemon? Oh yeah, like
yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, like are you kidding me? And what do you want to see, Katina?
Go, Assassino. Can we go to the Katina Man screen?
There's American Eagle.
Katina Man, what do you think about that neon top? Go back up there for a second. Yeah, that one on the right there. But I thought about that one, Katina, but like, there's no way I'm wearing that. I'm not about that life. I do like the blue one next to him, though. So I've looked through all this before. Look at the back, though. See the back?
No.
You don't see the back on the right?
Yeah.
It's a kind of not a spaghetti strap, but
the
tapered back. Yeah, I like
I don't know.
that.
I think that's like pretty. Like I don't think it's that attractive clothing. Like I don't think it's something that I need to go out and buy. It looks pretty basic to me.
I did like the tank tops that I got, and again,
Were they like that?
They're not like that. They're the spaghetti strap one that go over your trap.
Okay.
But they sit nice, man. The material is really good. Okay. That's something that you're going to get from Lulu. You're always going to get good material. But
give me a couple more retail brands here, Sharif. What is Abercrombie and Fitch? What's up? A&F. How have you been performing? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not good, Joey. I mean, it doesn't look good. For most of these.
Is there
look at UA. Have a quick look there.
Why would we even
XRT? What is that? That's retail. Okay.
XRT? Why would we even go over here?
Just go to the weekly on this, because name has been destroyed.
Like Steph Curry left.
Yeah. Look at that, Joey.
Like,
And
what are you
Rock,
gonna do?
too. Don't forget about the Rock.
Like, what are you gonna do? Like, the more you zoom out, the worse it gets. What's it called, Katina, man? That ETF?
XRT.
XRT.
Yeah, retail. That's the. Yeah, well, it's got some higher lows there, Joey. But
I mean, it's better than the actual individual stocks. So.
That has Amazon and Carvana.
Okay, but
though,
no, we
so
just want clothing brands. Maybe I'll construct one of those with just clothing brands, and then we'll do the inverse on that because apparently that's going to be the ideal way to go there. Because you're at $515 in December of 23 here, and you've just been steady down and to the right ever since.
Steady down.
So you're down 1%. I don't know what Lululemon's going to do to get back up to all-time highs.
Well, they got to start selling. That's what they need to do for sure, Joey. 261 area low, 259. Let's go 250 for the remaining out on that. 5025. There we go. All right, we're back into CILK over here. I'm seeing some bottoming tail candles that, well, they look pretty good. So let's give this one the old community college try. We're going to try here for another break of 3. I stop out below the breach of current bar low, which is 260 something or another. So we're going to keep that one. I have my out just a little bit below that. So looking here for CLIK, it's got higher lows, but a lot of defensive selling at 3. INHD's popping up. It just halted up. INHD limit up 795, limit up, halt time 1249.07, earliest open 1254.07. Keep your eye now on the other small cap gappers. I'm talking about CLIK. I'm talking about MPT. I'm talking about SDOT, the one Bovin was talking about. The DOT is still up about 50% on the day. It doesn't look that good from a volume profile at the moment, but one that we need to keep an eye on nonetheless. So NPT is making a bigger move here into the volume weighted average price. I'll submit to you a lot of resistance between the $1/3 of a dollar to $1/2 of a dollar. If we can clear that on MPT, could be an interesting look. I'm going to keep my eye here on CLIK, and while I keep my eye on that, Adair's got news.
DOG bouncing off the lows here. Datadog on watch announcing on its blog that they can now monitor Claude enterprise activity through a Datadog cloud integration. So again, Datadog and Claude working together here. DDOG on watch. Also, guys, we are just 10 minutes away now, T-minus 10 minutes away from the WWDC keynote for 2026. I already have the video queued up. The second that goes live, I will keep you all posted with whatever comments come from Tim Cook. Back to you.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you. You think Timmy C opens this up, or big Johnny T is going to be?
Oh, that's a great question.
That's a great
question.
I would open up with Tim Cook. You know, if you pay him one last farewell,
his last one,
right? Timmy C, because you don't want to be overlooking already. September something or another. Yeah,
September he's gone.
Yeah, man.
Still going to be a part of the board, though, right?
Yes, sir. He's going to be the executive chairman of the board. Yeah. So he's going to have his hand there. Widely, widely credited for being, the supply chain genius that Apple needs and continues to need, especially with RAM. So the fact that he's not going anywhere, I think, will settle some investors.
I wonder what that exit package is going to look like.
Right? Yeah, he's made plenty of money, man. I saw videos of him in his early days sitting next to the big man himself, Steve Jobs. Looked a lot different. You can tell he's Tim Cook, but he's a bit, bigger and
he's been working out. Like
he looked like he had been working out there. Now he's getting up there, right?
Yeah.
So shout out to Timmy C.
How old is he now? I wonder.
I think he's late 60s, early 70s, something like that. We can double check.
That's
right?
good though. Just see those guys still doing that at that age.
Yeah, why not, man? Shout out to the Tim. Tim Apple, as President Trump calls him, and continues to call him, by the way. When they were going to China, he called him Tim Apple in the little Truth Social post that he put there.
I bet you he genuinely thinks that's his name.
It's not what he thinks, bro. You know how Trump is, bro. He's just the way. It's just the way.
Don't be rude. You're ignorant. Yeah, that's funny.
Don't be rude. Timmy Apples. All right, guys. Whoa! Do that again. What is he saying there, Assassino? Relax. Okay.
Relax,
oh, man.
You get involved in some DRAM here. I'm curious to what Katina Man's got cooking over there. The small cap land starting to cool down a little bit here. But we do have NVDA. What did we be talking about this time? 208. We can't break that 209. We're at 313 Apple, 260 or 362 there on Google. I mean, we've gone over those names countless times. SanDisk still hovering on too. Where did I see that?
Intel's up
$1,650 to be exact, and DRAM up 10% on this bad boy. Listen, look at this bull flag. I mean, if we can catch the lower end of the range, then maybe we can make that move for the high of the day. But if not, if it fails, then we get out at the lower end. You want to give it some room just in case it does have that ebb and flow, and then you have that additional liquidity grab. But that's what we're going to get involved with momentarily here, Sharif, DRAM.
Bovin keeps mentioning SDOT, SDOT, and AMPG. I'm about to get stopped out of CLIK. If it loses 60 pennies, that's prior bar low, and that will be an engulfing candle because the current candle has a higher high than the prior bar, and if it loses the prior bar low, it'll have a lower low. So that is a bamboozling setup. I'm in at 84. I stop below 60. We're still halted on INHD, and we're going up to Adair.
A smaller cap play on watch here. This is KEEL. This is Keel Infrastructure Corporation. This is a $5.80 stock now, making new intraday highs. There is, as far as I can tell, pure speculation that they could be involved in a deal with Amazon. Either way here, speculative assumptions that this company is involved with Amazon. KEEL makes new intraday highs. Back to you.
There we go. So deeply troubling a bit. Jodo, yeah, tell her I say what's up. I mean, like, here's INHD. It's halted once again to the top side.
Yeah, man.
Okay. I like this shirt.
Joe?
Pardon?
Well, oh, I thought you got excited there.
No. We can.
Okay.
We're going to wait for this halt. But what kind of setup are we talking about here? A high of the day break. Okay, so if we get that break of 947, head into $10, then that's going to be our potential play. MPT, we're not going to get that right now. And Smack Talk. Right here, not doing anything. Smart Chem and SUNE. So there it is. Clickbait doing exactly that, as it did punch through momentarily, but then just gave back the majority. So something that we need to keep an eye out on. We're headed over to the lower end of the volume spectrum here, and then QBTX. This is a leverage play. QBT, 2x leverage right there. QBTS. So not too bad of a look. $20 and change. I just don't believe that these quantum trades need these leverage plays. I understand getting into the leverage when the ticker and the actual company starts to become really expensive, but something that isn't, I don't know, I just can't wrap my head around it. Marvell, here's one. There's the Marvell 2x long ETF, Katina Man. You might like this one.
VLL?
Yeah.
I love that one.
MVLL, $189 right there, so not too bad of a play on Marvell. And then AAOX, what is this one? Trader 2x long AAOI.
Yeah, AAOI, it's a repeat offender, Joey, but now it's like a $1 zillion, right?
There's that
it's like $248, man.
There's Cerebras System, CBRS, up to $246 right there. And then we'll go over with Cyborg right here. Ooh, 2 leverage. Okay, that's the CBRG is the leverage play at $8. That's a pretty big return. You get 40% on the intraday session, but don't forget, with these leverage plays, when you come down, you get hit twice as heavy. Say if the stock were to drop 50% or the leverage play, you then need 100% return just to get back to break even.
Bang. 938 tap showing here for INHD. Let's keep an eye out on that. We'll see when this one resumes. It likely will be a 10-minute halt. So 12:49:07. The earliest this will be open is 12:59:07. So we're still waiting here. Yes, Stage M17. Sharif, did you guys change the office setup? Something looks different in the studio, but can't put my finger on it. It's the screen, brother. Look at that. That's you guys right there, the chat. And then on this side, we have the top viewers pick. So INHD leading the way up there with 104 mentions. Only Tesla is second to it with 60. Then look at the poll above that. We got the social media activity below there. And then there's nothing on the left right now, but we do have, Joey Options does his options segment as well as the upgrades and downgrades on that left side there. So that's what it is, man. It's a brand new screen setup. Shout out to Fabian. And we're going to hopefully use it a lot more, interactively with you guys. But we wanted to put up the chat because We really want this to be more of an interactive show, and we're already kind of doing that on the midday, right? We're always engaging with you guys in the chat, and so that's how we're really going to try to be focusing on it, both shows going forward. So little strategy sesh there last week after the exec produce came back from from the planning and scheming stage, of course, for the next step of the show. So shout out to everybody here. Guys, I'm not liking anything right now except CBRG, but this is obviously Cerebras. This is the 2x leveraged ETF, CBRG. It's had a fantastic day. It's up 45.5%, above $8 with an 826 high. Obviously, keep your eye out on the main name, which is CBRS. Bovin's been calling out. Bovin's also been calling out AMPG. I'm more inclined to put AMPG on there and take off NPT because that one's, kind of dropping below VWAP now. It's no longer tradable for me anyway. AMPG, let's throw in the ticker there. But we are also about a minute away, give or take, from the open here. We're about 30 seconds away from the open, possible open, I should say, on INHD. So keeping a close eye on that. Shout out to Andrew. Thank you, brother, for the $2 super chat. It says my dog, so it includes you and I, obviously, Joey. Shout out to Andrew. Thank you for that. Slow motion. Wants me to look at LZMH. Let's take a quick look there. Just got to keep my eye on the screen because we're waiting for the resumption. Yeah, nice breakout there on LZMH, up 54%. And this is a new one that just ripped up. Be careful with this one, guys. 189 high, dropping into 162. LZ or LZMH, depending on which side of the border you're on. So just 1 second here before we send. So this is going to be a 15-minute halt, man. Geez Louise. INHD, at minimum, it's going to be 15 because we did not open up at 59.07 and we did halt at 49.07. So we're going to have to wait a little bit more. And while we wait, Adara's got news for you.
Keep an eye here on AAPL. We're hearing the intro music for their WWDC 2026 keynote. Again, guys, this event is set to start at 1 p.m. Eastern, a.k.a. in 1 minute. I'll be right here to cover that whole event for you in terms of any market-moving or massive announcements made. Back to you.
Yeah.
I couldn't take it anymore, man.
You look different, Joey. Did you change?
I had to put a sweater on.
Predictions. Give me some bold predictions here for WWDC. Anything that you got? Make a prediction.
No, because I think.
Like that.
Listen, because we know what happened last time. During the keynote, when you overpromise and underdeliver, you can get yourself into a lot of trouble. And I think that's the narrative. I think Apple's learned their lesson. They tend to relatively quick. So I think they're going to put the bar a little bit lower. The Siri and everything along those lines. What's down the pipeline? I don't know what happened to that peer-to-peer pay. Like I can send you a request. So maybe we hear a little bit, right? I think we'll hear a little bit about that. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if it's happening in the States already, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we hear some more talk about that and who they're going to be integrated.
Very good point. Very good point. Or who they're not, who they're going to circumvent. Right. Like remember they hurt PayPal because of their Apple at point of sale. And I was showing, dude. I was at the Jays game. And I was sitting next to CS. He was sitting on my right. Dude, I ordered 2 shoes just from Apple Pay. So you go to the checkout, you just hit Apple Pay, and that's it. You're done. And your address is plugged in. Right? See how deadly that is?
Yeah, exactly. But I was never a fan of PayPal. Like I've used it a couple of times, but the convenience of Apple Pay is just you literally can go anywhere with it.
Because you don't have to input any of kind of like line by line crap.
Just confirm it, right?
Exactly.
Like that's like ancient stuff. What
feels like it.
Doing, right?
Feels like it.
So it's just like it makes everything so much more simple.
How about edible Sharif penny plate? Timmy sees out. Oh baby. All right, well, none of the networks are covering. You think they'd find it a little bit important there, but apparently they're not. So I'm going to run it on my side chart just so we can kind of get an idea of what's going on. But let me send it to you, Joey, just so that I can set up here.
Yeah, absolutely. Joey, the boat, biggest of all.
Get it, Joey.
I appreciate that, Mr. Gray. Do I have a gaming PC at home? I do. I believe I have a Ryzen 5 chip. It was like a custom built. I did it like over 4 years ago now. I don't remember everything. there. So yeah, all right, guys. Let's see. GRAM breaking down. Glad we didn't buy that breakout. I'm still keeping my eye on INHD as we are halted to the top side here, 795. We're going to be looking for that high of the day break. SMTK, NPT was. I thought that was going to find another leg there, but doesn't seem to necessarily be the case at this given moment. ABAT and RYET. So it's all eyes on INHD for the moment being until proven, hey, this may not be our setup. Let's have it up here, INHD. So you can just see exactly what I'm talking about. When we played the initial one, that was on, what did we play? MPT, yeah. So what we're looking for here is that the momentum to continue and then a break of this level. So at that point, you head into new intraday price discovery, and who knows if you can head into $10. But we're halted at 12:49. Oh, okay. So this has got a couple more minutes before it does open, or maybe it's a 5-minute halt there, Sharif. So it should be relatively soon when this bad boy starts trading once again. But NPT was definitely our—
Get it, Craig.
Yeah, was definitely our trade of the day. So here it is. And are you listening to the WBC now? Yeah,
so
we gotta hop in on.
It was It was Timmy C. Timmy C started out. Now he's handing it over to Craig Frederici. Get it, Frederici. So we're gonna find out here. They're gonna talk about Siri and Apple Intelligence. So here we go, man. Let's find out if this is gonna be good or not, man. How the market receives this. Platform improvements. Okay, just continuing to watch here. We'll keep an eye out on Apple's price action as well. Below 2% goes though. So not even close to the highs, but it's been a little consolidated for the afternoon. Now we're going to talk platform improvements, trust and safety, then Apple Intelligence and Siri is the order, I guess, that they're gonna go by here. So Federici's walking around there, the Apple, the Cupertino campus.
Yeah.
So
I wonder. I'm assuming the average Joe can't just go on to that.
eh?
So the average Joe probably just can't go.
Yeah, no, of course not, dude. I bet you the security around there is insane, right? Just get in and get out. All right, guys, I'm not liking anything in the world of small cap gappers at the moment. So if there are any new ones that are moving and moving well, LZMH is moving. Okay, so I stand corrected there. LZMH is making a big move here into 199. We're still waiting for INHD, which looks like it's going to be maybe 15 minutes, maybe more. But while you're waiting for that one to resume, LZMH, give that one a quick gander. So that's what I'm looking for there. 199 high, going 190 now, so it's rejecting 2. So we'll see how this one ends up doing. For whatever reason, there's a flying VW bus there, and it looks like somebody is on, psilocybin, perhaps. Like this looks like someone's, I don't know, tripping out. What is this? Oh boy, this is interesting. Now they're flying around the Cupertino campus in their fake VW bus. Let's put this one here, LZMH on the NPT screen. Got him. All right, what do you got, Joey?
The top is 950 here on INHD. So we already breached this, right? So we're up here in 56 is where we're looking to open up here. I thought it must be a longer halt. There it is, bang, just opens up. So now we're starting to come in off of this level, bang, and then you tank just like that, $1, Sharif. Oh, whoa, I think that there's gonna be a little bit of a momentum style play. We gotta be prepared for when price—
$8 support.
If and when price starts to turn around. You're looking at that $8 support. I was looking at roughly the same thing. We haven't completely broke down. That's a positive sign. So let's see if we can find a good opportunity to get the long. There it goes. Price turns around
Joey.
just like that. We didn't hop in, Sharif. Let's see if we can get this. Oh my God, there it goes.
I told y'all 10 was a
Did you hop in that?
conclusion.
$9, man. We wanted that there. It didn't work out how we wanted to,
10.
but $9 just like that. Is it going to halt? There it is. Holy
There
schmoly.
goes
The halt,
INHD halt parameter engaged,
crazy.
1068, Joey.
Man, $2 just like that. Now the tap now down to 930. Tap now down to 930.
False halt. Down goes Frazier. All right, so we got
crazy.
new halt bands here.
Why? There it goes. 11. Oh my God. Would have been absolutely
11:45
insane.
limit up. 11:45 limit up, guys. Watching. This is a decisive clearing of 10 now. Now, can we use $10 as support? That's going to be the main thing. We need to halt here. So finally halted. 11:45 limit up, halt time 13:07.19. Earliest open 11:12.19. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. Separately, LZMH absolutely dropped off a cliff from 199 into 150. Trying to recover now into 1 2/3. Keep your eye out on that. We are now seeing the design aspect here coming from the Apple Intelligence. I'm just going to send it to you so that I can see this here, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. Fluffy Hippo says they do tours of their campus. I would love to. I wonder how much that costs and how long the wait list is to get on that stuff. But yeah, there it goes. LFG. I don't know if I was allowed to say that, but anyways, here we go. Palantir off to the races, says Cantina Man. $20, baby, is saying Adam James. You really believe that this can go up there? Top 1146. Man, I knew when price turned around here, and just looking at the tape, I should have just punched, and then bang, we would have been able to get caught in that hole. $2.50. Let's pull up Palantir. I mean, I'm gonna hit the live button on this stuff, but I don't want to. I don't have too many things going on, and I want to be able to focus on what we have here. Somebody's talking right now, so yeah, that's what it is. 11:45. This thing is gonna. Oh, okay. This is how we feel here today. 990%. I didn't even realize that. So you're gonna probably hit 1,000% here. Now, if you happen to be the individual who is an early investor or lucky at this morning, well, congratulations. You now might be a millionaire at that point. Let's send it over to Adara.
Some announcements have been made here at WWDCs. You can see this 3-minute candle to the upside. Liquid glass adjustments. Apparently, you can make it more or less tinted as per your preference. They also announced after a very weird presentation that the new Mac OS is being called, or I guess the new OS in general here is Golden Gates. That's the Mac OS 27 Golden Gate. So Mac OS has a name, liquid glass adjustments. That's basically it so far. They've already introduced quite a few speakers. Back to you.
Thank you. I found that this new liquid glass thing interesting because I was creating PowerPoints way before this even came out, and watching some of the guys use that stuff. So, I mean, hey, it is what it is. I like the feature. I like how you can kind of switch things up, go from light to dark, and just have everything transparent. But I was using that on PowerPoint a long, long time ago. And those who are PowerPoint junkies would know. I'm not saying I am one, but I was using that feature. Didn't I tell you, man? Damn, yeah, you guys all told me. You pointed me, every single one of you, Taylor Batty especially, in the chat has been pointing me to INHD literally since this morning. As soon as he came into the chat, bright and early, he's like, man, INHD, now top 1146. So we're only a penny away from where we're currently trading. Things are really starting to change up on this. So let's see what we got going on this bad boy. We're not going to chase it or anything along those lines. We'll keep our eyes on MPT as that price action has curled over. We're quite a ways away from the high of the day break. So what we would want to see some more strength step in order for us to play that specific strategy. I just don't know if that's going to necessarily happen at this given moment. Okay, so INHD, bang, nice move. REIT, there's no other names really. You only need a couple of them, and that's what I love about this stuff is that it's just a continuous movement and momentum flow. You see a couple of the names, right? And then sure enough, it's just like, okay, one halts and then you have a rotation into the other, and that's exactly what we've seen here in INHD and NPT.
All right, man. All right, so they're talking about new features here. They're talking about display rendering and optimizing parts of the system that make a difference in the responsiveness. I don't have a problem with the iOS responsiveness, but apparently that this is an issue here. So they're saying it's going to be smoother, it's going to be better. We'll see. Nothing yet. I don't know why they're starting with all the crap. Get to Siri, get to the updated Apple Intelligence. That's what everybody cares about. That's where you guys screwed up. Apparently, there's going to be 30% faster app launches. Whoa, Bovin, what happened to AMPG here, man? We just took that move into 614. Now it's dropping into 598. So I got 608s on. I stop out below an area low here at 588. AMPG dropping pretty aggressively. Now they're talking about the content page loading faster. Okay, good. All right, so nothing really happening all that important. Wow, this is an aggressive drop here on AMPG. My goodness. Stopped out just like that. Wow. The spread on this was 1 penny. How did it drop so aggressively there? So got that one wrong on AMPG. Keeping an eye here, though, on INHD. D, looking for that 11.5 move. Adam says he thinks we're going to 20 here, and I don't know if we're going to go to 20 in a straight line, but I'm thinking 15. It's open. $12 high right now. Watch out for the rip. It's going to go, guys. Here we go again. What do we got? 65. There's 13. Rip City. Rip City. What do we got on? We got 26s, 13 level. Watch out. Boom.
Yeah,
perfect.
Like
out
that,
as it drops back down. There it is, man. You got to see the bottom drop off on that one.
Bad one.
Limit down coming. Limit down. Oh, what a save there, right in front of 11. Watching 11 here for possible support. Good trade, but no continuity. So it's a little risky, obviously, off the open, right? Current bar low is 10.57. Current bar high, 13.59. So you've got about, $13 worth of range there.
Oh, why?
Give or take. What a move back up, and there it goes.
Dude,
yeah,
no way, man. I
bro.
just punched and it's like rejected order.
That's crazy. Why?
I went to go long and it rejected my order at 12, and then it pops up all the way up to 13.72.
13.79 high, guys. This one having trouble with 13 currently. Let's continue to watch here. 13 generally resistance. Let's see if it clears it. It's only marginally above it on the ask, not even above it on the bid. So continuing to watch this one. I don't mind getting in for a squeeze into 15, but it may retrace a little bit more here, especially with that 13 resistance. Here it comes. Oh my days, what happened here? Screwed that one up. Yeah, continuing watch here, 13.79. Yeah, a lot of selling here, man. Coming back down into 12. Very aggressive sell here on INHD. See if 12 holds up. For now, it holds up at 12, Joey. What are you seeing on your side there, brother?
Same thing, man. I'm trying to, it's not getting me in how I want it to. It's putting me in passively. That's not what I want. I tried at that $12 level again, and sure enough, just bang, and there you go. Another pop, man. That's so frustrating sometimes.
It is.
But oh well, it is what it is. We'll take it. We took a big hit right there, though. That was a really bad trade on my behalf. Of course, when it doesn't work in, you get in exactly when you want it to. But $12 was that next thing. I was thinking we were going to head into another halt. Not necessarily the case. So yeah, it's unfortunate we give some back here on the intraday. Yeah, we're chasing. It's definitely a chase. That was. There's no question. That was a big time chase. Not even going to deny that. We'll go over to MPT. We'll get this blemish off of our radar here and see what we got over on this one. That was a nice high of the day break. And then obviously we were trading FBL earlier on the day.
Jeez Louise.
Tab FBO. There it is on this one. Tab NQ. You could do it. It's not like I'm trading. Why am I pulling it up on the FX? There we go. So FBL here earlier in the day. Is it go now?
Yeah,
going now?
It's trying to get back above 13.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to go. I'm getting vibes that it might not go here, Sharif. Just from a price action standpoint. Could I be totally wrong? Absolutely. But what we do have is some lower highs on that 1 minute time frame, even though there are higher lows. So you're starting to have that wedge being formed. We'll keep an eye out on this one just in case. There could be an additional high of the day break. That $14 break could be a good trade there.
To 11. If it fails 11, then I'm out. What do we got on? 69. It just popped up again into 13s. Let's give it some room here. I have to give it a little bit of room because you see how it's trading. So continuing to watch. We've got 69s on. Show me 61. Below 12, I stop out. Let's see if this one is able to hold up above 12. There's a lot of resistance at 13. I don't think that's shocking anybody, right? We've seen this kind of manifest. Here we go, right back up to the 80s. No continuation quite yet. 90s. There we go. 13 incoming. Let's see if we can take some off. A little bit there at 13. Then I want to put some north of 13. Let's go 13.15. Again, zagging and zagging right back into that $0.50. Again, loses 12. I'm out, but good scalp there through the area highs. $13, a tough level to clear. And it's a lower high, quite frankly. This current bar is got a very little body. There's buyers. Oh, wow, this is really filling here.
It's really
12.
breaking down there.
So I stop out at 12. Oh, my days.
For sure.
I gave back everything there on that move down through 12. But you have to give it room, right? So prior bar low is 10.57. I'm not going to touch this until we get a decisive breaking of the high of the day. Another talking about, I think, the Vision Pro and stuff like that, things that I don't really care a whole lot about. I see S.dot above, and it's just too spready for me, but it looks fantastic. It's about to take out the day high. SDOT 2071 high. It's showing 2040 now. Good look on that one. I'll keep my eye out on that. Shout out to Bovin. Good call as well on AMPG, but that was zigging and zagging a little bit. I'm going to keep my eye here on INHD. Joey, try to bottom pick off key levels.
Yeah, we'll keep our eye on it. There you go, Katina, man. Long Palantir, 135.69. See if we can get that bounce to be continued. I mean, we've gone over all the large cap names. It's the momentum in the small ones. INHD, Taylor Batty's like, Joe, you owe me big time. I'm like, bro, for what? I went 0 for 2 on this bad boy. That momentum style play. I wanted it in here at $8 for that halt up, but other than that, we take a hit there and we take a hit there. Both same amount of shares, but we didn't get any continuation. I mentioned that with the lower highs right there. So, brother, if anything, you owe me because I tried it, and then sure enough, it didn't work for us. So, Joe, Adam tried to get you in this morning. I know. He got me. He did. I must say, and you were talking about it earlier this morning as well too. So I mean, hopefully you guys had fantastic sessions on it. This thing's up 1,000%. Yeah. That is great. Like that, it's up 1,000. That is 1,000%. I love that kind of stuff, man. How could you not? Like, other than if you're on the short side of things, you're up 1,000% in a single intraday session. I don't know. Like, what is the float on this bad boy? Imagine you had a couple of thousand shares of this, and you just somehow that this was going to happen. Where are you retiring? I think is that next question, right? It's like, what are you going to go and do for the rest of your days? Is it a beach on Da Nang, or are you going over to Belize? Like, I'm really curious. There it goes. It's really breaking down, Sharif. Drops 30% just like that, though, from $13 all the way down to 10. So you lose a little bit of the value just like that. So, I mean, how long of a run has this bad boy been on? It's just it's one day, Sharif. It's literally one day. Like from $1 all the way up there.
That's the way it is, Joe.
Yeah, it's just one day.
And it could close with like no body left on that candle. It could close at 6 or 4.
It can lose it all. It can lose it all. But imagine you're the individual who just somehow somebody knew about this leading into today's session. They loaded the boat, and then if they had diamond hands, sat through all of that, are sitting on boatloads of cash.
Imagine. That's something that I personally can't do, right?
What do you mean?
I can't sit there all day like in a winter that's that volatile and just hold it to the top.
And just hope for that 1,000?
Yeah. Yeah, just continuing to watch here. Look, they're talking about different, things for kids, customizations, et cetera. It's still nothing that, this is important now, especially with teenage and younger person usage of social media as well as mobile devices. So this will interest some parents, but I don't think this is the market moving stuff that we're all waiting for. We're still all waiting for that Siri as well as the Apple Intelligence announcement, which still has not come in. But as I've spoke about many times before, it's been widely leaked online. So everybody has an idea of how the new Siri is going to look. There's obviously the beta right now that's being here we go.
Oh,
my
wow.
days. It took out prior bar high, but it
again?
can't break through 13. 13 is such a problem. That is the second time it has gotten to 13 and rejected on the 5-minute chart. That's 2 rejections now on the 5 here at 13. INHD, I'm talking about up 1,000, almost 100%, pretty close. Here comes again. Back into 12.5, 12 1/3 here. Looking real good. Looking like it wants to take out that $13 area. We'll have to see if the longs are more committed, got more conviction than the shorts at this level.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're talking about age-based restrictions in the App Store. Still kind of that same theme that we were talking about. We're talking about WWDC, guys, Worldwide Developer Conference for Apple, a yearly event done in the beginning of June. Typically different than the announcements that they make in September. Those are usually product launches. These are typically software or sometimes they launch products as well at WWDC, but more common, Joey, in the fall than it is in early summer or late spring.
Absolutely. We got our eyes on this thing, man. One strong move, and then we just get back to where we were before. So let's see. 13. Sharif was mentioning it. There it goes. That's a strong uptick. I want to pay like really close attention to the momentum and what the tape is telling us at the break of this specific level. So right now, I'm not seeing enough strength and you can see we're consistently rejecting this 1250. 1250 keeps getting rejected. So be patient. With that being said, I don't know if that momentum high of the day break style trade is going to come into play unless we have an extreme amount of volume step in. So that's something that we want to be patient and wait for. I'll probably end up missing it as we ramble on. Someone was saying, hey man, what a day. It's crazy that we haven't really talked about it here, is look at the day Tesla's having. It's having a day, as you would say.
4.5. Wow.
On Tesla?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's having a day, as you would say. It's definitely been one of the stronger performers. Apple coming in off of the highs. NVDA just been a dog's breakfast as of late, curling over and looks like it wants to head in that direction. But Broadcom, who's getting destroyed, same narrative. But Tesla, we're getting that rotation. So, I mean, I wonder if this has anything to do with SpaceX. Is it a coincidence, Sharif? I don't know if there is any such here in the stock market. But we talked about that inside day. Sure enough, it is one, but price action just screaming, as I do believe we're going to head up into $410 momentarily. Eyes on INHD. This might be the move. There it is. Oh, it got me, boy. Let's go. Let's see. Come on.
Joey.
Another strong uptick.
Joey.
But it failed again. It failed again, brother. We don't want to see that. We want to see some form of continuation. I have to be prepared to get out of this quick, just in case it doesn't. That was just a pure liquidity grab. If it cracks the lows, then we're out of dodge on it. No continuation. Another strong pop. Let's go. Send your boy into Hall parameters. If we go 0 for 3 at the plate, we're putting this thing to the side regardless of what happens. Hey, man, that's how it is. You strike out, you strike out. At least we're starting to swing here on some of these potential plays. So 1256 needs another big-time break. Let's go. You can do it. If it capitulates and breaks down, then we have to be prepared to get out really, really quick.
BYAH is Rip City right now. Shout out to City Boy 305. Watch out. 203 high, showing 192, 189. It's a new trade coming in. No idea whether this is going to continue or not, so you need to be careful with it because we haven't really watched this, or it hasn't done too much volume. The volume is very recent, coming in at 115. 371,000 shares on the prior bar, 477,000 currently on this bar. BYAH, the ticker. So be careful here with this one, but it does look pretty good. Also, Alloy, ALOY, a bit of a lighter volume, but right back into the high, 14 2/3, and Z or ZVRA into the high it goes at 12 1/4, 1224 to be exact. Very clean. Shout out to 2 New York Cents. Shout out to City Boy. Shout out to Yannick. All these ones are call-outs by them. There goes BYAH ripping up into 220. This one is absolutely gassing up. Is this going to halt? We are going to halt here on BYAH if we're not already, because I don't have it on a trading screen. False halt now. BYAH at 219 and absolutely ripping to the high side. Let's load this up on a trading screen. So 220, it's not limit up, by the way. It just slowed down. 225, 230. BYAH now taking out triple digits. Halt parameter engaged here at 230. Almost 3 million shares traded, and the shares came fast and furious. Let me tell you, it was barely doing anything before the 115 candle, pardon me, on the 5-minute chart. Halted, up we go. $2.30, up 117% or thereabouts. Halt time. 125.35, earliest open 130.35. Great look here for BYAH, but keep your eye as well on the one that your friend Joey options in, because this feels like a $13 flat top break coming in. There it goes, Joseph. Good trade, brother. Good trade. There's the dollar, Joey freaking off.
I can't. There it is. We're tied. That's what I'm talking about, my boy.
I can't see what the halt level is quite yet. I want to call it out for you. It looks like it's 1430s. Did you take it out?
Yeah, I took it out.
Let that go,
I know, man. We could have let that go, but man, we can't get greedy, man. Everything that we just lost, everything we just lost, we made back in that one trade. We're talking about $15, man. What a roller coaster these bad boys are.
There. Good trade.
I mean, hey, man, it is what it is. That was fun. We were gonna put a little bit more size on it, but it did eventually break. I know, yeah, Sharif, you're right. I could have took some off, but hey, man, we don't want to hogs get slaughtered.
Fair, man.
Hogs get slaughtered. We take that pop, 1232, and then we take, like, I mean, that was a span of 3 minutes. You get $2. over $2, right? Like we're in at 12.43. It pops all the way up to 14.30s, like in the span of a couple of minutes. Boom, take your profits and run. This thing can continue to go. The strength is in the tape. I'm looking at it. That defender, whoever was there, as Sharif would mention, got unalived. And then sure enough, it just really, really popped. There it is, 14.60. There, oh my God. Listen, I'm not going to get too far. 15.32. Holy smokes. This thing is still going. Yeah, we should have held on, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. We're not going to complain about that whatsoever. It would have been $3 as quick as you would like. Wow, it's going to $16. Adam James abroad. I almost just tripped on there. He's saying $20 on this bad boy. Man, oh man. Yeah, we could have held on to it, but it is what it is.
Here comes 20.
There it is, $16. Where's that next halt band?
I can't see it on
there. Oh, okay, 16.20. Oh man, that would have been a quick $4 on the team. I was gonna say on the gang, but anyways, there it is. It is. We took it. It continued to climb a little bit higher. It didn't break down.
Brutal.
But these things are absolutely so much fun. We're gonna get Katina Man on the trade because he's gonna like them for sure. But 15.91 and change here, looking like it still wants to move higher. Oh, man, why don't I just take half off and leave the other half as a runner? Oh, well, Diamond hands it a little bit more.
That was a great trade, man.
Yeah, it is.
That was a great trade.
You grab $2 just like that, but we could have grabbed another $2 just like that, $2.50. But we learned our lesson. We're not going to have any excuses with it saying that we're a rookie in this game. But, yeah, we're going to come back, and next time we have that opportunity, we'll be a little bit better.
This is so tedious. They're just talking about all the child safety features and stuff like that. All important stuff, put that at the end. People just want to know about the main stuff, like they're clearly doing this strategically. I'm just focusing right now on the Apple event, so I'll be in and out of trades little by little. Pizza party for y'all tomorrow, says Adam James abroad. I know exactly where he's long from this one, so I know exactly how much money he made, man. He's long single digits, low single digits too. Shout out to Adam James abroad, fantastic look. Shout out to Tisha, INHD, next level is 2240. Get it, Tisha, love it. 1628 current high. I love to hear this energy, beautiful look. Hope everybody's printed on this one. It's obviously a bit of a bamboozler, you know, a little up, a little bit down. Keep your eye out on this one, and don't forget about BYAH. It's also halted up here, guys. We're still waiting for a resumption in about a minute and a half. So that one is one to focus on as well. Katina Man's trading Palantir. He's printing on that. We love hearing that from the Katina Man. He's killing it. Shout out to him. We're also keeping an eye here on INHD for a 1628 break, because that one is still trading below 16 and below the intraday high. Now we're talking about Apple Intelligence. I got to send it to you.
Yeah,
okay?
man. All right, man. Look at Tesla go. Okay, so there it is. INHD. We take those two losses, pretty much removes all of that there. So not too bad of a look. Bang, bang. I would have loved to hold it up into $16. Looks like it still wants to go. Are we going to be chasing it all the way up here? It's up 1,400%. That's insane. 1,400% on this. It's probably the largest I've personally seen, 1,400%. No way I'm buying back in now. Totally fair. Let's send things off to Adara.
Yeah, they're queuing up this new series saying that their Apple Intelligence has bold new architecture that will pave the way for their new Siri product. I know Sharif's listening to this as well. I'll keep you guys posted if I hear anything else. But AAPL taking a really nice spike to the upside here as we finally hear about Apple Intelligence roughly 30 minutes into this WWDC keynote. Back to you.
Okay, so they're talking about Apple's next foundation models, and they're saying how they overlapped it with Gemini to kind of be able to use that together. There's going to be on-device small language inference as well as on cloud, but it's going to be on Apple's private servers, which they've been talking a lot about. Image understanding and generation, keeping a close eye on this, Joey. What are you looking at there? Because INHD looks like it wants to take out the high.
Yeah, I understand image generation. I mean, I'm listening to this stuff as well, too. Let's see what we got going on. Yeah, no worries, no worries.
BYAH halted up again. Halted. 277 halt time, 131.03. Earliest open, 136.03. Halted 277, up 161%. BYAH is absolutely ripping. Higher accuracy for dictation, better language understanding, expressive voices, some of the things being here spoken about Apple Intelligence. Not really anything important quite yet. We want to see on-screen awareness. That's the most important thing. So they will get to that, thankfully. What are you looking at, Joey?
Yeah, all right, man. And Katina, man, we trust. We've seen Sean posting up there. Hopefully his Palantir has been working for him there. And then now we're starting to have Tesla, right? Like this, we're at $410. So we just went parabolic at the top end of this range here. So that's not too bad whatsoever. Not too bad of a look. What we're going to do is use TSLA, but what we want to see is how the Nasdaq has been performing here. Okay, been a hot mess. Right, like this isn't fun. Like this is horrible type price action, consistent lower highs. I was talking about the breakdown, but what does it do? It just liquidity grabs here, goes to a new high of the day, and then eventually breaks down. Let's send things off to Adara.
Here, guys, a nice bounce off the lows for Google, GeoOGL, as we already knew here. Implicated in this Apple announcement there, Apple AI is powered by Google's Gemini, so GeoOGL getting a little bit of a spike from the low. Also, unfortunately, more Middle East headlines to be aware of. The top negotiator for Iran by the name of Galabath, he reportedly posted on his Telegram channel, quote, "We will turn the naval blockade into another defeat for the enemy." So more posturing as we send you back to the guys.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I mean, as for Google, we'll pull that up. I know Dara just had it for us. You get that nice volatility spike. I don't want to be like, hey, fade this, but that's what I would look to do, especially in today's market. You just get that pop, you have the volatility, and the volume really start to uptick there. Let's see if it starts to come back in. There we go. INHD might be another potential play right here, guys. So, I mean, considering what we just had on that, a high of the day break, I'm going to get prepared to take another attempt on this. Shoot, 50% clip rate. It would have been nice to get all the way up into 16, but it's our job to be forward looking and see where that next opportunity is. If this bull flag fails, I mean, we're up 1,400%. Why not make it 15 or at this point? Obviously be extremely sarcastic, but there it is. Bang. Oh, man, you catch these crazy moves on this thing. Oh, man. All right, all right. The defense and what I was seeing at this level right here at 1280s or 1250 or whatever it was insane. Because every time it ran into that level, you just seen those clean flushes to the downside. So there it is on INHC. Definitely the play of the day. Attaboy, Adam James, man. And congratulations to you on that specific trade. Hopefully you just absolutely cleaned up on that and had hundreds and hundreds of shares. Big E. Yeah, Baya?
Yep.
That thing's going crazy. All right, Adara.
They just introduced the talk of a new Siri. As they hear about a new Siri, spike up here for Apple again. AAPL pushing into new intraday's highs. We're doing that 317 level and now pushing above it as the company begins talking about its new Apple Intelligence Enhanced Siri. Again, this is powered by Google Gemini and GeoOGL. Once the Apple Intelligence portion of things began, did start bouncing off of the lows. Keep an eye on Google and Apple as the Siri AI talk continues. Back to you.
Siri AI. That's what they're talking about here. Intelligence capabilities. You tap into them the same way. You just say, "Hey, Siri." Let's see how many people I triggered there. Come on, now let's go. Oh, I triggered my own. No! All right. Looking good. Here we go. All right, man. Just continuing to listen to this, more capable assistant. It's all the stuff that we kind of already knew about during the leak, guys. But continuing to wait for BYAH to open. What a move up, $2.77 high. It is an absolute rocket ship to the high side right now. Halt time 13:31:03. Current time 13:35, about 23. Let's see, 33. So we have about another 30 seconds or so before this one opens. What an aggressive move here for BYAH. Keep an eye out on this one. I'm going to be looking for this one to open up, and let's see how it trades initially. If it has that aggressive bid, we're going to take it. We're going to look to stop out below $2, though. $2 kind of will be the line in the sand. Only about 3.5 million shares traded so far, so there hasn't been that much price discovery quite yet. Let's see if this is going to open up. It should be opening up. Nope, it's going to be 10 minutes. Okay, at least minimum 10 minutes here on BYAH, a little bit longer than the last one. Keep your eye out on this one. Big move here on INHD. It's coming a bit down, rejecting 16, now coming back down into 15. Be on the lookout there. There's also support at $13 on INHD. So if it does come in there, I'd be interested in picking it up. Whole dollar as well as a 10 EMA on the 5. Not a bad look at all. BYAH still halted. ZVRA still at the highs, basically at 12.25. ZVRA Good look on that. GLXY as well has been trading basically at 31, a little above, a little bit below, sent basically the entire morning. So those are ones to keep your eye on as well. And the one mentioned by Bovin earlier, SDOT as well, continues to trade above the volume weighted average price around 19, give or take, Joey. So I'm still waiting for BYAH to open. It looks like it's going to be 1341.03 before we see this one open. So keeping an eye out on that.
Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about, right? I mean, you have the volume and volatility spike, and then look what happens. You just come right back into the range, and I could probably see the same thing. Not as aggressive, but
I'll watch this after.
Pardon me?
I'm gonna watch this after. It's like I'm trying to concentrate on both. It's
I know
really
it's
hard to do
too
both.
much going on, right? There it is. So Apple, we already seen that move. You get that pop up, and then now you're heading a little bit lower. Why? Is this lackluster? We're going to have to watch it later, as Sharif mentioned, and really hone in and see what these guys got going on. But boom, volatility pops, and I talked about it earlier this morning, is that, hey, you're going to probably see a couple of these spikes, but then, unfortunately, they just give back the majority of the move. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to happen here in Google here momentarily, especially at that crack of 364. 364, that breaks, watch it come back in. Now, I have our eyes on INHD for that move higher through this 1,300% on the intraday session, and we're going to get prepared for that volatility spike in that break of the high of the day to see if we can head into that next halt band. I think that might be a little bit of a dream, but when you're up this much, then maybe you continue. Yeah, there you go. Nice play, Katina.
What do you got?
Katina Man, short Google.
Oh.
That's what I'm talking about. You play the break of that, short Google, as long as it doesn't break the high of the day, I like that for a solid trade, because Apple came right back in, popped up, and then gave back the majority, just like that. Hold on, Katina Man.
Money.
All right, there we go, man. Good stuff. He's got, oh, I thought he had a sweater on too. But yeah, other than that, man, I hope the swim was good. INHD, let's go. Let's take an additional leg higher for us here.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if we can get that decisive 15 break and hold, 1628 high. Still watching here. I had nothing to do for me yet on INHD, but we're also simultaneously waiting for the resumption. About 2 minutes, a minute and a half now on BYAH. Possibly could resume around that time. We don't really know, but they do come in waves of 5. Yeah, just looking up at the top screen as well. Oh no, there's another one, MTEN. What is going on with the small caps today? Is this gonna halt? What is this? Look at the rip, MTEN. Here comes 197. I was just looking at this at 170 something. 197 limit up here on MTEN. What a rip up. What is going on with these? And tank all the way back down. So you're going to really need to exercise good risk management parameters here. MTEN is the ticker. Volume-wise, it's done a little bit less, I should say, than 3 million shares on the day.
Oh no, Sharif, there went INHD went, man. It did
went,
that 15 break, yeah. Oh, I'm over here looking at MTEN. Oh,
my bad, yeah, you gotta look
well,
at
it's not
both.
really your
Yeah,
fault.
yeah.
I was the one watching and thinking, okay, let's try it one more time here. There it is.
Oh,
yes, sir. Just like that, we caught 50 cents, my boy.
Attaboy,
there
Joey.
It is.
All right, here comes 17 and a half.
I don't know if I'm going to get a continued pop here. Yeah, it came right back in really aggressive. I think we have to take this one for what it is. I mean, we could try to diamond hands it, but we'll just take it. Boom, there it is. All right, another little scalp city on INHD. We wanted that $15. Yeah, there it is. I'm glad with that high of the day break. You take some on there. Boom. We get that nice little pop. $15 would have been more ideal. It's all Sharif's fault. He had me on MTEN, when this was the real play off of that level, that $15 play. Yeah, Long Brady says we're crazy. There's no way all screws can be tightened to do this stuff over here, my friend. You have to have a screw loose or two.
What? That's crazy talk. BYAH open, Rip City. New high day, 317. Looking for a defend of 3. Let's watch. Do we defend 3? Let's go 297, 290. Oh, wow, Joseph, look at this. In the 360, Rip City, Rip City. All right, BYH, absolutely him or her.
How'd you get that?
Bro, don't worry about my.
That's cool. Oh, all right. I see how it is, man. I see how it is. All right, my boy. I see how you get.
I love this guy, bro. This guy's good vibes. Halted to the upside, 361 on BYAH. It's up a light and not so heavy and not that important. 240 and a half.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried about it though, my boy. I'm not worried.
You're not worried about it. Oh,
there goes INHD, man, going right back up there.
Oh my days! INHD. We're going on 2,000.
Yeah, we're going.
We're gonna go on 2,000.
2,000. Wow.
Get it, Joey.
Wow.
There we go. What a day today's been, man. Fantastic look here on INHD. Fantastic look on MTEN.
1,700%. That's madness.
Madness, right?
Madness?
Madness? Madness.
This is Spark.
Right, yo, dude. $20 incoming here, man. What's going on, man?
Tripping over pennies. Adam James, hold on. He said $20. It's pizza party tomorrow.
Oh my
God. So, dude, we're 30 cents away from that point. Don't send any pineapple over. Straight pepperoni pizza from Pizza Olive. 1955. Yes, Katina, man. That is crazy. Yeah, it's going to hit 20 bucks here momentarily.
What kind of pizza do we want? A protein pizza. I just want pepperoni. And chicken.
Yeah, there it goes.
You can forego the crust.
There it goes.
There it goes again, Joseph. 2023. That is the intraday high. I feel like I'm probably going to be changing that. Here comes $21. It's Rip City. We're only a tiny bit now below that 2,000% limit up, 2097. Let's watch, see when this halts. It's going to be 13:43:22. Hey, I got it. 13:43:22. Limit up. INHD's up big. We're going to Adair.
Dude. Yeah, here's a 1-minute chart on AAPL. Just so you guys can kind of see the move here on Siri. AAPL, of course, during its event, this WWDC keynote, they have announced a new AI-powered version of Siri. Apparently, there's actually going to be an app for this. You can reference past conversations with Siri. There's going to be apparently a boost in accuracy when it comes to voice dictation. They're also going to be extending their improvements to CarPlay, AirPods. It'll become a more conversational product. So again, AAPL, we had this pop into 317.50s, currently trying to hold on to 310s as traders digest the Siri updates. Back to you.
All information we've already given you guys. The in-app Siri was already been leaked online. Everybody already knew that. Nothing new there. Joey, what are you looking at, brother?
Same thing you're looking at, my boy. This halt at 20.97. Tap now printing $21 on this bad boy. Man, what a wild ride. Congratulations, Adam. I know you had a fantastic
Adam,
one.
brother.
Yeah, brother. We're obviously being sarcastic, brother. What kind of pizza y'all want tomorrow? Boom. Nah, man, we'll leave that up to Katina, man, and the crew to make up that decision. Jeez. So, yeah. Neil said as long as pineapple, then he's good. So we'll take a boatload of pineapple pizzas here today. Anchovies is crazy. Hopefully we don't get any of that stuff. But there it is, booyah right there, Sharif. Park biological there. Boom, 361. But the trade of the day has been this one, all right? And NPT just hasn't lived up to that name. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on this for a potential high of the day break. Sharif, we're halted on INHD. Where is that being funneled into? We need to find it right now. I don't know. I'm asking you. $1.97 on
Well, there's three halted, dude. I mean, there's only one.
There's Booyah, MTEN, and INHD currently right now halted. Where can we find that next opportunity? We'll keep an eye on this Minteg and Intel Corp because just in case, International Corp, I guess it should be, just in case that decides to get rocking and rolling here.
And amazing. Continue to watch for this one here. We're looking at BYAH 13:41:35 halt time. Current time is 13:45:49 or 50. The prints are super slow on this one. S dot. So we're still waiting over here. Resumption could be in about 30 seconds, give or take. Still packing the patience, still waiting on this one. Nothing for me to do other than wait for this one to resume, which should be in about 30 seconds or so. Continuing to watch, though, INHD as well as MTEN, they're both halted. I should let you know that another one is moving now. HAO, HAO into 129. This one's ripping up as well with a 129 high into 119. Keeping my eye, pardon me? Oh, amazing. Thank you, Katina, man. I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, that's why I got you to send it, because if I had, probably wouldn't have been that fixed that quick, I should say. So, yeah, BYAH still waiting over here for a resumption. Looks like this one will be a possibly 10-minute halt on BYAH. Oh, crap. We're going to have to wait another 10 minutes on this monster. As this one is still halted, it will be 10 minutes at minimum, so 13:51:35 as we wait for that one, Joey. MTEN also going to be 10 minutes, it looks like. We'll see if BYAH is still halted at 361. GLXY is taking out highs as we speak. This one's really going here. Watch out, GLXY, 31.58, taking out that 31 seller, 31.62. GLXY is really going. It could see 32 sooner rather than later, and a great multi-day rounded bottom here.
Sharif, there goes MPT. MPT starting to roll a little bit here. Let's see, we got a key pivot break. Any form of a pullback, it's really strong. We have to get involved in this one. NPT really starting to move there, 1,900% on INHD. If this fails, then we get out of dodge on MPT. We do have enough room to give this. I wouldn't mind holding it for the high of the day. It's more or less a momentum style, but slowly cooking up. Let's get over to that specific ticker. And I like what you guys are talking about in the chat. Hey, why are we starting to see this? Maybe PDT does have some of a influx here, and why we're seeing this tidal wave, I don't know. Again, I haven't been in the space long enough to say if this is like higher than relative volume, but it definitely could be, and I wouldn't be surprised if having more individuals who have the ability to participate in these momentum style plays start doing so within obviously INHD and just that crazy, the halt parameters. So I wouldn't be surprised if the PDT rule being lifted has a little bit of influence on what we have going on right here. This isn't going to work out for us. We'll end up taking a little bit of a loss on MPT here, Sharif. Looking for that momentum style play and just like that strong move into the high of the day. It doesn't look like we're going to get that. Probably get a couple of pullbacks in between. We'll allow it to grind higher, and if there's a good opportunity for us to get involved with it, once again, we'll do so, because we had earlier with the tap. Oh my God. The tap on INHD is $24.50.
That's crazy.
Brother, there better be gold on that pizza. There better be gold on that pizza tomorrow, Adam
Another
James.
one is halted. What I gave you guys.
What is the most?
What is halted at the moment.
What is the most you've ever seen?
I don't remember. I had probably COVID days, right?
Like, is it abnormal for like to have 4?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
God,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
so there it is.
Yeah.
Bang. PDT rule. Stone cold that. Money this, and then absolutely that. For those.
Yo, look at them. We've got all the halters on the top of the screen over here. They're all halted.
That's crazy.
Let's throw in HAO. HAO. How? This one is absolutely ripping. Well, ripped through into 151. INHD 2097. M10 197. BYH. And what I'm involved in 361. They are all halted, and they are all small cap gappers. The market is all sorts of insane today and very good to the small cap traders, at least for now. Let's see if that continues to be the case. MTEN open, 260 high, coming back down now, trying to hold 240. There it goes into 284. So MTEN really going here, and it's going to halt up. 287 limit up. Watch out here. Let's see if it's a false halt. False halt. Down into 271 here. It could take out the area high. No, right back into that halt parameter. Limit up into 87. Continuing to watch this one. Goodness, waiting for another minute or so. We've got BYAH holding. What sectors are the halters? I have no idea. I have to go one by one here to see exactly what sectors they are. But now I'm waiting for BYAH. Again, 41.35. It's currently, so 51.22. So this one may be open here in a matter of seconds. Let's see if it's going to be 10 or 15.
26.
26?
On INHD.
So this is going to be...
This thing is going to be up like 2,200%.
How come it says 51 there? 50 on the bottom. That's why. Okay, so it's another 30 seconds or so. Sorry, I completely misread that. My bad. BYH is the one I'm talking about. Shout out to my man, Adam James Abroad, dropping another 2 in the chat. INHD gaps to 50s and 60s on daily and weekly. Yo, man, I've seen weirder things happen. But those are the technical levels on the daily and weekly. But we just have to know, Adam, are there enough buyers here to push out some of the sellers, the short sellers, who may have to cover there. So what are you looking at,
There
Joey?
goes MPT. Oh, we got MPT, baby. Let's go. We'll take a little bit more off on that bad boy.
IREN breakout as well. People are saying, shout out to my man, Texas Jet fan, IREN into 58.99. That is the day high. Keep your eye out there.
Man,
on
IREN. What a video game, man. Thank you for introducing me. Man, that's what I'm talking about, man.
Bro.
$20 tap on INHD. Are you kidding me?
It's about to kill a lot of people here, Joey.
Holy smokes.
Many people will die from this trade.
A lot of people will be, they will be unalived, as they would say on the internet. Oh my days. Assassino, are you watching this? This is crazy.
Why are you dragging Assassino into this, bro?
And Tiffany, too.
Leave him alone,
I know they had
man.
good weekends. Boom, we'll take it. Did we get a reject? Yeah, we got that fill up there.
Get it, Joey.
Where's Randy? There he is. Oh my God. We're going to get the high of the day break. This is the worst thing you could have introduced me to ever.
Here, why?
Because this is exactly what I'm looking for. There it goes.
So
everything that we, dude, look at this. Look at this NPT trade.
Oh my days.
Oh, this stuff is
Get it,
crazy.
Joey. Get it, Joey.
Where have you been all my life?
Where have you been all my life?
Man, this stuff is crazy. Ramin, how was the lunch? Man.
It's going to halt up, Joey, 460. Oh.
The tap on INHD is $30. Dude, Randy.
Just $9 ahead of where we halted. It's not a big deal.
This one stock is going to be up like 2,500%. People are retiring today. No, Adam
People
James
are buying us lunch in the chat, man.
Adam James is buying lunch, man.
He's got pizza,
he's
Pizza
got
Tuesday. Who knows, right?
They're part of us now. Yeah, we left some for a runner, guys. I don't have much anyways.
Should see some of the comments in the chat.
Yeah, PDT
You have
Joe
turned Joe into a degenerate small cap trader like us.
Yeah.
Welcome to the club, Joe.
Man. This is a good club. See, the thing is though, as much fun as we're having right now, probably tomorrow I could be like, oh man, what happened? The tides can turn relatively quick. But this is a boatload of fun. I'm not even going to complain about it. We're talking about the HOD break in NPT, and then also we are looking at INHD. Oh my God, Sharif, I was in this from $12, and then we
Joey.
And then we Devin Haney hand that one.
That's cap.
Yeah,
there's 5 halted right now.
Dude,
5.
Dude, the top is $40. What the hell? This thing halted at? It's literally up another insane amount. This is crazy. End the stream. It's over.
It's unreal. It's unreal. Like this is deadly stuff that's happening.
Man,
here,
I wonder if Benner got. I wonder if Benner's in on this. I know Wayner's in on
100%.
I know Wayner's in.
In the personal and in the trade.
Yeah. I be telling him he can't buy anymore.
Yeah, did you hear about SPI?
Yeah, you were telling.
It blocked him, bro. It was hilarious.
That's crazy.
Loving this, man. Shorts are underwater, says Tisha. That is an understatement, Tisha. They are in trouble. They are running scared. Be on the lookout here because all things come to an end.
Dude, I didn't even realize I'm in a halt. I'm in a halt.
You didn't realize it's a position board right there, my guy.
I didn't even realize there's so much going on. $64. Never seen anything like this.
This got to be cap here, bro.
$85.
82, 81. Yo, this is going nuts.
Oh my God.
That's insane right there.
Oh my
I can't
God,
believe
this
what
thing
I'm
is going
seeing
crazy.
there. I can't believe
okay,
what I'm seeing there,
I have to pull this up. 40.93.
Pull up.
Never mind my 30 cents. Sharif, we might have to keep this stream going until 4 o'clock, even post-market.
You're going to be keeping it on your own there,
You're going to be doing it on your own. Don't worry. I will carry the torch, my friend. I'll do the best I can. I can't breathe, man. This is crazy. And I'm all jacked up off of
There's 5 halted now. PAVs is halted to the high side. 5 are halted. INHD, NPT, BYH, MTEN, HAO, PAVS are all halted.
It went to $100 and then dropped down to $58.
Yeah, this is obviously well orchestrated here, man. This is crazy.
I've never seen anything like that.
No, I've never seen anything like this either. There's 5 halted. One of them is on the verge of taking out 2,000 and likely will based on the tap. NPT, 256.
What the hell?
BYH, 240. MTN, 168. HAO, 70 and 2/3. PAVS, basically 69 and 2/3. When the hell is this BYH going to open, man? 1341.35. I don't even have a screen that's not halted, so I can't even see the exact time. We're going to have to look at the side chart over here. So the exact time is 1356.07.
Someone asked what TAP means, theoretical
auction price, yeah.
Auction price. So what it's trading.
07. So this one should be, if it's going to be 15 on BYAH, it's going to be in about 15 seconds. So 15-minute halt possibly here on BYAH. We're coming in. It should open up at 35. We're showing 25 now. Let's see what we get on this. Let me just load up my screen over here so we can get ready. I don't know exactly what to kind of expect on this, if it's going to even open up at all. It's not going to open up. It's going to be 20 minutes on BYH. Why are they doing this? Why is it halted for so long? What the hell is going on here? Let's see if there's anything coming in.
Dude, there's so many halters right now. I know you just mentioned it, but there's 6.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Wow, I mean, $4.93 on MPT.
Unreal.
BYH, MTEN, PAVs. How, man? This is some crazy stuff. Yeah, I mean, I don't know enough. If you guys have seen
get ready to go?
Is it that time already?
Yeah, you got 3 minutes here.
I probably have to, actually, yeah, I can do that. Sharif, we're halted. We don't have very much size here on MPT. I could just limit on open it as well, too, and get out as soon as it opens up at 493. But all right, guys, you'll see me momentarily. What an absolute ride it's been for Sharif and I on this INHD. Shout out to PDT rule being lifted, just sending these small cap land into an absolute frenzy. So yeah, all right, guys, I'll see you momentarily.
Yep, absolutely. Let's bring in all the halters so that we have them all on one screen. Just allow me a second here to set up on AVS. What a move up on all 5 of these. All right, we're open up here on BYH. What a random time. Rip City, Rip City. This is really going here. Be careful, guys, with this one. 4.5, taking out some over here. What do we got on? We got 313. Here comes 5. There goes 5. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's not what we want to do there. Limit up on 5 here, guys. Limit up, 516, limit up, BYH. This is, I haven't seen anything like this before, where 5 of them are all going. This is so orchestrated. This is crazy here. BYAH, limit up, 516. We've got 313. It is now up 386%. Yeah, this is weird, Mike. I mean, HAO just opened up. It's ripping as well. Let's just bring this trading screen in over here. Oh, my days. Oh, my days. HAO, 199 limit up. 204 limit up. Pardon me. HAO is going to halt up at $2.04. We already got BYAH halted up at 516. MTEN still 287. INHD, what's the tap on there, that one? Okay. INHD 2097. PAVS did open up. So 180 high here on PAVS. There it goes, taking out the high. PAVS 186 now area high, but this one is failing. Watch out with this one, guys. Here we go, back into 165 on PAVS. All these, I can't believe this. 5 of the 8 on the small cap gapper side screens here were halted all at one time. Unbelievable move here on PAVS. Looking for HAO to open up above 2. And if you've been looking at what the tap is on INHD, it is a monster. Joey was, I think you said 85 or 87 on that? It went to $100, he says. I didn't quite see it on PAVS or on INHD, but hey, he saw it, so I absolutely believe him. We're still... It's $29 now, so it has substantially dropped off as the exchange kept that one halted until they could pair the different orders there. They were not going to probably allow that to open up as an $80 gap. I think that would have been pretty crazy there. And I don't know if that would have ever, in the history of trading, that happened before, where like something gapped up $80 intraday. I have no idea. We'll have to check with some of these LLMs. But there it is, guys. You've got a bunch... 4 halted. PAVS just got right back into the high of the day again. It's back into 212. It's not quite halted itself, but a big move nonetheless on PAVS here. So we're going to continue to wait for BYAH to unhalt at 516 high. The halt time on that one, 158.16. Earliest open, 203.16. But the big boys, they're locked and they're loaded. Joe and Sean going to take you into the afternoon session. See everybody tomorrow. Trade carefully, guys. These small cap gappers, they're around for...
What's up? Thanks, Sharif. For that, we've got Joe back in here from one side to the other. You literally just moved 7 feet. So, surprise, this is my friend Joe. If you haven't seen him on the midday show, you must not have been paying too much attention right here. All right, man. I mean, I've got... A lot of fun. And we got the big cappers over here. They got the small ones over there. And it's been what a ride, man. I was just watching out for that INHD. We're going to be covering that as well. But here we go, man. I just stepped out, got a little bit of a Java here, got a little iced coffee action, and now we'll wait to see what winds up happening. We're short Apple, we're short Google. We're $1 in on this Google trade. We're working with heat right now. We're gonna watch out for that. And then it's Apple right now, talking about some photos and different image generation. We're also long Palantir. I mean, that's been a good one. I posted a little bit about that. Ooh, we just got into 80s again. We are almost out of all of this right now. I was waiting for 135 to come in. I'm actually gonna cancel that. We never got 135.25s. That's where we're at. I can't believe it went to 135.20, but there goes Palantir. Let's take out one more piece here in the 60s if we can. I'll sit at 68, see if there it is, see if we can grab that fill. So far so good here. Dip buying on PLTR. Google still that $1 or so, and Apple trying to figure itself out as we get a little low. We tried some longs in Apple and we got stopped out a couple times here on Apple, but you know, nothing really going on. And then I was like, you know what? I've sat here during meta events and whatnot and seen these stocks absolutely bleed. So why not try it again right here? There's an Apple fill right there at 308. So we'll hit the sirens on that one. Short about $1 on Apple right now. Short about $1 on Google and long 50 cents on PLTR. So we got 3 for 3 positions when we're rocking and rolling. There it is. Yeah. Good one. Right there as we spin it as there goes Google, or sorry, there goes Apple to the tank city right now. We have Adara's in the back, so she's going to tell us anything that's happening right now on Apple. But your boy, Joe.
That's what we're talking about, goggles.
Yeah, we're
you
talking
fade
about
that on goggles too, my boy?
Oh, I mean, I'm here, right?
We're here.
So there we go. There's Google right now, $1 in on Google. We're short on that one, but it's Apple right now. Man. Apple is $2 in right now on the money. And, you know, like I said, it's a completely different style of trading this some of those other small cap names. But there it comes to the downside on Apple. We're taking advantage of it. We're just getting some nice fills. We reversed into the short now, AAPL, on what is WW... How many W's is it? Worldwide. Worldwide. And right now, it's a worldwide developer conference. Yeah. That's not going that well, I guess, Adara, because there it is. Nice move now, $2 in.
Like, I don't even have anything to say. It's just like it's kind of reacting however it wants to react. Like we first heard about this thing, it pops up to 317.50. Now it's down more than $10 from this point. This thing is really, really volatile, and there's no rhyme or reason versus the event.
Thanks, Joe. What about INHD? Katina, man, this is a big one.
Yeah, you tell me about that one, my guy.
$3.67 tap now at 552. We don't have anything left, though, to be honest with you. So we'll hop out of that one. Not too bad. INHD, what do we back up over there from a tap standpoint? $30. I mean, that's still $10 higher than where we closed that. So not too bad of a look there whatsoever. And then we also have TDIC.
Okay.
Putting in that, just looking for those momentum. Dreamland.
Yeah, man.
It looks like they're living in a dreamland right now. 52 cents, the tap on that bad boy. Where did it close at? 52 cents. So relatively flat on that one. Not going to complain whatsoever. Looks like this is going to be a 10-minute halt here, guys. When did we halt at exactly? Yeah, or 15-minute. I don't even know the bands or what they do. I only know the 5-minute. Everything else we'll leave up to Sharif. But no problem, Taylor Batty. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic day as we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 names halted. Wow, that's pretty crazy, if you ask me.
We're now $3 in the money.
You got $3 on GOGs, on apps?
No, on apps.
Attaboy.
On the app
as that's breaking down, we were talking about that, Katina, man. Bang. INHD, you can see, I'm just going through the halter, and then we'll send it back to Katina. High of the day break. Bang. Move on there. And then PAVs, we'll see you later. Another halted name right there. Talk to us about your $3.
Yeah, I mean, right now, thanks, Joe. I just did what you said, basically, and I was long early, saw the momentum shift a little bit there, was underneath everything, and I just went and said, you know what, if it's gonna be a short, we can use it up into here, our 25-period moving average. So we did hit it, and because it's an iOS event, just expected a little bit more movement, obviously, than normal. When I sat back down here and I was watching the event, and there didn't seem to be anything too special, but then the minute they started to announce Siri and some of the features, it didn't sound like it was revolutionary or anything like that. So 317 down into 312, and I just couldn't believe the way it was moving down. And my first thought, though, Joe, was to go long. So we did actually take the long right into here against the closing price on Friday, which was 309, 308, 308.50. Once we lost that right there, we got out, then it popped higher, and I said enough of that, and we played the momentum back short, and we were able to capture the profit there on Apple. So pretty good trade there. And then just to highlight what we did on Google. Google, we only went short. So it just took us a minute. We kept on going short right into here against 365 or so. Was able to get it. Now we'll just wait to see what happens. I was just thinking like, hey, what if they don't announce something with Gemini, or what if it's, you know, something else there? So we're pretty light on everything. And then the one that I started with here, we'll see how many diamond hands we can have, was Palantir, my guy. I mean, I was yelling about this in the chat. I don't know if you saw it. I was tagging you all midday about.
I gave you a shout out there.
Okay, so there it is, man. So this is now 70 cents in the money off that low of Palantir. And again, people asking me, even in the chat, they're like, dude, you're crazy. So shout out to everybody there in the chat. That was Dan McIsaac, MF Dane Generous, Johnny, I believe, was talking about this trade as well, telling me to cover it. And that's fine. I mean, I think you might have been right, but I was playing off of these little bottom wicks right there. So came back in and we were able to take that long off of Palantir is what it is. But yeah, just getting lighter and lighter on all these positions as we have some fun and games here at Trader TV Live. But that INHD, that was another one that you guys had said that you saw quite the halting print on that one. And there it goes right now. So now the tap is 35 bucks on INHD. So even though this closed at 20, do we know what's up with this yet, Adara? Is INHD is INHD, INHD, Adara's gonna look this stuff up for us. Eno Holdings, Inno, I guess, Eno, 4 million float, yes, Adara?
Development services agreement to build AI-powered used mobile phone sales agent. So it looks like they have an AI to sell used phones, kind of an odd one. But that, as far as I can tell, is only catalyst here. $3 million AI sales agent development deal. Also AAPL just making new intraday lows here.
So it says AI in it, so.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why
you better just go long
it's running.
But there it is, man. It's another $1 on Palantir.
Oh, there we go. It opened up. Oh, holy cow.
Okay, here we go. Let's go back over to it. INHD. We're $1 in the money now on Palantir.
Holy smokes.
It opened and closed?
No, MPT. MPT is gonna halt. Yeah, I was in MPT from 370.
Why is it gonna halt? It's not gonna halt here.
Oh, dude, it's gonna halt.
N.
N. Yeah, MPT.
I'm on MPT. It's not moving. I'm like, what is this guy talking about?
MPT. It's gonna hit that
Apple
band.
$4.
Boom. Apple $4. MPT. We grabbed 3 on that one, Katina, man.
Good job.
We're all out on that bad boy.
Yeah, you're right.
There it is. Boom. It's hitting the band. Is this going to be a false halt, or is it going to go?
Oh, you're not in.
No, yeah, I see false halt on that one. Crazy stuff, guys. 9 names halted to the top side.
Siri AI not available in China.
Ooh.
Bye-bye. So there it is. Now we are now $5 in the money now on Apple. As Shorty gets low. Apple bottom, jeans? I mean, where is Apple's bottom? Right now. What? There it goes. Let's go. We go into the gates of hell.
Holy
Your boy is back, man. We go to the gym. We put on some laps. And we get low on this Apple trade right there, as there it comes right back into 304 and change. It's Apple's world, and how you like them apples, Apple. Now we're $5. Oh man, Joe, like, forget about SpaceX and all this stuff. Yeah. All you have to do is learn how to trade. And there it goes the downside. Like, why don't we put on 5,000 shares there? Nice move lower into Apple, 309 and change. We're starting to really reap some benefits right now. Hey, maybe after all, I can afford that new iPhone. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, it's not just China here. Siri AI also not available in the EU on specific products. I know for sure the iPad, because I guess they have some regulatory issues. So it's not just China. They're going to have some issues with getting this Siri AI available immediately. They did kind of imply there's some opportunity for it later down the line, but AAPL still here at intraday lows. Back to you.
Good stuff. All right, man. MPT, some big time movement over there, guys. Crazy stuff there. Same thing with INHD. Top 35 bucks. Wow, I can't believe this hasn't halted. We were out at 622. It's now trading at 849, 550%, just like that. This makes it look like small potatoes. More shares would have been more ideal, but it is what it is. Yeah, we'll take it for what we have there, Katina, man, because there's going to be plenty of more opportunities, especially if this is going to be somewhat of a new narrative for a little bit of time with the PDT rule being lifted. Did INHD open? No, it still hasn't opened up yet.
I want to.
Top is 35 bucks.
I just want to. We can't scroll through the chat now, but you know, I was posting up here. People were asking me where the stop was. I said 135. So that's 30 cents worth of a stop. This was now $1 and change in the money. So I'm going to put my final move right here, breaking 136. If we break back down below this play, I'm going to get out. I'm not going to let it fall all the way back down in. We've already made our moves on this one. It's a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 area right there on PLTR. So we're just going to watch out for that. And then, you know, there goes Apple. A bunch of covers, man. We have 10% left on Apple right now. And I might just... I'll put another bid right here, cover some at 10, and there it goes straight back into the downside now for Apple. So we're getting lighter on this. We're gonna use this 25 period here. And again, my stop at Apple, 310 break or so, right there to the upside. We're gonna cancel that and give ourselves about $1 to make 4 or 5. It's sometimes how it works. That's 307.50. Let's put our stop there. Let's put our stop at 307 flat, actually. We'll get stopped out of Apple if that winds up happening. So right now we're about $5 in the money. I saw in the chat, it's like, one show we trade slow stuff, one show we trade fast stuff. You guys can watch however they trade in the midday and, you know, and ask them all about their trades and everything like that. I don't have a problem trading some smaller cap movers, but like, honestly, P&L wise, I perform way better on some of these names. We will look at high flying stocks. Obviously, I'm gonna call them up right now, but just wanted to review that when Apple's moving like this, I'm gonna trade it and look at the volume kick in on Apple right now. And trading, I mean, Neil and I do a lot of videos. Trading is one of a couple things, right? You gotta trade action and you gotta have reasons to make moves on stocks, right? And so like right here, we're into Google. Oh, well, first of all, Google just making a new move here. I'm sitting on the bid right now. That's me at 91. We just get taken out here as this move is now, okay, we're $4 in the money on Apple. We are now $2 and change on the money in Google. We just got another fill down there at the low near VWAP right here. So I'm trying to show hopefully how to make a little bit of money. Having fun is great with small cap runners, but for me and just in my experience, not where a lot of the money is made, but if you catch the right way, you definitely can ring the register here on some of these small cap days. Look at this IFBD. Here's another one that just halted right now. IFBD, this is one that's just a brand new name that you've never even heard of until all of a sudden this thing halts up 100% right now. Now multiple percentage points in the money. That breaks through $1 and there we go. A new halter that is now in the building. SUNE, just to go over. Someone in the chat said they're on on heart meds right here today. And yeah, do not look then at some of these small cap names. Here goes another one at $4.80 now to the high side of SUNE as that's going. Hey, look, man, we're $4 in the money on Apple, we're $1.50 in the money on Google, and we're $1 on Palantir. But we're gonna look at some of these small cap names for you right now. And new highs coming for soon to be new highs. BYAH, another one. Park Ha Medical. This looks to me like it's halting down right now, Park Ha Medical. And there it goes. BYAH has halted down to the downside right now for BYAH. Oh boy, are you having fun yet? I sure am. And I know someone that always seems to be having fun. It's Adara. What's up?
I certainly am, Sean. But if I was Tim Cook looking at this stock, I might not be having too much fun now because AAPL is currently red on the session. Speaking of Tim Cook, CEO of Apple, rather outgoing CEO of Apple, he's currently reflecting on how many good memories he's had over at WWDC over in the past. Looks like he's about to wrap up this keynote. If that is in fact the case, I'll let you know. He also said that they're going to be starting to roll out these iOS updates in beta mode today. He said the best is yet to come. This does sound like the end of this keynote. Again, once I get confirmation of that, I'll keep you posted. But he's basically just summarizing all of the announcements they've made. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, Adara. Yeah, as we wait for some of that, I did cover a little bit more down here of Google, as you guys just saw right there. We just got some more oops, that's the wrong stock. We got some more Apple just now at 305. So the keynote is now ended for Apple. So, okay, keynote ended, resume downward trend, I think, for Apple. Our stop is still in. We're still gonna wait for 307 to break. We can now put a bid at 30. Let's just put a bid right here. Take some profit out in case the move starts to get higher. We'll put another bid at 304. You know what? Instead of sitting on the bid, maybe punch some out. How about that, my guy? Yeah, okay, I'll put some out. There we go. We'll take some out there at 70s just to take another piece in case the move is higher from here. So good outs. You already know where I'm sitting for my next one, if that does happen. Palantir, we're gonna let run until that breaks 136 to the downside. So yeah, that's what we're doing right here, right now. PAVS, is that another one, Joe? Did you guys hear about this one?
Yeah, I
PAVS.
heard that one.
Yeah, 9.3 million shares. Halt, 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 halt. Like, look, for me, honestly, I'm not trying to throw shade. I mean, I think small cap trading, fantastic. I think with the PDT rule, I heard you guys actually talking about that. The PDT rule is going to help, right? A lot of us traders not get stuck in these positions. But the PDT rule could also create many more of these opportunities, which is also great, but also dangerous. I think you want to focus on which ones you want to trade, look for volume profiles really starting to pick up again on certain names, and then hit the ones that you trust, because hey man, there's going to be so many different opportunities. INHD, like see now,
look at MPT.
I know, yeah, that was the next one I was going to go to. INHD still halted. Holy crap, is this INHD? Dare already gave us that story. Someone wrote it all about AI. Their tap right now, $61. So you were right that you saw 100 or 90.
Yeah,
because there's 61 right there, and it stopped at 20. The last trade was $21. Okay, so actually, all you have to type in here is Nasdaq halt, right, list, and then we'll come up in here in a second. And then here it is right here.
Dude, MPT is gonna halt again too.
Okay, here, you have it, okay, I'll call it up. MPT,
yeah.
N, right? My bad,
yeah,
NPT. I keep on putting it in. How's that burger? They're not bad, eh?
You don't know, man, they're really good. If
mine
was warm, then it would be even
I heated mine up. Go heat yours up, man, I got you.
all good, man.
Okay, here's all the halts right now that we've been seeing. So even just in the last little while, look at them all. Limit up, limit down. Basically, none of them are news pending. They're all just moving because of the market. So here we go, man. We're ready to rock and roll here. Are you guys is the question? I mean, HUDI, HAO. What's up, How? HAO is there. PAVS, RDGT, not Rigetti, RDGT, ZCMD, BYAH. Where, I don't even see, by the way, on here, NPT. When did that halt, NP? Oh, there it is. So NPT halted a while ago. Limit up, limit down, should have already opened up. Trade resume time, 14:07.
Oh, it did, and then it traded for about 10 minutes, and now it's halted again.
Okay, because I don't even see the second claim here on the halt. But anyways, it looks like they're gonna, there it is. So did it just open again? A resumption quote time 4:17, NPT.
Yeah.
What?
And then that's when it halted.
Wait a second. Oh, NPT, this is not the one I'm talking about. I wanted IND.
Oh, IND.
Yeah, IND, but there's NPT there. Nice move going forward. All right, Google, man, good outs. I'm just looking, man, my net is going higher here, so something I'm doing is right.
$78 tap on INHD right now.
$78. That's what I was looking for. Let me go find, where's INHD on here? I don't see it on here at all. Do you remember, do you have what time it halted? There it is, okay. Oh, this halted a long time ago, no? Yeah, okay, so INHD right here halted at 1:43 and still not open yet. So they're gonna have to figure this one out, INHD trying to go. But after their event, we're just gonna, let's slow it down a little bit here. There goes Palantir.
Another one.
Yeah, we got it, man. The face slappers in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
My boy.
136.50. I think we should be able to do that one, Joe. So we'll put the one on order at 136.50. I like trading with Joe. He's a very, very kind gentleman, and always patting me on the back, which is nice. Thank you. I appreciate that one right there. Okay, so that would kind of get out a little bit. I need all the support I can get, man. I got to go home to a crazy house full of crazy kids.
All right. That's good, though.
Oh, the wife opens up the today, because she makes the lunch for the kids still, and they're 14 and 12, which honestly, I think they should be making their own lunches.
Yeah?
I don't know, didn't you ever make your own lunch?
No, my grandfather always made my lunch.
Yeah, you're spoiled. But I think...
I was loved.
Yeah, well, of course, man. I mean, that's what I'm saying. My kids still get their lunch made for them every single day. There's the out. We are now done, by the way. Hot dog cannon on Palantir.
You're all out?
Yeah, man, in and out. Into VWAP, my boy. If it's going to go all the way up there, we're going to get out. But anyway, the story was she opened up the lunch pails today.
Yeah.
Lunch from Friday still in there.
Classic.
And so Marissa's like, no, you guys are going to empty this out. You know, if you want, food in there every day, you're going to have to empty your own stuff every single night.
That's fair.
And she reminds them every day, but they're lazy and they don't.
They're kids, man. By the time they get home from school, they want to go out and do their thing.
forget about that excuse. Yeah, well, today she's got a good home play 4-on-4, and then hockey, and then we have baseball tonight.
Nice. 3-on-3 was some of the funnest because it's like you and your boys.
Yeah, like a stick and puck.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, what is even going on here, Katina, man?
You tell me.
Look at the tap on INHD.
Yeah, but it's not going to open up. There must be something wrong with that.
Dude, there's something big time wrong with it. It went into $150. $150 the top right now. This is insane. Like, I mean, I don't even really know. I've never seen anything like that, to be honest with you. Joe, did you get the crust cut off your Sandy? No, it's a burger.
You have Uncrustables?
No. Did you see someone pull the crust off the Uncrustable, that one ball player?
But there's no crust.
I know, but it's like the rim out
like
that
the
one.
Uncrustable.
You're seeing correct $100. Yeah, man, I'm looking right at $160. It's right up here. Guys, look where I'm pointing at.
Nah, but it's not.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to open up like that. I don't know what you do. This is going to be the ultimate fall from grace. I don't know if you want to be shorting this whatsoever. You want to wait a couple of days. So, yeah, this is some really crazy stuff, man. We had a couple of scalps. We're tripping over dollars to collect pennies on that, unfortunately. But it is what it is. And NPT, you can see the text on holdings. This was beautiful. We were in at $3. We preset it all the way out to $4, but then now our tap's at $10. Halted at 1041. So this is some big time stuff and big time movement. Family home videos. Thanks for the NPT trade in at 3.6. Nice. How does the tap move? Like, who's buying those? That's a great question. I don't know what's going on behind those scenes. Maybe Katina Man could shed some more light, but it's definitely probably the market makers who are doing transactions when things are closed. There it is. NPT opened up and then just dropped $2. That's how quick things can happen.
At Alpha Trends. I'm just going to tag this guy, Brian Shannon. We're going to have him on tomorrow.
Oh, yeah?
Again, well, yeah, I want to ask him about SpaceX again and talk to him a little bit because I just used VWAP to get out right there on PLTR. Thinking about getting out. So Google right now is still dancing around with 364. Let's just put another piece out. What was that question you said someone had for me, my guy over there? I don't know what it was, but you guys can ask me whatever you want there. And I think it was about this INHD. Yeah, so the thing is that right now when stocks halt, they got to go out and they got to find some supply, right? And so if there's nobody that's going to sit on the offer, unfortunately, they keep on running this stock all the way up until they find somebody that wants to actually sit there and take the other side of that trade. So as you can see right now, it's $71. You said it was just $136 or something like that. We can keep on checking the Nasdaq halt page, but it was showing it's been halted for 40 minutes, limit up, limit down. And so if we actually zoom over here, you can see quickly that this is the last time it traded, 143.22. So what I mean, look, this, if you guys want to know how to trade this, I can tell you very simply. If you, in our system anyways, if you put a limit on open order, you can specify the price. So what I would put right now is $50, okay? Even though it says $69.50, what happens is this is on the Nasdaq, right? Yeah, so what happens is the Nasdaq would then reprice your order at whatever this opens up at. So like on SpaceX, when I get long at 150, let's just say that's the opening price, and it halts up and it says 180 or something like that, I could put the offer still at 160 and I'll get printed at 180, whatever it opens up at. What you're telling the market is, let's go Apple, $4. What you're telling the market is I want shares at that price or better. So we'll open up at that price or better, you'll get the better, right? So just be careful with it, but every broker is somewhat different. I would take the time now, especially if you are a small cap trader looking to take advantage of the PDT rule and whatnot, that you may want to look into some of those rules based on your own platform and how that works, because a marketable order is different than a limit on open order. A market on open order will put you in at whatever price. Once it opens up, it will market you in. So you got to be careful. You may not get that opening price if liquidity, as they say, is sparse, okay? So, but anyways, there's NPT. Hey, Randy, what's going on, my guy over there? Yes, sir, there it is, man. You might saw a fist go through the TV there. That was Randy's. All right, NPT opening back up again. Yep. And Adair, if you can come with the story on NPT, people asking about that one as well. Sean, do not look at PLTR now. I'm looking at it now, Dan, and I'm happy with it, man. I mean, we held only 10%. We held it all the way up. We talked about holding a little bit of that all the way up, and we can only do so much, man. I mean, I'm not going to cry over spilt milk. honestly, we nailed this trade. It's one of the top trades for me today.
Nice.
It is what it is at this point. I'm not gonna hit every single level the best we can. But Dan, you were here at 1 o'clock when I was, in the chat talking about this. So I come back from the gym every single day. I'm gonna try to jump in this chat, mow down those burgers, which honestly, I'm giving them an 8, and I'll tell you why. Because they were exactly what we thought they would be. Plus you had the toppings.
Yeah.
Right, we had pickles. We had like a Thousand Island dressing, which was nice. We had the shredded lettuce. I love a shredded lettuce on a burger. They had pickles. What else? They had the onions for you, my guy.
Brother, I loaded.
They had something else. They had one more topping that I was impressed with.
They had the tomato, they had the lettuce, we had the onions.
That's what it was.
Pickles,
yeah, pickles. Yeah, maybe.
And then whatever this sauce is, this the sauce?
Yeah, that's a Thousand Island sauce, like a Mac sauce.
We put that on there, the Mac sauce on there too, man.
Big Mac.
Mine were a little bit. Mine were actually not a little cold. They were cold.
Well, yeah. So our food gets delivered at about 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
So even myself, man, I just put that. Hey.
Yeah.
We have 2 microwaves, my guy.
I know, but I don't like putting the bun in there too. Okay. I could have took it off.
Take the meat off.
I know, but we're time strapped, brother. We can get into all of that. You know what I mean, my guy?
You have all the time you want, my guy.
But listen, so this is what you did. No, hold on. Listen to me for a second. You upgraded the burgers this morning. You went from an underweight. You're underweight.
Right, yeah.
To
By the way, it's Katina Wilson Capital. I'm speaking on behalf of both of us.
Yeah, underweight to overweight.
And what do you say,
burgers.
neutral?
Well, no, I'm upgrading them.
Yeah, bang.
But
All
listen to my upgrade from neutral to a buy.
To a buy. I'm on a buy too. I'm on a buy.
You're on a buy.
I'm going to message the lunch lady and I'm going to tell her.
Maybe we should go double upgrade strong buy.
Strong buy? You want me to send her?
Yeah.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to send her like a cryptic message. I'm going to be like, I am upgrading that lunch to a strong buy. Strong buy. From neutral. And I'm going to see if she knows what that means.
And see what
and then she's going to be like, you are crazier than I thought.
Yeah, so, I mean, they were significantly better than what we were thinking there. So, that's good, man. We're still, listen, that tap on INHD is still.
It's about the shredded lettuce.
The shredded lettuce did it for you?
It's one of the more underrated
I think so.
toppings.
Yeah, I know you're a man of the city. So Apache Burger?
Apache Burger, yeah. It's literally by my house.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah, and you're, in the West End. Is that is that the one you're talking?
Bro, I know, but
maybe is there a franchise? Maybe.
No, there's definitely not. Apache Burger's Queen on.
Oh, so then there's
on Dundas.
Yeah, Dundas. Yeah. Oh, Dundas and Queen. There's one.
No, just Dundas Street. Yeah. And Kipling.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm saying the West End, man. You're almost at Etobicoke.
Yeah, I know, but you're over there.
Don't worry where I am, but that's close enough.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. No, I love some Apache Burger. That's been around for a while, right there. Yeah, Kipling and Dundas, perfect.
Yeah,
I didn't know if you meant
that's the spot.
Okay, so everyone loving the Joe and Katina Man show, the Joe show. It's more the Joe show right now. All right, man, $5 in the money now on Apple as we continue to hit those lows, and Shorty is getting low on this one. All right, soon. You ever seen Dune? I've never seen Dune.
You've never seen the Dune?
No, man. I mean, I want to see Dune. I really.
They're good, man. But
I did see Backrooms.
I know, but I was just about to ask you, what made you be like, hey, I want to go see Backrooms?
Okay, because we were out all day with my daughter. She was out all day Friday. It was a PA day. She was playing hockey. Then she was out all day Saturday. Meanwhile, my man, is sitting at home. My 14-year-old.
Yeah,
he's kind of just chilling out.
Yeah.
No, not the uni guy, 14-year-old guy.
No, I was going to say you and your 14-year-old.
Yeah. So I told him, I said, look, man, you're going to be sitting home all day. I'm going to be home from hockey around 4 o'clock, whatever. What do you want to do?
Yeah.
So we went and we got a little bit of food. Now he's like, let's go. I was like, you want to go see a movie? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, Backrooms. I was like, boom, these dudes on the show were talking about it. And we went and saw it. I highly would recommend it. I mean, he came out saying it was his favorite movie. He's 14. I mean, it's pretty. No, Backrooms. Did you see Masters of the Universe, Adara?
Surprisingly.
What?
Yeah, I know. This is the least Adara movie ever. It was my idea. I went with someone else. I did not like it all that much, though I understand I was not the target audience, nor am I the type of person that should ever be seeing those movies.
Why not?
But just because I don't know. I'm not going to have anything nice to say usually. But Backrooms is really good.
Okay, so hold on.
I hate Masters of the Universe. It just was not for me.
Yeah, it's fine.
And so I just feel like I shouldn't be opining. But I enjoy. It was what it was. I had some opinions, obviously, on the writing. Why were there 4 screenwriters?
So are we underweight on Masters of the Universe? Oh, okay, she's gone.
Yeah, she's underweighted on it. She did not like it.
Yeah, so you're underweight. Are you double down?
Are you going from a neutral to an underweight?
No, I'll just stay
You're neutral.
Yeah.
I'm basically neutral. Back rooms I really like though.
Okay.
So back rooms are going from a neutral to a what? Strong buy or?
strong.
I'll go from a buy to a strong buy.
Okay.
Yeah,
Strong
that's
buy.
crazy.
We got to get her upgrade. We got to
Yeah, we
figure out
gotta
about
get
the
that
burgers.
upgrade,
too.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get that solidified. Let's see what Neil thinks.
No, he might not have enjoyed it. We cannot.
Yeah, Neil.
We cannot ask Neil.
Can't
Neil is
upgrade
no longer grading food. We had that one situation there.
Can't grade it.
We had one
Yeah.
situation where the grading system got flawed.
Yeah, we messed it up
for a couple minutes.
I don't know if the stock's ever gonna
We
open.
done screwed something up, Joe.
Yeah, we done screwed that up. Shout out to Neil, my boy.
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
I
I'll be
hope
back
he
in
was
tomorrow.
at both offices yesterday. I don't know if you've seen that there in the group work chat there.
I did.
Man, yeah. So he was doing his rounds, and then I'm assuming he went to the Jays game.
That's what he was saying.
Yeah. So they went and
They
checked.
won for once. That's nice.
They won. Yeah. I mean, well, they beat Baltimore twice.
No, but they've been doing well. I mean, I'm hoping the Jays.
Yeah,
can
like a
get
game
going.
or two. But
It's just Neil has a joke going. Like every game he goes to, I should actually ask him.
lose.
Yeah, I should ask him this year.
Yeah.
It was last year. He had such an epic run of like games where they didn't win. So that's why I said finally
Finally, they
won.
got that
But
there.
it's good.
Well, but I like to your point though,
Don't ask
man.
him
When
tomorrow.
is Vladdy gonna live up to that contract? Because right
No,
now
I do not mention that in front of Neil either.
Okay, we won't
Right.
go there either. But where we will go is to the tap on INHD down to $78 now, guys, off of that 100. I don't know when this thing's gonna open up. I just don't have that type of knowledge. TDIC halted once again, but to the downside. Let's pull up our actual charting and see what we got going on here. And then we have MTEN. Bang. That's halted up. So, I mean, at one point at that 2 o'clock hour, things were absolutely bonkers. 9 underlying assets halted. I don't know why they're calling them underlying because they're not really optional. But anyways, aside from that, 9 names halted all to the top side. Never seen that. But again, I am kind of new to this world, that is for sure.
What was it? IND. What was the other one again? We just talked about
INHD.
INHD, right? I was thinking about INDO. Yeah, so now it's $79. So, I mean, I don't know how to properly explain. Like, when this opens up, you guys are just going to have to scream at me. Actually, you know what? Here, I'm going to put it on another INHD. Can you go over that story one more time, Adara? Because, honestly, I don't understand what's going on. This should be open. I don't know why it's still halting. INHD.
So they have an AI system here to sell used mobile phones. It's a sales agent. So this was development services agreement valued at $3 million to build their AI-powered used mobile phone sales agent. So they don't even have the sales agent yet, but they'll be building it with $3 million.
We'll take
A
it.
sales agent to build phones. Or to sell phones. They're building it to sell phones. Still an interesting take for sure.
Sounds like
It sounds like something that nobody needs, but okay, we'll go on that one and we'll see what winds up happening there. I feel that this is, we said it's already a 4 million share float. It's done 268 million shares. This tap is $82. So someone about to get real rich, and I just don't know where this is gonna open up. And there, now it's $90. I don't know.
Yeah, man.
How has been, you might say, what's up, How? We have a guy in the back here named How. This is How XI Health Technology. This has done 3 million shares. They just halted and reopened again. So here's another one that's been halting back and forth just a little bit there. Dan McIsaac, now would be a good time maybe to have looked at Palantir as it's come back in just a little bit there, bouncing off 136.30. We can have a quick look over there. Another one that's halted, IFBD. And again, we can go over halting names and go over any different kind of names. Today, there's IFBD halting. Nice run to $2, now right back in. Another name that we have brought to you live right here on the show. Okay, a name that I want to get rid of in the long-term account, honestly, and I feel bad about it because I've liked Uber for a long time, man. And it's just like, the last time it was at 80, I got upset because I didn't get out because we saw that move right there. We thought we wanted to get that. We didn't have an order there. We missed it. And then whack, right down there to the downside. The very next day, the cat came back and it was at $77. So, you know, we missed that 80 bump right there. We had seen it wick high through or close to 80, and I should have been sitting there that day. I'm not even sure what that story was. I think it was maybe his earnings. $73, that was May, I can just look it up. May the 6th in the AM, I believe. Uber has earnings in the AM, I believe. But there it was shooting right there to the top side. Just kind of let it go. Should have sat there, took something out. And since then, it's just been kind of bleeding. But Joe, you know what? If you believe in the story here on Uber, it's into an area where like, this is what I was doing with Marvell, man. I believed in it. It kept on dipping. We were able to get it going. And eventually it took off. I mean, look at Intel, look at Robinhood, look at SoFi. There's many different names that have found bottoms recently. You know, Intel's around that $100 mark. It keeps coming back up, coming back in. SoFi, the same type of thing here. You know, we come back into 15. We make a move to 20. We come back into 15 again. We make a move to 20. We come back into 15 again. Toronto or Montreal? I mean,
I think that's a wild question.
Depends. Well, I mean, I'd say it depends on your age and what you're trying to do, right? I think Montreal has, you know, a great party scene. If you're going for the Indy or anything like that, Montreal has F1. We have the Toronto Indy here. I think if you're looking for like major sports, obviously you'd want to go with Toronto. I mean, going to the new Rogers Center that they've redone is a fantastic experience. Going to a Jays game is great. We're right on the water there. But Montreal, more historic, you know, probably a nicer walk in the downtown area. But Toronto, the 5th largest city in North America. So I would say tons of food, tons of culture in Toronto. But Montreal, a little bit more of a party city. Like we went there for Neil's bachelor party. That was a lot of fun. That's how long Neil and I have known each other, you know, like that was
Don't get it twisted. It's party
years.
city here too in the summer.
Oh, no, they're all, and I think that Toronto has the beaches.
Yeah, the beaches.
Toronto has, like I was saying, you know, well cultured. There's the Little Italy. You don't need to go during the festival. You can go at any time to College and Dover Court or wherever and see that Dufferin and have a lot of fun down there. So I don't know, what would you say?
Yeah, well, I think from an architecture standpoint, I think Montreal, like if you actually want to go sightseeing, I think Montreal would be
That's
the
what I
better
mean, yeah, they have the cobblestone
right?
roads.
Yeah, so I think Montreal in that aspect, but it's crazy. If I wasn't a professional through and through, I would bash the Habs and everything, but that's not what we're here to do, is give you an honest opinion. I think both are great. I love actually both cities, to be honest with you. Montreal I used to go to every New Year, so typically when it's cold, but it's more or less if you want to look at the infrastructure and just kind of the older style buildings. A lot of
thing is too, is if you're U.S. man, your dollar is so hot here.
Yeah, dude, it's so hot.
You can come back and get 140 on a dollar.
Like, exactly. So yeah, you're almost it's
like you can eat just as good food here as in New York, or I mean, we have most of the franchises are. I mean, pretty much everything is here. We have world class. Michelin star steakhouses, Italian food, everything.
I think
here.
Canadian beef is, in my opinion, I think Canadian beef is significantly better than any beef that I've had in the United States. That's just me.
Anyways,
and same with
there
Australia.
It is, man. The tourism on the show here.
There's a segment.
There's a segment.
So I'll hold a neutral weight rating on Montreal, and then I'll go with a
upgrading it on the summer Toronto.
We'll go with an outperform because it's World Cup.
Right. So we'll outperform in the summer, but then we may have to reassess in the winter. We may have to downgrade. We may have to go to neutral on the winter.
Double downgrade.
But thing is, like I was in Minnesota, right? Minnesota's north of Toronto.
Yeah.
Like people don't understand like the geography. I mean, people understand, but you got to look it up, right?
Listen,
Toronto, there's so many other places.
So we're going to talk geography. So the most southern point of Ontario is more south than the most northern point of California.
What? Say that again?
So the most southern point of Ontario is more south than the most northern point of California. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm about to look that up.
Yeah,
I
look it up right now, man.
No, I do believe you. Wow. Okay, I had no idea about that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go check it out.
There we go. All right, that's interesting to look into. But there we go. So, anyways, the more you know, obviously, and I'm learning some more as we speak.
Toronto will hold for sure.
Okay, trying to hold to neutral right there. But anyways, welcome everybody in the chat, man. We're really enjoying it. You know, everybody here. INHD, the tap is now $91. You cannot get out of INHD right now. Shout out to Southern Ontario. Well, that's where we're from. So yeah, shout out to that one as well. What's up, Mike Peter? Are you talking to us or to yourself here? You can't F with them. No, you cannot, man. We're here, man. When me and Joe are here, that's it, man. We're gonna have a blast with Neil. He's coming back tomorrow. I've been to Canada once. I ordered a beer, gave them $20, and he gave me $21 in change. Yeah, there we go. That's like kind of stuff I'm talking about.
That's crazy.
That would happen.
That's mad.
If you give a $20, no, it's not. If you give a $20 US, you could get $21 and change Canadian and a beer.
you made money.
This guy's smart. That's one smart ass man.
That is a trade right there. That's
right there. All right, let's go back into some stocks quickly here. All right, so what else is opening up? PAVS halting again. PAVS, we can have a quick look at this one. Paranovis, that's been halting back and forth, up 95. Eli Lilly right now, releasing new data recently there. We just heard it right now. Fundeo outperforming oral semaglutide, so that's nice. So there it goes, man. Eli Lilly outperforming today and new all-time highs for LLY. Now up 2% on the day. Excuse me, starting to head back down, but look at these futures, man. That should have been a trade. I mean, shoulda, woulda, coulda. I don't know if it's proper there, but you know, this is a nice little support area if you thought the market was downside. I'm just having a good time in talking, but look what's happening to Apple. See ya. We did get out of Google there, probably a little bit silly, as it broke 365. We have rules for reasons. There it goes to the downside. You know, this is why we don't cry over spilled milk with Palantir, because look at that. We nail the top of that one. And let's get out of some more Apple here, as Apple's falling from graces. Did we miss a story or something? Because this is getting low, low, low one more time for Apple. We'll just take a 303 fill. We are now $6 in the money, 309 down to 303 as Apple bleeding there on their event. I guess they didn't give us the goods after all, Joe. USO. Oh man, not much going on. This is just closed. So 230 is the close there in NYMEX. So the ETF will still trade. We don't expect much happening on the oil markets unless we get one of those headlines again. But yeah, so far so good on everything. Now, Apple, I don't know what's going on now. This is now breaking through 303. Nice downside play. You want to talk about like taking something in, you know, that might not be affected too much by all this talk? Apple, I mean, you know, if NVIDIA is going to get hit and some of these names are going to continue to get hit, I actually like Apple here for a little run into the close as it continues to make moves lower. I don't think a lot of people were thinking Apple would have a negative day today, and it looks like that is what's happening here. Market up 1.75%. Over the last couple of days, we played Apple as a strong name against weak market, but today it's a weak name in a strong market. There goes Apple, $6 in the money. And look, just to show you guys, have the ability to do this. We were long until it finally broke that area. We went short, and then that, you know, the rest, as you can see here. Nice this is 50 cents worth of stop to make $6. We still have a decent spot on here for Apple. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, I will say there is one person who thought Apple might have a red day today, and that would be me, but it's purely based on the statistics. I did mention this pre-market. I mentioned this on our green screen or side wall, whatever you want to call that, yesterday. Of the last 16 WWDC days, not including today, we were red for 13 of those. So overwhelmingly, more than 75% of the time, again, in the last 16 meetings, we have closed red. So not too shocking, in my opinion. It does tend to be the sell of the news event, just to provide some context. As always, this visual can be found on X at TTV Research, and you better believe I'm going to update this and post it tomorrow once we have today's performance. Back to you.
Actually, what made me turn red, not Adara's infographics or not what she was saying, but because I was thinking, I actually used this example when we came back on air. Like, I remember Meta, that one day that they had their one of their events, and like it was just
Meta Connect 2023.
Yeah, it was just like a oh boy situation where it just kept on tanking. And so I was sort of thinking about it, and we were going long on Apple because, again, I thought this was a decent move, right? 316, 317, all the way back into 309, and right into there, we ran into a little bit of support possibly, but then no, gave it up. And 309, we were basically going by yesterday's closing prices. Once that gave up, then the move is down for Apple, and you can sort of see what's happening now. There's the break where we decided to go short right into here, this little level 309. So that was the break short for me, and that's what we did. So yeah, I mean, there's what it is real time on the positions, and there's 309 right here. So there's the short there on that break through, and you can see what's happening now. So, you know, sometimes you're not going to get the best prices, but the first short was 309 and change. The next one was this 80 level, and that's what we have on board right now as Apple continues to get lower here. And INHD still tap of $90. Doesn't look like it wants to open anytime soon, Joe.
Oh. No, I mean, Adam James saying this thing might remain halted till the end of the day. So what happens, like right at 4 o'clock, it'll open up?
Open up, yeah.
Yeah, right at 4 p.m. Right when the market closes, when there's no more halt parameters. Man,
as long as there's not a request from the exchange or there's a request from the company itself. So I'm actually going to.
You can figure
Go ahead.
that out.
Let me look it up one more.
Yeah, absolutely, man. That'd be absolutely fantastic. Because the top's at $90. This thing stopped at 143. So it's been closed for an hour now. You can't get any trading done on that bad boy. There's the SPY and the Nasdaq. Here they are, right? Like, I mean, it's been a choppy one a little bit. You have that initial move. Trend line, boom, trend line broken. This is where I'm thinking, hey, we're going to break down considering we're trend down here. Breaks it, and then off to the races it goes. It's literally like 5 minutes after I mentioned, oh, there might be a short on the overall market. Well, yeah, I was like, okay, yeah, Joe, sounds like you know what you're talking about. Off to the races it goes. So if you're going short right at VWAP, I would have just been blown out of the water. NPT really forming a 5-minute bull flag. I like that. It's halted on multiple occasions around this area, so maybe we can find another opportunity to get involved with this. We'll go over what we've traded here today. NPT, definitely one of our better performers. INHD has been a great one. Did we take full advantage of it? No, I don't think so, but that's okay, man. I think there's going to be plenty of more opportunities down the road by the end of the week. There's a lot that we're waiting for come Friday. That's going to be a fantastic time. And then FBL. Here it is, a nice couple of scalps on this bad boy. Yeah, Tesla was really strong today, Katina, man. Tesla was up to 410, I believe. So let's see where we're currently trading at right now. 411.71. So you're still hovering around the high of the day. I mean, it's definitely been the better of the Mag 7 from a performance standpoint. 5 1/3, and it's unfortunate that NVDA can't find its own way, can't get out of its own way right here, Katina, man, as we are up 1.8%, but it hasn't been the cleanest of price action today.
I'm gonna take another fill on Apple. I feel like it's starting to maybe catch a little bit of a base at 303. I don't know. I'm gonna put a bid in here. See if we get something low. There, there we go. Well, we got it. 303.14's there. Getting lighter and lighter on this trade. Thinking about this 305 area stop. So let's just do that. 305. If it does make it back up there, we'll stop out. I mean, I wish we, coulda, woulda, shoulda held that whole thing. But what are we gonna do? Right there. Let's have a quick look. And yeah, man, I mean, this whole page keeps on getting updated. Infobird, IFDB halted, IFBD, not DB, IFBD, Infobird, right there, limit up, limit down. So the only thing that it could say in here, sometimes it will say news pending. There are different quotes. You just hover over it. This is Nasdaq Trader. Just type it in. I just went in over to Google and typed in Nasdaq halt page, and this is what came up. And it's just gonna show you everything. It shows the resumption quote time. So this one should have already resumed. Like some of these things should have already resumed, right? And some of them have and some of them haven't. So we'll have to wait there. And this INHD is all the way down here. I'm starting to get a pretty decent headache here today. I didn't get, I took some Advil there. Water? That's why I'm trying to pound back the water here as well. I didn't sleep very, very well last night. All right, so there it is right here. This one should have been opened up a while ago, man. 12:49 was the 10-minute halt or so on INHD. They still have limit up, limit down. If there's news pending, there are different, I don't know if there's a, let's scroll all the way to the bottom. Yeah, so there is somewhere here, there it is. Okay, here's some more. So like M, right? So that's gonna be market volatility halt. So maybe a different market there. Yeah, these are different names. And then these are different ones. T1 halt, news pending. T2 would be another one, dissemination process, and T3 is when it's been fully disseminated. So we don't have any T1s on here. These are all limit up, limit downs for the ones that we're looking at here right now. So this one, M, was one. MWG had a market move as well to it. But yeah, so all limit up, limit down, trade halts. And we don't have anything right now for INHD. This is what it looks like, just for everybody's look there. And by the way, Apple, wow, that looked like a good out, right? So we took some more down there, look at that. And then there it goes, popping right back up. Did I put my 305 order in? Yes, I did, so we'll have to wait to get stopped out there at 305. I'm actually gonna refresh mine, because I think I have multiple stops. You don't wanna get stopped out multiple times. Yeah, there it is. Marissa just messaged me. She got washcloths, hand towels, and side plates. Okay. You noticed that we're missing some side plates, so I think a
couple of them broken.
Some have probably been broken, is what my guess there, and now they're gone. And the kids break them, I think, and throw them out, and don't bother to tell us. I just get side plates at the dollar store, at IKEA, or something like that.
You get all that crazy stuff.
Yeah, so whatever, man. I know you probably have gold-plated side plates.
No, we have golden cutlery, though.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, you like the golden
Yeah, I like the golden cutlery. Yeah,
like
we have
the
some black cutlery as well.
Show up late, Blicky. That's what happens, man. You go immediately on the 10-second. You're lucky that Jesse and you weren't going back and forth here together because you guys easily would have.
You're muting some people?
Oh, I put them on. Yeah, 10 seconds.
Okay. You're like the dad
No, our guys, man. Only they mess around, right? They find out. You know what?
Right. If you mess around and find out,
you mess around, you find out. You show up late. You find out.
Yeah, some judge told me that. Stop messing around or I'm going to find out.
Listen, you show up late, immediate 10-second, hey, man, I'm late to class, says Blicky. Brother, it's at the end of the day. There's an hour left in the session. Where have you been? 10-second timeout. No problem with that. So make sure you're here. At what time every morning, Katina, man? 8 a.m. sharp.
8 a.m., yeah.
8 a.m. sharp, not 3 o'clock.
All right, someone wants, T-Money. T-Money.
Yeah, T-Money wants
You
that.
get whatever you want. So here we go. Smart Chem, what was that? There, the tap is, as it closed, unfortunately. Right now, 113. Here's a 180 million share name again. So here we go. Looks like it does close at 113. We're looking for this one to reopen back up. Like I said, most of them are 10 minutes, 47. So we still have a little bit of time to go before we open up on SMTK. But right now, unfortunately, T-Money, 113 tap, so we'll have to wait to see what that's doing. I still have INHD opened up over here, not doing anything. Tap still $90. We'll see if that hits. But yeah, there's SMTK. Wow, nice move there, breaking through $1 today. We like that one. IBIT. What's up with this, Joe?
I mentioned, man, it's just not the time.
Yeah,
but with that being said,
I have written down as a short today.
Now let me ask you this: would you rather go the IBIT route or the MSTR route at this point?
MSTR route.
Yeah. 100% you have.
Yeah, only because I think if you're going to try to get the long, because we can punch out. So why I say that is this is a levered one. This is a levered product, right? So the good thing about going with crypto by itself, if you chose Bitcoin, you can get out overnight. Right, MSTR, I don't know what that looks like on a blue ocean if your brokers are connected there or what the hours are like for you and everything. But I was just gonna say, like, you could go long now at 130, and even if you use this most recent low of 116, 117, 115 maybe, that could be your out. And I just think the upside rate here for 12 bucks of downside risk, you take the long rate now at 127, that wick bottom from Friday is 114. So you use 114.27, that's $13. If you just get back here to the 50-period moving average, you almost got 3 to 1. So IBIT, you're not gonna get 3 to 1 return on something like that, right? You're gonna get, I don't know, maybe 2 to 1, maybe a little bit less. So this one being levered, I would choose MSTR. For long term though, at any day, even if IBIT, if Bitcoin's somewhat stable, if Michael Saylor decides to sell some, then this could get hit just because he's selling. So I think you gotta be very careful about choosing one over the other right now. But do you have a preference?
Well, no, it depends where you are, right? I think I would go the MSTR route at this point with Bitcoin. But there is a little bit of a tracking on IBIT. I remember Havana Woody. I haven't seen Havana Woody in the chat for some time. But over a span of a year, he showed me some data on what you're going to lose from a tracking error standpoint in IBIT compared to the actual underlying asset itself. So there's a little bit of a divergence in between that there. Joe, kudos for doing so many double shifts. Thanks, Tony Keever, man. It's my privilege. It's honestly a privilege and an honor to sit here and trade with Sean and Katina, man, and listen to Dara speak. And yeah, to be honest, just super thankful individual, and I will remain to be so. TDIC, these are what we have on the halted. Like, I mean, how long have we been talking about INHD? It definitely seems to be the new toy in the house right now. MTEN, but then there was SUNE. I thought this was halted, but it climbed up to $9. I was looking at it at $7.80. I know multiple people telling me about it, but now we're starting to come back in here a little bit. So we'll be patient. I'm going to be really precise on what I put on right now, just in case. I mean, we're nothing crazy on the day, but hey, it's Monday, and it's a double shifter for us, so we want to be able to lock in.
There's an action shot.
Yeah, I like that one, man.
Yeah, she's still wearing her old helmet, but
okay.
yeah, I like the black. That's from the weekend over there. So yeah, shout out there.
You pull up what you sent me, Katina, man.
What?
The tip.
Well, oh, the top. The tip.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I could find that. There's actually, she actually had some really dirty shots this weekend. I'll find it. I think I might have.
Was that her shooting or was that her tipping?
Tip.
Yeah.
I'll have to find it.
Yeah. That was nasty. That's a skilled play, man.
Some nasty things going on there. I'll find it for you in a couple minutes. Yeah, she had some nice tips. She had some nice.
Yeah,
she had actually a really nice. She got 4 goals over the weekend. The team scored 7. So she.
And this is her summer team, right? Not the new transfer team.
Yeah, that's a summer team. Yeah, yeah. And she's playing on a couple.
How are they? 4 goals. That's pretty. I don't think I've ever scored 4 goals in a game.
Yeah. No, that was over the whole. That was over 4 games.
Over 4 games.
2 in one game, and then 1 in one in the
Never
other
scored
games.
4 goals in a game.
It's all good, my guy. Don't worry about it. You'll get to her level soon.
Did you say I'll get to her level? Dude, I'm way past my prime, man.
No, I'm just playing around.
What does TAP stand for? Sorry, theoretical auction price.
Yeah. We still have the TAP at $90 there for INHD. As well. Okay, what else is moving on here? Yeah, so Palantir continues to chug a little bit higher. Yeah, now it's not looking great where we got out, but I mean, I really like this Palantir trade. Moving into the close, it's 255. We just have just over an hour to go. I mean, I wish there was a little bit more hitting on the scanners. We did want to look to see what was going on there today. We have the US dollar trying to go a little bit higher. You know, and we saw some tensions ease a little bit here today, and that can send the US dollar a little bit higher, right? As there's a little bit of a flight to safety. As today we got news that, hey, maybe Iran was involved in some of that, you know, sort of bombing with Israel over the weekend, so that's not a good sign. So US dollar strengthens a little bit there today as people get a little more nervous about the world now. So we have to wait to see what's going on with the US dollar and how that's going to be reflected. You know, not much love there. Normally a strong US dollar like we're seeing will create movements back down to the downside in the stock market, but today we get upside a little bit there. So right now, kind of just hanging out. Maybe, I mean, we're starting to, if we go over to a 1-minute chart, we are starting to tick a little bit higher in the USD. So maybe the market due for a little bit of a pullback as we've seen Apple react that way. So there's the quick little look at the US dollar. And then, you know, just because the market's up today doesn't mean we're up everywhere. It's almost a flip of what we saw. Look, Friday was bad, man. I mean, everything was down. The ES was down 2%. Nasdaq was down 4 and change. But we had a lot of strength in some of the utility names and consumer non-durables as everybody flashed over into Pepsi, into Philip Morris, into Coke. I mean, Monster had a great day there on Friday, but not so much today, right? As some of these names now get pushed back over onto this side as Broadcom, AMD. I mean, look at your boy Intel today. We had a great little run on Intel early. That's up 12%, Cisco up 3.5% as well. WDC up, Micron up 10. And I said, man, today the switch might have happened to go back into Micron. Look, we took Intel early right here. Right off that open, this is 9 o'clock as they got news of potentially being sort of a backup supplier there for Apple and for Google for the TPUs and some of the chip plays, and that sparked Intel. And now Intel's even higher than where it was, man. This is a nice move there into 112, looking at highs of the day again. We're lucky enough to have that high of the day, but that was just kind of in push. Had no idea that that was going to be the high of the day there, but there's Intel coming right back in. So yeah, let us know, like my watch list right here on the trade rate, looking like Apple, okay, 303 and change. We're already in that one. Tesla, what a good day Tesla's had. That's back to 412, man. We could have had that on our radar. It was on our radar a few times, but unfortunately not really today for me. NVIDIA 208, man, that's still one of the top stocks. We really like NVIDIA and what that's been doing today. Buy until it lost it. We tried to go short, lost it again. But NVIDIA kind of cruising. We like that 08 level. But again, not doing a whole heck of a lot. Maybe it's Micron time, Joe. I don't know. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I got the same thing, man. We're looking at some of these small cap names. I mean, you brought up NVIDIA and a couple of the other ones. TOC is halted to the top side. Man, oh wow, what a rotation into this here. You can see from a low of around 35 cents now up to 69 on this bad boy. So not too bad of a look there. INHD, I don't know if this thing's going to open up today. I heard Mike P. DeRider in the chat mentioning he's seen some of these stocks halted for a couple of days, 2 to 4 days sometimes they happen to be. So that's not too bad. I mean, that's actually not great, to be honest with you. It's not something I would want to be a part of unless you've already offloaded the majority of your inventory and you're just leaving some for a runner, and just so happen that it opens up at an insane number like it was planning on doing so, from $20 all the way up to 100. 826 here in SUNE, not too bad of a look there. We'll look for some more of a consolidation and then an additional high of the day break. But look at the amount of volume this stuff is put in here today, guys. 507 million shares traded.
S dot moving too. Is that on your list?
Let's see, S dot. Yeah, right here. It has 3.9 million shares traded on the day. SDOT Group here, 2140, not too bad of a look. And then SUNE, let's see if we can have this pullback. And then again, it's the same narrative. We're going to look for that high of the day break and momentum to continue. Maybe it needs to absorb a little bit more liquidity, and then off to the races it may go. Now head over to our watch list and see how Google's been performing. We know Katina Man had the short on that here today. That was nice. I think that was the ideal play, in my opinion. It didn't break down as aggressive as Apple did. That was a big-time move on Apple that Katina Man caught. But I think just with this pop, at some point, a little bit was going to be given back. Amazon to the downside on today's session. I think that Amazon was the deal with Corning, so shout out to them in Bell Canada. Bell Canada has a deal with Corning, just in case you didn't know, Katina Man. And then Palantir, our boy was long off of the lows here today, now at 36.58. So some good trading.
Spicy.
A lot of, pardon me?
Apple's getting spicy.
Yeah, it's on to the downside. Yeah, I mean, and then there's Ethereum, right? Like literally, ETHA is $12.71, and then BM&R is $16.90. So I mean, pick your poison on this one. MSTR a little bit different, $127. Watch out because Saylor sold 32 Bitcoin, so now it's essentially all over for this thing. I don't know if you can sense the sarcasm in my voice, but at the end of the day, if I'm gonna be buying anything, it will no longer be the ETF. It'll be via MSTR just for the leverage aspect.
So first of all, we have right here. I just want to. There's 5,100 people watching. And there's 269 likes. Don't hit it for me, hit it for Joe, man. Joe's doing a big time show today. Want you guys to make sure you hit that like button. So when I come back from this, this number is gonna be much higher, Joe. But solid, volatility right here creates movement. And for sophisticated traders, movement creates, of course, opportunity. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest run suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple levered bull and bear ETFs are tied to the Nasdaq 100 index and designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves, up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profile. Trade tactically. Please learn more at betapro.ca and scan that QR code right there in front of you to get involved and learn more. And we want to just say thank you to Beta Pro for their continued sponsorship. So I'm going to refresh this right now and see what wound up happening on the like button. There it is, man. More than double.
Yeah,
it's at 500.
Man, that's what I'm
we like that one. We like to see that number. Let's see if we can get that to 1,000 right here. We'll check back on it. But please hit the like no matter where you are. Live on TikTok, live on Instagram, live on YouTube, wherever you're watching it. We got it in the back, man. Those are all the chats. They're all together. Joe and I watching them every single day, whether or not you're there on TikTok, wherever you are. We have I want to thank Fabian for building it's all together. What do you call that chat where you pull one from the other, pull the other? They're all amalgamated together, their chat rooms. We want to say thank you to that one, and we can pop it out, and here's a completely different chat for us.
It's a dream team, man.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna let it load up, and then I'll show you guys a better version of it. But right now it's just populating, and we'll get that going. So we can see everybody. Want to thank Bravely over there on TikTok as well, as we just keep the party going. Yeah, so SDOT right now up 75%, and there it goes. Remember where our stop is? We should have already been stopped out on Apple there because it is now broken through. It should have been at 304. I'm still gonna wait at 305, but just like basically less than 5% left on Apple. We had 10%, we covered down there, just like we had 10% of Palantir, and we covered on VWAP right there.
All right, man.
Just like for Google, same kind of ways, man. We got stopped out right there, although we should have held Google. Actually, look where Google is right here. Here's the, maybe I can zoom in a little bit here. Yeah, so here's our consolidated feed, right? So there he is. What's up, Bravely? There he is right there on TikTok. Some more from Instagram and whatnot showing through here. So yeah, let's go SDOT, says your boy Bovin right there. Jesse laughing his, you know what, off right there.
Because I caught you.
as we
calls you Deshaun.
Oh, Deshaun, nice. I like that one. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I think Deshaun Katina, yeah. Hopefully not Deshaun Watson type style. That is a little wild, but I like that one. As we keep on going, but Deshaun. All right. So here's Google. Oh, by the way, tomorrow Rivian officially starting the launch, right? So will Rivian's launch itself into the atmosphere tomorrow? We were there on the weekend, man. Not honestly, the R1T. It's sorry, the R1S, the not the truck, the SUV, is nice, but it's not that nice.
It's not.
No, I mean it's 152.
You think?
No, it's not. It's nicer than the Model Y.
It's not nice enough for 152.
Nah, it's not nice enough for double the price, in my opinion. So we're gonna wait for that R2 there to come through. I'm not all about spending 150 on a car. I mean, I'm not gonna.
That's crazy.
It's like going car broke, basically. You know, some people
Why would you want
are house broke.
In a depreciation?
That's the other thing too. It's not like you're paying for a stock that has a chance of going higher.
Yeah.
This is something that does not.
Right? Knock on wood, man. I've never had a car payment, so I've just always bought cars. If I can't afford it cash, then
straight cash.
And we can't straight cash, homie, man. A humble brag, I guess, there. But yeah, I just always bought my car.
I think if you can get a good financing deal on a car,
if you get
2 or 3%, that's actually cheaper than, it's almost better because you can put yourself in cash and get 4 right now.
Yeah, that's true.
So if you can beat that and you can do a little bit of arbitrage,
that's very
but
true. Straight cash.
Not much going on there. What's going on with this? Iran official tells CNN that they have no objection to talking with the U.S., but I mean, this is kind of the same thing, man. I mean, first of all, you're probably not going to change the behavior of anybody in the United States. I mean, Donald Trump is what he is, and he's going to stand pat. He wants that Strait of Hormuz. So I don't, until something's resolved there. I'm just more interested on maybe Adara's take. I don't know if you're working on something here, but what do you think really is sent to Apple? I mean, I know you had the news there about how it's never really performed well on these kind of days, but was there something that maybe you had heard or that you've been reading that people are a little triggered by here that started this sell-off?
Honestly, as far as it goes, usually for these Apple events, it's really easy to find what people are looking for from this event. It was like pulling teeth to get some info on what people were looking for today. So I honestly don't think expectations were that high. I don't think people were that excited. And it's really funny if you look at the stock, and I'll pull up AAPL.
Right.
Like as you get that push here into that 317 halves, that's when you get the first mention of Siri AI. It's like the idea that, oh my gosh, we could have an update. Got the market so excited. As you guys can see, it did not even last 3 minutes. So I think it was just people were so reactive, and then it sold off so quickly. So I think, like, other than the fact that it tends to sell off on these days, I just think that Siri AI was something people were really excited before. As Sharif was mentioning as well, they spent a long time talking about child safety, so they kind of teed us up for this Siri AI. So it was like the idea that we had anything was super exciting, and then, oh, we have it. It's what we might have thought it was going to be, or it just wasn't that exciting in general. Then it drops. Now, as Sean also mentioned, as I mentioned, as some people in the chat are mentioning as well, they're not going to be able to launch this in the EU right away, and it sounds like they're not really thinking they're going to be able to launch it in China in the near future at all. So I think the lack of users could be a bit of an issue here in terms of international base. But yeah, if we get more details on that, I'll let you know.
Okay, thanks, Adara. Yeah, so I think that's about right? I mean, if they're not going to announce anything, groundbreaking or anything like that, I mean, it probably sells off. And we were all waiting for this event. I think last week when we had some of those upside moves there in Apple, we were waiting for a bigger story, and we just didn't get it. So
I mean, I think it was a couple.
I'm gonna go long Google.
I think it was a couple of years ago when they were talking about the release of Apple Intelligence, and then they completely botched it, and then they're like, you know what, on the previous keynote, talk about it.
I mean, Siri did some of the things that I saw on there. Siri was better. Like some of the examples that they were using there.
I'll have to watch
it was go back and find in my messages. It was. Basically, the guy said, oh, what was that dish that Joe mentioned to me a couple weeks back? Right. And it was coconut cookies was the example or something in the on the keynote, but it would go back and look for a conversation that you and I had. Yeah. The guy was asking it to buy, how can it buy tickets to a concert? And it went through it all. So I think that there might be something about it there. But yeah, tough look, I think, for Apple today.
I want to go over, there's a couple of super chats here, Katina, man.
Okay.
Excuse me, one in particular that's coming from our boy Blicky Spears there, $1.99, just sending out that super chat. I don't have the bang or anything, but thank you very much, Blicky. And at least you showed up here today. I know you're out probably causing trouble or something along those lines.
Troublemaker, that guy?
Yeah, I mean, he's an LA boy, you know. You know how they come.
I got you.
Right, so no, I'm glad that you're here, man. And hopefully everything is good and rock and rolling on your end. Let's head over back to our scan and see what we got going on from some of these small cap names. I know Jesse's trouble too, so we got to watch out for those guys. That's why I put them.
Ban these guys.
Yeah, that's why I put them on timeout once in a while, right? Just to keep them in check.
I'm talking too much, but you going to cover that INHD?
Yeah, are we?
Well, no, it's starting to change the tap. Now it's 88.78.
Yeah, I mean it was up to 160 bucks at one point.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, are maybe we getting somewhere with it now?
I don't. Yeah, I know. I think it would have to come down. Do you think it would have to come down if it opens? If it's to open up at 4 o'clock? I mean, we'll stay here just for a couple more moments after the day, obviously, to see what happens with that one. If it does open up and where it does, because it's definitely been one of the more interesting traders of the day. It's up 1,000. So it's up over 2K at this point. It's probably around 3,000, 4,000% in a single trading session, which is absolutely insane. But we're starting to see another uptick in halts here, guys. PN is the late. Oh my God, what a play on this bad boy as the volume hit. This is what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. If we're going to be playing high day breaks, this is what you want to see. 614, and it just punches through with volume and momentum. That's the ideal high of the day break, a really, really good setup. And then MTEN, I don't like this one's jib, as I think Sharif or you say that there, Katina man. But ITOC now halted to the upside. So we're back up to about 6 or 7 names that are just continuously moving higher. This one to the downside, Pavis, Paranovis Entertainment Tech to the downside with a high of around $2.55 all the way down to $1.17. That's 55% to the downside. So the stock has been cut in half in the span of about an hour and 10 minutes there, Katina man. So tougher look. All eyes on INHD. And then now we have PN that's looking pretty good as this is halted at $8.
Yeah, if you guys want us to cover anything, put it in the chat, man. We normally have the stock visualizer. Maybe we can call that up and see what ones are hot here into the close. It's on the screen. Oh, behind us. I can't see that. Okay, there's INHD. Yeah, so that's the one that everyone's talking about right now. And this is on the screen behind us. You guys can definitely have some looks there as it continues to go. Palantir, Micron, we've talked a little bit about that. LASE, LASE, that could be something that we definitely look at moving forward. Intel, Iris, oh, that's IRIN right there. Nice move there coming to the upside. IRIS, IRIN, okay. Marvell got close to 300. We see a nice little push back today for Marvell as that name seems like it wants to get a little bit higher up on Marvell. And Google, I want to go long, so this should be hitting very, very soon. I'm bidding right here on Google. It's coming back into VWAP. Thought there would have been a good opportunity here to maybe take something in and around long, so there it is. We do have a new position right here on Google. I was only going to give this just shy of 363. So, you know, we're in it now. We're at VWAP. You know, don't mind that kind of a play. It actually goes with this sort of an indicator right there. So a good little look here for Google, I feel like anyways, right at that level. We'll see if it makes any sense, and maybe it makes dollars and not cents, but right there, we'll see if it drops out. What's that low? 363.04, so we need to go a little bit lower. What's that wick there? 90s. Let's go into the 90s for this trade, okay? So we'll go into 360, oops, I don't want to screw this up. 362.89, we're starting to get going right now. We put our stop in there and see what winds up happening. Little small trade here for Google. We'll take a little bit more in the teens if it's going to give it to us. And then we'll just go from there, guys. And we'll see what winds up happening now with Google trying to get a bid going on now as it just broke through VWAP. It just ticked down in, man. I wasn't sitting there, else we would have been long. Now we are sitting there. We're at 15. Let's wait to see what winds up happening here with Google.
All right, man, good stuff. Yeah, okay, so Martin, 1882, look at TCGL. The stock has been halted since February. Same thing could happen with I don't even know, man.
TCGL,
yeah,
that does ring a bell.
So what is this name? I can't even get anything. TechCrete. Let's go over to the daily and see what we got going on. Yeah, this thing has been halted since January, literally. I don't even know what to do. I wouldn't even know what to say about this thing. This is pretty crazy if you ask me. Let's pull this up here. We'll save this so we can get a better look on it. So that's when it last halted. All right, so look at this. From $9 all the way up to $350. That's 3,000% just like that in the span of 2 trading days, halted down, and then has been ever since. Like, I don't even really know what to do. What do you do at that point? Those are answers that we can obviously ask some form of an LLM and get involved on that. Is that going to be the case with INHC? I just don't know enough to give you a straight answer. But Bovin pointing out some great names. There it goes, S dot to the top side. So a lot of fun to be had on this specific name. There's Booyah starting to come down a little bit. So, I mean, Pavs is still halted to the downside. Things are cooling off a little bit, but I can't wait to see what happens at 4 o'clock if that name does open. Joe, what's the tap to where do you see that? Right here, brother, this is MPT. You can see theoretical auction price right here, TAP. And then sure enough,
may not be available on like many people.
Yeah, may not. You might not have it on your, because I know you, our boy Adam James is
with us.
No, he's on Robinhood.
They might have it. I mean,
yeah.
I would just go in and say, if there's a stock halted, is there a place that I can see the auction?
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure that you can get in.
There might be a widget or something that they.
There's something along those lines.
Or you look at this, just for context here. This is something interesting. I just found this. Do you believe this? So here goes. SpaceX IPO is only 2 times oversubscribed so far. Snowflake, 120 times oversubscribed. DoorDash, 40 times oversubscribed. Airbnb, 40 times. Twitter, 30 times. Alibaba, 22. Facebook back then, 10, 20, 10. Saudi Aramco, 4x. 2 times only. Not bad. I think it'll be interesting to see what winds up happening. Will he be the first billionaire?
Yeah, I think so.
We shall see. As we were just going, Google just fell out of the face of the earth right there.
Did you sell down there?
What? Google? No, I went long. I tried to go long off VWAP right there, but it already broke below. So I should not be going really long if it's already underneath VWAP, but we were going to give it 2 363s breaking, and that is what just wound up happening right there. So
I like Ollie Ollie, and Ollie Ollie Oxenfree has a very valid point, Katina, man. But the chance, like all the names that you just pointed out, those guys aren't opening up at least $1.75 trillion.
But what is the point of that?
The oversubscription aspect.
Yeah, I mean, the point is we're trying to judge demand.
Doesn't really matter.
What does it matter where it opens? I mean, where it opens is going to be a derivative of the valuation.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like, if you have $1,000 to put into a stock, you can put it in at any stock you want.
Yeah.
Of how many shares you wind up getting.
Yeah.
I think what the point is by that individual there is maybe there's not enough people that are looking to subscribe to it because of the valuation. Right? I mean, people knew about Snowflake. Snowflake was a great stock, but it was well known even before it went public, and it still had 40 times oversubscription. So people were trying to hit the Snowflake long. I worry maybe if we don't get that oversubscription, where will this thing open up? Like, what if it only opens up at 140? Maybe it's not a long then. If there's no retail interest that spikes that price for SpaceX, then maybe I emailed. Here, I'm going to show you something. I actually did a little bit of work yesterday, and this was something very, very basic that I did if I can find it. And I wanted to send myself, I'll just put this out here without trying to dox my email address, which I don't even really know what that means. But there it is. So I wrote down the top, the most major, here's my email address right here anyway, Sean@TradeTV. DoorDash, Coinbase, these are some of the most major ones with the date that they IPO'd. So I want to Roblox, Instacart, ARM Holdings, Reddit, CoreWeave, Circle, Chime, Cerebras, Klaviyo there, Birkenstocks. What's up, Birkenstocks? Got my wife a new pair of those for her birthday.
Did a lot of work on
Figma. Yeah, I know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look up these, and I meant to do it today, but I didn't. And that is, I want to see the reaction to that opening print. What wound up happening? Did we have a halt up? Was there something in that?
So you're not thinking about the limit on open style?
Oh no, I'm thinking about it. But what I want, I'm doing. You know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
But the idea that I was thinking is, out of those top 20 of the most hyped, most roadshowed, most excited IPOs, what did those actually do off that opening print? Because you know what? I'm not trying to sit here and be a cowboy. Like, if the trade is not there, the trade is not there, and I'll get away from it. And I may not take that opening print. Let's just see what the reaction is. But I don't also want to get caught up in being afraid to do something.
Yeah, yeah.
So I thought if I
overthink the situation.
Yeah, like I thought if I'm going to lose a lot of money, I might as well do it somewhat prepared, right? And what I mean by that is, am I putting the chips in at the right spot?
Yeah.
You know, like it's almost like how many times do you win with aces versus kings? How many times do you win with pocket twos versus pocket fours or whatever? So I'm trying to figure out, based on the information, I'm going to use eSignal, because on eSignal in charting, you can actually go back and put in that exact date, which is why I did it.
Okay.
So now I have the exact date of the most 20 hyped up IPOs, and I want to see what the reaction the first 10 minutes, the first 5 minutes.
You want to do that right now?
No. All right. Oh, I mean, I can't do it right now, but I'm busy trading.
Here, give me a name.
Okay, go look at what DoorDash did on December 9th of 2020.
Okay, no problem.
Right, but I need to know the top. I need to know what happened in the first couple seconds.
December 9th of 2020. That's when
December 9th of 2020 is when DoorDash IPO'd. We can look at, but Rivian IPO'd at like $108, so maybe that's not one. Coinbase was April the
180 opens up at 181.
Yeah, okay.
And then we had a high of the day of 195.
No, I need a minute chart. That's the thing. Like
want a minute chart on that? That's madness. Okay, I understand though.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm trying to say, if you take that opening print, here, show the chart. You have it open. Might as well show it. Do you want to show that or no?
Well, why wouldn't I want to? We're not hiding anything.
You tell me, man. You're talking about it, but we're not showing it.
No,
so there it is right there. So look at the volume that came in. If you go to Joe's screen, thanks, Andre over there. So there's that opening print. So if you look, what chart is that?
That's
1
that
minute?
DoorDash. That's the daily.
Oh, daily.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not sure. So it opened right there.
Yeah.
But look where it closed, higher. But we have that low wick. So that's the wick that I'm afraid of. Mm-hmm. I'm afraid that when SpaceX opens up, we get taken out.
It drops $20.
Right, immediately. So I have 5,000 shares dropping $20. That's minus $100,000. Minus $100,000 if I take 5,000 shares.
Yeah.
So let's be realistic about what we're going to take, and we're going to give that a chance right there. Swarmer, yeah, that was a good IPO for sure. There's been some great ones, and I don't want to ignore them. So that's part of what I'm talking about here as we get ramped up for a new IPO. So yeah, pretty excited about it there on Friday. And I think that's also what's really kicking out on, by the way, like we got stopped out there on that break. Probably, could have held out a little bit longer on that. It did break below VWAP. Maybe the short is there for VWAP. Apple's still $5 in the money as we continue to watch out for it to see if that breaks 305. It actually looks like that was a perfect out for us. It didn't hit. There's Apple right there, 305. But, you know, we just had QNT Quantinuum right there. That was a okay IPO, but first day, whoosh, to the downside, opens at 68, goes down to 60. What I mean by okay is just the reaction to the IPO was not okay, but it was an okay volume event. I mean, it was well thought of. We saw last week there was some hype about QNT for sure, but again, downside there, nice upside today, 5%. And then CRBS is the most recent one here where we had Cerebras. That was an IPO that came out and just, you could see what it's been doing.
Yeah.
You know, so again, like not good. Opens 350, ticks higher, and then whoosh to the downside. So not a great idea there. Something about Google and Apple again coming together. So yeah, anyways, this Google trade, not the greatest one for me today, as Google is making a move lower.
There's the headline here. Apparently an Apple executive at WWDC said that Apple is partnering with Google and NVIDIA to bring private cloud computing to Google Cloud.
Yeah, it's too bad. It's too bad that we didn't really hold on to the bag on Google, because we were short Google and we just stopped out once it broke 365 there, made money on it, then gave some back right here, trying to go long on VWAP. But we already underneath VWAP. That was not a very well-focused trade. We should have maybe not taken that one. But yeah, so look, I'm just as surprised as everybody that this INHD, as more and more of you are talking about it, is not opened up yet. $90 tap. And I don't know if there's a fraud investigation or something with this name, as we watch out for up 2,000% there today. Looks like it still has a little bit of a ways to go potentially here on INHD.
Yeah, I mean, Apple's selling pretty aggressively here, guys. You can see it on the daily. So nice trade from Katina, man. You get 5% to the downside almost here today on a session where Friday was pretty weak. Moving forward, you're holding on to positivity. We had NVDA up at the highs of around 2.5%. Now you're down to 1 1/5. Google down 1.5%. Keep selling. Hey man, I'm gonna start buying this at 350. Right? That's a big time. What happened?
That order in.
At 350? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at that point, you'd be down 15%, right? So I think that would be a good buy. Tesla.
Wow, Apple is tanking.
Yeah, Apple's selling really aggressive. But I mean, hey, man, you went on a big time run. Eventually, things are going to cool down. New low of the day, 302. And we had a high of the day of 318. Are you kidding me? That's a big down day here for Apple. I mentioned down 1.62%. So I mean, get the cash ready, because here it is. You're going to get this down 7% off of, or 6% off of the highs. You're going to get Google down 15% off of the highs, and Amazon coming off of that level as well too. Man, I liked Amazon. Sean, I don't know if you bought any, but I was talking about buying Amazon like 190s down here, like 185 and everything along those lines. Did I pull the trigger on it?
I got in all that melee after the earnings, a little bit more in there, but I think it was 202, 204.
200s? I think 200s is still a good price with that bad boy. That's really, I like everything to do with AWS, and then they're obviously getting into the pharmaceuticals as well too. So, and they have Zoox. No one really talks about Zoox. I personally like the vehicle. I know Sharif doesn't like it. Katina, man, I think you said you don't even really like the Zoox vehicle.
No, I don't think. Is that like bus-looky box?
Yeah. It's like double-sided.
I'm not down with
front
that.
end, man.
I'm down with that as a people mover.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, think about it. You and the boys hop on.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be your go-to.
No, I don't think it's a go-to, but no, I can appreciate it.
ASML almost hit all-time highs today there, guys. So keep it.
I'm long NVIDIA, by the way.
You're long NVIDIA over here?
Just a new trade alert.
Okay, hop on, trade. Talk about it, my boy.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say here, because NVIDIA coming in, I wanted to see it against sort of this 220 area, but just made a nice. We liked it at 208, so I'm only going to give this name. I just put the stop in right now, breaking through 207.30. I don't even want to give it down. I mean, we could wait for that to break. Maybe we should break into the low of the day. Yeah, let's actually change it up just a little bit there. 207.14s or so into that little break spot here. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening with this NVIDIA trade into the end or the close here of trading now, with only 25 minutes left until the imbalances. We'll have to wait to see what goes on. Again, a relatively small position. Drone, okay, well, this is not good for the market, so maybe we need to just get away from this. This is, I mean, Apple's going to the downside here. We're not putting on a lot of risk here, but we'll try with NVIDIA. Drone attacks Iranian Kurdish opposition camp north of Iraqi's security sources. Okay, so that's who's from, security sources. So there it is, man. We thought that we might have been able to get away with potentially that ceasefire. Doesn't look like that's happening at all. We could check in on USO. Again, closed. It doesn't seem to be affecting much here today. As far as some of these headlines, we're not getting too much reaction to anything right now, so that's USO downside. Neil made a play, AVAV. He's actually, I'm not going to speak for him, but he's back in this play now. He liked the break higher. I'm going to let him speak, because when he recommended it up here, it's just fallen back in, and he talks about getting out. And oh no, it was in January, yeah. Where we can show you that little event that we're doing. But there's the move back in. So down in here into the 50 period. This is a name that I've thought about getting. I'm going to get a little bit out of NVIDIA because I don't really like this. But there it is right now, 185 coming through right here with NVIDIA. So, sorry, with AVAV. Drones, just because we're talking about drones, that was an interesting idea. So I didn't even realize this was happening. Oh, but right now, here we go. We'll wring a little bit of money out of this name right now, as there goes NVIDIA. We'll take some out at 67s. Is that a good trade or not? We're going to find out right here at there it is, 207.67. Let's go as we're kicking it out. Style there on NVIDIA. Let's go back over to the desk, and Derek got a new guest.
Yeah, second time here today. We're here with Juan, and this time we're going to talk about the Asian markets. What happened last night, at least in the American time zones, and what we can expect for tomorrow.
Thank you, Dara. So Asian markets absolutely got hammered last night. Brutal tech-led sell-off ripping through the entire region as investors pulled back from AI-linked stocks. Here's a little bit of a recap of last night's action. The Kospi, South Korean Kospi, crashed down more than 8%. Japan Nikkei also down nearly 4%. It was the kind of day where you saw the whole tech sector getting hit, particularly Samsung. They collapsed on forward guidance concerns about 10%, and that single-handedly brought down the entire Kospi. And basically, the main catalyst last week, Friday's U.S. job markets data coming in stronger than expected, of course. And with that in mind, what can we expect for tonight or later when the markets open in Asia? Of course, everyone's going to be looking at the U.S. futures direction. We have the Nasdaq and the SPY going up now. So take a look at that. There might be a disconnect between U.S. optimism and Asia's tech route, but we have to watch whether the U.S. tech can hold overnight in order to completely clear out the Asia opens. Another thing we need to also look at is, of course, the catch-up. With Asia playing catch-up, we've got to look closely at the order books, especially in South Korea and Taipei, see if there's any forced retail liquidation that's going to clear out in terms of what's happening next. And last but not least, of course, commodity price. Those rippling, of course, Asia thermal coal benchmarks, they hit a 2-year high last night, alongside the spike in crude oil based on the Middle East tensions. Those utilities and heavy industrial names, they're going to play a huge factor in terms of heightened pricing and putting a little bit of pressure right at the opening bell for Asian markets.
Sounds good. Keep an eye, guys, on commodities and tech as we head into the Asian session. Thanks again to Juan.
All right, thank you again, Juan. And that was a very important segment because, we've talked about this a little bit on the show. Trader TV Live is going worldwide. Like, you're Mr. Worldwide, but we're going worldwide very, very soon. We're going to be opening up an office in Asia. One will be working there. And then even as that office is being built, we're going to have an after show here once it gets all developed. We don't know exactly the timing of all of that, but we're going to be staying later with you guys. Juan and friends coming at a Trader TV Live location
Prestige Worldwide
near you, Prestige Worldwide. Boats and hoes. By the way, there's NVIDIA right now. Let's go.
All right, there we
Joe,
go.
man, we're
up?
doing it again. You are welcome back as we go. And of course, that was a Step Brothers reference.
Yeah, boats.
If I had a boat, then,
Yeah.
but there it is, man. 207.50. Oops, Brittany or Blicky Spears. We did it again. Right there with NVIDIA. What's up, Adara?
I don't know about Mr. Worldwide, but I know PSKY trying to be Mr. Statewide here. PSKY, Paramount Skydance, bouncing a little bit here, reportedly offering concessions to avoid antitrust suits by individual states. We know on Friday, as you guys can see here, Friday afternoon, this got hammered a bit to the downside on reports that states were considering suing this company with regards to antitrust concerns over its attempt to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery. Looks like PSKY has decided to avoid these issues by offering concessions to avoid antitrust suits by individual U.S. states. PSKY, we send you back over to the guys.
There it goes, man.
There it goes, man. There it goes, that video. I mean, I don't have to tell much about this, but there it goes to the upside, man. We took this live with you guys. Remember where the stop was, man? 25 cents. 5 cents. We're going to watch that for this one. The location will be Kuala Lumpur. So those of you interested in that one, as we settle that up, and nothing is yet, to be determined 100%. We will have more official announcements as we continue to grow the business and grow it for you. I mean, we've had a lot of talk. Asian markets are hot, right? I mean, people talking about the cost be there. So thanks for that update. And we want to make sure that we have coverage of every single market available. And here at Real Trading, we traded over 60 plus markets. So that's a big one for us there. And to get over in the Asian should increase our footprint.
Yeah,
should get more and more people into the chat, more opinions, more views, more stocks to talk about, more coverage, all for you guys, because I'm going to be sleeping. Okay, by the way, there goes NVIDIA right now. Now we're going up, up, and away, as there it goes, man, 208.30s. I mean, Joe, you and I we could probably go. How many hours of sleep do you need?
I need sleep, man.
How many hours? Come on, 8? 6, okay, so we can still work. So we can, this show can end at 4. We take an hour break, maybe, come back at 5, and we run this till 10.
Easily. And
then we go to sleep.
And then we'll
go from 11. We sleep at maybe by the time we get home at noon, at midnight.
May as well start the show at 7:30 a.m. too.
Yeah, you want to do that?
Yeah, just because we can.
Gosh, all right.
You got the Cracker Barrel. We got that. We're going to be talking a little bit. Oh, sorry.
What did you call me? Oh, Adara's.
Sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm not going to spoil it, man. All right. I just seen it. Everybody else can see it in the chat as well, too. So we're going to be talking about that momentarily.
Wait till we drop a coin and then we rug pull the TTVL coin. That would be hilarious. No,
are you ready? Is that what you want to do to the?
I don't want to rug it. No, I want to bring a coin out. I want to support that coin. That's what we want to do.
What extent?
Yeah. We had Sam Bankman-Fried on here and I interviewed the guy.
No, you didn't.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I think it was, I don't know if it was Adara who interviewed him. I think maybe it was Brendo.
You didn't have SBF on here. Actually?
Wow.
That's crazy.
I asked him specifically.
Dude,
he was on the trading. He was on his trading desk. He had headphones on. This is when he was the 27th richest man in the world.
So wait, he's been calling you guys asking for a little bail money, and it's just been no
Yeah, I said call your parents, and he did, and then now they put their house up there. No, we had SPF on, man.
That's pretty cool.
Right when he was pretty much at his prime. And I asked him right on our show. No, yeah, well, I guess he was. And I asked him right there about holding coins on exchange or not. And he said holding them on exchange was fine. And then a couple months later, his exchange was defunct, as we all know. So.
What is the STX, right? Or
FFTX.
FTX.
Is that what it was?
The FTX.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
FTX,
Okay, man. Something about Crackle Barrel, something about Adara, and something about the big screen.
In this afternoon's edition of To the Chart Window, To the Wall, we're going to take a look at Crackle. Now, I wanted to introduce this because I have this fun infographic. This is a series that I really did do about President Trump posting about public companies on Truth Social. Now, this whole left side of the screen has to do with Intel. We're going to ignore that for the time being. We're going to look over at Cracker Barrel. So CBRL, they report earnings after the bell tomorrow. And I found that since this whole President Trump saga, they tend to get a lot more excitement during their earnings. So basically what happened, if you guys are not aware, is in August of last year, Cracker Barrel announced that they changed their logo. A lot of people were not happy with the logo change, including U.S. President Donald Trump, who asked the company change their logo and then say that he made America the hottest country in the world, so they have to make Cracker Barrel a winner again and have a major news conference announcing it. I don't believe they had a news conference, but they did change the logo back. President Trump congratulated them on, quote, making lots of money, and then also made a fun version of himself with the Cracker Barrel logo featuring an oil barrel. So kind of completely random saga, but this will be reposted tomorrow alongside my earnings preview for Cracker Barrel CBRL. So definitely stay tuned with us on X at TTV Research. Here's today's segment of To the Chart Window, To the Wall, as we send you back over to Sean and Joe.
I love that dancing Donald Trump. I mean, that's, we had some funny things there. It was, come on, guys. We had some funny things.
Pull up the South Park one.
There with Donald Trump. He made them change up the logo there, of course, and thanks to Adara for that one. To the window, to the chart wall, whatever that was.
Okay.
Hey, relax, guys.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, relax.
That was one of the funniest South Park seasons, man.
Yeah. Him and who was it?
Or J.D. Vance?
No, no, I didn't watch the latest one, but I'm talking about because that's like originally like Saddam.
That's
with the,
not Kenny and Spenny. Those Canadian guys, Terrence and Phillip.
Sorry. Yeah, Adara.
Keep an eye here, guys, on NVIDIA. Much to my chagrin, because I would have really liked to watch this, NBC is reporting that NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang has declined Elizabeth Warren's invitation to testify in front of the Senate Banking Committee this week. He was invited by Elizabeth Warren. He reportedly has declined, so unfortunately, we will not get to see Jensen Huang be interrogated by some of the most entertaining senators in the U.S. Senate. If I get any updates on this, I'll let you know. However, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang reportedly saying that he'd be happy to host Elizabeth Warren to talk. Sounds like he just doesn't want to testify in front of that Senate committee. Back to you.
Is she the one that he called Pocahontas? Was that Elizabeth Warren? Yeah, okay. So Pocahontas not getting it from Jensen. And you know, why should they, I guess? I don't know. I mean, this guy can decline or whatever interviews he wants. I mean, as soon as I hear that, I'm like, God, I'm long end video. Okay, what next? Now they're going to get subpoenaed probably. And at that point, I guess maybe he'd have to. But it doesn't look like there's anything going on right now. And, you know, still the interesting thing about NVIDIA for me, and this is why, I like the name. Obviously, we're long right now. It's been a good trade. But what about the fact that there's no China numbers in any of their... Like, if a policy change happens there, and the next thing you know, they're able to bring Rubin and all these different GPUs over into China, and then all of a sudden Huawei and all this kind of stuff takes a back seat to maybe purchasing of NVIDIA chips into China, what does that do for some of their PE multiples and whatnot? I think we'd have to overweight those guys if NVIDIA ever gets the Chinese push there. And here we go, man. We're almost $1 in the money. And again, this was not $1 worth of risk. So let's see where this goes into the close. I mean, we're having a lot of fun here. We only have 20 more minutes left.
That's it.
We're looking for the closing imbalances to start hitting very, very soon. And this is what they look like so far. I don't even know what AIB is. Right now. Oh, blockchain digital infrastructure. So here's AIB over on the NYSE exchange. This has a bid in it. So you can see it's starting to get a little bit going there as well. MDT, that one's been, oh no, NDT was the halting one. That might be a mistake. their EWY, we talked about that one with the Kospi over there. That has some interest in it as well. This is the South Korean ETF that's been flying around. Oh boy, man, oh man, we are almost in that vaunted club, man. And you know, all we've done here so far this afternoon is give you guys a couple of trades. And one of them was this long on Palantir here, which was pretty sweet, all the way up to VWAP, but a lot of covers right there, that's for sure. So there was that one. Google was a fail. You know, can't just talk about the good ones. We did try to go long there, but you know, to lose 20 cents or something, you know, we can definitely absorb that one. And then what did we do on the futures? Nothing. That was earlier. I guess it was just NVIDIA. Did we do a Palantir? Yeah, we talked about that. Google. Oh, and then Apple. I mean, I still have 305. Let's tighten that up a little bit. What about just getting out here 303.50? Honestly, there's really no point. We're already in this trade. It's been a good one. We have less than 5% left. 303.51. If we break higher, we get stopped out. That's how I trade. Put those orders in, wait to see what winds up happening. So that's what we're doing right now with Google.
Sounds good, man. Let's do a little bit of a market recap. I know we got 20 minutes left. Let's see how the Nasdaq has been performing. What was the first thing I said this morning? Inside day, and that's exactly what happened here. We've literally done nothing. So price really started to compress there. NVDA, same thing, right? Like you get to the lower end of the range, but you still stay inside the Friday session. Google, not necessarily the exact same, but Microsoft, I wouldn't be surprised. You head lower on this bad boy, especially after a technical breakout here. So you can see that this trend line, this downtrend was broken, and then you go on a nice little run from 372 up to 464. So you get $100, but then you give a lot of that back right here, guys, down to $412. Meta, 587. My average price is like 590, closer to 600 on this thing. We might have to get out of this because what I'm really worried about Mark Zuckerberg and his capital expenditure, if he doesn't get a cloud provider, I know that was on potentially become a cloud provider. I know that was on the table, but I'm going to call it right now. I called a couple other things. It was the dividend increase here on NVDA, and then something else. I believe I forget what it was. It'll come to me momentarily. But this might be a Metaverse 2.0 for Mark Zuckerberg. An insane amount of cash spent, and no real monetization aspects. No one's using their tools. Muse Spark, half the room here probably doesn't even know what MuseSpark is and doesn't even use it. And then there's the Llama or Avocado, which one? That's the big time issue, is that this guy's having big time. Congratulations on the Instagram paid tiers. I don't know how much of a needle mover that's going to be. Katina, man, are you going to be paying for Instagram? So there's a no there. I don't even know if Adara has Instagram or some of the people in here. I personally don't, nor would I be paying for any form of social media, that's for sure. I would absolutely just be more than happy than not having it. The real days is when how you knew your friends were outside is you seen the pile of bikes and everybody standing by the big green generators. That was our lifestyle. Bring it back. Make outside great.
I had one of those on my front lawn.
So your spot was you were the place to chill.
Yeah, well, we had a lot of things, like I said, but we had a pool there.
Yeah, exactly. So there you go.
Right there. I remember those big ass generators. Those were hilarious.
Yeah, the green ones, man. Everybody was hanging out by those. But other than that, guys, McDonald's. Like I know it's like, what are we doing talking about McDonald's here? But guess what? You collect $1.86 on the dividend side of things, Katina, man, and it's down 20% off of the highs. So.
Give me one of your top dividend plays.
My top dividend play. It would definitely have to be that I own.
Or that you're looking at. Is there a name, like, for example, I've been recently getting into J&J.
So no, I'm not like, okay, so I'm not a yield chaser.
Right, yeah, you should not be.
Right, I'm not a yield chaser. If the names that I like do offer a dividend, I think it's a bonus.
Right.
So the majority of the mega cap names, I think with the exception of Amazon, offer a dividend. So Amazon doesn't, Google does, which is
but those aren't
horrible,
really like, I mean,
right?
Are those really
it's like 22 cents, but it's just cash on top of everything, right? Like appreciation, and then Apple is what I own. Same thing, like Google, Apple, and NVDA all offer like roughly a quarter. And then I also have Walmart.
But I mean, that's not, those, you're talking about like 0.2, like those aren't really
It's fractional, right? And same thing with Walmart. Same thing with Walmart.
Yeah,
so for me, I would probably have to say energy is something that you'd want to go with, or maybe even like a bank. Like JPM would be one of my larger dividend payments.
I like UNH, I like JPM, I like all those names too as well. For me, J&J, we talked about that. I like Procter & Gamble, what they're doing right now. I did put, so more outs on NVIDIA, right? We just spiked up there. We got another out at 208, so we were getting lighter and lighter. I have 10% left. Okay. There's that magic 10% number again for NVIDIA. So I'm gonna give it right back to open, where we opened it. If it breaks down through that price, we go. Long on on that one. We can look at some Donkey Kong. All right, man, 700. Now we have more viewers watching than we had before. Over 5,200. Oh, there it is. What's up, Roger Mix? Yeah. We got to get working on this, guys. Hit the like. You want 1,000? Joe wants 1,000 on this number right there. So it's 693. If you haven't hit it, we're going to check back in 5 minutes. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Please become a member ASAP. And here we go. It's completely for free. Just want you to hit the subscribe, but hit the like button. Not even a subscribe button, hit the like button. All right, so maybe you don't like it, I don't know. But there it is, let's put this up. What is this? 297% today buying puts, my boys.
Nice, my guy. We love
right
hearing
there,
that,
man. We love hearing that.
Returns,
right there, up 300%. What stock, maybe?
Yeah, let us know. Give us a little bit more detail.
Are you on? I mean, you know, a great play today probably would have been Apple, but I guess they would have been elevated, probably the puts, because of WWDC.
Yeah.
That's had a pretty decent day today. Just checking out on my watch list here, if we want to just sort of run through some of the bigger names that have been moving today, was sort of the other way around, because you mentioned the puts. Apple down 1.4, Google down 1.3, Alibaba down 1, Softy down 1, Meta down 1. A little bit of bleeding here in some of the data names, right? Meta, Oracle, Microsoft. So 3 big names that we know need to raise some capital for CapEx. So that's all happening, as well as Google, right? Apple's the one that sort of is bucking the trend a little bit, but again, you know, with their story today.
812 likes there, Katina, man. We're almost there. Only 100.
Boom, shaga,
yeah, exactly. And 88 more, guys.
We like that one. We like that one. There's my J&J, but we're long about $10 lower than that, so that's pretty good right now. They've had a nice little move higher. Let's go to the other extreme end of this. Cerebras today. I think upgraded Adara, CBRS. We can find out about.
Appreciated coverage, buy rating, UBS.
Okay. I already
Soxel.
Oh, let's go. I already probably know the answer to this, but say you were in a scenario, Katina, man, where you needed to sell some of your underlying assets.
I would sell. Yeah.
For whatever you're looking to buy next, it doesn't matter what the stock.
I would donate blood instead, but keep going.
But and then rather than sell your stock.
Yeah.
All right, man.
I
think that's a legit answer.
No, but keep going. I'm just joking. I would.
That was the question. Like, if you had to offload something right now, and in order to buy something in the near future, which stock?
Well, I have been offloading. So last week I offloaded Marvell, I offloaded ARM, I offloaded Intel, I offloaded some AMD.
Okay.
But I put some more money to work in J&J. I put some more money to work in NVIDIA.
Okay.
And I think that's about it.
Okay, I thought you would have said
IREN.
Okay, IREN, yeah, IREN hit the one up last week.
IREN, well, no, I bought IREN basically 24 hours ago, market time.
I thought you would have said something like, I'm looking to get some more out on Uber or something to...
Oh, no, I'm looking to get it, but not at these prices.
Yeah, not at these prices.
I just think Uber has been getting hit to the downside. I bought some IREN because I also bought some CEG. I just want to get a little bit more into the plays, right? So we picked some up there on weakness that Friday. We got $52. We did it live. As this was coming back in, we bought it 52. It did go against us. Yeah, we did it live. We literally bought this name live on air. So $52, you guys all saw me do that, so up to 59. So I'm not one of those guys that's like, oh, you know, I sold up here and bought down there. Like, I'm trying to do it for you guys, just to show you that we can all go through these pains together. CEG, and here's one again, trying to be honest with everybody. I bought some at $3 right there on Constellation. I do like the stock. I don't really know what's wrong with it, but right into there. And then I bought again down into here. The last time it made a move back into 260. And now I'm under on this name, right? Our average price around 285. We're under now on that. So I got to figure out what's going on there. As I missed IREN, but got CEG, and now we're into IREN and obviously into CEG as well. With only 3 minutes to go. Now, oh yeah, good call there. What's up to Dan McIsaac? Got out of some Ford. Actually, almost got out of almost all of the Ford. I think we took 25% off twice. So we took some off right into here. The first time it got over or into this 1450 area. Then on this extension, some out. I think it was 1650, 1675. We don't have that very top there, but yeah, Ford was cleared out. So thanks, Dan, for that. And then, you know what? I mean, I could find myself just nibbling a little bit. I do not hate the idea behind Bitcoin. You know, right now, different, you know, reads about where Bitcoin possibly is going, what it means. We have the halvening and whatnot, Bitcoin standard. Right? No, I did not read it. But there's
like Wiley publications.
There we go. I just bought that. I've read a little bit of it, not the whole thing.
Okay.
Front to back, but.
You should read I mean, you probably won't, but Bubble or Revolution is a pretty good.
Which?
Bubble or Revolution.
Bubble or Revolution.
Yeah, it's.
Can it be both?
Could it be both? I think that's a fantastic question.
Those are the only ones I asked.
Does a revolution have to be positive ending?
No, of course not.
Exactly. So then you can say, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's French Revolution. Yeah, there's lots of different revolutions.
French Revolution.
There's a lot of different
didn't turn
revolutions
out
that didn't.
how things were.
Yeah, where's
were
Napoleon at?
playing there. Speaking of the French, we have a big heavyweight fight this weekend. Cyril Gane looking to.
You know anything about World Cup?
No,
I mean, neither. Let's move on.
But I think France has a good chance.
I was going to say that was one of the plays.
France.
I think they're heavily favored.
Yeah, France.
They're the French.
Didn't they win it not too long? Who won the last
Spanish. I believe France won the last World Cup.
Something along that.
Mbappe.
Mbappe, yeah. You know.
That reminds me of Mbop doo 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 da doo.
Yeah,
that's some Hanson love over
I
there.
see what
now,
you did there,
my guy.
Some people were asking for the early imbalance.
Portugal. Argentina won the last one. Hello.
Yeah, I thought that was gonna be Argentina, but I mean, they probably won the one before that. But it might have been Belgium.
INHD is open. INHD.
Oh, it is
just open, and it got cranked
right away
down to $43. So anybody thinking about?
What do you mean cranked, bro? It would money.
No. Oh. I don't mean cranked in that. Why don't I have a? Well, okay, I don't know.
It doubled.
Oh, it's because there's this pause here. I was like, why do I have no chart? All right, we're gonna open up very, very soon here. We will talk about it. Let me just get this ready to go. But there's INHD. No, it's a great trade. I just mean that we were thinking, remember it was 80, 90 bucks?
Yeah.
Things like that. So it does look like it opens up around $44 or so there. Now you're halting down to 43 and change. Now the tap is 50 bucks. But here we go. In just a matter of seconds, we're gonna get lit up over here. We're still long NVIDIA, but we only have 10% left. Wait.
Who's messing with my screen? Was that you, Fabian?
No, I don't think anybody. All right, so here we go. BMNR is on there as well as a buy for NYSE. Oh yeah, BMNR moved over to the NYSE, right? Okay, NVIDIA might be a buy. We just got a nice print there on NVIDIA up at 208.10 right there. So that was a good one. I don't see them on here though, but AIB Kenvue, of course, the spinoff from Johnson & Johnson is on there. There's my guy, Iren. What's up, Iren? Yeah, let's go. Nice little move there. We're in the money about 10 or 15% on IREN. Small shares, though, like we said, a couple $1,000s worth. Apple as well, 600 to buy, 600,000 to buy. If we have that number, we'll put it up for you. Palantir with a little bit of a buy. That's a spike side high right there as well. MSTR, again, MicroStrategy upside there as well. IREN, we talked about that. Snapchat, Nike, one of those names that you guys like to talk about on the midday, I found.
Yeah,
Nike.
I don't like the retail names.
Yep, nice move. Yeah, we talked about retail a little bit on the midday, and that's about it right there. But yeah, what goes boom in the night? Market, 990 to buy. Thank you, Adara, for that.
Yeah, absolutely, guys.
Out of more NVIDIA.
4,000% on
Apple, $7
on INHD. Yeah, nice short on Apple there, Katina, man. This thing's really bleeding. I mean, whatever happened on Friday seems to be the case here for Apple today on Monday, bright and early Monday. Just boom. I talked about the conference not being all that much, to be honest with you. Worldwide Developer Conference there. 317. It did tap into the all-time high here today, Katina, man, and then dropped 5% off of that level. So 5% in one day to the downside on AAPL. But hey, this thing has been a rotation into from like some of the tech names. Everybody's talking because, hey, we got so much cash on hand. We like AAPL. And then we also had a little bit of a super cycle within the iPhone 17 sales. China numbers really starting to accelerate as well. So some good look in AAPL. A nice short there. That's what I was thinking. The tap on this name now, INHD 39.32. So it's slowly starting to drop, Katina, man. But 4,000%. New tap, please. Adam, did you offload some more, brother? How many shares of this bad boy did you grab? I would love to know. If you had a couple of hundred, you're having an absolute fantastic day, and you just piece it out all the way up. But having the hands through all that probably be pretty difficult. But I mean, hey, who's going to complain about it? And I hope a lot of people have the ability to take advantage of that specific trade. Now, Meta is hovering around 587. Tesla off of the 411 high, which are 412.95, now selling in the latter half of this session here, Sean, all the way from that level down to 408. So a little bit, I mean, the better performing out of the Mag 7. This is a 1 minute time frame. We can head over to the 5 and see what we have going on there. Now, it took until when do those retracement plays and those pullback plays typically happen? The more aggressive ones, especially within strong stocks, 2:30, 3 o'clock, 3:30 is when before you get any form of half decent pullback, and even so, you didn't even get to the volume weighted average price before this thing found somewhat of a rebound there. Now, Applied Material, TXN, a name that I think is a quiet sleeper. I really like TXN, especially off of this 328 high. You're down 11%, and look at this thing. It's been performing pretty well. They're building their new fab in Arizona, and this is what we like to see. They're the higher nanometer nodes. That is, I believe it's around the 5 to 7 or whatever it is. It goes in your dishwashers, your microwaves, and all your kitchen appliances. Someone has to take advantage of that that industry, and it looks like Texas Instruments has done that to the best of their ability.
I like Texas Instruments for sure. We got stopped out of Apple, ending that trade, man. I mean, breaking through 302 or whatever. We just put a bid there. We're out of Apple now. We'll just wait to see what winds up happening. So just didn't want to be in it. Okay, we do have one more piece of the pie here, and that's going to be our good friend NVIDIA. So we'll take another piece out. Let's wait for 208.50 there. Oh, we'll take another piece out at 208.50. Maybe we get one more after that. Let's go to 209 flat. See if we're lucky enough to grab a fill there. Apple, Google, okay. We can see what happened to Google at the end. Oh yeah, this IN, you guys asking about INHD. Yeah, man, it is opened up, and it will not open back up now. If you halt within, this is just a market, I believe it's a market rule. If you halt within the last 10 minutes, there is no opening back up. But this is interesting because this halted at 3:49.25. So technically, there's 10 minutes and 35 seconds before the market opens. But I don't think they'll open this with 35 seconds to go in the market. So this will be open, I assuming right at 4 o'clock, and then it's the Wild Wild West. So you have to wait to see what happens with that one because there's no halting after hours. And right now—
There's news halts though, isn't there?
Well, the market, yeah, but there will be no limit up or limit down.
Yeah.
So the news is already out on this thing, right? I'm not sure why it took forever for them to get that all sorted out, but we did have a break there from 145 basically to 345. So we had 2 hours of halt there, and then we opened back up and halt in that same minute, INHD. Okay, there's the dollar. So back to the VWAPs trade again for NVIDIA. Bought the dip, bang, bang, upside. We'll see, took another fill there. I'm gonna wait for 209. We'll see what winds up happening there. But yeah, I'm already like so exhausted. We've got baseball tonight until 10.
Great.
Yeah, it starts at 8 till 10.
You gonna get a nap when you get home?
When I get home. I mean, the problem is because I'm cold, like we start warming up at 7. Okay. So I'll get home around 5. Then I got to leave the house around 6.
The good thing is that you don't have to go too far.
No. Yeah, it'll be fine. We'll be fine. This is just talking. We'll be here with a lot of energy tomorrow. Neil will be in this desk, so that'll be a lot of fun to have Neil back tomorrow as well. And I want to thank everybody. Oh, by the way, we're moments away from this show being closed.
Did we get that 1,000?
We didn't get the 1,000 yet. So I want to just tell everybody, like, if you're watching this right now, there's 5,100 of you.
Man, get
We're trying to get 1,000 here. So if you guys
have the option to like and subscribe.
Yeah, there we go.
This trade has unlimited upside.
Wow, look at the head of hair on
that. Yeah, that was a great head of hair, my guy. 870 there. This happens when you trade. But 870, let's refresh it, see if we got over 900. For some reason, it's not updating like real time. So if you guys are able to do, there it is, 908, man. We are now moments away from that 1,000 marker. If you guys could do that, that'd be great. All right, I might just end this NVIDIA trade with only a couple minutes left. Thanks. Let's just do it right now. Get out of there. We'll offer it out at 39. There we go. We get it instantly at 39. So much volume and liquidity going through the market. But there's the trade. It's $1 at the end of the day on that one. As the Nasdaq will end out the day up 1.4%. The ES up 0.2% as well. As my car notifies me, it's at the ideal temperature.
Nice.
All right, that's NVIDIA. That's that. What about the diamonds, which is the Dow? The Dow always has a little different days, right? I mean, UNH is in there. You know, some big names like Apple. So sometimes it can be very, very different than the rest of them, and that's what's happening here today. The Nasdaq is up quite nicely. The ES is up 0.2. The diamonds, which is the Dow Jones, down 0.17. The Russell is IWM, so we can have a quick look to see what the Russell's doing here today as well. Up 1%. So in an environment where I'm pretty sure we're not getting any rate cuts, the IWM still holding out tough. If I was going to short something, probably would be this. I just, worried again. What about the jobs market? What about some of these smaller businesses? The small businesses in the United States account for, it's a huge percentage of the employment. are small businesses. So if there is a problem raising capital for some of these firms, if there is interest rate issues or whatever the story may be, watch out for the IWM. I think any sort of an index that I think is a little toppy right now, watch out for the Russell. Just a call. We'll see what winds up happening. Bless you back there. And then JP Morgan hitting the skids just a little bit near the end. Whatever, man. It's still right here, my guy. Minute and a half left. What are your plans tonight? What are you guys going on for dinner?
Nothing. Dinner. We got chicken, man. We'll get back to the weekend. I mean, we had a little bit of fun this weekend with Do West Fest here, so we had a couple barbecues there. But other than that, man, we get back on the health train. How many is it? $2?
1.1K.
Okay, bang.
There it is, man. We get that number. Thank you to everybody for supporting us and the show. As we say, big shout out to Joe, man. You're the one that should be a little sleepy, man. All day shift today. We want to thank Joe for that.
But I was all wired up off of caffeine since the bright and early in the
Now you're
making mellow, Joe.
Losing out on it right now.
Yeah, I mean, I crashed pretty heavy. You missed the imbalances. That's all right, guys. We don't have much time. No, someone said that in there. Electric Passion said that. Yeah, we can pull it up to you. We don't have very much time left.
Kenview, maybe we'll see if it looks like there's a 2 million bid. Yeah. We can watch Kenview to see if anything happens in the next 30 seconds. There's IonQ as well. I mean, that has a nice bid too. That's a neutral. So there, okay, now it's switched over to a buy, back to an end. That just means it's probably going to close at this price as they maybe back to, I don't know why that keeps on flashing, to be honest with you. So Kenview, IonQ, we'll see where these ones want to close out at. And then that's it, man. BMNR is on there too. Only a few seconds left. We just ran over the market. Thank you to everybody for being here today. And this bell is brought to you by VinFast, ticker VFS. Scan that QR code right there and have a look at VinFast and get involved with VFS, the Global Intelligent Mobility Company. VinFast.
It goes INHD, Katina, man. I thought we were gonna, we're gonna halt down. Yeah, we're gonna halt down here momentarily. I was thinking that the top was
No,
dropping.
it's not halting at all.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, we're in the after hours now, so you're not even gonna get anything. There it is. Closed at $43, opens up at $39, and then off to the races it goes, guys. Be patient. I think we're gonna continue to, yeah, exactly. I apologize. You can't halt now at this point, but I do believe that we're gonna continue to climb, especially if you don't break down and lose 30 bucks.
So the company can ask for a halt, I believe, after hours, and there would just be, or the market could just say there's something nuts going on here. We're going to halt this name. But again, do your research on that kind of stuff because right now, INHD, if you're in it, this is the Wild Wild West, man. We'll see where this shows up tomorrow. Like it was just 37, now it's 31. So that would have already halted in an open market, right? Yeah. We just saw it go from 37 to 30. So that if it breaks 30, watch out now, man. You're probably back. I still don't think it's impossible that we see this level tonight between $20 and $15. So if that loses 30, you're going to see 25 in a couple seconds. Watch 30, 30, 30. Where's the bid? Is it? Someone's buying 30s, that's for sure. So this is part of that dark pool story that we talk about, right? Where it was only looks like there's 400 shares there, but yet there it goes. What did we just call right there? If it loses 30, I said we're going to 25.
Yeah.
So there's 23, and now we're down, man. So there it goes. Maybe I should trade some of these names, but
I'm telling you, brother.
No. I'll get way too dangerous.
Right, exactly. Well, what else?
I'll lose too much.
Dangerous.
Well, I like to be dangerous. It is, actually. No, it's not. Dude, I'm very conservative, trust me, on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is your middle? You don't have to disclose that. Do Italians have middle names typically?
No.
No?
So my father actually, he had to give a middle name when he came over. Yeah, because they asked him, and I think my grandfather, they just chose Robert. It was like a pretty generic, I was gonna say like a white name. Like basically, I think they got off the boat or off the plane there, and then instantly had to fill out the paperwork.
Brad,
yeah, Stephen. Raul.
Chad.
And my dad's name is Giorgio Chad.
Giorgio.
Okay, here goes INHD again. Nice move to the upside as we get going. But yeah, I'm not playing with that. See, like what I mean? Because what would I do there? If they even take 100 shares on that 30 break, I don't know if I cover it in time, but anyways, there it goes, 29 and change. Thank you, Joe, for a great show. It's now 4:02. Thank you, Adara. Thank you, more importantly, to everybody in the chat, man. You guys lived up to it today.
39. Everybody just leaves, man. Come on, what is that? You're the first ones. As soon as practice is over, you get at it. You just viewership just falls off a cliff. right as soon as that bell hits, my boy.
Of course, man. It's 4 o'clock. We're out of here. We're out of here. All right, now INHD is just at $37.
Yeah,
it was just at $23. Now you're up to $37 again for INHD. All right, we got to get out of here. Thanks to One. Thanks to everybody that came on the show today. Adara, Sharif, of course, the big man over there. Thank you to Joe, everybody over there. Thanks to some guy named Deshaun. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks, Fabian, Andre, and Ramin. Ciao.